In his previous life, he was the lost youngest son of the prestigious Jiang family, and upon being found, he was met with disdain. No matter how much Jiang He endeavored to please, his efforts were in vain. During a catastrophic fire, his three elder sisters unhesitatingly abandoned him, hastily fleeing with a false young master, leaving him to perish in the flames. In this life, Jiang He resolved to no longer demean himself by yearning for the absurdly biased affection of that family. Instead, he chose to quietly await adulthood and depart from this so-called home. However, this time, they found themselves regretting their actions. Chapter 1. After rebirth, he embraced apathy. Jiang He, what on earth is wrong with you? It's merely a wretched puppet. Jiang Li did not act with malice. Hearing the voice of a girl from the doorway, Jiang He rubbed his groggy head. Have I been reborn? He gazed at his still, pristine hands, untouched by the ravages of fire. Recalling the myriad events of his former life, a piercing pain engulfed Jiang He's head. In his previous existence, he was the young master of the Jiang family, lost for 16 years, and brought back on a rainy night by the Jiang family. Yet, as a prominent family, the Jiangs had not clarified his identity at the first opportunity. Instead, they allowed him to reside in the Jiang household as the son of a nanny. Initially, Jiang He paid little heed to these matters. Having been an orphan for 16 years, he cherished this hard-won familial bond to an extreme degree. However, over the past year, despite Jiang He's relentless attempts to win their favor, he received no acknowledgement in return. Even his biological parents, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru, regarded him as invisible, and on what should have been his birthday, they abandoned him at home, completely forgetting that it was his first birthday back, merely due to a slight fever afflicting the false young master, Jiang Li. Nevertheless, Jiang He was largely indifferent to these events. After all these years, birthdays had become inconsequential to him. Until one fateful day, when a fire broke out in the Jiang villa, his three sisters only concerned themselves with rescuing the half-awake Jiang Li, entirely forgetting that he was locked in the nanny's quarters as punishment. The sensation of being engulfed by flames, his hair singed away bit by bit, and every inch of his skin seared with excruciating pain, was something Jiang He would never forget. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to witness it, and thus granted Jiang He another chance at life. Yet this time, Jiang He was truly weary. The familial love he had long yearned for ultimately brought him only endless suffering. Therefore, it was better to have none at all. Jiang He, have you finally grown a spine? Open the door this instant. Had I known you were such an uncouth child, I would never have brought you back to the Jiang family. As his second sister, Jiang Zi, began her tirade, the somewhat dilapidated door swung open. Jiang Zi was about to speak when she saw Jiang He raise the puppet with his severed arm and smash it forcefully against the floor. I apologize. I shouldn't have contested with Jiang Li. In his previous life, Jiang He had been so enraged that he had engaged in a fierce argument with Jiang Li over this very puppet, a gift from his second sister, Jiang Zi, when he first entered the Jiang family. Jiang He had treasured the puppet as a precious heirloom, even placing it on the bedside of his small cot. Yet Jiang Li, fully aware of its significance, had chosen to snatch it away, accidentally breaking one of its arms in the process. The smirk on Jiang Li's face at that moment seemed to warn Jiang He against desiring what he was not meant to have. However, now, Jiang He found himself indifferent. He had no desire to relive the agony of being consumed by flames. Downstairs, the others had heard the commotion and began to ascend the stairs. When Jiang's father, Jiang Qin, spotted the shattered puppet on the floor, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Meanwhile, the false young master, Jiang Li, instantly felt tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, brother Jiang He. It was my fault. You can hit or scold me, but please don't take your anger out on my sister. She only came upstairs to call you for dinner because she cares about you. Listening to this insipid flattery, Jiang He would have been infuriated in the past. Yet now, he found it utterly amusing. Enough. You, a man, crying at the slightest provocation. Don't you find that repulsive? Jiang He leaned nonchalantly against the low doorframe, watching Jiang Li's antics with indifference. Jiang Li, taken aback, had not anticipated such a response from Jiang He. And by the way, have you ever waited for me to come downstairs for dinner? It was laughable. Whenever it was time to eat, no one ever informed him, and whether he arrived late or early, he would always be met with a scathing reprimand from Jiang Qin. Being late signified his ignorance of dining etiquette, while arriving early meant he was simply gluttonous. It was truly the epitome of double standards. Jiang He, I see you're becoming increasingly disrespectful. Your brother only wants what is best for you. At that moment, Jiang's mother, Lu Ru, stepped forward, gazing sympathetically at her youngest son, Jiang Li. She could hardly comprehend why Jiang He, her biological child, was so vastly different from Jiang Li, who provided her with no solace whatsoever. Jiang He had long grown accustomed to such blatant favoritism and simply waved his hand in resignation. Whatever you say is fine. With that, he shut the door, leaving the others outside. At this point, Jiang Qin could no longer contain his anger, his voice laced with fury as he declared, You're rebelling, are you? Then don't expect to eat today. With that, he descended the stairs with several others, leaving Jiang He, the second sister, frozen in place. Jiang Li attempted to pull Jiang He along, but was swiftly taken away by Jiang mother, Lu Ru. Jiang He stared blankly at the shattered pieces of the puppet on the floor, recalling that she had personally gifted it to Jiang He. How could he have smashed something he once cherished so dearly? She felt as though Jiang He had undergone a transformation, as though he were no longer the same. Previously, whenever she lost her temper, he would meekly apologize like a little kitten. Jiang He paid no heed to the turmoil outside, nor did he concern himself with hunger. He simply laid down on his bed and succumbed to sleep. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 2. Indifferent shield from hurt at the break of dawn the next day, Jiang He rose from his slumber. After a brief wash, he stepped out of the house. After all, no one would pay heed to his presence. It would be better to leave early and not impose upon this family. Surely, they would be far happier in his absence. However, he did not anticipate encountering his elder sister, Jiang Huang, in the hall, sipping her coffee. Clad in formal attire, the tailored outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure, embodying the essence of a corporate powerhouse. Indeed, Jiang Huang was just that, freshly graduated from university. She had joined the family business, and, under her stewardship, the company flourished, securing several international contracts and hinting at Zhang's ascendancy in the competitive realm of Haishur. This success rendered her a highly sought-after figure in the city. Jiang He had no intention of engaging with his sister. Just as he was about to push the door open, a chilling voice pierced the air behind him. "Where are you going?" The tone, cool and authoritative, felt less like an inquiry and more like an interrogation. "To school," he replied curtly, stepping out of the Jiang villa without affording Jiang Huang a moment to respond. Jiang Huang furrowed her brows, perplexed by her brother's demeanor. In the past, Jiang He would eagerly approach her with sweet salutations, despite her habitual indifference. After all, he had pilfered her jewelry before, leading her to believe his return was motivated solely by a desire for the family's wealth. Yet what had transpired today? As a member of the Jiang family, one would typically have a dedicated chauffeur. However, Jiang He did not. He always preferred walking or taking the bus to school. He had never requested such luxuries, not wishing to be perceived as someone who sought comfort. Yet, in the end, the opinions of those around him remained unchanged. Walking along the street, Jiang He reveled in the long-missed, gentle breeze, which served as a poignant reminder that he was indeed alive. It became clear to him that indifference could shield one from pain. The individuals who had inflicted the deepest wounds upon him were those he had cared for the most. The familial affection he so desperately craved was, to them, perhaps nothing more than a jest. From this moment onward, he resolved to cease yearning for such connections. Upon arriving at school, Jiang He settled into his seat and opened his textbook. This year marked a pivotal juncture for him, as he faced the Gaokao. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to those so-called family members, squandering his remarkable talents, which had led to a significant decline in his once exemplary academic performance. This time, he vowed to study diligently and recover the knowledge he had previously neglected. Meanwhile, within the Jiang household, Jiang Qin sat in brooding silence, fixating on the dining table like an impending volcano ready to erupt. Where is Jiang He? Is he still not up? What time is it? Must we all wait for him? Jiang Li chimed in softly. Perhaps Brother Jiang He is still upset with Sister Jiang Zi. I shall go and apologize to him. As she spoke, Jiang Li attempted to rise, only to be yanked back down by Jiang Zi. Is he still angry? Why does he have to be angry? He is nothing but a mere puppet. If it comes to that, I can buy him another one when I return. Jiang Zi was about to say more when the usually taciturn Jiang Huang interjected. He has already left. At this revelation, an abrupt silence enveloped the dining table. After a brief pause, Jiang Qin finally broke the stillness. Left? Where could he have gone so early? He demanded. Lu the butler, the elder. Graying Lu promptly appeared before Jiang Qin. What is it, sir? Who is responsible for transporting Jiang He? Jiang Qin inquired. Young Master Jiang, he has always walked on his own, Lu replied. Lu was somewhat baffled, as Jiang He was indeed a member of the Jiang family. Walked on his own? Jiang Qin slammed his hand on the table. Who permitted him to do so? Does he believe we cannot afford a driver? Sir, you mentioned that the young master has just returned and should not draw too much attention. Thus, Lu spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin fell silent. Realizing he had intended to prevent Jiang He from attracting undue scrutiny, fearing he might embarrass the family with his actions. He had not anticipated that a year had passed so swiftly. Rubbing his tense forehead, he muttered, "We must assign someone to escort Jiang He. Does he truly believe it is acceptable to walk alone? It is his own fault, yet he shifts the blame onto Jiang He." "Yes, sir," Lu readily acquiesced, turning to seek a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu, Lu Ru, gazed at Jiang Qin with a look of discontent, seemingly reproaching him for not realizing sooner that Jiang He had been walking to school alone all this time. However, this did not imply that Lu Ru had any genuine affection for Jiang He. Rather, she felt a sense of shame as a mother for her neglect. As evening fell and school was dismissed, a luxury car came to a halt before Jiang He. "Young master, please get in," a young man in a suit said, hastily exiting the vehicle to open the door, revealing Jiang Zi seated in the back. Jiang He was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Chapter 3. Departure. Averse to further hurt, noticing Jiang He's indifference, Jiang Zi frowned slightly and forcefully pulled him inside. The driver, Xiao Zhang, awkwardly cleared his throat, urging the two in the back seat to ensure their safety as he started the vehicle. "What? Are you waiting for me to apologize?" Jiang Zi glared at her brother with displeasure. Yet, Jiang He paid her no mind, utterly confounded by her intentions. Previously, had she come to fetch him, he would have been elated. But now he was beyond caring. Jiang Zi's frustration mounted in response to Jiang He's apathy, and she seized his wrist. To her surprise, she found his wrist alarmingly slender, easily grasped by her hand. It dawned on her that Jiang He's form was strikingly frail. After all, he had been an orphan, accustomed to the unpredictability of meals. Surviving was a feat in itself. Upon entering the Jiang household, Jiang He, frequently overlooked by others, often missed meal times. Even when he managed to eat, he would often be reprimanded for trivial reasons, leaving him unable to finish his meals. In the Jiang family, strict rules dictated that once mealtime had passed, no further food would be allowed. As for snacks, Jiang He had long ceased to touch them after a harsh scolding. He did not wish to be a burden to his family, so he remained obedient. Were it not for the nanny residing next door, who secretly set aside food for him, Jiang He might have grown even thinner. "Have you always been this thin?" Jiang He withdrew his hand, speaking coolly. "I must express my gratitude to the Jiang family for providing me with a place to stay. Having a room with a nanny is far better than being homeless." "What do you mean? Your Jiang family?" Jiang Zi's fleeting guilt was swiftly replaced by indignation. Was Jiang He not a member of the Jiang family? If not for his theft, his intentional push against Jiang Li, and his associations with unsavory characters, would they hold such disdain for him? Jiang He was at a loss for words. He turned his gaze to the window, choosing to ignore Jiang Zi. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as they returned to the Jiang family villa. Gazing at the food laid out on the table, Jiang He felt a wave of dizziness from hunger. It had been a full day and night since he last ate. "So you do know how to come back." Jiang Qin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Jiang He. In the past, such an outburst would have made Jiang He lower his head, trembling in anticipation of reprimand, only to retreat to his servant's quarters in a dejected state, unable to even enjoy a meal. However, this time, Jiang He defiantly took a seat and produced an agreement, tossing it onto the table before Jiang Qin. Upon comprehending the document's contents, Jiang Qin erupted like a volcano, rising to deliver a forceful kick that sent Jiang He sprawling to the ground. "Are you planning a rebellion?" Faced with the menacing Jiang Qin, Jiang He lay on the floor, struggling to regain his composure, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. At this moment, both Jiang Mother Lu Ru and Jiang Zi were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Only Jiang Li sat in a chair, secretly relishing the spectacle. This wretched Jiang He had long claimed that everything here would belong to him. What did it matter if he was flesh and blood? As Lu Ru finally came to her senses, she rushed to embrace Jiang He. "Jiang Qin, what are you doing?" By this time, Jiang He had already lost consciousness, and in his fading awareness, he even sensed a fleeting sensation of life slipping away. Perhaps to simply perish would not be so bad. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin realized he had acted too harshly. His expression lost its usual authority, replaced by a palpable panic. I just momentarily lost control. It was mainly because of this. He handed the agreement Jiang He had given him to the others, revealing the bold letters inscribed upon it. Agreement to sever parental relations. Chapter 4. Severing Ties. In an instant, the onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the agreement. A prolonged silence enveloped the room until the operating room door swung open, snapping them back to reality. "Who among you is the patient's family?" A doctor in a white coat inquired, holding a clipboard. "I am his mother. Is Xiao He all right?" Lu Ru stepped forward, gripping the doctor's shoulder, her voice thick with anxiety. The doctor regarded the group with confusion. They all appeared well off. Yet the patient inside was so emaciated. He is stable now, but he has suffered from long-term malnutrition, resulting in insufficient blood and energy. Additionally, the fall you mentioned has caused some chest injury. He needs to recuperate at home and should increase his nutritional intake. Oh, and please sign here. The doctor, somewhat curious, wondered how a fall could lead to such a state. Had this family concealed something? Upon hearing that Jiang He was out of danger, Lu Ru sighed in relief and quickly signed the document. "Doctor, can we go in now?" "Yes, but please do not agitate the patient." "All right, thank you, doctor." Lu Ru hurriedly pushed open the door to the ward and approached Jiang He's bedside quietly. Jiang Qin attempted to follow, but was blocked by Jiang Huang. "Father, you should wait outside for now." With that, she left him standing alone by the door. As Jiang Qin recognized his wrongdoing, he lit a cigarette, only to extinguish it upon noticing the no-smoking sign. He had merely wanted to discipline the boy, never anticipating that Jiang He would be in such a frail condition. Yet, Jiang He's predicament was also of his own making. How could he choose to sever their parental bonds? Was it Jiang Qin who wronged him? Or was it the Jiang family that had failed him? Were it not for the Jiang family, he would still be an orphan to this day. At that moment, Jiang Qin remained oblivious to his mistakes. Had it not been for their carelessness all those years ago, leading to Jiang He's abandonment, he would not have endured such hardship, deprived of the warmth that a normal family should provide. Lu Ru gazed at Jiang He, who lay on the bed, pale and emaciated, tears welling in her eyes. As she reached out to touch his cheek, he instinctively recoiled. Her hand lingered awkwardly in the air before she withdrew it in disappointment. "Xiao He, I'm sorry. Will you come home with me?" Lu Ru acknowledged her neglect of Jiang He, trying to speak patiently. Hearing this, Jiang He perked up, propping himself up on his arms. Lu Ru rushed to support him, fearing he might suffer further harm. "You want me to return?" "That's fine." A smile danced at the corners of Jiang He's eyes. He had long ceased to harbor any hope for these individuals. "Send Jiang Li away, and I will come back. It's not unreasonable, is it? He has occupied my life for 17 years. Previously, Jiang He thought that whether one more person was present or not made little difference. Having been deprived of familial affection since childhood, he would have gladly coexisted with Jiang Li, the false heir who had usurped his identity for decades. However, Jiang He later realized that Jiang Li had no intention of coexisting peacefully. He simply wished to drive Jiang He away and completely claim his identity. If that was the case, Jiang He would oblige him. "Jiang He, do not overstep." Jiang Zi was the first to step forward, glaring at him with indignation. "Indeed, Xiao He, Jiang Li has no family and is already pitiable enough. How could you ask him to leave now?" Even Lu Ru trembled, not expecting Jiang He to make such a demand. How will he survive? He is almost an adult. Can't he fend for himself? How do you think I've managed to live all these years? Jiang He scoffed. If he, an orphan, could survive, how could Jiang Li, a nearly grown man, not manage to do so? It was merely an excuse. "Jiang He, do not push your luck." At this point, Jiang Huang, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Though she felt some guilt towards her brother, her concern lay more with Jiang Li, who had lived with her for over a decade. Under different circumstances, she might have agreed, but not this time. Jiang He surveyed the three of them before yawning. He had long anticipated this outcome. Perhaps at the very beginning, a flicker of hope still lingered within him, a mere whisper of anticipation that they might acquiesce, that they would consent to send Jiang Li away. Alas, such is the nature of humanity, so easily craving what is beyond reach, so foolishly yearning for even the slightest glimmer of possibility. since you have all spoken thus, what recourse do I truly have? Upon hearing Jiang He relent, Lu Ru's heart momentarily eased. Deep down, she harbored an unwillingness to let Jiang Li, whom she had nurtured for over a decade, depart from the Jiang family. After all, the affection bestowed over these years was genuine. Yet, she had never grasped that allowing two children whose identities had been swapped to coexist was inherently a misguided decision. Favoring one over the other was destined to culminate in tragedy. Then let us return home, Lu Ru began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang He. Let's sever our ties. Chapter 5, Breaking Free, Living for Oneself. What did you say? Lu Ru trembled slightly. Although she had seen the severance agreement outside, she had never anticipated Jiang He would articulate it so boldly. Are you threatening us? Jiang Huang furrowed her brows, sensing a profound transformation in her younger brother. The Jiang He of you would never have uttered such words. But the Jiang He of the past could never have envisioned being abandoned in the flames, left to perish alone. I say, since you are unwilling to part with Jiang Li, let us sever our ties, Jiang He enunciated, each word deliberate and clear, as if fearful they would not comprehend. At that moment, Jiang Qin, who had been lingering outside, could no longer contain himself and forcefully swung the door open. Very well. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Jiang family. With that declaration, Jiang Qin swiftly inscribed his name upon the agreement and thrust it before Jiang He. He believed wholeheartedly that Jiang He was merely posturing, too afraid to truly sever their connection. After all, to be a part of the Jiang family was a dream coveted by many. It wouldn't be long before Jiang He would come crying to him, begging for reconciliation. Absolutely. In truth, Lu Ru, Jiang Huang, and Jiang Zi shared this sentiment. They too believed Jiang He was merely speaking in anger. Splendid. Then I must thank Mr. Jiang. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang He seized a pen from the nearby doctor and swiftly signed her name. This scene left the onlookers momentarily speechless. They had never imagined Jiang He would actually affix her signature. Even a formidable businesswoman, Jiang Huang, gazed at the agreement in disbelief. Could it be that Jiang He truly? It dawned on her at that moment. Jiang He genuinely did not care anymore. You, unfilial child. Jiang Qin glared furiously at Jiang He, utterly astonished that his rebellious sibling had dared to sign. Very well, let us depart. I shall observe how Jiang He survives without the support of the Jiang family. With that, Jiang Qin turned and stormed away. Lu Ru hurried forward, attempting to pull Jiang Qin back. Although she had not anticipated Jiang He's resolve to sever ties. Jiang He was still her biological son, a piece of her own flesh and blood. Jiang Zi stood frozen, until Jiang Huang tugged at her sleeve to rouse her from her stupor. Jiang He, do not come crying to us later. Jiang Huang finally realized that Jiang He's apparent indifference was merely a tactic to garner their attention. Surely, it would not be long before he returned, tail between his legs, pleading for forgiveness. Wait, Jiang He called out to the departing figures. Jiang Huang scoffed in response. As expected, Jiang He was merely putting on a fade. The moment they attempted to leave, he could no longer maintain his composure. This time, she would not be so easily forgiving. His desire to expel Jiang Li revealed his malicious nature. Lu Ru breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as Jiang He was willing to admit his faults, she would not press the matter further. After all, they were still family. Even now, Lu Ru believed this was all a mere act on Jiang He's part. Her so-called motherhood was truly laughable. You have given me money, yet I have not spent a single cent. A total of 20,000, untouched, remains in your account. Furthermore, throughout this past year, I have had but a few meals at home, yet I will still account for them, at 50 yuan a day, totaling 18,000 for the year. Surely that is not unreasonable. You have only paid tuition once. Previously, I relied solely on scholarships and financial aid. So 4,000 for that is also fair, is it not? Previously, Jiang He had always been at the top of his class, receiving scholarships and generous treatment from school authorities and teachers, thus reaping the rewards. Originally, no one was aware of Jiang He's return to the Jiang family. He could have continued to receive financial aid, but he had declined, believing that such assistance should be reserved for those in greater need. To be a person is to possess one's own integrity, not to be a parasite like Jiang Li, who, while feeding off the original's lifeblood, sought to expel the original. A total of 22,000. Let us round it to 30,000. With that, Jiang He swiftly tore a blank sheet from the previous medical record and hastily penned an IOU. Fear not, you may keep this note. Once I am in college and able to work, I shall repay you. At that moment, Jiang Qin's face had turned an ashen hue. He could not fathom that Jiang He was genuinely intent on severing ties with them. Even Lu Ru appeared pale, shocked to discover that the amount they had spent on Jiang He over the past year, including tuition, was barely 3,000. One must understand that Jiang Li's weekly allowance exceeded that sum. As they watched the figures depart, showing no inclination to accept the IOU, Jiang He reluctantly tucked it away. Staring at the stark white ceiling of the hospital room, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Perhaps he had truly cherished this familial bond in the past. But now, that was no longer the case. Chapter 6. It turned out his life had always been like this. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Qin, in a fit of rage, smashed a precious vase from the dining table. How dare this boy? Have we, the Jiang family, wronged him in any way? Meanwhile, Jiang Li, eavesdropping from upstairs, secretly rejoiced. It seemed Jiang He had once again provoked their ire. This was entirely of Jiang He's own making. He had no one to blame. Housekeeper Lu, take me to that boy's room. Gather all his belongings. Jiang Qin was resolute, convinced that this boy could not survive outside the Jiang family. Yet he seemed to forget that Jiang He had been an orphan since childhood, having survived for years without relying on the Jiang family. Though housekeeper Lu felt a pang of sympathy, he could only sigh inwardly before preparing to follow orders. Fine, I'll accompany you. This boy has always had sticky fingers. Who knows what else he might be hiding? Jiang Qin concluded, trailing behind housekeeper Lu. Lu Ru, at a loss for words, could only follow along. As they approached the nanny's quarters, the expressions of Jiang Qin and his companions grew slightly tense. Jiang He temporarily resided in the nanny's room, a decision Jiang Qin had made, initially intending to provide him with a different room when time allowed, but it had been perpetually postponed. The nanny, residing next door, upon hearing the commotion, mistakenly assumed it was Jiang He returning and opened the door, ready to deliver a small pastry to him. Jiang He has always been a remarkably considerate and obedient child, showing great respect towards the nannies who care for her. They have all observed her kindness. She is acutely aware that Jiang He is not favored by her family, often missing meal times or being scolded to the point of losing her appetite. Hence, she frequently sneaks some of the snacks meant for her grandson to Jiang He. Each time, Jiang He bows in gratitude, and the nanny sometimes muses that if only such an obedient child were her own grandchild. However, for reasons unknown, the master and mistress of the house seemed to harbor a dislike for this child, leaving her perplexed. When she opened the door and was surprised to find Jiang Qin and Lu Ru among the visitors, she momentarily felt a flicker of joy, thinking they had finally acknowledged the existence of the young master. What do you have in your hand? Jiang Qin asked, his voice dripping with accusation. The nanny trembled slightly, revealing the small bread she held. The young master often goes hungry, so I thought, do you not know that the Jiang family forbids such junk food? Or do you believe that his hunger is a form of abuse by the Jiang family? Jiang Qin's icy gaze bore into the nanny, resolutely refusing to allow his authority to be questioned. It's not just about the young master, the nanny attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Qin. Enough. If this happens again, you need not continue your work here. With that, he led the others to Jiang He's room. The nanny, disheartened, retracted her hand that had been holding the bread, only to realize that Jiang He had not yet returned. Perhaps the school had kept her longer than expected? Upon entering Jiang He's room, Jiang Qin and the others were left speechless. A humble little bed, a desk cluttered with small items, and a meager wardrobe containing a pitiful few garments constituted the entirety of the room. Lu Ru, taken aback, could hardly find her voice, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. As a mother, not having visited her own son's room for nearly a year was nothing short of a monumental farce. Could she still think she treated Jiang He and Jiang Li equally? The biased never recognize their own partiality, for their hearts are inherently skewed. Jiang Huang stared blankly at the small objects on the desk, recalling that these were gifts she and her sisters had given to Jiang He, a potted plant from her, a photo frame from the third sister, and a Rubik's Cube from the fifth. The plant thrived, indicating Jiang He had genuinely cared for it. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Huang, and she turned her gaze to Jiang Zi, who was lost in thought. Second sister, remember Jiang He's puppet? Indeed, that was my gift to him. Jiang Zi recalled the time she had scolded him and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Had these items meant that much to him? Why then had he shattered them? Master, shall we tidy up? Butler Lu interjected, his heart heavy for Jiang He, who had only just begun to receive the family's attention after such a long time. Jiang Qin stood in shock, initially intending to admonish Jiang He for being extravagant despite being a Jiang family member. But he never anticipated that Jiang He had endured such hardship over the past year. Tidy up what? Jiang Qin, I warn you, if you do not bring back Xiao He, I will not let this go. Lu Ru could no longer contain herself, blocking Jiang Qin's path. She was determined to find Jiang He, but what good would it do? Late affections are worth less than grass. Moreover, the agreement had already been signed. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Ru discovered that Jiang He had vanished. They searched for several days before finally locating him at school. Jiang He was seated at his desk, diligently working through problems. His progress had been remarkable. He had always possessed a solid foundation, only hindered by his family's neglect. Now back at his orphanage, where the elderly matron had kept a room reserved for him, Jiang He realized that there were those who quietly loved him from the shadows. Now that he had grown, he could also contribute to the orphanage. To be truthful, life in the country was improving, and the number of orphans was dwindling. Yet, while there would always be some, the reduction in their numbers was a welcome sight for Jiang He, who understood the profound struggles faced by orphans. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and the principal addressed the seated students. Can Jiang He step out for a moment? The principal recognized Jiang He, but was uncertain of the intentions of the individuals following him. Jiang He quickly set aside his books, wondering what the principal wanted. What is it, principal? These individuals claim to be your mother and sister. Do you recognize them? The principal, aware of Jiang He's orphan status, had brought along 2 security guards, wary of potential kidnappers. The students turned curious eyes toward the door. Wow, who are they? They're all so beautiful. Indeed, whether it was Jiang Huang, the formidable businesswoman, or Lu Ru, the elegant matron, they were captivating figures. Even the third sister, Jiang, could not hide her aura, despite wearing sunglasses. Xiao He, where have you been these past few days? Lu Ru exclaimed, seizing Jiang He's hand, tears streaming down her face. Yet Jiang He offered no courtesy, swiftly withdrawing his hand. I do not know you. Please leave. With that, he returned to the classroom. The principal intervened, blocking Lu Ru from entering. If he does not recognize you, I must ask you to refrain from causing a scene and to leave. He intended to escort them out with the guards. After all, the Jiang family had made it clear that Jiang He could not disclose his identity as a Jiang family member. So, aside from the family, no one else knew he was the missing young master who had been lost for 16 years. I am his mother. Let go of me. Lu Ru protested. But faced with the guards, she could only leave slowly. Once they were outside, the principal felt relieved, instructing the guards to prevent their re-entry. Jiang, who had remained silent, removed her sunglasses. Anyone close enough would recognize her as the rising star, Jiang. With her advantageous background and the Jiang family's support, she had smoothly navigated her way into the entertainment industry, landing several major film cameos in preparation for her official debut. How dare this Jiang, he claimed, not to recognize us. Jiang glared at the school gate, seemingly forgetting that it was the Jiang family that forbade him from revealing his identity. Now, she was blaming Jiang He? Let us return for now and come back tomorrow. We have to come back. Jiang suggested that they wait a while, confident that Jiang He would soon realize his mistake. She was convinced that Jiang He was merely playing hard to get. Let him be for a few days, and he will return obediently. Lu Ru wished to say more, but Jiang, without hesitation, pulled her away. Jiang Huang also cast a glance in the direction of Jiang He's classroom. Though she felt a pang of guilt towards her younger brother, it was undeniable that he had once pilfered her jewelry. What if this was indeed a ruse by Jiang He to feign disinterest? Perhaps it would be wise to wait a few days. Jiang He might genuinely come to apologize and plead for them to take him back. Hurry up, sister. Have you forgotten today is Xiao Li's birthday? Even though Jiang Li is not blood related to our Jiang family, he saved my life. Years ago, I wandered off while playing and accidentally fell into the water. Had it not been for Jiang Li, I surely would not be alive today. After more than a decade of companionship, I did not believe that mere blood ties could sever the bond one shared with Jiang Li. Meanwhile, Jiang He, seated by the window and observing the departure of the group, remained silent. Yet, he could not fathom why they had come back. Wasn't it better without him at home? Jiang Qin would not erupt in anger. Lu Ru would not express disdain. And his older sisters would not look upon him with disfavor. Logically, they should not seek him out. Suddenly, Jiang He felt a darkness envelop him, followed by a ringing in his ears, and then he collapsed onto his desk. All that could be heard was the startled exclamations of his classmates. Chapter 8, Birthday. When Jiang He opened his eyes again, he felt a gentle warmth gracing his cheek. Just as he attempted to rise, a hand as pure as jade restrained him. Do not get up yet. A female doctor clad in a white coat prevented Jiang He from sitting up, gently urging him back onto the bed. You're suffering from malnutrition and low blood sugar. Once you finish the 4, you should rest at home for a while. Jiang He's health had already been fragile. After escaping the hospital a few days prior, he had concealed his admission from the orphanage's director to avoid worry. Thank you, doctor, Jiang He said, somewhat self-conscious, aware that the treatment would likely incur substantial costs, and he had no money to spare. He wondered if the infirmary would accept an IOU. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang He, the school nurse, grasped the situation. Adjusting her glasses, she smiled and replied, "It's all right. Just be sure to get home early, understood?" With that, she turned to leave. Wait, what is the matter? Jiang He looked back at the frail boy on the bed, puzzled, thinking he might be feeling unwell again. I apologize, doctor, but I currently lack funds. However, I can work to repay you. I'm adept at cleaning, moving things, anything you need. Jiang, he was not exaggerating. Before he was taken in by the Jiang family, he had lived this way, cleaning, washing dishes, cooking, running errands, anything that could help the orphanage, even if the compensation was meager. Indeed, the former Jiang He was underage, and most employers were reluctant to hire him. Only those who found him at a low price were willing to assign him odd jobs, and even then, payment was typically made on the same day to avoid complications. Jiang He never complained, but was instead grateful to those who offered him temporary refuge. After returning to the Jiang family, he continued to be diligent, often assisting the housekeeper with manageable household chores. Fortunately, after today, he would finally be a true adult. No need, Jiang He began to refuse. But upon witnessing the determination in Jiang He's eyes, she sighed. She understood that if she declined, he would find ways to earn and repay her. In truth, the amount of money was trivial for her. She was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the capital and a top student at the Capital Medical University. Her position as a school nurse was merely a task assigned by the school as part of their support program. All right then, how about this? After school each day, dedicate an hour to help me move things for a month. Does that work for you? It just so happened that the school was updating its medical equipment and supplies, and an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Jiang He smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, outside the Buckingham Hotel in Haishur, the entrance was bustling with people and lined with luxury cars. As night fully descended, Jiang Qin stood on stage, radiating joy as he addressed the guests below. Thank you all for gracing my son's coming-of-age ceremony with your presence. The banquet is now officially underway. With his words, the curtain rose on the evening's festivities. A number of prominent young heirs and heiresses from Jiang City surrounded Jiang Li, presenting their gifts. Jiang Li expressed gratitude profusely, his face alight with happiness. Jiang He had truly departed. Now, the entire Jiang family would belong solely to him. You have only yourself to blame, Jiang He. You should not have returned. Meanwhile, seated centrally on a lavish sofa, Jiang Zi, adorned in an exquisite gown, appeared somewhat distracted. What is the matter, second sister? Jiang Huang, dressed in her standard professional attire, felt constrained by the heavy gown, which seemed to bind her. Oh, nothing, I was just thinking of Xiao He. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang fell silent. Indeed, today was also Jiang He's birthday. Eldest sister, second sister. Jiang Li approached and sat beside them. "Where's my gift?" He pouted playfully at the two, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Huang would not forget. She promptly produced an exquisite small box from behind her, its exterior hinting at its extraordinary contents. Jiang Li opened it to reveal a Patek Philippe watch. "Do you like it?" Jiang Huang affectionately ruffled Jiang Li's hair, leaving her softer side reserved for her younger siblings. "I love it." "Thank you, eldest sister." At that moment, the surrounding wealthy heirs gazed at Jiang Li enviously. The watch was worth at least 2 million, and although their families were affluent, they could not compare to the Jiang family's wealth. Yet, Jiang Zi remained lost in thought until Jiang Li's voice jolted her back to reality. "Second sister, what about my gift? You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not." Jiang Zi quickly handed over a set of car keys to Jiang Li, for an 18-year-old ought to have a vehicle of his own. Upon seeing the Porsche keys, Jiang Li's face lit up. He had longed for a car of his own. Little did Jiang Li know that behind Jiang Zi was a small box containing the puppet that Jiang He had previously discarded on the ground. I'll step out for a moment." Before Jiang Li could express his gratitude, he watched as Jiang Zi hurried away, clutching the mysterious box. Chapter 9. Though the candlelight is faint at this moment, it belongs solely to him. When Jiang He returned to the orphanage, he discovered that several lights were still on. Have those little rascals been mischievous again? Jiang He entered the courtyard, but found no one around. Did someone forget to turn off the lights? Just as he was about to return to his room, a sudden bang echoed. The hall lights flared to life, and confetti rained down, settling gently upon his shoulders. "Brother Jiang He, happy birthday!" A dozen little faces, akin to climbing trees, swiftly enveloped Jiang He. "Brother Jiang He, this is your birthday gift, a portrait I painted just for you." Gazing at the figure before him, composed of an intricate array of chaotic lines, Jiang He was inclined to deem it a quintessential representation of abstract art. Yet he accepted it with unabashed delight. "Brother Jiang He, this is my spinning top, the fiery whirlwind. You must cherish it," exclaimed the exuberant child. "And mine, mine," as he surveyed the assortment of haphazard gifts, spinning tops, yo-yos, and a plethora of Ultraman cards. Jiang He found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he expressed his gratitude and accepted each offering with earnestness. He understood that, despite their seemingly negligible value, these items represented the finest treasures the little ones could present. "Come down now. Are you trying to crush Brother Jiang He?" A girl of about 15 or 16 years stepped forward, sternly reprimanding the exuberant children. Instantly, the little ones scrambled down from Jiang He's lap, hastily returning to their seats as if faced with a formidable beast. "Ha, it's all right, Xiao Li," Jiang He reassured, while Lin Ruoli shot a glare at the little rascals before approaching him and presenting her own gift. Before him lay a jar brimming with colorful origami cranes. Warming Jiang He's heart, he realized that these cranes were crafted during her scarce moments of leisure, meticulously folded by her own hands. Jiang He, don't get any wild ideas. I bought all these. I didn't fold them myself," Lin Ruoli exclaimed, her anxiety causing her to stomp her foot, her delicate face flushing with a hint of crimson. The effort to clarify only seemed to deepen the implication of her denial. Yes, I understand," Jiang He replied, choosing not to expose her fib, instead affectionately tousling her hair. "No touching," she protested, her cheeks reddening further under his gentle caress, as if they might bleed. If her classmates were to witness the typically aloof goddess of academia displaying such an endearing expression, they would surely be heartbroken. All right, I one touch." Noticing her imminent transformation into a tempestuous kitten, Jiang He withdrew his hand, recalling how, long ago, she had adored his playful gestures. "Now, everyone, return to your seats." An elderly voice resonated, prompting Jiang He to hastily comply. A figure appeared, drawing the eager gazes of the little ones. "Director!" Jiang He began to rise, but was halted by the director's firm hand. "Today is your coming-of-age ceremony. I want to interfere with the years past. Just sit still today." Her tone was laced with authority, leaving Jiang He with no choice but to remain seated. As a modest cake, less than 8 inches in diameter, was placed before him. The children's eyes followed in anticipation. Shally, turn off the lights. With Lin Raoli dimming the lights. The faint flicker of the candle atop the cake became the sole beacon in the darkness. Happy birthday to you. The chorus of birthday songs filled the air. And as all eyes turned to him, Jiang He was flooded with bittersweet memories from his past life. He had devoted himself to those he believed were family, neglecting those who genuinely cared for him. In that moment of darkness, he recognized that a single flickering flame burned just for him. Unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped from the corner of Jiang He's eye. Observing this, Lin Raoli quickly pushed her chair back and embraced him. Enveloped in her warm embrace, Jiang He chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. This time, Lin Raoli offered no resistance, nor did she utter a word. She was unaware of the trials Jiang He had faced in the Jiang household over the past year, yet she resolved to remain steadfastly by his side, no matter what the future held. All right, let us turn the lights back on. I'll cut the cake for you. Jiang He extinguished the candle, but made no wish, for he placed greater faith in himself than in ephemeral hopes. Hooray! Cake time! The little ones erupted in excitement, and Jiang He, filled with joy, distributed the entire cake among them, leaving none for himself. Yet, even so, each child received but a mere morsel. Seeing that Jiang He had not saved even a crumb for her, Lin Raoli felt a surge of indignation. Here, this piece is for you. Don't overthink it. I'm on a diet, she declared, her demeanor exuding an air of pride as she extended the cake towards him, seemingly satisfied with her rationale. Jiang He chuckled at the sight of Lin Raoli, who appeared even more slender than he, and accepted just a tiny piece to taste. Meanwhile, outside the orphanage, a figure clad in an opulent gown paced restlessly. Chapter 10, Discarding with Intent. As if resolute in her decision, Jiang He stepped over the somewhat dilapidated threshold of the orphanage, her demeanor that of the second young lady of the Jiang family, likely making her first visit to such a place. As her footsteps echoed, the attention of those present gradually shifted towards her. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang He involuntarily furrowed his brow. I need to step outside, he announced, rising amidst the curious gazes of the children. Others might not comprehend the significance, but Lin Raoli was well aware. This was the infamous second young lady of the Jiang family. She had seen her on the news, representing the nation in an international art competition and garnering accolades. However, just as she was about to follow, the director's frail hand halted her. Let Xiao He choose for himself. He has grown, the director stated, not even glancing her way. She understood that Jiang He was no longer the same. She could feel it. The choice of whether to stay or leave rested solely with him. This was a decision that belonged to Jiang He alone. However, Lin Raoli was deeply perplexed. She understood all too well that if the Jiang family truly cared for Jiang He would not have returned, nor would he have become so emaciated. She yearned to rush out and bring him back at that very moment. Jiang He regarded Jiang He with a sigh. Had he not already relinquished that family to Jiang Li and her ilk? Why could they not let him go? Did they wish to keep him ensnared in a fire until he was consumed? Miss Jiang, if there's nothing further, might you please take your leave? Jiang He stated, his desire to avoid further discourse with this stranger palpable, were it not for the fear that they might wield the Jiang family's influence against the orphanage. He would have voiced his frustration long ago. I am your second sister, Jiang He retorted, her face flushing crimson at Jiang He's formal address. He had always referred to her as sister. Not anymore. Should I fetch the agreement for your perusal? Jiang He replied coldly, turning to depart. But Jiang He grasped his arm tightly. Come back with me. As long as you apologize, they won't hold it against you. At her words, a wave of desolation washed over Jiang He. Even now, she expected him to apologize. Pray tell, Miss Jiang, what should I apologize for? What did I go wrong? Jiang He challenged, eager to understand how he had erred. Jiang He stammered, her words faltering as if a fishbone were lodged in her throat, unable to articulate a single sentence. Deep down, she recognized that Jiang He had done no wrong. She merely believed that he should, as before, take the initiative to admit fault and apologize, regardless of the circumstances. After all, he is but a wild child from the outside, unfamiliar with the rules. You should not threaten us with that agreement. Perhaps, in Jiang He's eyes, that agreement was merely a means for Jiang He to intimidate them into expelling Jiang Li. As long as you sincerely apologize to father, he will certainly welcome you back. Did I not already state my intention to send Jiang Li away? Jiang He recalled that he had mentioned this previously, and it seemed Jiang He had a poor memory, needing a reminder. However, even if they agreed to send Jiang Li away, he would not return, especially since he knew they would never truly send Jiang Li off. Jiang He, why must you insist on driving Xiao Li away? Jiang He's voice rose considerably, torn between a foster brother she had known for over a decade and her blood brother. How could she possibly choose? You are being unreasonable. Indeed, I have been excessive. Upon hearing this, Jiang He's eyes lit up, mistakenly believing that Jiang He had relented and agreed to return home to apologize to everyone. She was convinced that as long as Jiang He was willing to apologize, even father would not oppose his return to the family. All right, you may leave now. Jiang He waved his hand weakly, as he had never expected anything from them. Yet Jiang He still clung tightly to his arm. No, I will not return. What on earth do you want? Do you wish for me to berate you? After uttering these words, Jiang He took several deep breaths before finally calming down. The foolishness of harboring any expectations from these so-called family members was enough to last a lifetime. At this moment, even Lin Raoli in the orphanage looked at Jiang He in astonishment. In her memory, he had rarely, if ever, used foul language over the past decade. Jiang He was also taken aback, her grip on Jiang He loosening in silence. I am sorry. If you truly feel remorse, then hurry and leave. Jiang He issued the eviction order once more. His mood had initially been rather pleasant that day. Jiang He recognized that Jiang He was genuinely furious and reluctantly retrieved the small box from behind her. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. This is a birthday gift I prepared for you. With that, she opened the small box to reveal the intact puppet within. I assembled this with my own hands. Jiang He picked up the puppet and examined it closely. Yes, thank you. But in the next moment, much to Jiang He's shock, Jiang He tossed it directly into the nearby trash bin, discarding the puppet he once held dearer than life itself. Chapter 11. The Disheartened Jiang He. When Jiang He returned home in a daze, everyone had been waiting in the living room for quite some time. I will go rest now. As Jiang He attempted to ascend the stairs, she was called back by Jiang Qin. Wait, where were you during your brother's coming-of-age ceremony? Jiang Qin was extremely furious. He had just realized that someone was missing during the group photo. What kind of situation is this? Even fifth sister Jiang Yamo, who was studying in the capital, had been summoned back. Jiang Mother Lu Ru approached anxiously, grasping Jiang He's hand. She was bewildered by what had transpired to leave Jiang He in such a state. Xiao Zi, what on earth happened? Please do not frighten your mother. At this moment, Jiang He regained her composure and, looking at the gathered individuals, spoke each word with deliberate weight. I want to see Xiao He. With a loud crash, Jiang Qin hurled the precious cup to the ground. Who allowed you to see him? Even Jiang Li, standing nearby, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him feeling a thing. Jiang He, why must you disturb my life? Why? Why didn't you just die there? You should have died there a long time ago. Why? Why do you keep appearing in my life again and again? At this moment, Jiang Li's resentment towards Jiang He was almost overwhelming. He could not comprehend why someone who had already departed continued to affect the family that belonged solely to him. Today is Xiao He's birthday. The moment those words left her mouth, the room fell into an eerie silence, even silencing Jiang Qin, who had been prepared to scold her. They had never even considered that the two were born on the same day, being swapped as infants. If the outside world were to know that the Jiang family held such a lavish coming-of-age ceremony for a false young master while casting out their biological son, the rumors would be rampant. Lu Ru's eyes reddened instantly. As a mother, she had forgotten her biological son's birthday. Yet she seemed to overlook that she had previously left Jiang He alone at home to celebrate Jiang Li's birthday while tending to Jiang Li when he had a fever. Now, reflecting on it, was it perhaps a bit too late? I will head back now. Jiang Zi's expression remained forlorn. She still could not believe that Jiang He had discarded the puppet she had painstakingly assembled right before her eyes. But But it had not been like this before. No matter what transpired, Jiang He always listened to her. He used to place the puppet she gifted him carefully by his bedside. But why had everything changed? She had merely scolded him a couple of times. But why had she scolded Jiang He? It seemed it was because of that puppet. Because Jiang He had accidentally broken the puppet's arm. But Jiang He had not done it intentionally. He had said he was merely curious and wanted to take a look. Suddenly, Jiang He seemed to have an epiphany. Jiang He clearly lacked nothing. Why did he solely desire Jiang He's puppet? Could it be, at that moment, locked away in her room, Jiang He was completely panicked. She refused to believe that Jiang He would act in such a manner. How could this be? How could it come to this? It turned out that her heart was indeed biased. Humans are prone to favoritism and prejudice, much like a towering mountain. Those standing at the summit would hardly perceive their own faults. Only those at the foot of the mountain can truly grasp its height. And Jiang He had always been the one at the foot of that mountain. I am sorry. Jiang He leaned against the wall, collapsing to the floor, burying her head in her arms, tightly clutching her legs. At this moment, Lu Ru was also in a frenzy, hastily instructing the driver to prepare the car. She needed to find Jiang He. Enough, it is too late today. Tomorrow I will go with you all. With that, Jiang Qin rose and departed. Left with no other choice, Lu Ru could only return to her room, supported by Jiang Huang. As the people in the hall gradually dispersed, only Jiang Mo remained. Somewhat perplexed, she could clearly sense the family's prejudice against Jiang He. It was as though no matter what Jiang He did, it was inherently wrong. Yet she dared not voice her thoughts, for she had once been scolded harshly for merely speaking up in Jiang He's defense. That time, it had clearly not been Jiang He's fault. You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. When everyone believes you to be in the wrong, then you are wrong. Jiang Huang pushed open Jiang He's door only to find her huddled in the corner. With no other option, he could only sigh. Second sister, just clarify things with Xiao He tomorrow, all right? Please get some rest. However, Jiang He shook her head and replied, he will not forgive us. The moment Jiang He discarded the puppet, she knew he truly no longer cared. Jiang Huang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Why should he be compelled to forgive her? He stole his own jewelry, and isn't it a fact that he targeted Xiao Li? Chapter 12. The Pursuer of the School Nurse. After confirming that all the little ones, including Lin Ruoli, were fast asleep, Jiang He began to tidy up the table. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Why not set up a small stall at the night market next door? It would allow him to earn some extra money to support the orphanage. Once this idea took root, it became all-consuming, and he found himself developing some unique perspectives. Even by the time school ended the next day, Jiang He was still engrossed in his plans. Oh right, he needed to help out too. It was only when he reached the school gate that he remembered he had promised to assist the school nurse in exchange for repayment. Upon arriving at the infirmary, he found Nurse Jiang Xian looking rather troubled as she stared at several large boxes and some medical equipment. Dr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang He approach, Jiang Xian let out a sigh of relief. She had feared he wouldn't show up. Jiang, is this manageable for you? Jiang Xian regarded Jiang He's frail frame with concern. And just as she reached out to help, he stopped her. Don't worry, Dr. Jiang, I can handle it alone. Despite his thinness and slight malnutrition, the tasks at hand posed no challenge for him. He had endured far more strenuous work in the past and had managed just fine. Watching Jiang He effortlessly lift a large box left Jiang Xian astonished. Moreover, he worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly moving everything inside and arranging it according to her instructions. It was evident that he was no stranger to such labor. Jiang Xian felt a pang of sympathy for him and hastily offered him a cup of warm water. Jiang He graciously accepted the disposable cup and drank. After finishing, he stood up to grab a broom and start cleaning, but Jiang Xian stopped him. Take a break. There's no rush. Unable to resist Jiang Xian's insistence, Jiang He reluctantly resumed his seat. Seeing him comply, she smiled slightly. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the infirmary door. The man, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, held a vibrant bouquet of red roses. Is Miss Jiang here? As soon as he spoke, a hint of discomfort crossed Jiang Xian's previously gentle expression. Jiang He could easily discern this and chuckled. Is he a suitor of Dr. Jiang? Indeed, even in her white coat, Jiang Xian's stunning figure was impossible to conceal. Her exquisite features, lightly adorned, made her a vision of beauty. A petite nose paired with glasses added an air of charm. Countless young boys at school feigned illness just to catch a glimpse of Jiang He. Such a young age, and already misbehaving. Jiang He gently tapped Jiang He's forehead with her pristine fingers, chiding him for teasing her. Just then, the elegantly dressed man pushed open the infirmary door, his face lighting up upon seeing Jiang He, completely disregarding Jiang He, who was merely a student. Jiang He, I've finally found you. Jiang He, however, rubbed her forehead in frustration. Liu had managed to track her down, even in He. Noticing the flowers he presented, Jiang He showed no intention of accepting them, prompting Liu Yu to retract his hand with a hint of disappointment. What brings you here? I just wanted to see you. Well, you've seen me. Now you can leave. Liu Yu opened his mouth to protest, but was gently pushed out by Jiang He. Faced with the closed door of the infirmary, he could only manage a wry smile. He knew full well that Jiang He was not fond of him. But what could he do? His family incessantly pressured him to win her over. Only by securing Jiang He's affection could the Jiang family assist them, elevating the Liu family's standing in the capital. And he truly did have feelings for Jiang He, given that she was the belle of the medical university back in the day. Yet, at this juncture, hope seemed bleak. Perhaps I should just stay in He for the time being? Without hesitation, Liu Yu pulled out his phone and made a call. Jiang He observed Jiang He, surprised to see the seemingly gentle school nurse displaying a side of irritation. However, it was rather endearing. This inevitably reminded him of Lin Ruoli, who often got upset with him. Yet in his eyes, she resembled an adorable, irate little bunny. Are you still laughing? Jiang He glared at Jiang He, her annoyance escalating at his audacity to laugh at her. All right, I admit my mistake, Dr. Jiang. Jiang He raised his hands in surrender before getting up to resume cleaning, having rested enough. Take your time. There's no need to rush, Jiang He remarked, knowing Jiang He was a good kid and that the cleaning could afford to be done at a leisurely pace. As time passed, Jiang He perused a medical book, occasionally stifling yawns. It was evident that she had stayed up late the previous night. When Jiang He completed his tasks, he noticed that Jiang He had fallen asleep with her head resting on the desk. He chuckled softly, set his tools down, and approached her. Gazing at her stunning sleeping visage made Jiang He's heart flutter, prompting him to quickly dismiss such thoughts. He gently draped a nearby blanket over her and kindly removed her glasses from the tip of her nose. After a final glance, he closed the door quietly and left with a sense of relief. Chapter 13. Voicing the filth cleanses the heart. When Jiang He awoke, twilight had descended. Feeling the blanket draped over her and noticing her glasses on the table, she smiled faintly. This kid is quite thoughtful. Meanwhile, Jiang He had returned to the orphanage, ready to implement his stall idea, but he encountered a hurdle regarding the initial funding. Sitting on the doorstep, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Was this what they called starting off on the wrong foot? Yet, he soon stood up, as if making a determined resolution. He couldn't discuss financial matters with the director, so he resolved to find a job. Jiang He had calculated that he would need around 4,000 yuan to establish a small stall. Thus, that sum would have to be earned by him alone. After some time spent reviewing, Jiang He felt confident about achieving a commendable rank in the upcoming midterm exams, which would increase his chances of receiving a scholarship. Although 2,000 yuan was not a large sum, for Jiang He at this moment, it was akin to a fortune. Suddenly, several luxury cars approached Jiang He's location with a grand display. As the orphanage was situated in a city village, it wasn't exactly remote. But most residents nearby were laborers from He, residing here merely for the affordable utilities and rent. However, these luxury vehicles seemed utterly out of place. The surrounding residents, finishing their work, cast curious glances at them. When Jiang He noticed the group, it was already too late. Just as he attempted to shut the door, he was called out by Liu Ru. Wait, Xiao. Liu Ru hurriedly flung open the car door and rushed toward Jiang He. With a sigh, Jiang He ultimately decided against closing the door. He knew that if he didn't clarify things with this group, it could lead to endless troubles. Liu Ru, relieved to see that Jiang He hadn't shut the door, approached him. What is the matter, Aunt Liu? Do you need something from me? Upon the utterance of those words, Lu Ru felt as though her heart had been brutally pierced. She had not anticipated that Jiang He would refuse to call her little He, despite her being his mother. What is it that you wish to discuss? Jiang He was eager to dismiss the group. At that moment, Jiang Huang, Jiang Zi, and Jiang Li slowly emerged before Jiang He. Jiang Li's eyes were slightly red, reaching out to grasp Jiang He, only to be violently rebuffed. Damn it, a grown man, constantly playing the victim. How revolting! Don't you dare touch me. In an instant, Jiang Li was rendered speechless, stunned by the unexpected rebuke, a fleeting flash of resentment flickering in his gaze. Lu Ru, equally astonished, regarded Jiang He with disbelief. In her memory, Jiang He had never resorted to such foul language. Observing the dazed expressions of those before him, Jiang He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, voicing his frustrations had cleansed his spirit. Brother Jiang He, as long as you are willing to return, I shall comply with any request you make, even if it means leaving this home. Here we go again, Jiang He thought, eyeing the dramatically affected Jiang Li, a performance he had long tired of. Initially, he had been deceived by Jiang Li's facade of piety, even attempting to foster a brotherly bond with his so-called sibling. Who could have foreseen that Jiang Li would accuse him of consorting with unsavory characters and even claim to have hired someone to assault him? No matter how he tried to explain, it fell on deaf ears. At that time, Jiang Li had feigned support, all the while solidifying the allegations against him. Little Li, your brother is not that kind of person, right, little He? Lu Ru quickly intervened, her eyes pleading as she looked at Jiang He. Convinced that he wouldn't truly expel Jiang Li, believing that his earlier words were merely spoken in anger. If this is the matter at hand, then I shall take my leave. He had made his position abundantly clear. Where there was him, there was not Jiang Li, and vice versa. How could they still be feigning ignorance at this juncture? Only Jiang Zi understood that Jiang He's declarations were not mere bluster. Wait, your mother has come to deliver your birthday gift. Lu Ru suddenly realized, hastily retrieving an exquisite small box. Little He, this is before she could finish. Jiang He interrupted. Take it back. My birthday has already passed. With that, he resolutely shut the door and departed. After all, his birthday had only been yesterday. What significance did receiving a gift today hold? Did they truly believe he was oblivious? The previous night, Jiang Zi had donned such finery solely to attend Jiang Li's birthday banquet. How laughable it was to cast aside one's own flesh and blood merely to placate Jiang Li. Now they sought him out. Was that not demeaning? Little He, open the door. Yet, no matter how Lu Ru called out, there was no response. Ultimately, the group had no choice but to leave in disappointment. On the way back, Jiang Li sat beside Lu Ru, offering her words of comfort, while his lips betrayed a smirk that he struggled to suppress. Suddenly, Jiang Zi, who had remained silent, fixed a serious gaze upon Jiang Li. Jiang Li, did you intentionally ruin Jiang He's puppet? The spacious cabin was instantly engulfed in silence. Sister, why would you say such a thing? Jiang Li's eyes reddened once more, on the verge of tears, looking woefully pitiful. Lu Ru promptly stepped in to defend him. It was merely a puppet. Little Li did not mean any harm. But that was a puppet I gifted to Little He. Why did you have to take that one? As Jiang Zi pressed on, Jiang Li found himself at a loss for words, stammering an explanation. I was just curious. Sister, I can compensate Jiang He. I will do anything if he forgives me. Before he could finish, the tears began to roll down his cheeks. Seeing this, Lu Ru quickly embraced Jiang Li, offering comfort. All right, Little Zi. Little Li did not mean it. At that moment, Jiang Zi felt a splitting headache but remained silent, simply sitting quietly. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's aggrieved expression, hidden in Lu Ru's embrace, gradually twisted into something sinister. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang He. After all, his sister had always favored him. Why was she now questioning him on behalf of Jiang He? This instilled in Jiang Li a sense of impending danger. If this continued, he might truly be usurped by Jiang He. And what would happen if they decided to send him away? No, he must ensure Jiang He's disappearance. In an instant, a vile plan began to crystallize in his mind. Since the previous scheme to eliminate Jiang He had failed years ago, it was time to try again. He was determined to see how many times Jiang He could evade fate. The journey back to the Jiang household was marked by silence, and Jiang He merely uttered a word before retreating to her room. She resolved to seek out Jiang He in a few days to clarify everything. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow, noticing the absence of Jiang He among the group and feeling a surge of anger. Is that brat still refusing to return? Tell him that if he does not come back, he shall never set foot in the Jiang family again. To this day, Jiang Qin believed that such threats would have an effect on Jiang He. He failed to recognize that when Jiang He had signed the severance agreement in the hospital, it was not merely a threat. He had done so without hesitation. As the eldest sister, Jiang Huang returned to her room to bathe, mulling over Jiang Zi's words. Yet, she soon cast those thoughts aside. After all, Jiang He had indeed stolen her jewelry and hidden it beneath his bed. The following day, upon arriving at school, Jiang He discovered his classmates busily preparing for something. What's going on? He set down his backpack and curiously inquired of his deskmate. His deskmate was a burly man, muscular and always attentive to Jiang He. Though Jiang He enjoyed a favorable reputation in class, he rarely spoke, making Zhang Yin one of his few friends. Don't you remember? The school is organizing a movie outing today. The teacher mentioned it yesterday. Stop dawdling and get ready. Once Jiang He finished packing, Zhang Yin lifted Jiang He and several other students' belongings under his arms and charged toward the bus. Men must be fierce. Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Yin's exuberance. Just then, a girl suddenly dashed up to Jiang He, lowered her head, and handed him a letter before swiftly running away. Watching the movie had become a cherished tradition at their school, organized before the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exams, aimed at inspiring students. However, throughout the film, Jiang He found it difficult to concentrate, his mind preoccupied with a previous problem, occasionally receiving exuberant snacks from Zhang Yin. It wasn't until the movie concluded that he remembered the envelope someone had given him earlier. Suddenly, Zhang Yin took notice of the item in Jiang He's hand and leaned in curiously. Who gave that to you? Jiang He was startled by Zhang Yan's sudden inquiry. Glancing at the pristine envelope, he recalled, I think it was Lu Cece from our class who gave it to me. Lu Cece gave it to you? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted. One must understand that Lu Cece was the belle of their class, not only possessing beauty, but also excelling academically, the dream girl of countless boys. Now, she was taking the initiative to send a letter to Jiang He. What could she possibly be thinking? I am not well acquainted with her. Observing Zhang Yan's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang He hastily clarified that he had exchanged but a few words with Lu Cece. It was likely just a matter of her needing to ask him a question. But who sends a letter to inquire about a question? In that moment, Zhang Yin, a robust figure, felt tears welling up. Indeed, all claims of a preference for muscular men were mere fabrications. They truly favored delicate boys like Jiang He. It must be said, Jiang He was quite handsome, fair-skinned and tall, with the striking looks that ran in the Jiang family. Hurry and open it, so I may put my heart to rest, Zhang Yin implored, his demeanor reflecting a sense of impending doom. Jiang He, bemused by Zhang Yan's exaggerated distress, reiterated that it was likely just a simple inquiry. As soon as Jiang He unfolded the letter, 3 words leapt out before them. I like you. Chapter 15. The Intent of Lu Cece. In an instant, Jiang He hastily sealed the envelope, internally lamenting the precarious situation. He then tossed his backpack to Zhang Yin and bolted away. Hey, Jiang He, how could you be so disloyal? Zhang Yin exclaimed, begrudgingly shouldering the burden of Jiang He's backpack. On the ride back to school, Jiang He maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had never received that letter, while only Zhang Yin was in a state of agitation. That was Lu Cece. How could you display no reaction whatsoever? If it were me receiving a love letter from her, I would be over the moon. Meanwhile, Lu Cece was also in the vehicle. Her cheeks flushed as she secretly observed Jiang He's expression from a distance, her heart tumultuous. Cece, who are you watching? As Lu Cece's close friend, Chu Xian noticed her peculiar behavior throughout the journey. Her gaze was restless. Even during the movie, she seemed distracted, as if searching for someone. Yet, Lu Cece was entirely focused on Jiang He, oblivious to her friend's inquiries. Cece? Lu Cece. After 3 calls, Lu Cece finally snapped back to reality. Huh? What is it, Xin? Noticing the panic on Lu Cici's face, Chu Xin realized her friend was entangled in something significant. Speed, who are you watching? Huh? No one. Sensing she was on the verge of being exposed, Lu Cici quickly waved her hands in denial. You're practically glued to him. Chu Xin turned to look in the direction Lu Cici had been gazing at, and her expression morphed into one of surprise. You don't have a crush on Jiang He, do you? Upon hearing this, Lu Cici promptly covered Chu Xin's mouth with her hand. What are you saying? Just kidding. Chu Xin chuckled, fully aware that it couldn't possibly be Jiang He. She was merely teasing her dear friend. At that moment, Jiang He involuntarily sneezed. Huh? Is someone thinking of me? He mused innocently. Oh, Cici, you must tell me. Chu Xin implored, her eyes filled with earnestness. Truth be told, she had never anticipated that her friend might truly have someone she liked, especially considering how many boys had pursued Lu Cici in the past, all of whom she had unhesitatingly rejected. She was eager to discover who had captured the heart of the goddess Lu. Faced with Chu Xin's relentless questioning, Lu Cici eventually relented and recounted the events that had transpired. What? Chu Xin was left utterly astounded, rising abruptly and attracting the attention of everyone around them. Realizing the commotion, she quickly covered her mouth and crouched down. You actually wrote a love letter and delivered it yourself. Chu Xin could scarcely believe her ears. Was this truly the aloof, academic prodigy Lu Cici she knew? Cici, you're not feverish, are you? Your face is so red, Chu Xin exclaimed, placing her hand on Lu Cici's forehead to check for a fever. No fever at all. Oh, Lu Cici stammered, uncertain where she had found the courage to hand that envelope, filled with her affections, to Jiang He. Would he think her frivolous? She had never been in a romantic relationship, let alone penned a love letter. Yet, Lu Cici recognized that if she did not seize this moment, she might never have the chance to express her feelings again. Perhaps Jiang He himself had forgotten the events of their past. Had it not been for Jiang He, she might have been abducted and forced into a life of servitude in some remote forest, wed to an old bachelor. When Jiang He re-entered her life, now as her classmate, her heart raced with excitement. However, she remained silent, for time was slipping away. As a congenital heart disease patient, Lu Cici had always understood that her life could end at any moment. Thus, she had never dared to form deep connections, fearing that her departure would bring pain and sorrow to those who cared for her. Yet, when Jiang He, in his frail form, stood before her all those years ago, he had become a bastion of safety, offering her a sense of unprecedented security. Now, with Jiang He's return, she could no longer contain herself. She understood that her actions were selfish. Yet, she could not suppress her emotions any longer. But after sending that letter, regret washed over her. Nonetheless, selfishness is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. Pursuing what one desires is not inherently wrong. Cici, have you truly thought this through? Chu Xin asked earnestly, concerned for her friend's well-being. Yes, rest assured, Xin, I have made my decision, Lu Cici replied, a smile gracing her lips, hoping the heavens would forgive her selfishness. And who is it exactly? I must see who has ensnared our goddess Lu's heart. It's Jiang He. Lu Cici summoned her courage, refusing to retreat any longer. Jiang He? Chu Xin's expression reflected shock. She had never anticipated it would be Jiang He, considering they hardly spoke to one another. Chapter 16. Selfishness is Human Nature. Throughout the afternoon, as school ended, Lu Cici's heart remained in a state of anxious suspension. She pondered what would happen if Jiang He were not to show up. What if he rejected her? As Jiang He rose from his seat, Lu Cici immediately stood and silently trailed behind him. When Jiang He reached the door of the school infirmary, he turned to face Lu Cici. Upon meeting Jiang He's direct gaze, Lu Cici's face flushed crimson. Jiang He, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of dating right now. Jiang He left no room for illusions. He recognized Lu Cici was a good girl, but precisely because of this, he could not bring himself to hurt her. At that moment, within the infirmary, Jiang Xin had also heard the commotion outside and quietly approached the door, peering through the crack to observe the unfolding scene. Jiang He, do you remember me? You saved me 5 years ago. Lu Cici seemed reluctant to confront her rejection, stammering out her words. Huh? Who are you? Jiang He recalled only then the girl who had narrowly escaped being kidnapped. Is it me? Jiang, do you still remember me? Lu Cici's voice trembled as she slowly approached Jiang He. You will agree to my request, won't you? Sensing something amiss with Lu Cici, Jiang He furrowed his brow. Suddenly, Lu Cici began gasping for air, reaching into her pocket in search of something. At that moment, Jiang He, who had been observing in silence, could no longer remain still. She rushed out and embraced Lu Cici. The medicine. Hearing Lu Cici's faint voice, Jiang He hurriedly retrieved the medication from her pocket, promptly placing a tablet into Lu Cici's mouth. Jiang He, fetch some water. Jiang He, not daring to delay, swiftly brought a cup of warm water from the infirmary and handed it to Jiang He. After settling Lu Cici on the sickbed and watching her gradually stabilize, Jiang He felt a slight sense of relief. However, based on Lu Cici's earlier demeanor, Jiang He could surmise the severity of her condition. Jiang He, too, sat by Lu Cici's bedside, brows knitted in concern. What on earth is happening? Lu Cici gazed at Jiang He, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Xin, noticing Lu Cici's embarrassment, temporarily ushered Jiang He out. With no alternative, Jiang He waited outside the door, never expecting that the girl he had rescued from human traffickers would become his classmate. Inside the infirmary, Lu Cici slowly recounted her story to Jiang He. I'm sorry, am I being selfish? She whispered, her beautiful eyes reflecting sorrow and despair. She understood that if Jiang He were to refuse her, she would have no further opportunities. After listening, Jiang He smiled gently, tenderly stroking Lu Cici's hair. How could that be? Everyone has the right to pursue love. There is nothing wrong with that. It was astonishing that such a beautiful young girl had endured so much. Even an adult would find it difficult to accept, let alone someone just stepping into adulthood. Yet Jiang He had indeed declined. In an instant, Lu Cici's eyes dimmed to a shade of ashen gray. After all, how could someone as selfish as she ever hope to earn Jiang He's love? Hearing this, Jiang He was at a loss for words. She could not fathom why Jiang He had refused, especially since the girl was undeniably beautiful. Yet none of this was Jiang He's fault. Ever since his previous life had ended in flames, he seemed to have lost his capacity to feel love. He no longer dared to trust others' affections, folding his heart away, ensnared deep within himself. This was a fear of love. Suddenly, Lu Cici seemed to make a resolute decision. Since I have been so selfish, I shall embrace that selfishness to the fullest. Dr. Jiang, could you call Jiang He back? Certainly. With Jiang He's return, Lu Cici's previously pale countenance regained a hint of color. Jiang He, I must confess that I have a congenital heart condition. I'm sorry for having concealed it from you. A congenital heart condition? Jiang He's brow furrowed even deeper. Yes, Jiang He, I may not have much time left. She had undergone surgery before, but to little effect. The doctors had informed her family that she might not live to see 20, and her life could end at any moment. Then Lu Cici looked at Jiang He and uttered the most difficult words of her life. Jiang He, can you grant me 1 month? Just 1 month, considering I have so little time left. The moment she spoke, even Jiang He was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Cici would say such a thing. Tears streamed down Lu Cici's cheeks uncontrollably. She had ultimately voiced her plea, using her status as a patient to morally compel Jiang He. She truly was a selfish and shameless woman. Please, Lu Cici sobbed, unable to bear looking at Jiang He's face. Chapter 17. Jiang He, be careful, or I will inform your homeroom teacher. All right. Jiang He gazed at Lu Cici on the sickbed, ultimately giving a slight nod. Really? Of course. He understood the yearning for love, and he comprehended the excruciating pain of longing for something that felt forever out of reach. He did not wish for Lu Cici to be burdened by such feelings. Perhaps her affection for him was merely a fleeting whim, or perhaps she had misinterpreted her gratitude and reliance as love. Yet Jiang He believed that, with time, Lu Cici would come to understand. However, it was indeed out of concern for her condition that he acquiesced. Otherwise, he would have firmly refused. Indecision would only bring more pain. But only a month remained. Yes, Yes, a month is sufficient. Lu Cece eagerly sat up, grasping Jiang He's hand with her cold, pale fingers. Jiang He, do you remember? You held my hand just like this, guiding me for a long, long time. That feeling was one Lu Cece would never forget. Jiang He felt the chill of her hand and blushed slightly. It was his first experience holding hands with a girl. Oh dear. Be careful, or I'll inform your homeroom teacher. Jiang He looked at the two with a mix of exasperation. Were they here to flaunt their affection in front of her? Never mind. Never mind. They are young after all. She could not help but muse. Youth is truly wonderful. Yet Jiang He felt more sympathy for Lu Cece. After all, it was heartbreaking to witness a blossoming girl facing such a bleak future. Unfortunately, she was not an expert in this field. By the way, I could ask my mentor. She recalled that her mentor knew quite a few specialists in cardiology. However, unbeknownst to Jiang He, Lu Cece's family had already taken her to the capital for treatment. And the conclusion drawn was that even a heart transplant would be unlikely to cure her condition. Let me give you a ride home afterward. As Jiang He rose to help Jiang He, Lu Cece attempted to assist, but was gently restrained by Jiang He. Just rest well. This little task won't tire out your boyfriend. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Jiang He refer to Jiang He as her little boyfriend, Lu Cece's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, though her heart fluttered sweetly. Thus, Lu Cece lay on the bed, her gaze fixed on Jiang He. Previously, as Jiang He's classmate, she could only steal glances at him in fleeting moments. Now, she could gaze at him openly. Lu Cece gently covered her chest, feeling the irregular rhythm of her heart. In this moment, her heart belonged solely to Jiang He, beating for him. After finishing his tasks, Jiang He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Lu Cece attentively retrieved a tissue to dab his brow. This scene caused Jiang He to shudder. Were they truly displaying their affection in front of her, the school nurse? I shall take my leave. I'll return to help tomorrow. Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Watching the two depart, Jiang He waved her hands. Hurry and leave. Be careful on your way. Only after they had gone did Jiang He let out a sigh of relief. She could not discern whether Lu Cece's actions were right or wrong. Such matters were beyond the judgment of an outsider like herself. Sigh. It makes me want to experience love just for the sake of it. Jiang He waved her hand dismissively. She had always been an academic prodigy, a paragon of excellence even without the illustrious title of Jiang family heiress. Throughout her life, she had consistently turned down suitors, for romantic entanglements seemed too taxing, a potential stumbling block on her path to success. Consequently, she had never engaged in a romantic relationship, nor had she entertained even a fleeting flirtation. However, the events of today had altered her perspective on love. A relationship devoid of ulterior motives might not be so undesirable after all. Alas, her identity as the Jiang family's eldest daughter had already shattered her dreams. The intricate web of interests was an inescapable reality for her. Seeking genuine affection amidst a tangle of benefits was akin to searching for gold in a garbage heap. Even if discovered, it would have long been corroded. As the two walked along the road, neither felt bold enough to hold hands. It was Lu Cece who broke the silence. Brother Jiang He, may I accompany you home every day? Of course, Jiang He replied with a smile, ruffling Lu Cece's hair. Truth be told, he still regarded Lu Cece merely as a younger sister. He was not yet ready to accept any romantic feelings. Then can we go on a date this weekend? Lu Cece asked, surprised by her own audacity, her ears flushing crimson. Just then, a Porsche glided to a stop beside Jiang He. As the window slowly descended, Jiang's sunglasses-clad visage appeared before him. Jiang He, care to have a word? Instantly, Jiang He furrowed his brow. He recalled that Jiang had always ignored him in the past. Why was she seeking him out today? I'm busy, he replied bluntly, taking Lu Cece's hand and striding forward. Feeling the warmth of his grip, Lu Cece's cheeks flushed. Jiang He had actually initiated holding her hand. How embarrassing. Jiang was taken aback by Jiang He's outright rejection and hastily followed in her car. Wait, did you not hear me speaking to you? She called out through the window, her tone sharp. Accelerating, she blocked Jiang He's path. I merely wish to talk to you. Do you not heed your sister's words? Jiang alighted from the car and confronted Jiang He, exasperated by her brother's apparent disregard for decorum. With a resigned sigh, Jiang He chose to remain silent. "Let me drop Cece off first," he said. "Fine, get in," Jiang replied, her gaze flicking to Lu Cece. Yet she said nothing further. "No need," Jiang He insisted, leading Lu Cece ahead while Jiang followed slowly in her vehicle. Passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously at the peculiar scene unfolding before them. "Brother Jiang, is she really your sister?" Lu Cece asked, her grip tightening with nervousness, recalling that Jiang He had once been an orphan. "That was then. It is no longer the case," Jiang He replied coolly, unwilling to conceal the truth from Lu Cece. "Let me stay with Brother Jiang." Lu Cece turned earnestly to him, her youthful intuition discerning the undercurrents of the situation. Jiang He smiled, for they were already approaching Lu Cece's home. He gently brushed a leaf from her hair. "You should head back now." Lu Cece hesitated, wanting to say more, but Jiang He had already turned to leave. She stood there silently, waiting until his figure disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Jiang He sat in the car, pondering Jiang's purpose for seeking him. "Your little girlfriend?" Jiang inquired. "Indeed," Jiang He replied candidly. Since he had promised Lu Cece, there was no need for subterfuge. Jiang, noting his straightforward acknowledgement, felt a slight shift in her perception of him. At least you have some semblance of masculinity. Before long, the opulent Portia delivered Jiang He to a restaurant. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" "For two." "In the private room previously booked," Jiang replied as they followed the attendant to the designated area. Once the waiter departed, Jiang wasted no time in pulling a bank card from her bag and placing it before Jiang He. Jiang He glanced at it, musing that this resembled the dramatic twists of a kitsch aristocratic drama. "Here are 2 million. Take it and cease your entanglement with the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang He displayed no emotional reaction, merely realizing that his earlier speculation had indeed been correct. "I am aware of the grievances you have endured these years. This sum should suffice to enhance your current living conditions. Since you have chosen to leave the Jiang family, do not harbor fantasies of returning or seeking anything else." Jiang's tone turned sharp. "This is your sole opportunity. Take the money and vanish from our sight, or I assure you, you will come to regret it." In her mind, Jiang's brother could never compare to Jiang Li, who had once saved her life. She believed Jiang He's desire to leave the Jiang family was rooted in a quest for greater gains. Yet, when she looked at him again, she found Jiang He leisurely sipping tea. Jiang's disdain for his indifference grew even more pronounced. "What? 2 million isn't enough to satisfy you. Name your price, and I shall accommodate you." What an insatiable ingrate. Had it not been for the Jiang family, he would still be an orphan. He ought to feel grateful for their willingness to take him in. "Then how about 100 million? Jiang He replied casually. "100 million? Are you mad?" Jiang erupted, slamming her hand on the table, glaring furiously at Jiang He. She had anticipated that he was merely coveting the Jiang family's wealth. "Yes, I am indeed mad. If you want tea, give me 100 million. I shall pester you every day. Ha ha ha." Seeing the smile on Jiang He's face, Jiang realized she had been outwitted. "Very well, Jiang He, do not regret this." With that, Jiang attempted to splash water on him, but he deftly seized the cup and splashed it back at her. Jiang, she exclaimed, feeling the droplets cascade down her cheek. She had never anticipated that Jiang He would dare to retaliate. Previously, he had been too intimidated to even breathe in her presence. Yet even now, Jiang refused to acknowledge him. How dare he throw water at her? "What is it?" Jiang He retorted, bewildered as to why he had ever invested genuine feelings in someone like her. "If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't come to me, all right? Furthermore, I have yet to approach any of your Jiang family members. You are the one who has persistently harassed me. Think what you will, but do not bother me any longer, understood?" With that, Jiang He stood up and departed, casting no further glance at Jiang. Upon stepping onto the street as night fell, the warm glow of the streetlights illuminated Jiang He. Reflecting on the events of the day, he found them utterly surreal. He had never imagined that the girl he had saved all those years ago would turn out to be Lu Cece. However, it seems he once rescued someone, though the memory has faded with time, and he cannot recall the details clearly. He only remembers that someone referred to her as Cece. Alas, one step at a time. Jiang He wishes to distance himself from the Jiang family throughout his life. Every time he sees the faces of those related to the Jiang family, he is reminded of the pain caused by the flames of anguish. The following day, Jiang He went to the infirmary as usual, but this time, he was accompanied by another person. Although Lu Cece constantly sought to assist Jiang He consistently thwarted her efforts. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can Cece be so endearing? Jiang Xian, somewhat exasperated, pinched Lu Cece's cheek. If one day you find yourself sold out by Jiang He, would you still help her count the money? Upon hearing this, Lu Cece hastily waved her hands in defense of Jiang He. Brother Jiang, he would never do such a thing. Jiang He, standing nearby, also felt a sense of helplessness. Dr. Jiang, do I really appear to be such a villain? Just then, the infirmary door swung open once more. Miss Jiang, Lu Yu, who had visited once before, unexpectedly reappeared. He approached and presented another rose, convinced that if he persisted, he would eventually win Jiang Xian's heart. In doing so, not only would he embrace the beauty, but he could also leverage the Jiang family's influence to elevate the Lu family's status. Thus, the position of head of the Lu family would surely be his. While Lu Yu was lost in his fantasies, Jiang Xian took immediate action, tossing the flower into the trash. Lu Yu, I refrained from being direct with you previously to avoid awkwardness between us as classmates, but your actions are now causing me distress. Do you understand what I mean? At this moment, Jiang Xian's expression darkened completely. Her kindness did not equate to a lack of temper. The word struck Lu Yu, leaving his face a mix of colors as he picked up the discarded flower and left in disappointment. Just as Jiang Xian thought Lu Yu would finally relent, his voice echoed from outside once more. Miss Jiang, I will not give up. One day, I will make you fall in love with me. When Jiang Xian rushed outside, Lu Yu had already vanished, for he was not foolish enough to face her wrath. In any case, he had secured a job in Haishu. Time was on his side, and eventually, Jiang Xian would belong to him. Upon returning to the infirmary, Jiang Xian could not help but rub her temples, surprised at how troublesome Lu Yu had become. Sister Jiang, are you all right? Lu Cece hurriedly helped Jiang Xian onto the bed, her face etched with concern. I'm fine. I was just angered. She pondered how to make Lu Yu give up entirely. She knew very well that Lu Yu was drawn not only to her, but also to the Jiang family's prestige. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Xian as she grasped Lu Cece's small hand, her eyes filled with earnestness. Cece, could I borrow your boyfriend for a while? Even Jiang He, who was tidying up, was taken aback, let alone Lu Cece. What does he have to do with this? Don't misunderstand, Cece. I have no ulterior motives regarding your boyfriend. Jiang Xian quickly waved her hands, trying to clarify as she noticed Lu Cece's skeptical gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece felt a bit relieved. She genuinely feared that Jiang Xian would compete with her. In her eyes, Jiang Xian was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also a person of good health. Meanwhile, she herself suffered from a heart condition and had used her illness to coerce Jiang He. With this thought, Lu Cece's head drooped once more. Perhaps Jiang Xian was indeed the better match for Jiang He. This sensitive girl began to spiral into her own thoughts again. Seeing Lu Cece downcast, Jiang Xian grew increasingly anxious. She truly had no other intentions. Cece, I merely wish for Jiang He to help me drive Lu Yu away. I swear. There is nothing else. Really? Of course, I do not harbor feelings for your brother. This year, Jiang Xian turned 24. And with a 6-year age gap between her and Jiang He, she certainly did not desire to pursue someone so much younger. It would instill a sense of guilt within her. Then you should ask brother Jiang He. Lu Cece looked nervously at Jiang He, fearing that her unilateral decision might displease him. Alas, this girl was perfect in every way, yet when it came to Jiang He, she always felt inferior. Believing she was not a complete person, perpetually afraid that Jiang He would come to dislike her. Jiang He, however, merely set aside his broom and addressed Lu Cece. You can decide these matters. I will defer to your judgment. Since they were now in a romantic relationship, matters concerning other women should naturally be at the discretion of the girl involved. Huh? Me? Lu Cece met Jiang Xian's pleading gaze and reluctantly nodded in agreement. He. Thank you, Cece. Jiang Xian embraced Lu Cece and planted a kiss on her cheek. Chapter 20. Jiang Zi's bowed head. After briefly sharing her plan with the two, Lu Cece and Jiang He exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jiang He felt he could not refuse, as Jiang Xian had previously assisted him. Cece, if you're concerned, you can come along. There will be plenty of delicious food at the banquet, and you can focus on eating. Is that really all right? Rest assured, my capabilities are not to be underestimated. Jiang Xian confidently assured Lu Cece, for this banquet was a commercial gala between Jing City and Haishu, and as the spokesperson of the Jiang family, it would be a disgrace if she could not bring along a few guests. However, Jiang He had forgotten that since it was a commercial event between the two cities, members of the Jiang family, being the commercial elite of Haishu, would of course be in attendance. As dusk approached, Jiang He escorted Lu Cece to the entrance of her residential complex and prepared to turn away. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a warm embrace. After a while, Lu Cece, her face flushed, slowly released Jiang He. Yesterday, I mentioned a date, right? Of course, that could be arranged. How about this weekend? Jiang He smiled slightly, remembering Lu Cece's words from the previous day. He understood that Lu Cece wished to experience the feeling of a date, not wanting to leave any regrets behind, so he had no reason to decline. Goodbye. Brother Jiang He. Lu Cece smiled as she left, but the moment she turned, tears began to fall uncontrollably. How she wished to continue living in that moment forever. Yet the persistent ache in her heart constantly reminded her that her time was running short. Brother Jiang He, I'm sorry. Lu Cece clenched her small hands tightly. Determined not to allow Jiang He to see her tears, she needed to be strong. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Jiang He noticed a figure standing at the entrance. Miss Jiang? What brings you here? Seeing it was Jiang Zi, Jiang He felt an impending headache. Why wouldn't she just leave him alone? Little He, may I come in for a moment? Jiang Zi appeared somewhat haggard, her demeanor anxious, as if fearing rejection from Jiang He. However, as expected, Jiang He did not hesitate to refuse. If you have something to say, do so here. To his surprise, Jiang Zi once again produced the puppet that Jiang He had discarded earlier. Little He, will you come home with me? I will explain everything to our parents and elder sister. She realized how unfairly she had treated Jiang He before. Explain? Jiang He regarded Jiang Zi with a keen interest, asserting that her decision to sever ties was merely an impulsive act. I believe our parents would not understand, she continued, but before Jiang Zi could finish her thought, Jiang He interrupted. And how do you intend to explain my theft of Jiang Huang's jewelry to her? With this statement, Jiang Zi was momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang He, locking eyes with her, pressed on, and what will you say about my associations with unsavory characters? Should I seek to harm Jiang Li? What will be your justification? She was eager to hear Jiang Zi's response. In truth, you have always believed that I am responsible for these actions, haven't you? Jiang He stated bluntly, unburdened by any reservations. They were oblivious to the fact that there was no evidence implicating Jiang He in these matters. Yet, based solely on Jiang Li's vague accusations, Jiang He had been condemned without a trial. Any attempt at explanation was seen as a lack of remorse. Oh, and what about the time I was confined due to being accused of an early romance with a girl, with Jiang Li alleging I had caused her pregnancy? How ridiculous that family was, so quick to pass judgment based on nothing more than a photograph of me with that girl. The truth was, Jiang He did not even know her, let alone engage in any such romance. And thus, she had met her untimely demise in that tragic fire, while Jiang Zi had seemingly forgotten her imprisoned brother. Xiao He, I implore you as your sister, can you not simply yield? Jiang Zi's eyes were bloodshot, unable to comprehend why Jiang He was so obstinate. If only she would relent, they could return to the Jiang family and escape the confines of this dilapidated orphanage. Yield? Jiang He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Jiang Zi, have I not already yielded enough? You all label me a wild child, claimed I was uncultured and unworthy. What did I ever say in response? But all this is a product of your own making. Were it not for you, I would not have spent 16 years as an orphan. And now, somehow, it has all become my fault? Jiang He had never previously voiced her grievances. To her, familial bonds were paramount, even surpassing her own life. Yet, what had her yielding achieved? Only favoritism and prejudice. Jiang mother Lu Ru professed equality, but what were her actions? Fearing that her adopted son would feel abandoned, she left Jiang He alone at home while the family traveled together. What a mockery of true equality. Chapter 21. The Possessive Lin Ruoli. I'm sorry. Jiang Zi stared blankly at the puppet in her hands, uttering no further words as she departed, her silhouette heavy with desolation. Watching her leave, Jiang He finally exhaled in relief. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and Jiang He was contemplating where to take Lu Cece on their date. However, he was utterly inexperienced in matters of romance. Perhaps he should consult Lin Ruoli? Lin Ruoli was of similar age to Lu Cece, both being high school girls. Without hesitation, he proceeded with his plan. Upon returning to the orphanage and sharing his intentions with Lin Ruoli, he was promptly dismissed. Get lost. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Jiang He at the threshold, clutching the pillow that Lin Ruoli had hurled at him. What was troubling her? Had she been bullied at school? Concerned, he knocked on the door again. Ruoli, open up. Is someone bothering you? Yet, Jiang He's words only fueled Lin Ruoli's ire. She flung open the door, startling him. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, he opened his mouth to speak, but she snatched the pillow from his grasp and slammed the door once more. This time, no amount of knocking elicited a response from her. Lin Ruoli curled up on her small bed, clutching the pillow tightly, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Had they not promised to always be together? Why had he abandoned her? She had been sent to the orphanage at the tender age of entering elementary school. The same year her parents perished in a car accident. The so-called relatives, upon seizing her family's assets, had callously cast her into the orphanage. At that moment, she was oblivious to the full extent of her situation. All she knew was that everyone around her had changed, and her parents never returned, leaving only the orphanage director. How frightened and anxious she had been. Once her classmates discovered she was an orphan, they mocked and bullied her. Envious of her beauty, the girls took scissors to her hair, ruining it. The cruelty of children can rival that of adults, if not surpass it. I believe everyone has experienced such malevolence. It was Jiang He who stood up for her, shielding her in his embrace, retaliating against the bullies by cutting their hair in kind. They even threatened to call the police on him. Yet, as a minor himself, and provoked first, the police merely reprimanded the children and left it at that. From that day on, the entire school knew that Lin Ruoli was not an orphan. She had a remarkably capable brother. At that time, she had asked Jiang He if they could remain together forever. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she felt immense relief. But not long ago, Jiang He had left once more. His family had come looking for him. It turned out he had relatives. Yet, she was not angry. Rather, she felt joy for him, thrilled that he was no longer an orphan. But her own sorrow lingered, for she felt she had lost her brother and reverted to being an orphan. When Jiang He returned, she was overjoyed. But why had he so quickly broken their promise and abandoned her once again? Liar! Jiang He, you great deceiver! Lin Ruoli buried her head in the pillow, her tears swiftly dampening one corner. Why? Why deceive me? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization or a newfound resolve, she stood up, wiped her tears, tidied her disheveled hair, and approached the door, inhaling deeply. She knew Jiang He was just outside. Upon reopening the door, a smile graced her face. Jiang He, why not take me along? I can personally guide you. Ah, that sounds good. Don't you dare refuse. All right. Jiang He, eager to avoid further upsetting Lin Ruoli, acquiesced. However, he wondered if it might be awkward for her to accompany him on a date with Lu Cece. Rest assured, I will follow behind you and won't intrude. Sensing Jiang He's hesitation, Lin Ruoli added, I want to see who that vixen is. Very well, but Jiang He still intended to inform Lu Cece about this arrangement. Should she be unwilling, he could then have a word with Lin Ruoli. So many people seek my help, yet I hardly bother with them. With that, Lin Ruoli shut the door again. She pressed her body against the door, tightly clutching the pendant hanging from her neck, the sole relic left by her mother. It had been snatched away by a gang of ruffians, only to be reclaimed by Jiang He. Brother Jiang He, please don't leave me. A fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickered in the depths of the young girl's eyes. Chapter 22. Returning to the Jiang family? The following day, after school, Jiang He informed Lu Cece about Lin Ruoli wanted to join them. Lu Cece responded with remarkable generosity. "It's perfectly fine, I don't mind at all." Jiang He, confiding in her, signified his unclouded conscience, as well as his respect for her as a girlfriend, which brought a smile to Lu Cece's face. "All right then, I'll tell that little girl. Is tomorrow morning suitable? I'll wait for you at the entrance of your neighborhood." After simply confirming the time and place, they parted ways once again. Upon returning to the orphanage, a figure rushed towards him, raising a hand to deliver a slap to Jiang He's face. "What have you done to Xiaozi?" Jiang Huang's eyes brimmed with animosity directed at Jiang He. Since yesterday, Jiang Zi had locked herself in her room, refusing to come out, and it had already been a day and a night. Moreover, she had previously sought Jiang He out, so it was undoubtedly something he had done to her that had caused Jiang Zi to become that way. Yet, just as the slap was about to land on Jiang He's face, he deftly intercepted it, then forcefully pushed Jiang Huang back. Taken aback, Jiang Huang stumbled, nearly tripping over a shard of rock. "I'm really done with this. Are you all out of your minds? What happens to her is none of my concern." Jiang He couldn't help but feel amused by the absurdity of this family that so relished in unjust accusations. "Who did Xiaozi see last night besides you? I knew you had ill intentions." Jiang Huang glared at Jiang He, having long known of his dubious character and penchant for thievery, but she had never spoken against him before. Now, she was shocked to find him inflicting harm upon his second sister. "Then tell me, what have I done to Jiang Zi?" Jiang He understood that he could not fall into the trap of self-justification. Previously, when wronged, he would desperately try to prove his innocence, but what good did it do? They had already formed their conclusions in their hearts. How could they possibly listen to him? If you can't articulate it, then just get lost. With that, Jiang He attempted to close the door. In a moment of panic, Jiang Huang was at a loss for words, as she had no idea what Jiang He had actually done. "Wait, you're coming back with me to explain this. Otherwise, I'll make sure this orphanage shuts down. I mean what I say." At this, Jiang He's hand, poised to close the door, faltered. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. He had anticipated that the Jiang family would use the orphanage as leverage against him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "Jiang He, you know I possess this ability." Indeed, the Jiang family was a formidable force in Haishur. Toppling an orphanage would be a trivial task. Jiang He knew he could not let a moment of anger jeopardize the orphanage. That would be no mark of a man. It was astonishing to see the illustrious entrepreneur, Miss Jiang Huang, resorting to threatening others with the welfare of a dozen children. "I didn't do anything." Jiang Huang realized her words were inappropriate, but having spoken them, there was no taking them back, and she could only forge ahead. "This is all your fault, Jiang He. If you had obediently returned home to explain, would I have to resort to this? Here we go again. It's always Jiang He's fault, and she has no part in it." "Obedient? Was I not obedient before? I knelt outside your door all night during a torrential downpour at your request. Was that not being obedient, dear sister? That was because you stole something. I wanted you to learn a lesson." Jiang Huang, disregarding everything else, grabbed Jiang He and shoved him toward the car. "If you hadn't stolen, why would I punish you? This is all you're doing. Then how can you be so certain it was me who stole? It was found beneath your bed. Who else could it be?" Jiang He scoffed from the back seat. "So, anything that appears under my bed must be mine by default?" Jiang Huang was momentarily rendered speechless, left in silence as she drove. It was true, her mind was muddled, failing to recall that Jiang He had no access to her room's key. With matters escalated to this extent, Jiang He waved dismissively. It was of no consequence. Let them think as they wished. You're the one who is foolish. Suddenly, Jiang Huang recalled that Jiang He indeed had no key to her room. Since it contained some of the Jiang family's business documents, it was always locked. Yet, only she possessed the key. At that moment, Jiang Huang remembered that Jiang Li had once asked her for the key, claiming he needed to retrieve something for their father. But that had been just that once. He had returned it afterward. "Impossible, Jiang Li wouldn't. I will get to the bottom of this." "No, don't investigate. If you find something, you just come to bother me again." If only she hadn't mentioned any of this. The thought of being disturbed again was exasperating. As they approached the gates of the Jiang family, Jiang He's head began to throb again, staring at the familiar yet foreign entrance. He never imagined he would return one day. Chapter 23. Must I remain in the Jiang family as a dog for your peace of mind? What exactly do you want me to return for? Jiang He waved his hand, uncertain of Jiang Huang's insistence on his return. Let us go inside and discuss. With no other choice, Jiang He followed closely behind Jiang Huang. At that moment, Jiang Qin, having learned of Jiang He's return, sat patiently in the main seat awaiting his arrival. He was certain Jiang He would come back. After all, who could find comfort in the outside world compared to the Jiang family? This time, he intended to sternly reprimand Jiang He, even if he was his biological son. He could not allow him to be insubordinate. Threatening to sever ties was utterly outrageous. You still know to return. Upon seeing Jiang He for the first time, Jiang Qin slammed his hand on the table, intending to assert his authority over Jiang He. Then I'll leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang He turned to leave. If he was unwelcome, why should he return? One absurd situation. Old Qin, Lu Ru quickly rose and stepped forward to grab Jiang He, casting an angry glare at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was taken aback. He anticipated Jiang He would show no hesitation in leaving him to awkwardly clear his throat and sit back down. Xiao He, you must have suffered during this time. Lu Ru, her eyes brimming with maternal affection, reached out to stroke Jiang He's head, only to have him deftly evade her touch. Not at all. These days have been quite comfortable for me. So no need for Aunt Lu to worry. Indeed, it could be said that those days have been the most pleasant Jiang He had experienced, free from the endless humiliation and disregard from the Jiang family, leaving him to focus solely on his studies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin rose in anger. What, Aunt Lu? That is your mother. Jiang He stood defiantly, meeting Jiang Qin's gaze. Mother? Is a mother someone who spends her birthday with an adopted son, leaving her biological child alone at home? Is a mother someone who, fearing her adopted son's jealousy during a trip, once again abandons her biological child? That is what you call a mother. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, leaving Jiang Qin utterly speechless, for he understood that every word uttered was indeed the truth. In fact, Jiang He had nearly succumbed to the urge to shout out the harrowing events of his past life when he was cast into a fiery abyss. Nevertheless, he must admit that voicing his thoughts did alleviate his mood considerably. Meanwhile, Lu Ru stood frozen in place, taken aback by the realization that she had committed such an egregious act against Jiang He, all in a misguided attempt to shield Jiang Li's feelings. It dawned on her that in Jiang He's eyes, she hardly resembled a mother at all. Is Xiao He back? Jiang Zi, who had secluded herself in her room, rushed out upon hearing Jiang He's voice. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating that the previous day had been tumultuous for her. Xiao He, are you willing to return? Jiang Zi gazed at Jiang He with palpable excitement, yet he remained unyielding, retorting. It was your dear elder sister who threatened me with the lives of those dozen or so children in the orphanage. Do you truly believe I would have come otherwise? At this revelation, the eyes of Jiang Qin, Jiang Zi, and Lu Ru all turned towards Jiang Huang. I was merely too worried about my younger sister. What wrong have I committed? Jiang Huang quickly shifted his gaze to Jiang He. Had you not refused to return, would I have needed to say such things? Oh, so it seems this is still my fault? Jiang He quipped. Look, it has all circled back to being my error again. TSK. One becomes accustomed to it. Isn't it your fault? If it weren't for you, why would Xiao Zi have changed so drastically? Xiao Zi, tell them, hasn't Jiang He bullied you? Jiang Huang glared fiercely at Jiang He, eager to humiliate him in front of so many witnesses. Elder sister, this has nothing to do with Xiao He. Jiang Zi anxiously grasped Jiang Huang's arm. It was I who sought out Jiang He. How could Xiao He ever bully me? Jiang Huang shot a look of ire at his younger sister, bewildered that even at this moment she would defend Jiang He. Enough. Let's not dwell on these matters. Jiang He, if you wish to return to the Jiang family, you must apologize to each of us. I can overlook the past, and that agreement can be rendered null and void. Remember, this is your final opportunity. Jiang Qin approached Jiang He, having reached the limit of his concessions. What did you say? Jiang He questioned incredulously, doubting his own hearing. Overlook the past? A final opportunity? Should I be grateful to Jiang Qin for allowing me to return to the Jiang family? Young man, mark my words, this is your last chance. Even if you beg and cry, I shall never allow you to set foot in the Jiang family again. Jiang Qin asserted with unwavering certainty. Then I must sincerely thank you, Jiang He replied before turning to leave, only to be halted once more by Jiang Zi. Xiao He, please consider it a plea from your sister. Just apologize. Isn't staying in the Jiang family a good thing? Yet Jiang He shook her off with ruthless indifference. Must I remain in the Jiang family like a pet for you to feel at ease? Get away from me. I have been a dog for the Jiang family long enough. This time, I will be a person. As Jiang He stepped outside, he encountered Jiang Li, who had just returned from outside, accompanied by 4 or 5 friends, both male and female, all dressed splendidly. Upon seeing Jiang, he emerged from the Jiang family villa. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. The Jiang family had never publicly acknowledged Jiang He's identity, and none of the visitors had ever laid eyes on him before. Yet, they all greeted him warmly. Jiang Li, who is this? Someone inquired curiously, directing their question at Jiang Li. At this, Jiang Li broke into a cold sweat, fearing what would happen if they discovered he was the false young master. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang He interrupted. Who am I? I am his brother. In an instant, Jiang Li felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Jiang He would reveal such a secret. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to ensure Jiang He kept his true identity hidden, and Jiang He had obliged without fail. Yet, why had he chosen to disclose it now? Brother? Xiao Li, we've never heard of you having a brother. As the skeptical gazes of his companions fell upon him, Jiang Li could not help but break into a nervous sweat. Just as he pondered how to explain, Jiang He spoke again. We're not blood relatives. I'm just a child of the housekeeper. Observing Jiang Li's anxious demeanor, Jiang He found it amusing. What's the matter? Are you so terrified of your identity being exposed? Didn't you claim you would return your identity to me? Why the silence now? Oh, really? Xiao Li, how come you never mentioned this to us? Caught off guard, Jiang Li could only manage an awkward smile. I forgot previously. Ha ha, it seems your mind isn't quite right. What did the doctor say? No issues, I hope? Jiang He patted him on the shoulder, acknowledging that after living with that family for so long, it was only natural for his mind to be a bit muddled. You all go in first. I need to have a word with Jiang Li. As Jiang He spoke, the others nodded and headed towards the entrance. What's this? Afraid your identity will be unveiled? Jiang He wasted no time in tearing down the facade, showing no concern for Jiang Li's feelings. In his past life, he had been deceived by Jiang Li's facade, only to realize too late that all the slander he had endured was orchestrated by this very wretch. Jiang He, what are you saying? How could you think that? Jiang Li's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of breaking down. By the heavens, if you dare to keep up this act, I will reveal the truth right now. Faced with Jiang He's unyielding demeanor, Jiang Li was forced to abandon his pitiful facade. At that moment, Jiang Li seemed to have an epiphany. He grasped Jiang He's hand and slapped his own face. Jiang He, if a beating will earn your forgiveness, then go ahead. Witnessing this farcical display, Jiang He had no doubt that reinforcements had arrived. Jiang He, what are you doing? A furious voice erupted from behind him, and Jiang stormed forward, placing herself protectively in front of Jiang Li. Jiang He, how dare you lay a hand on Xiao Li? Jiang Li stepped forward, his eyes still red. One could not deny that his acting skills were worthy of an award. Sister Jiang, please don't blame Jiang He. It was I who made him unhappy. As long as Jiang He is willing to return, he can hit me as he pleases. With that, he actually shed a few tears and pretended to cover his slightly flushed cheek, as if to shield Jiang He from blame. Jiang He, you will never return to the Jiang family. We cannot harbor someone as vile as you. Observing Jiang's wrath, Jiang He waved his hand dismissively and advanced towards the two. Remember this, the Jiang family means nothing to me. Even if you kneel and plead, I shall never return. As Jiang He approached, Jiang attempted to interject, only to see Jiang He raise his hand. You dare! With a resounding slap, Jiang He's palm struck the other side of Jiang Li's face. The force of the blow left Jiang Li momentarily dazed. He had never anticipated that Jiang He would dare to strike him. The sensation was rather delightful, helping to balance things out on both sides. No need to thank me. Since he aimed to frame him, Jiang He thought it only fitting to assist Jiang Li in solidifying his guilt. Rubbing his slightly stinging palm, he mused on the reciprocal nature of force. Indeed, physics does not deceive. Unperturbed by Jiang Zhang's astonished gaze, Jiang He questioned, "What? Shouldn't this have been within your expectations? After all, I am quite malicious." Jiang He, ha ha ha, I'm off now. Feel free to complain however you wish. Just ensure that I am barred from entering the Jiang family estate for a lifetime. With that, Jiang He turned and strode away without a backward glance, confident that the Jiang family would no longer trouble him. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's eyes glinted with venom as he fixed his gaze on Jiang He's retreating figure. Chapter 25. Departure for the date. Lin Ruoli, who could bite through her back teeth in frustration the following morning, Jiang He rose early to prepare. For today, he had promised to take Lu Cece on a date. He had even retired to bed by 10 the previous night. A rare occurrence since he typically studied until the early hours, all in an effort to maintain an optimal state of mind for his encounter with Lu Cece. He wished to leave no regrets for the young lady. However, ever since Jiang He had awoken, Lin Ruoli had maintained a distance, stealthily trailing behind him, observing him with curious eyes. Just now, as he turned, he caught sight of Lin Ruoli peering from behind the doorframe, her small head barely visible. Yet, the moment he spoke, she would retreat, only to re-emerge moments later. With no other recourse, Jiang He allowed this young girl to indulge in her antics. Gazing into the mirror, he noted his slightly gaunt figure beneath a crisp white shirt, his fair arms exposed to the air, complemented by a pair of neat jeans. How to put it? He appeared somewhat too delicate. A bit more muscle would be preferable. Jiang He pondered whether he should seek advice from Zhang Yin, the muscle-bound Hulk. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lu Cece's community, he was surprised to find her waiting there, looking radiant in a light yellow sundress, adorned with a woven sun hat and a pair of white sandals. Remarkably, Lu Cece had even applied a light touch of makeup. It was known that she usually appeared barefaced at school, yet even then, she was regarded as a goddess by countless young boys. However, for this date with Jiang He, she had sought guidance from her mother. "Have you been waiting long? Did we not agree that you would only call me once I arrived?" "No, not long at all. Just a little while." "A little while? Really?" Jiang He looked at Lu Cece with a hint of exasperation. Her thoughtfulness for others was admirable, yet sometimes excessive. "By the way, my little sister," he said, gesturing behind him. Sure enough, Lu Cece glanced over Jiang He's shoulder and spotted Lin Ruoli's small head peeking from around the corner. The next moment, Lin Ruoli quickly withdrew her head. "Darn it, she is quite pretty." Lin Ruoli stomped her foot in frustration, secretly comparing herself to Lu Cece, while she found herself not lacking in charm. Her flat chest was a point of envy. Indeed, it seemed that pride often accompanied a lack of endowment. Anime does not deceive me. Lu Cece, observing Lin Ruoli's adorable antics from a distance, could not help but stifle a giggle. "It's fine. I think your sister is quite cute." If you think so, that's great. Shall we head off?" Jiang He, noticing Lin Ruoli's behavior, was taken aback. How had he not realized before that this girl possessed such quirky traits? Nevertheless, Lin Ruoli had imparted numerous dating tips to him the previous night. Despite her own lack of practical experience, one was willing to teach, and the other eager to learn. As Jiang He and Lu Cece boarded the bus, many passengers couldn't help but cast glances at Lu Cece. Her striking appearance was undeniably impactful. Several young girls also stole furtive looks at Jiang He, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Cece, glancing at Jiang He, longed to hold his hand but hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. Jiang, who could have predicted that the very next moment, the bus driver would slam on the brakes? Lu Cece lost her balance, teetering dangerously close to being thrown from her seat. "Be careful." Jiang He reacted swiftly, grasping Lu Cece's cool hand. He couldn't help but admire how delicate and soft her hand felt, akin to holding a piece of cool jade in the warm weather. "Are you all right?" Jiang He asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed Lu Cece's pallor. Tightening his grip instinctively, "Me fine." Lu Cece took a couple of deep breaths, calming her racing heart. She did not wish to ruin this long-anticipated date because of her own discomfort. If you feel unwell, just tell me. We can always reschedule, understood? Jiang He was wary of her stubbornness. I will. As Lu Cece felt the warmth of Jiang He's hand, her pale cheeks flushed with a deeper hue, and her heart swelled with sweetness. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoli, seated not far away, watched the couple's intertwined hands, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. At the same time, Zhang Huang was busy preparing for an upcoming gala with the commercial giants of the capital. Reviewing the documentation regarding the Jiang family in the capital, he realized that securing a partnership with them at this banquet would elevate the Jiang family to unprecedented heights. Jiang Xin? It seemed he needed to prepare thoroughly for this encounter. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Huang felt drained from the recent turmoil surrounding Jiang He. Yet he remained resolute in his confidence to secure the collaboration with the Jiang family. Chapter 26. A Bloodied Encounter. Considering Lu Cece's health, Jiang He naturally had no intention of taking her to any perilous locales. His earlier suggestion of hiking had been promptly dismissed. The zoo emerged as a splendid alternative, or perhaps just a leisurely stroll. However, Lu Cece was indifferent to these considerations. As long as she could be by Jiang He's side, she was already content. Is it hot? Let us find some shade to rest for a bit. Jiang He noticed Lu Cece's breathing had quickened, prompting him to seek a place for her to take a breather. I'm fine. Be obedient. I'll fetch you something to drink. With his firm demeanor, Lu Cece relented and settled onto a bench in the shade, waiting for Jiang He's return. Shortly, Jiang He approached a nearby shop, pulling out his phone to order a bottle of vitamin drink and a bottle of mineral water. He would stick with the mineral water. Glancing at his dismal bank balance, he sighed. It seemed the time had come to elevate his side hustle. Yet, such an endeavor would undoubtedly encroach upon his study time. Alas, he'd simply have to adjust his sleeping hours to 2 in the morning. Time could be carved out, but if it weren't for Jiang He's solid foundation, keeping up with his studies during this period would prove quite challenging. At this moment, Lu Cece sat on a bench, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang He, while Lin Ruoli occasionally peeked out from a distance, observing her. Is the young lady alone? A brash young man with a shaved head and earrings boldly plopped down beside Lu Cece. He had spotted the exceptionally beautiful girl from afar and could not resist his impulse. Lu Cece furrowed her brows, stood up without acknowledging him, and turned to walk towards Jiang He. She wished to avoid any entanglements with such a person. Hey, I'm talking to you. The young man blocked her path, unaccustomed to being so blatantly ignored. How about you give me your contact information, and I'll let you go, all right? He was confident that once he obtained her number, he could charm the lovely girl. After all, he had often succeeded with such tactics before. Move aside. Lu Cece felt her heart racing, desperate to leave. But the young man obstructed her once more. Come on, you're all alone. Why not come with me? I'll take you to a lovely place. As he reached for her hand, Lin Ruoli was about to jump in to give him a punch. Suddenly, the young man yelped in pain as Jiang He seized his ear stud with a firm grip, towering over him like a giant. Apologize, and don't make me ask a second time. Jiang He had faced many such individuals in his efforts to protect Lin Ruoli, and he was well acquainted with the art of confrontation. Despite his lean physique, years of hard labor had endowed him with considerable strength. I'm sorry, just let me go. The young man, unable to endure the pain, relented. However, the moment Jiang He released him, the young man brandished a spring knife from his waist. Damn it, die. The glinting blade flashed before Lu Cece's eyes, momentarily causing Lin Ruoli's heart to skip a beat. Watch out. In that critical moment, Jiang He sidestepped just in time to evade the blade, though his arm was slightly delayed as he instinctively shielded Lu Cece. A cold glint flickered in Jiang He's eyes as he grasped the young man's arm and twisted it. A sharp crack echoed through the square, followed by the young man's anguished cries as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, trying to alleviate the pain in his arm. Bystanders, witnessing the knife incident, hastily called the police. Seeing that the young man still refused to discard the weapon, Jiang He wasted no time and delivered a swift kick to the hand holding the knife. Another sickening crack resonated, and it was evident that the young man's hand was beyond saving. Years of dealing with unruly youths had taught Jiang He that when a knife was drawn, one must not hold back, ensuring the adversary was incapacitated. "Brother Jiang, there is so much blood," Lu Cece exclaimed. And only then did Jiang He notice the warmth on his arm and the pool of blood on the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Cece tore a strip from her skirt to create a makeshift bandage for Jiang He's arm. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Cece had harbored a fear of blood since childhood, and her face had turned a ghastly pale. "It's all my fault. I'm just a disaster." Unable to contain her emotions, tears streamed down Lu Cece's cheeks. If it weren't for her, how would her family have toiled for her illness? If it weren't for her, how would Jiang He have been injured? At that moment, the sounds of sirens and ambulances echoed in the air. Jiang He and Lu Cece, along with the nearly incapacitated young man, were transported to the hospital, with the police trailing closely behind the ambulance. Chapter 27. A date at the police station? By the time the procedures were completed, evening had descended, with the sun hanging low in the sky. Fortunately, the entire incident had been captured on surveillance, and numerous witnesses came forward to testify on Jiang He's behalf. Even if the young man's parents raised a ruckus, it would prove futile. Jiang He approached to sign a document and casually inquired whether they wished to settle the matter amicably. The officer handed him a form, but upon seeing that both Jiang He and Lu Cece were still minors, he felt compelled to offer a cautionary note. "Next time, try not to be so impulsive. Scum like that isn't worthy of jeopardizing your future, understand? That was a knife. What if it had caused a more severe injury?" "Yes, we understand." Jiang He acknowledged his impulsiveness, particularly given that Lu Cece was by his side. "Do you wish to settle?" Their parents are willing to offer 20,000. Initially, the young man's parents have been boisterous, insisting that Jiang He should face imprisonment for breaking their son's arm and crushing 3 of his fingers. However, once the police presented the surveillance footage before them, their bravado evaporated, and they fell to their knees at the prospect of jail time. The police, however, made it clear that the decision rested with Jiang He, as he was the victim. The young man's parents quickly asserted their willingness to pay, despite not being affluent, for he was their only son. "Cece, the decision is yours." Jiang He deferred the choice to Lu Cece, believing that as the true victim, she should have the final say. "I'll follow your lead." Standing firmly beside Jiang He, Lu Cece embraced his arm tightly, trusting his judgment. Yet, she still blamed herself for the predicament, lamenting why she had insisted on the date. If not for her, Jiang He would not have been harmed. "Let us settle, but I want to speak with him first." The young man had endured enough punishment, having broken 4 bones and likely wouldn't be hopping around for a long while. However, 20,000 felt far too little. "All right, come with me." The officer stood up to escort Jiang He away, but Lu Cece attempted to follow, only to be halted by Jiang He. "Please wait for me here." The unfolding scene was best left unseen by her. I understand." Lu Cece wished to say more, but realizing her presence wouldn't be of assistance, she acquiesced. Jiang He smiled, then led Lu Cece to a female officer at the front desk. "Officer, could you please watch over her? She's not feeling well." The female officer, seeing the demure young girl, readily agreed. "I'll be back." Jiang He reassured her before departing. The female officer, noticing Lu Cece's discomfort, poured her a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, Jiang He followed the previous officer into the mediation room, where the young man's parents awaited anxiously, fearing Jiang He's decision. Fortunately, he arrived, but in their eyes, Jiang He was merely a child, and 20,000 should suffice. "It was our mistake. We are willing to pay 100,000. Jiang He interjected, stating his demand without hesitation. 100,000. Are you out of your mind? The young man's parents were taken aback. That was no small sum. "Ha! Sexual assault and intentional injury. How many years do you think he should serve?" "Oh, indeed. Drawing a knife in public to harm others and threaten societal safety should warrant further consequences. I'll find a media outlet and assert that your son intentionally harmed a student. Just imagine how the online community would react." Upon hearing this, even the police officer nearby became uneasy. Ahem, perhaps it's best to refrain from alerting the media. After all, should an incident involving student safety escalate, their precinct would inevitably find itself in the eye of the storm. and any ensuing scrutiny could jeopardize promotions and accolades. Such as the consequence of this incident occurring within their jurisdiction. Consequently, the officers began to support Jiang He's case. Left with no choice, the parents of the young man reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with drafting a mutual understanding agreement. With the matter seemingly resolved, the officers breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, after the young man's parents departed, Jiang He discreetly pulled a police officer aside to whisper something. Coincidentally, this officer happened to be the captain, who readily acquiesced with a smile. Thus, Lu Cece, seated beside the female officer, was taken aback as she saw Jiang He rush toward her. In an instant, Jiang He enveloped Lu Cece in an embrace and took off running, while a dozen officers pursued behind them. "Stop, you rascal! Don't run!" This scene left even the female officer at the front desk bewildered. What on earth was happening? Lu Cece, feeling anxious, curled up in Jiang He's arms, wondering if Jiang He had committed some crime. Should they find a place to hide? My dear girl, your thoughts are quite perilous. Chapter 28. Just in time. It wasn't until Jiang He burst through the door that the officers finally halted in their tracks. Ha! This lad is quite amusing. The seasoned captain found it thoroughly entertaining that the boy had managed to enlist their help in pretending to chase him. It was a first for him. The other officers echoed this sentiment, feeling quite taken in by Jiang He. Perhaps next time, they should bring their girlfriends along to try it out. But then, the captain would surely teach them a lesson about the folly of such antics. Youth is indeed a blessing. Let us head back now. Meanwhile, Jiang He continued to carry Lu Cece through the streets, moving against the tide of the departing crowd, entirely unfazed by the curious glances of passers-by. "Brother Jiang He, perhaps we should turn ourselves in," Lu Cece suggested, fearing that the young man might have been gravely harmed. Jiang He, observing the worry etched on Lu Cece's face, gently set her down and smiled at her. "Exciting, isn't it? Brother Jiang He, you're teasing me." Lu Cece finally realized that Jiang He was merely joking. "I apologize for the delay in our date. I thought it would be fun to share an unusual experience with you." Under the setting sun, Jiang He looked earnestly at Lu Cece and spoke. "You need not feel guilty towards me. Since I promised, I shall fulfill the role of a boyfriend. You may be playful with me, express your frustrations, and regard me as a sounding board for your thoughts. Do you understand?" Jiang He's intention was to convey to Lu Cece that he had never blamed her for past events. He hoped she could feel more at ease in his presence, free from the constant worry of inciting his displeasure. Brother Jiang He, tears welled in Lu Cece's eyes as she threw herself into his arms. "I'm scared. I fear that you might dislike me. I truly am terrified." Jiang He tenderly stroked Lu Cece's hair, his gaze filled with warmth. He understood all too well the fear of loss, the anxiety of uncertainty, and the dread of angering someone dear. The feeling of insignificance, desperately seeking approval from loved ones, and striving to avoid their disdain was a pain he wished to spare Lu Cece from. "Rest assured, I will never feel that way," Jiang He promised. "May I make a request?" Lu Cece released Jiang He, feeling somewhat shy under the watchful eyes of many. "Of course." Now, Jiang He was somewhat well off. After a few days, when the police transferred the funds to him, he intended to share half with Lu Cece and use the remainder to repay the Jiang family $30,000, saving $2,000 as startup capital for his stall. "I wish to see the ocean and witness the sunset sinking into the sea." Suddenly, Lu Cece recalled that the bus service might soon cease operations. Perhaps we should forget it and wait. Jiang He pulled out his phone and promptly scooped Lu Cece up again, charging through the crowd. "We'll make it in time." Jiang He had calculated just right. They could catch the last bus. Even if they were late, they could always take a taxi. Thus, the two of them boarded the last bus to the Bund amidst the curious stares of onlookers. However, Lu Cece remained anxious. "Maybe we should head back, just in case." "Get off the bus," Jiang He interrupted, grasping her hand and sprinting toward the Bund. "Brother Jiang He." Lu Cece gazed at Jiang He's back, her voice thick with emotion. "We'll make it, I promise." Jiang He lifted her into his arms once more, bolting toward the Bund with fervor. At that moment, his slender form stretched against the last rays of the setting sun. I'm sorry. Feeling Jiang He's heart racing from exertion, Lu Cece could no longer hold back her tears. They had made it. At the very last moment, as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, Jiang He finally reached the edge of the beach with Lu Cece in his arms. However, after such exertion, he faltered and collapsed on the sand. It still held Lu Cece protectively. The sea, basked in the golden glow of the sunset, transformed the waves into a shimmering spectacle. Every spectator on the beach was captivated by this beautiful scene, reluctant to look away. But the sun must inevitably set, and as the last glimmers of light vanished, the sea returned to its usual hue. Lu Cece, spellbound, allowed the sea breeze to tousle her hair, oblivious to everything around her. "Thank you, Brother Jiang He." The rhythm of her heartbeat seemed to synchronize with his, buoyed by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, oblivious to her own well-being or the gazes of others. Chapter 29. Attending the banquet? A surprised Jiang Huang. Ever since their last date, Lu Cece felt increasingly at ease around Jiang He, no longer burdened by constant worry. However, after Lin Ruoli returned, her demeanor toward Jiang He transformed entirely. She distanced herself, no longer sharing the same closeness. Jiang He interpreted this change as a sign of Lin Ruoli's maturity, believing that siblings often grow apart as they age, becoming more independent after a childhood filled with affection. After tidying the infirmary, Jiang Xian retrieved a gray suit from the cabinet and handed it to Jiang He. "Cece, just stick with me." "Jiang He, are you all right with this?" Jiang He regarded the suit before him. Since Lu Cece had already agreed to allow Jiang Xian to assist in dealing with that Lu Yu character and attending the banquet, he felt it was prudent to remain silent. As the trio made their entrance at the soiree, they instantly captivated a throng of onlookers. Jiang He, clad in a suit, had shed the youthful naivety characteristic of high school students. After all, he possessed the heart of an adult. Conversely, Jiang Xian, without her white coat, appeared even more striking. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang was engaged in conversation with Jiang Qin in the conference hall on the second floor, fervently determined to secure a collaboration with the Jiang family. Once we forge this partnership, who in Haishur can rival the Jiang family as supremacy? Jiang Qin mused, his eyes fixed on the proposal before him. It was a golden opportunity for the Jiang family, and it was imperative not to let it slip away. "Xiao Huang, are you familiar with the esteemed Miss Jiang Xian?" Jiang Qin inquired, recognizing her as the centerpiece of the evening's gathering. The families from Jing City sought to infiltrate Haishur, while the local clans aspired to leverage Jing City's influence for their own ascendance. There was mutual interest in collaboration. Otherwise, this gathering would not have transpired. However, the question of which family would partner with whom was indeed a matter of significance. Naturally, the Jiang family yearned for an alliance with the formidable Jiang clan of Jing City. Having done his research, Jiang Qin noted that a distinguished graduate from Jing City Medical University had recently taken up the role of school doctor at a Haishur institution. "School doctor? Which school?" he queried, astonished that a young lady from the illustrious Jiang family would assume such a position. "It's the second high school, the one Jiang He attended," came the response. At the mere mention of Jiang He, an immediate silence enveloped the two men. "Father, perhaps we should bring Jiang He back," Jiang Huang suggested, recalling the guilt he felt over previously threatening Jiang He with the orphanage. Furthermore, he regretted having hastily accused her of the theft of jewelry without thorough investigation. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang He was still a member of the Jiang family. If outsiders learned of this incident, it would tarnish the family's reputation. However, Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, was incensed, slamming his hand on the table. "I offered him a chance, but what did he do? I've made it clear that unless he apologizes to everyone, he shall not return to the Jiang family." Jiang Huang sighed, knowing full well that Jiang He would never apologize. Yet, as the head of the family, Jiang Qin could not allow anyone to challenge his authority. At that moment, Jiang Xian had led Jiang He and Lu Cece to a secluded corner, eager to avoid disturbance. She had left Jing City for Haishur in search of a tranquil life. However, the evening soiree, it was a mandate from her family, compelling her to attend and engage with local business magnates. The thought of her sister, Jiang Bai, filled her with dread. Her sister's obsession with power and ruthless ambition made it prudent to maintain distance, lest misunderstandings arise. Though uninterested in the position of family head, Jiang Xin longed for freedom and resented the notion of being tethered by familial obligations. "CC, try this, and this one too, and don't forget this," Lu Cece exclaimed, gazing at the mountain of pastries before her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Dr. Jiang, perhaps you should indulge in moderation," Jiang Xin suggested. "Oh right, my apologies. I got carried away." Lu Cece hurriedly waved her hands in response to Jiang Xin's apology. "I'm fine, really. A little less 1T hurt," she insisted. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Xin. "How about you sample each one, and whatever remains can be given to Jiang He?" she proposed, turning to Jiang He. The moment the words left her mouth, Lu Cece's cheeks flushed crimson. Sharing a bite with Jiang He? Wasn't he that akin to an indirect kiss? Despite their nominal relationship as a couple, the most intimate act they had shared was merely holding hands. At that instant, Jiang Huang, standing at the top of the staircase, seemed to notice the figures in the corner. The first sight to catch her eye was the illustrious Jiang Xin. Yet, upon a closer look, the man beside her appeared strangely familiar. As his profile turned towards her, she froze in shock. "Jiang He, Chapter 30, I prefer the tender ones." The shocked Jiang Huang. Just then, a familiar figure emerged before the group. It was none other than Lu Yu, the persistent suitor of Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin sighed in exasperation, knowing he would inevitably show up. "Miss Jiang Xin, what a coincidence. Perhaps this is destiny," he began, but Jiang Xin cut him off. "Not at all a coincidence. And by the way, this is my boyfriend." With that, she pulled Jiang He close, wrapping her arm around his. What? This cannot be. "Miss Jiang, please don't jest," Lu Yu stammered, glancing at the youthful Jiang He, which only solidified his resolve. "Jesting? Xiao He, open your mouth." Jiang Xin picked up a pastry that had been nibbled on and held it to Jiang He's lips. Naturally, it was the same pastry that Lu Cece had bitten into, and now the poor girl was blushing fiercely, unable to meet Jiang He's gaze. Lu Yu watched the damp morsel with agony, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. "Jiang Xin, isn't there a rather significant age gap between you two?" he remarked with a forced smile, noting that Jiang He appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, while Jiang Xin was nearing 24. "Oh, does that concern you? I simply prefer the tender ones," she retorted, pulling Jiang He closer to her. This display shattered Lu Yu's composure. "Fine, very well. I shall take my leave," he declared, turning on his heel and departing, his clenched jaw betraying his true feelings. Realizing that Jiang Xin, the daughter of the Jiang family, was beyond his reach, he had turned his ire towards the seemingly insignificant Jiang He. As Jiang Xin watched Lu Yu leave, she exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly released Jiang He, turning to embrace Lu Cece. "Thank you, Cece," she said, planting a gentle kiss on Lu Cece's cheek. "It's nothing," Lu Cece replied, flustered by their playful antics. Jiang He, observing the commotion, felt reassured. With the matter resolved, he could appreciate Jiang Xin's previous kindness towards him. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang, witnessing the entire exchange from the staircase, was rendered speechless by the shocking revelations. What on earth was happening? How did Jiang He know Jiang Xin, and why were they so intimate? What did her words about preferring the tender ones imply? Due to the distance, all she caught was that one phrase. Was it possible that Jiang He was being kept by Jiang Xin? Staring at Jiang He in the distance, Jiang Huang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If Jiang He and Jiang Xin were indeed entangled in such a relationship, given Jiang He's previous stance towards the Jiang family and the threats made, securing this collaboration would undoubtedly become exceedingly difficult. As time passed, the banquet officially commenced, and numerous guests approached Jiang Xin, all of whom she politely declined for various reasons. After all, these minor families from Haishur could not possibly secure a deal with the Jiang family. In her heart, she had already narrowed her choices down to two candidates. One is the venerable Lin family, an established lineage in Haishur, while the other is the recently ascendant Jiang family. Alternatively, one could choose to operate independently, eschewing any alliances with other families. This, in truth, reflects Jiang Xin's authentic sentiments, for only in such a manner can one remain unbound by the constraints of others. At that moment, Jiang He approached the group with purposeful strides. Meanwhile, Jiang He, who had been seated nearby, instinctively slapped his forehead upon seeing the newcomer. How could he have forgotten that members of the Jiang family would also grace such an evening affair? Thus, Jiang He rose to depart, wishing to avoid any association with the Jiang family. Observing Jiang He's intention to leave, Lu Cece also stood, as her presence was merely to accompany him. "Shall he wait?" Jiang Huang called out urgently, halting Jiang He in his tracks. "Ah, you two know each other?" Jiang Xian inquired, her surprise palpable. How could Jiang He possibly be acquainted with Jiang Huang? After all, Jiang Huang was the most sought-after business prodigy in all of Haishu, and it seemed improbable that a mere student like Jiang He would have any connection to such a figure. Although both shared the same surname, Jiang Xian had never considered them to be kin. The chasm between their circumstances was indeed profound. Jiang He had previously collapsed due to hypoglycemia and malnutrition, and she was well aware of his dire financial situation, even residing in an orphanage. With Jiang Xian falling silent, Jiang He felt compelled to respond. "We met a few times, but we are not close." Those few words pierced Jiang Huang's heart with profound anguish. Yet, Jiang He spoke the truth. During his time with the Jiang family, Jiang Huang had always treated him with indifference. Was it not accurate to say they were not close? "Shall he? Come home with your sister. All it takes is for you to acknowledge your mistakes." At this declaration, Jiang Xian looked at Jiang He in astonishment. What was going on? Jiang Huang was Jiang He's sister? Jiang He, sensing something amiss, wondered why Jiang Huang was suddenly so accommodating. In a flash, he glanced at Jiang Xian, a thought crossing his mind. "You need not feign concern. I shall not involve myself in your affairs. That is final." With that, Jiang He took his leave, accompanied by Lu Cece. He had begun to suspect that Jiang Xian's identity was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian chose not to follow them out, but instead regarded the elegantly adorned woman before her with keen interest, noting how she seemed so out of place beside Jiang He. "So, you are Jiang He's sister?" Chapter 31. For the Jiang family. Jiang Xian narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Huang with a gaze that sparked with dangerous intrigue. "Alas, please forgive me, Miss Jiang, for my brother is somewhat lacking in discernment." Since Jiang He had not divulged any details about himself to Jiang Xian, an opportunity had presented itself. Though Jiang Huang felt a twinge of guilt towards Jiang He, the prospect of collaborating with the Jiang family outweighed her concerns. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xian, as Jiang He's school nurse, was well aware of his circumstances. Even if Jiang He had never broached the subject, she could surmise the general outline of his situation. "Oh, I will be most eager to hear more. Please, Miss Jiang, enlighten me about Jiang He." Jiang Xian feigned great interest, which only intensified Jiang Huang's sense of urgency to secure the partnership. Meanwhile, other families present at the banquet observed the rapport between the Jiang family representative and Jiang Xian with growing trepidation. It appeared that the collaboration with the Jiang family from Jingcheng was all but sealed. The Lin family, being an established lineage in Haishu, felt the weight of despair more acutely than anyone else, yet they could only stew in their frustration. "Forgive me, Jiang He, this is all for the Jiang family." Jiang Huang internally lamented, then turned to Jiang Xian with a sorrowful countenance. "Miss Jiang, my brother is rather unscrupulous. Here's what else. He has stolen my necklace. Yet I harbor no resentment, only a wish for him to amend his ways." Jiang Xian feigned surprise, evidently shocked by this revelation. "How could this be? I never would have expected Jiang He to. It is truly my failure as an educator," Jiang Huang lamented. "How could this be your fault, Miss Jiang? I am utterly disillusioned to learn that Jiang He is of such character." Jiang Xian's face flushed with a veil of anger, as if she were on the precipice of fury. "I assure you, Miss Jiang, none of this is to be blamed on him." Suddenly, Jiang Huang shifted her tone. However, Jiang He ought not to sever ties with his family. This statement was pivotal, for Jiang Huang understood that if Jiang He were indeed to be supported by Jiang Xian, then even if Jiang Xian were naive, she should grasp the gravity of Jiang He's situation. Why had Jiang He chosen to distance himself from the Jiang family? Such a decision must be attributed solely to his own failings. It was imperative that Jiang Xin not perceive the Jiang family as having wronged Jiang He. What? Sever ties? At that moment, Jiang Xin comprehended why Jiang He resided in an orphanage, why he could barely scrape together a few hundred yuan, and why he even took on work to repay debts. Indeed, his family simply forgot to assign him a driver, and thus Jiang Huang lowered her gaze, adopting an expression of familial disgrace. Meanwhile, Jiang He had departed with Lu Sisi, perhaps unaware that Jiang Huang would stoop to discredit him for the sake of a partnership with the Jiang family. Such is the nature of business in Jiang Huang's eyes. Jiang He was merely a means to an end. Prejudice stands as an insurmountable mountain, not easily traversed, and even Jiang Zi would merely compel him to return home and apologize. As for driving Jiang Li away, such thoughts were beyond consideration. In their view, allowing him to return to the Jiang family was already a boon. Suddenly, a Porsche whizzed past the two. The occupants, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of Jiang He, muttered curses under their breath. Indeed, seated within the Porsche was Jiang He's third sister. However, her mood was buoyant. Her investigations had led her to believe that the boy who had once saved her was in this vicinity. Driven by determination, she had ventured out late at night, fully aware that the odds were slim, yet still yearning to explore. Years prior, she had become separated from her family while indulging in play and, upon reaching the water's edge, had accidentally fallen in. After a desperate struggle that yielded no success, she succumbed to unconsciousness due to lack of oxygen. When she regained consciousness, she found herself beside Jiang Li. Initially, Jiang Li had claimed sole responsibility for her rescue, and Jiang had accepted this narrative until she later discovered that Jiang Li seemed incapable of swimming. Thus, under Jiang's persistent inquiries, Jiang Li eventually confessed that he had not been alone in the endeavor to save her. In truth, when Jiang Li had arrived at the water's edge, he had already seen Jiang being pulled ashore, while the boy who had rescued her had vanished without leaving a trace. Jiang Li had comfortably accepted Jiang's gratitude over the years, only to be exposed when his inability to swim was revealed. After all these years, it was improbable that Jiang would ever locate the boy who had saved her. As he made his way back to the orphanage, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang once more. Initially, he intended to feign ignorance of her presence, but Jiang seized him by the arm. "Let go." "I will not." "What are you going to do about it?" Jiang, known for a fiery temper, was not inclined to relent. "Have you lost your mind? Do not compel me to take action." He was a loss for words. Why was she acting so irrationally at this late hour? "I fear the dark." At that, Jiang finally revealed the truth, much to He's astonishment. Who would have thought that the imperious Jiang, the heiress, harbored a fear of darkness? Chapter 32. Miss Jiang Huang, why does my perception of Jiang He differ from yours? "Oh, you fear the dark? What of it? Is it shameful?" He shook his head in response. Since Jiang is afraid of the dark, why did she confine him alone in a pitch-black room in his previous life? He recalls that it was Jiang who proposed to lock him in the small dark room for education, claiming it would teach him to behave better. "I bid you farewell." Taking advantage of Jiang's momentary distraction, He swiftly withdrew her arm and turned to flee. "Help Jiang? How absurd. Jiang He, come back here." Watching He's figure gradually recede into the distance, Jiang's voice carried a hint of choked emotion. The area they were in was rather secluded, with only a few streetlights illuminating the path. Left with no choice, she activated her phone's flashlight and cautiously made her way toward where she had parked. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Jiang Xin was still engaged in conversation with Jiang Huang, nodding from time to time. Even Jiang Qin, not far away, appeared quite satisfied with his eldest daughter's performance. "Jiang Qin, you truly have a remarkable daughter." The representative from the Lin family was naturally their head, Lin Qing, but his son and two daughters were mere pleasure seekers, lacking the depth of Jiang Huang. Yet, he could do nothing about it. Jiang Qin maintained a cheerful demeanor as he conversed with Lin Qing. In his eyes, securing a foothold in Haishur was already a foregone conclusion. Soon, even Lin Qing, the head of the Lin family, would have to bow to him. "By the way, Miss Jiang, This is our project proposal from the Jiang Group. I kindly ask you to review it. Jiang Huang seized the opportunity to present his proposal to Jiang He, who believed that this collaboration was destined to succeed. Although onlookers could not hear their conversation, they understood that Jiang Huang's proposal signaled the likely conclusion of their collaboration. However, just as Jiang Huang brimmed with confidence, Jiang He did not reach out to accept it. "What is the matter, Miss Jiang He?" Jiang Huang felt a twinge of panic as Jiang He hesitated to take the document. "Miss Jiang, why does the Jiang He I see differ from the one you describe?" Jiang He's expression shifted dramatically, her previously amiable demeanor clouding over with concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang's hand holding the proposal trembled slightly. Jiang He rose to her feet, looking down at Jiang Huang with an air of authority. To be frank, her feelings were overwhelmingly complex. She had never anticipated that Jiang He's family would present such a fade. No wonder Jiang He had never mentioned them. The depth of his hurt must be profound. "Miss Jiang, you say Jiang He is untrustworthy, that he stole your necklace, correct?" We can discuss this matter later. But Jiang He was willing to work for me for a month just to repay a debt of a few hundred yuan. Do you truly believe he would steal your necklace?" Jiang He continued to gaze steadily at this so-called elder sister of Jiang He, speaking her mind. "You say he severed ties with his family because they did not provide him with a driver? Yet he agreed to come here to assist me out of kindness. Fully aware that it might offend someone formidable, even the slightest act of kindness is something he would repay with everything he has. Do you still think Jiang He would cut ties with your Jiang family over a mere driver?" Jiang He was convinced that even if the Jiang family showed Jiang He a modicum of goodwill, he would never go so far as to sever their relationship. Jiang Huang's previous remarks, which had been difficult for her to endure even after spending only a short time with Jiang He, now felt unbearable. "If I, an outsider, can see through these matters, how can you, as family, not? Miss Jiang Huang, I believe there's truly no need for collaboration between our families." With that, Jiang He turned and departed, leaving Jiang Huang pale and speechless. "Miss Jiang, wait." Jiang Huang did not glance at the proposal left on the table. She simply asked quietly, "Is Jiang He doing well lately?" Jiang He was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Huang to ask this. "That is something you would have to inquire of yourself." Jiang He refrained from answering directly, as she was unsure of Jiang He's life circumstances, but judging by his gaunt appearance, it could not be favorable. As for the collaboration, Jiang He had long since reached a conclusion in her heart. The business world is about weighing pros and cons, determining how to maximize profit through sacrifice. That is, to operate independently, not to collaborate with any family, thus ensuring future development is unbound and unrestricted, albeit with a challenging start. Meanwhile, the guests at the banquet observed Jiang He leaving without accepting the proposal, engaging in hushed discussions, their gazes toward Jiang Huang shifting significantly. Jiang Qin approached Jiang Huang, questioning loudly what happened. Why did Miss Jiang He leave? However, this time, Jiang Huang merely rubbed her temples in response to Jiang Qin's inquiry. "I'm a bit tired. I shall return now." She only wished to go back and investigate the truth of the past, to ascertain whether Jiang He had indeed stolen her jewelry. "You come back here." Even Jiang Qin's words failed to make her turn back as she left. Chapter 33. Questioning Jiang Li? No one knew how Jiang made it home that night, only that when she arrived, her legs were trembling. At this moment, the Jiang household seemed unexpectedly quiet. Jiang Zi had locked herself in her room, claiming to be working on a painting. Apart from descending for meals, she was seldom seen. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang was scouring through old surveillance footage, meticulously searching for the truth. Perhaps deep down, she could not believe that Jiang Li had framed Jiang He. Jiang also frequently went out, saying she was looking for someone and would be gone for the entire day, sometimes even canceling her appearances. With only Jiang Qin and Lu Ru remaining at the dining table, Jiang Li's heart brimmed with resentment toward Jiang He. Why had this family changed so drastically after he left? Jiang He, what right does he have? The elder sister, who once adored him, was now investigating the truth of the past. Fortunately, he had previously bribed the former nanny, ensuring that the relevant surveillance footage had been destroyed, and Jiang Zi, who would lock herself away for a mere puppet meant for Jiang He, now suspected him, something that would never have happened before. Lost in thought, Jiang Li did not even notice that he had squeezed his hands so tightly that they turned red. "What is it, Xiao Li?" Lu Ru, noticing something amiss with Jiang Li, inquired. "It's nothing, Mom. I'm just thinking about brother Jiang He." After saying this, Jiang Li feigned a sorrowful expression, lowering his gaze. Seeing Jiang Li like this, Lu Ru felt a pang of sympathy and embraced him tightly. She realized she had treated Jiang He unfairly in the past, but now she understood her mistakes. If Jiang He were willing to return, she would never treat him as she had before. But why would Jiang He refuse to stay in this family? It was all her fault. Jiang Li had nothing to do with it. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Qin slammed his chopsticks down, his anger flaring at the memory of Jiang He confronting him so defiantly. Was there any respect for a father in that? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Huang was reviewing the surveillance footage and noticed something amiss. Why was there a gap in the footage during this period? If one did not look closely, one might easily overlook the fact that the footage jumped from 10 o'clock to 12. Jiang Huang immediately descended the stairs. Jiang Li, watching Jiang Huang come down, found himself momentarily at a loss. However, as soon as Jiang Huang spoke, Jiang Li was taken aback. "Dad, who was in charge of the surveillance back then? Why is there a segment missing?" Upon uttering these words, Jiang Li's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that Jiang Huang would genuinely begin investigating the truth from that time, and even uncover this suspicious gap. Yet, Jiang Li quickly regained his composure, for he understood that even if Jiang Huang truly discovered something, what of it? He had gone to great lengths to frame Jiang He back then, bribing the nanny, altering the surveillance footage, and even providing her with a sum of money to ensure her permanent absence. He could not believe that the truth could still be unearthed. "Surveillance? What do you intend to do with that?" Jiang Qin expressed some confusion regarding his eldest daughter's actions, yet he recounted the events of that time. "She resigned, did she? I see." Jiang Huang furrowed her brows. It happened to coincide with the time of the incident. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Suddenly, Jiang Huang changed her line of questioning, turning to Jiang Li. "Xiao Li, do you recall the time you asked me for the key to my room?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's heart raced, though soon his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Jiang Huang. "Elder sister, are you suspecting me?" "No, I have said, as long as brother Jiang He returns, I am willing to leave this home." With that, Jiang Li rose abruptly, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. "Xiao Li, I did not mean..." "Enough. Because of that boy, look at how our family has become. Must you drive your brother away?" Jiang Qin could no longer bear to watch. Their household had been transformed into this state because of Jiang He. Had he known, he would never have brought him back. A wild child was just that. A wild child, incapable of changing his bad habits. "I did not imply that. I only wish to know the truth from that time." "Xiao Li, are you certain you never gave the key to anyone else?" Jiang Li was taken aback that Jiang Huang continued to press for answers, his heart in turmoil. This had never happened before. He knew that in the past, a mere display of affection would spare him any blame, let alone interrogation. "It's all Jiang He's fault. Why did he not just die back then? Why did he have to stay and bring me harm?" Yet, Jiang Li feigned calmness, stating, "I am feeling a bit unwell. I shall return to my room." Just as Jiang Huang was about to inquire further, Jiang Qin called out to her again. "Jiang Huang, it was I who asked Xiao Li to fetch the documents from your room. Must you suspect me as well?" Lu Ru also chimed in, advising Jiang Huang. "Your brother is not that kind of person." Faced with the two before her, Jiang Huang could only sigh and turn to ascend the stairs. She did not believe Jiang Li was capable of such treachery. She sought to uncover the truth of the matter. She could not fathom that Jiang Li would resort to framing Jiang He. Perhaps he had inadvertently given the key to someone else. Chapter 34. Jiang Xian's Investment. A few days later, Jiang He received a payment from the police, an amount totaling 100,000 yuan. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, Lu Cece adamantly refused to accept even half, and Jiang He's transfer was promptly returned to him. "Cece, just accept it from your boyfriend." Jiang Xian observed the two of them bickering, feeling dizzy from their back and forth. "No, brother Jiang He was injured while protecting me. How could I accept this?" Lu Cece firmly declined, leaving no room for Jiang He to counter. Well then, let us do it this way. This 50,000 yuan will be considered your investment. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately displayed her interest. Investment? What investment? Count me in. Huh? I was merely thinking of setting up a small stall to earn a bit of money. Jiang He had previously speculated about Jiang He's background. She was at least on par with Jiang Huang. Otherwise, Jiang Huang would not have sought her out. What is wrong with setting up a stall? Many people have made their fortunes that way. Jiang He was quite knowledgeable in this regard. Although she was a medical student, her business acumen rivaled that of her brilliant sister, Jiang Bai. That's feasible, but perhaps... Oh, stop with the hesitations. How about I invest 110,000? Truly, she was a wealthy woman, so generous. Originally, Jiang He intended to invest 100,000, but she reconsidered, realizing that such a sum was rather substantial for a student. If she were deceived, knowing Jiang He's character, he might end up selling himself to repay the debt. 100,000. Dr. Jiang, aren't you afraid of losing it? Jiang He found himself momentarily stunned. 100,000 yuan was a significant amount to just offer up. Was this Jiang He's true capability? To be honest, Jiang He's daily allowance was likely around that figure, and that was merely her pocket money. It's nothing. If I lose it, your Cici will then belong to me. With that, Jiang He leaned closer to Lu Cici, having come to appreciate her as a genuinely good girl through their time together, and she was eager to become true friends with her. Miss Jiang, what are you saying? Oh, you're blushing. Perhaps Lu Cici was unaware that throughout her time spent with Jiang He and Jiang He, she had not once experienced a palpitation. Let us settle this then. You'll take me along, and I'll offer you my counsel. Since it was a stall, a favorable location was essential, as was the selection of merchandise. Thus, the three of them proceeded to the nearby Haisher pedestrian street, where Lu Cici also informed her family of her safety. In truth, Lu Cici's family wholeheartedly supported her relationship with Jiang He. She had always been obedient and sensible, and Jiang He had once saved her life. Given Lu Cici's health condition, they believed that as long as she was happy, that was what mattered most. Yet, how much helplessness lay beneath that approval? By the way, Jiang He, what will you be selling? Jiang He noticed that the streets were bustling with couples, as the area was surrounded by schools, and Haisher University Town was not far off. To be honest, the profitable ventures have long been claimed by others. I am not pursuing this as my main occupation, so competing with these seasoned vendors is quite challenging. Listening to Jiang He's words, Jiang He nodded. She was surprised that this fledgling was so clear about his positioning, entirely unlike a reckless youth. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards Jiang He and the others. Get out of the way. Move aside. A young man with dyed yellow hair was about to collide with Lu Cici. Jiang He swiftly sidestepped and pulled Lu Cici aside. At that moment, a girl wielding a broom appeared before them. The girl sported a tidy ponytail and had a charmingly petite face, yet her words were quite fierce. Damn it! Don't let me catch you. What are you looking at? The girl's fierce demeanor surprisingly held a unique charm. As the crowd dispersed, the girl noticed the trio, and her expression shifted to one of apology. I'm sorry, I didn't scare you, did I? If not, let me treat you to a bowl of noodles at my shop. Just as Jiang He was about to decline, the girl had already taken hold of Lu Cici and Jiang He, leading them toward a restaurant. With no other option, Jiang He could only follow. The girl's noodle shop was located at the end of the night market, yet despite that, it should not have been lacking in patrons, as the entire night market was bustling with people. Observing the clean environment of the shop, Jiang He nodded in satisfaction. If it had been unclean, she would not have sat down for anything. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The young girl remained as decisive as ever, ensuring the comfort of her guests before bustling off to the kitchen. Before long, 3 bowls of aromatic beef ramen appeared before them. I sincerely apologize for almost bumping into you just now, she said, her expression brimming with anticipation as she looked at her companions. However, the ramen that appeared delectable at first glance proved to be quite the contrary upon tasting. Did you forget to add salt? As Jiang He's words left her lips, the others exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Chapter 35. The Lioness demanded him. I'm terribly sorry, I completely forgot. I'll get you a new bowl right away. the girl exclaimed, swiftly gathering the bowls before dashing back to the kitchen, with Jiang He unable to stop her. Jiang Xian stood and stepped outside, nodding thoughtfully before returning. The location, while not prime, certainly wasn't tea lacking. Why was there no one here? Jiang Xian pondered. And it was clear Jiang He sensed something amiss as well. Logically, how could a chef forget to add salt unless the girl was untrained? Suddenly, Jiang Xian turned to Jiang He and asked, "What do you think of this place?" Just then, 3 figures entered the establishment. Just as Jiang He assumed there were other patrons, the trio spoke up directly. "Zhou Riyun, come out here." Upon hearing this, even the dimmest among Jiang He and her companions understood that trouble had arrived. Just as Jiang He prepared to quietly call for help, Zhou Riyun emerged from the kitchen, a gleaming kitchen knife in hand. "I told you, go find that gambler if you want money." Yet it was evident that this was not the first encounter for the 3, and they were unfazed by the girl's knife. "Listen, this shop is under your gambling father's name. Isn't it?" The burly leader surveyed the surroundings, seemingly pleased with the establishment. "Here's the deal. You give me this shop, and I'll let go of the 100,000. At those words, Zhou Riyun began to tremble slightly. "This shop belongs to my mother, not that gambler." As Zhou Riyun was on the verge of losing her temper, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward, shielding her. "You think you can just take this place for 100,000? You must be dreaming." Jiang Xian assessed the shop's location and size, estimating it to be worth at least 800,000, and even in a rush, it could fetch around 600,000. "Who are you to meddle?" The burly man, realizing his scheme had been uncovered, grew agitated. "Who am I? I'm the investor of this establishment." Jiang Xian waved her hand dismissively, knowing her name would mean little to these ruffians. 100,000? Is it? I'll cover that." With that, she produced a card from her bag, originally intended for Jiang He as an investment, which now served a different purpose. Seeing Jiang Xian's readiness to pay generously, the burly man quickly shifted his stance. "Not 100,000. It's 1,000,000. The moment those words left his mouth, even his lackeys exchanged alarmed glances. 1,000,000 was no small sum. Cold sweat began to bead on the burly man's forehead as he realized he had overstepped. Jiang Xian, however, merely looked at him with disappointment, having expected a far greater demand. If Jiang He knew that Jiang Xian considered 1,000,000 to be merely a sum, he would likely be flabbergasted. "You scoundrel! I'll chop you up first." Zhou Riyun's eyes reddened. She had expended too much effort to protect the only legacy her mother had left her, and now she just wanted to fight back against these lowlifes. "Miss Zhou, calm down." Jiang He and Lu Cixi hurriedly intervened to restrain her, understanding that if Zhou Riyun acted impulsively and harmed these thugs, it would only lead to greater losses. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian's expression grew increasingly cold and dangerous in response to the thug's audacity. Those familiar with her recognized this as a clear sign of impending peril. "Do you understand that the law does not recognize debts incurred through gambling?" Jiang Xian was well versed in such legalities. "What? We don't understand you. All I know is her father owes money and hasn't paid." The burly man's retort confirmed Jiang Xian's expectations. She knew that for such individuals, the law held little sway. "By the way, I have recorded your extortion of 1,000,000. Would you like to hear it?" Upon hearing the word extortion, the burly man panicked. "What do you mean? When did I extort anyone? Don't slander me." As he continued to deny it, Jiang Xian had no choice but to play the recording. Upon hearing the audio, the burly man's expression shifted, though he still forced himself to maintain composure. "Is that all you have?" Seeing his unrepentant demeanor, Jiang Xian's gaze turned even colder. "Gambling, extortion, coercion. While you may not know the extent of my capabilities, I can assure you that sending you away for a few years is certainly within my means. If you don't believe me, feel free to test that." The thought of escalating the situation gave Jiang Xian a headache. If it reached that point, she would have to face her deranged sister, who would undoubtedly find it amusing that she sought the assistance of the Jiang family's legal team for merely 1,000,000. The burly man glanced at his 2 lackeys, who were shaking their heads in fear, and he realized that a woman who could casually produce 100,000 was not someone they could afford to confront. Thus, he snatched the bank card from the table and left with a harsh parting remark. Once the thugs departed, Zhou Riyun sank to the ground, weeping, having cast the knife aside. Perhaps that fiercely strong demeanor was merely a protective facade belonging solely to the young girl. Chapter 36. Master Jiang, What Lies Beneath. After a considerable time, Zhou Riyun regained her composure, her face filled with remorse as she looked at her companions. I don't have money at the moment. Can I write an IOU? Bowing her head, she felt acutely aware of how pitiful her current state must appear. You're Miss Zhou, correct? You need not repay this money. In fact, I can invest another 100,000, Jiang He declared, waving her hand, leaving Zhou Riyun in shock. I merely wish to buy into this shop. How about we split the profits 70-30? Huh? Zhou Riyun was taken aback, quickly trying to explain. Miss, just call me Jiang He, she replied. Miss Jiang, the annual profit for this shop may not even reach 100,000. Zhou Riyun was not concerned that Jiang He might covet something from her. She merely sought to caution Jiang He that her investment could result in significant losses. After all, 10,000 was not an insignificant amount. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang He decided to defer to Jiang He for the final decision. Jiang He, what do you think? To be honest, Jiang He had high hopes for the establishment. If it could achieve even modest success, the profits would surely be substantial. Jiang He pondered for a moment before asking, Miss Zhou, why do you think there are no customers in your shop? Upon hearing this, Zhou Riyun's face flushed. It was that group of troublemakers before. And what else? Jiang He pressed, leaving no room for Zhou Riyun to save face. Moreover, I must confess that I am not particularly adept at cooking noodles. Indeed, Zhou Riyun has revealed the truth. As the manager of a noodle shop, she is surprisingly incapable of boiling noodles. After all, she has just graduated from university. At this moment, Zhou Riyun, having been exposed by Jiang He, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, making her appear utterly delectable. Is that so? I see. Jiang He contemplated for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to give it a try. All right then, I shall attempt to cook in the kitchen. What does that mean? Jiang He can cook noodles? Jiang He, intrigued, looked at Jiang He with eager anticipation, while Lu Cixi gazed at her with wide-eyed expectation. For in the young girl's eyes, Jiang He was a figure of boundless capability. Why do you stare at me so? Jiang He, bemused by the expressions of the two girls, couldn't help but chuckle. After all, given his years as an orphan, it would indeed be strange if he lacked some culinary skills. However, the ability to boil noodles was a skill he had acquired during his time at the Jiang household, better left unmentioned. As Jiang He completed his task, an extraordinary bowl of noodles was presented before Jiang He and Lu Cixi. You may sample it first. Jiang He produced 3 small bowls, offering them to the trio, gesturing for each to take a taste. Upon seeing the broth was unexpectedly white, the girls were momentarily bewildered as to what Jiang He had concocted. Yet the instant they took a sip, their eyes sparkled with delight. How is it? Is it not fresh? Yet the flavor is not overwhelming, rather gentle. Observing the affirmative nods from the girls, Jiang He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his culinary skills had not faded. In truth, there was little to conceal. Jiang He had previously endeavored to please Jiang Huang by delivering a steaming bowl of noodles to him every night as he worked late. To gain access to the kitchen at such hours, he had to evade others and had even been reprimanded by Jiang Qin several times for being greedy. It was indeed amusing to think that he could be scolded over a mere bowl of noodles. Reflecting on it now, Jiang He found himself bemused at how he had so shamelessly pursued someone who seemed indifferent to him. How is this possible? Zhou Riyun gazed incredulously at Jiang He, having initially assumed he was merely boasting, for he appeared to be no more than a high school student, capable perhaps of merely cooking rice. Yet, she was astonished to discover his true prowess. Little did she know, Jiang He had spent 16 years as an orphan, always tending to others as the elder of the orphanage. Ahem, it's a secret. I shall teach you later. One must remain cautious. A lesson Jiang He had learned through years of experience. Then it settled. Jiang He attempted to pull out another 100,000, only to be stopped by Jiang He. Dr. Jiang, the previous 100,000 has already been counted as an investment. I'll take care of the rest. With that, Jiang He promptly transferred 20,000 to Zhou Riyun. This serves as a deposit. The remaining 50,000 I shall provide you next month, with a profit split of 3 to 7. However, Before Jiang He could finish, Zhou Ruyan interrupted. A 50-50 split will suffice. I am not particularly useful. Rubbing her head, she admitted that her only skill was in making noodles. Very well, then I shall take 30%, and the remaining 20% can be shared between Cece and me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin waved her hands in protest. I only want 10%. The rest can be divided between you two lovebirds. She was not seeking to exploit Jiang He's money, but merely wished to partake in the venture. After all, this sum was of little utility to her. Alas, such is the mundane life of a wealthy heiress. Chapter 37. The Truth of the Past. Jiang Huang, feeling utterly powerless for the first time in relation to this family. As for the subsequent signing of contracts, Jiang Xin assured them she would handle it, as it was her forte. As it was growing late, Jiang He first escorted Lu Cece to her doorstep and then returned Jiang Xin to the school dormitory. Jiang Xin chose to reside at school primarily for safety. It would be inappropriate for a school doctor to have a bodyguard, and she did not wish to draw undue attention. When Jiang He returned to the orphanage around midnight, he spotted a figure at the entrance. Lin Ruolai, upon seeing Jiang He return, swiftly turned and entered the house, not uttering a single word to him. Ruolai, wait. Jiang He wished to converse with the young girl, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing on her way without pausing. With no other option, Jiang He could only shake his head in resignation. What has gone into this girl lately? Is she going through a rebellious phase typical of adolescence? It is only natural that a sister who once clung to her brother would grow distant as she matured, right? Thus, Jiang He dismissed the incident from his mind, turning back to his room to study until 2 o'clock before retiring for the night. After diligent efforts over the past few days, Jiang He had caught up with his studies. However, to break into the top 10 of his class once more would require significant further effort, demanding an even greater commitment from him. Balancing academics and work was a challenge he needed to approach with seriousness. Meanwhile, back in her room, Lin Ruolai had also turned on her desk lamp to begin her studies. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not settle down to focus. The thought of Jiang He getting injured while protecting Lu Cece drove her to the brink of madness. Why? You have a family that loves you. Why must you take my Jiang He away? In Lin Ruolai's eyes, Jiang He was merely inconsequential to Lu Cece, but he was her everything. Yet, this seemingly unlovable person insisted on stealing everything from her. How could this be tolerated? The very thought made her grip her pen so tightly that it nearly broke. Determined, Lin Ruolai resolved to confront Lu Cece the next day and demand she relinquish Jiang He back to her. Naturally, Jiang He remained entirely unaware of these developments. Simultaneously, the Jiang family's villa remained brightly lit. Jiang Qin, engrossed in the video footage and the previously dismissed nanny Zhao, who had been brought back by Jiang Huang, was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this all true? Rubbing her temples, Jiang Qin never anticipated that Jiang Li would indeed have done such a thing. Master, madam, this has nothing to do with me. I only acted on the young master's orders. He even paid me handsomely to ensure I would never return. Enough. Get out. Yes, I will leave at once. Zhao hurriedly fled, terrified that the next moment would unleash Jiang Qin's wrath upon her. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang, having uncovered the truth, felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had never imagined that her beloved younger brother could commit such acts. The memory of having punished Jiang He to kneel in the rain for an entire night, all while being unaware of the truth, left her feeling unsteady. No wonder he had grown so distant towards her. The recollection of Jiang He bringing her a steaming bowl of noodles during her all-nighters pierced her heart with pain. It hurt so much. She realized she had not been a good sister at all. Where is Jiang Li? Bring him to me. Young Master Jiang Li went to a classmate's house and will not return until tomorrow. Lu, who had been standing beside Jiang Qin, spoke up. Call him. Tell him to return immediately. Just as Jiang Huang was about to call Jiang Li, she was interrupted by Lu Ru. Huanger. Jiang Li may just be confused for a moment. He's simply, Mother. At such a time, you still side with Jiang Li. At that moment, Jiang Huang realized the profound favoritism the Jiang family held for Jiang Li, juxtaposed with their deep-seated prejudice against Jiang He. Lu Ru hastily interjected. I merely wish to spare Xiao Li any sorrow. He has already lost his parents. If we, Jiang Li's unfortunate status as an orphan did not render Jiang He, who had parents yet received no love, any less pitiable. Was it truly justifiable for her to endure 16 years as a neglected child? Enough. Let us refrain from discussing this further for now. Let us first bring Jiang He back, Jiang Qin insisted, continuously rubbing his temples. Dad, how can we proceed like this? Jiang Huang exclaimed in alarm. It was imperative to clarify matters in front of Jiang Li. They cannot simply sweep it under the rug. What do you suggest? Our family has just celebrated Xiao Li's coming of age. If this incident gets out, where would that leave the Jiang family's reputation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang fell silent. Sigh, let's just bring Xiao Yi back for now. We can address the rest later. Do you understand? This was the best solution Jiang Qin could muster. With no other options, Jiang Huang could only nod despondently before turning and retreating to his room. Chapter 38. Did Jiang He take the initiative to visit? By the afternoon of the following day, after school, Jiang He requested leave from Jiang Xian and accompanied Lu Sisi back home. He intended to return the 30,000 yuan to the Jiang family. From this point onward, he would sever all ties with them, leaving neither party in debt to the other. He gazed up at the dimming sky and exhaled deeply. Lu Sisi, perceptive as she was, immediately sensed that Jiang He seemed different today, prompting her to ask, Brother Jiang He, may I accompany you? Seeing the concern etched on Lu Sisi's face, Jiang He smiled softly. There's no need. It's merely a trivial matter. You should head back. With that, he turned to leave. As Lu Sisi watched him depart, she understood that Jiang He still regarded her as a sister, and that he had always felt pity for her. However, this was for the better. She smiled brightly, thinking that after her demise, Jiang He would not be overwhelmed with grief. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the bushes of the community. Upon seeing this, Lu Sisi chuckled. Was this not the younger sister who had been secretly following her? And, Jiang He? What are you laughing at? Lin Ruoli exclaimed, her demeanor akin to an irate kitten. It's nothing. Why don't you come upstairs and sit with me? Lu Sisi gently brushed the dried leaves from Lin Ruoli's hair, as she had an inkling of the young girl's intentions. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang He was oblivious, making his way to the Jiang family with 30,000 yuan in cash tucked away in his bag. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Jiang residence, he was met by butler Lu, who was equally surprised and quickly opened the door for him. Young master, you have finally returned. Butler Lu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Had the patriarch relented? He had always sympathized with Jiang He's plight within the Jiang family, discreetly caring for him despite the family's public stance. How has grandfather been lately? Jiang He inquired with a smile, fully aware of those who had shown him kindness. Oh no, you needn't call me young master. I am no longer a member of the Jiang family. Do not jest, young master. It was merely a moment of impulse on the patriarch's part. Butler Lu quickly redirected the conversation, leading Jiang He into the opulent living room of the Jiang villa. At that moment, Jiang Qin sat in the living room perusing a newspaper, favoring its tangible nature over digital news. Whether this inclination stemmed from nostalgia or obstinacy remained uncertain. Master, the young master has returned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately set down the newspaper and rose to his feet. Ahem, you're back. Please have a seat. I will fetch your mother and sister. Jiang He, taken aback, questioned whether he had misheard. Was this truly Jiang Qin? All right. It was time to clarify matters before everyone, preventing further interruptions. As Lu Ru heard of Jiang He's return, she hurried downstairs, eager to embrace him. Yet, Jiang He skillfully sidestepped her. Lu Ru trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as she gazed at her seemingly indifferent son. Xiao He, I have a hug, Lu Ru pleaded, aware of her failures towards Jiang He, yearning to make amends. That one tea be necessary. I'll leave after I finish what I have to say. Jiang He replied coldly. In the past, had Lu Ru wished to embrace him, he would have been overjoyed. Did she not understand what a mother-s embrace meant to an orphan? Yet, during Jiang He's first return home, she had merely withdrawn out of fear that Jiang Li would misinterpret the gesture, leaving Jiang He profoundly disappointed. Now, he no longer harbored expectations. Why leave? Xiao He, I beg you stay a while. Would you? Even confronted with Lu Ru's entreaties, Jiang He remained silent. Then I will take your silence as agreement. I shall prepare a meal and take you out tonight. Lu Ru's flustered demeanor prompted her to rush back upstairs to gather her things. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang He shook his head. At this juncture, what was the point? Meanwhile, Jiang He, engaged in her art exhibition, promptly abandoned her painting upon learning of Jiang He's return, leaving the staff in a state of bewilderment. What do we do if the exhibitor runs away? Help! However, such concerns were far from Jiang He's mind. Nothing took precedence over Jiang He's return. Unbeknownst to her, her artwork, the broken puppet, would soon garner significant attention. Simultaneously, Jiang Huang, who had been drowning himself in work to escape his reality, received the news of Jiang He's return. He immediately instructed his secretary to prepare a car and hurried down the stairs at an unprecedented pace, startling the secretary, who assumed Jiang Huang was heading to an important meeting. Without hesitation, she parked the car at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 39. In truth, I do not have much time left at this moment. Lin Ruoli followed Lu Cici back to her home. Would you like something to eat? Lu Cici inquired, extending a pair of pink slippers adorned with rabbit ears toward Lin Ruoli. If I won't eat, Lin Ruoli retorted defiantly. How could she accept food from her rival? Yet, the grumbling of her stomach betrayed her, causing her cheeks to flush. Distracted by her confrontation with Lu Cici, she had neglected to eat breakfast and lunch, leaving her famished. Lu Cici chuckled, urging her to sit while she prepared something to eat. With no other choice, Lin Ruoli took a seat, surveying Lu Cici's home. Her first impression was one of cleanliness and brightness. Lu Cici hailed from a middle-class family, her parents being esteemed intellectuals. Had they not been preoccupied with Lu Cici's affairs over the years, their standard of living would have undoubtedly been elevated. At present, Lu Cici's parents have yet to return from work, providing an opportune moment for the two young ladies to engage in private conversation. Before long, Lu Cici presented 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles. Ahem, I apologize, but this is the extent of my culinary skills. Lu Cici felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she lacked the culinary prowess of Jiang He. Instant noodles were the only dish she was confident she could prepare without mishap. It's perfectly fine. I'm not particular about such matters, Lin Ruoli replied, proudly lifting one of the bowls and taking small bites, her hunger evident. Observing Lin Ruoli's lack of disdain, Lu Cici felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then, Lu Cici quietly inquired, Do you harbor feelings for Brother Jiang He? The question startled Lin Ruoli, causing her to inadvertently spray a small mouthful of noodle soup. Are you all right? Lu Cici quickly produced a tissue to assist Lin Ruoli, regretting not waiting until the girl had finished her meal before broaching such a topic. Cough, cough, I can manage on my own, Lin Ruoli asserted, taking the tissue from Lu Cici. After all, how could she allow a rival to wipe her mouth? How did you know? Truth be told, Lin Ruoli felt a momentary pang of guilt. Was her affection for Jiang He truly that apparent? I merely guessed, but it seems my intuition was not misplaced. Lu Cici replied with a gentle smile, unperturbed by the revelation. Yes, I do like Jiang He. So what? Lin Ruoli exclaimed, her pride flaring. But what is it that draws you to him? Lu Cici asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded the irate yet endearing girl before her. For a moment, Lin Ruoli stared at Lu Cici in disbelief. She had anticipated that upon learning of her feelings for Jiang He, Lu Cici would turn hostile. Yet here she was, inquiring about the reasons behind her affection. Was this the conduct expected of rivals? Or did Lu Cici perhaps not genuinely care for Jiang He, merely seeking to play with his affections? Such thoughts ignited Lin Ruoli's resolve. She would not permit any unscrupulous woman to toy with Jiang He's emotions. I grew up alongside Jiang He. Lu Cici offered Lin Ruoli a cup of warm water, eager to learn more about Jiang He's past and the reasons for this girl's affection towards him. Did growing up together naturally lead to such feelings? This notion intrigued Lu Cici, for she had always longed for a companion, having grown up without any playmates. Not necessarily, Lin Ruoli began to recount how, after losing her parents and becoming an orphan, Jiang He had avenged her and steadfastly protected her. Brother Jiang He once promised me that he would always be by my side. As she spoke, Lin Ruoli's voice softened, and she began to refer to Jiang He with the affectionate title of brother. But he betrayed me. He abandoned me. Tears welled in Lin Ruoli's eyes. A mixture of rage and love for Jiang He reflected within them. Upon hearing this, Lu Cixi fell momentarily silent, taken aback by the significance Jiang He held in the heart of this seemingly proud girl. Perhaps it was not an exaggeration to describe their bond as familial. So please, could you return brother Jiang He to me? Lin Ruoli pleaded, her gaze imploring. She had never before begged anyone for anything. Jiang He had taught her that in the face of adversity, one must be self-reliant, as others cannot be depended upon. Only oneself. For years, Lin Ruoli had held this lesson close to her heart, striving to excel in all endeavors, whether academics or athletics, through sheer determination. Yet in this matter, she found herself genuinely fearful. She could not bear the thought of losing Jiang He, the boy she had come to regard as family. Seeing the pitiable expression on Lin Ruoli's face, Lu Cixi merely smiled gently. In truth, I may not have much longer to live. Chapter 40. What if one day I'm no longer here? Lin Ruoli could scarcely believe her ears. What did you just say? You want to live long? Yet Lu Cixi seemed to have come to terms with this reality. I have suffered from a heart condition since childhood, and the doctors have informed me that I shall not see my 20th birthday. Observing Lin Ruoli's shock-stricken silence, Lu Cixi smiled once more. Moreover, the reason brother Jiang He agreed to be with me is because. Thus, Lu Cixi recounted her experiences with Jiang He in detail. After hearing her story, Lin Ruoli found herself in a state of bewilderment. She had been quarreling with a girl whose life was so precarious. The realization filled her with profound embarrassment. I am so sorry, I had no idea. Before Lin Ruoli could finish her sentence, Lu Cixi interrupted. Oh, it's quite all right. I've long since come to terms with it. But how did you and Jiang He meet? Do you genuinely like him? Lin Ruoli asked, aware that such questions might be considered impolite. Yet her curiosity drove her to seek the truth about Lu Cici's feelings for Jiang He. Perhaps around 5 years ago, when my parents took me to the hospital, I was targeted by human traffickers. Lu Cixi recounted the harrowing experience, still feeling a shiver of fear. They deceived me into leaving with them while my parents were away. By the time I sensed something was amiss, it was too late. The terror of that moment was unbearable for a girl of 13 or 14. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoli felt her heart clench in sympathy. Just as I was about to be abducted by those traffickers, brother Jiang He appeared. Perhaps he heard my cries for help. I distinctly remember him wielding a red brick and striking down the leader of the gang. At that moment, Jiang He's arrival was akin to a beacon of hope piercing through Lu Cici's darkening world. I still recall how Jiang He shielded me with his own body. The frail figure of a 13 or 14-year-old boy seemed insignificant against those ruthless traffickers, even diminutive. Yet to me, Jiang He appeared as a towering giant, unshakable. Despite his youth, Jiang He was far from foolish. He immediately drew the attention of passers-by with his shouts, fully aware that he could not take on the traffickers alone. Seeing that their scheme was about to unravel, the traffickers dared not linger, fleeing in their vehicle. Ultimately, they were apprehended at an intersection on the outskirts of the city. That day, the police not only arrested the traffickers, but also rescued 4 or 5 children who were destined to be sold to remote areas. Largely thanks to Jiang He's heroic actions. Had he not intervened, Lu Cixi dared not imagine what fate awaited her. Perhaps she would have perished in an unknown mountainous region. As she spoke, Lu Cixi lowered her head, grappling with the guilt of having exploited her illness to keep Jiang He by her side. Lin Ruoli suddenly recalled another incident when Jiang He returned home covered in injuries. At the time, she had asked him why he hadn't stayed behind, as he could have been recognized for his bravery. Yet Jiang He had replied that he was not interested in such accolades. At this moment, it seems that he is nothing but a fool, a complete fool. Yet, why is it that such a foolish person is so utterly endearing? Lin Ruoli chuckled to herself in a self-deprecating manner. After all, she too has fallen for this fool. Having gathered enough understanding, Lin Ruoli felt it unnecessary to linger any longer. Rising to her feet, she gazed at Lu Cixi and said, I apologize, Miss Lu. I was too impulsive before. Lin Ruoli is indeed a person who clearly distinguishes love from hate, Demanding a patient to relinquish her affection is something she cannot. Nor will she do. It's all right. I bear you no ill will, Lu Cece replied, attempting to rise, but Lin Ruoli gently pressed her back down. Just as Lin Ruoli was about to depart, Lu Cece called out to her once more. If I'm no longer here one day, I entrust brother Jiang He to you. Lu Cece understood that she would eventually leave this world, and it brought her solace to know that such a wonderful girl could be by Jiang He's side. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoli paused momentarily. You mustn't speak like that. You will be fine. Seeing Lin Ruoli's anxious expression, Lu Cece couldn't help but chuckle softly. She knew well that this proud little girl had a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue. I understand. Even after exiting the gates of Lu Cece's community, Lin Ruoli remained somewhat dazed. She had just entertained the notion of caring for a patient. Alas, it is all Jiang He's fault. Why must you be so charming? Jiang He? Lin Ruoli squatted by the roadside, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Chapter 41. Forgiveness? Just a stranger at this moment, the Jiang family had gathered. With the exception of Jiang Mo, who was studying in the capital, and Jiang, who refused to return. Everyone was present, including Jiang Li. When Jiang Li learned that Jiang He had returned home, it felt like a thunderclap to his heart. He had always known that Jiang He would never easily relinquish his position as the young master of the Jiang family. This was a status that countless people yearned for. Jiang He, since you insist on disrupting my life, then don't blame me. Jiang Li clenched his fists in silence. He would never allow anyone to usurp his place within the Jiang family. Yet, he had never considered that this position rightfully belonged to Jiang He, and it was he who had occupied it for so many years. Since everyone is here, I have something to say. However, before Jiang He could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Ru. Little He, can we please just let this one time go? Whatever it is, can we discuss it after dinner? Seeing Lu Ru's pleading expression, Jiang He had initially intended to ignore her, but thinking that if he didn't clarify things today, the Jiang family might continue to disturb him in the future, he reluctantly agreed. All right, Butler Lu, please prepare the car. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu hurriedly dashed off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, hidden from view, cast a venomous glare at Jiang He. Those resentful looks should have fallen upon him instead. How dare Jiang He take his place? When they arrived at the Buckingham, the doorman had already received notice and was waiting for the Jiang family. Upon entering the private room, Jiang He casually chose a corner seat, treating it as just another meal. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Previously, whenever they dined out, Jiang He always sat in a corner, fully aware that this was Jiang Li's petty attempt to ostracize him. However, he had never paid it much mind before, and now he certainly wouldn't tea. Little He, come sit beside me, dear, Lu Ru called out. Noticing Jiang He in the corner, Jiang Li, who had been seated next to Lu Ru, wore a frozen smile, but rose nonetheless. Yes, brother Jiang He, this seat is rightfully yours. I shall just move over. Just as Jiang Li felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes, Jiang He interrupted, unable to tolerate Jiang Li's pitiful demeanor any longer. Enough, I'm perfectly fine here. I've grown accustomed to it. Noticing Jiang He's refusal to move, Jiang Li relaxed slightly, though his fists clenched tighter beneath the table. Little He, come here, sit next to your mother, and Jiang Li, will you? Lu Ru still clung to the hope that Jiang He and Jiang Li could coexist, oblivious to the potential fallout. No, please don't. If you provoke your son Jiang Li, one tea, he just throw me out on the spot? Jiang He responded nonchalantly, recalling how, whenever Jiang Li faced any slight, they would unleash their frustrations upon him, leaving Jiang He to wonder if he were truly the adopted son. Lu Ru, alarmed by Jiang He's words, protested, Little He, how could your mother do such a thing? Just as she tried to defend herself, Jiang He cut her off. What? How could this be? Would you like me to recount your past great deeds? Jiang He said nonchalantly, considering it all a thing of the past. All right, let us sit down. Can't you see your son Jiang Li is turning pale? Upon hearing Jiang He call him out, Jiang Li quickly adopted a different demeanor, fearful of revealing his true feelings. However, to Jiang He's surprise, Jiang Zi and Jiang Huang voluntarily rose to sit beside him. Huh? What are you two doing? Jiang He was taken aback. Why was Jiang Huang joining in? Jiang He spoke first, her gaze cast downward. Little He, I was wrong before. Will you forgive me? At her words, Jiang Li's face turned ashen. His second sister was actually apologizing to Jiang He. How could this be possible? All right, I forgive you. Fine. Jiang He was taken aback by Jiang He's quick acceptance, her eyes lighting up with joy as she pulled out a somewhat damaged puppet from behind her. Then, Little He, can you accept this? Sure, give it to me. Jiang He accepted it without hesitation, placing it into his bag. Seeing this, Jiang He nearly burst into tears of joy. Jiang He had truly forgiven her. Little He, could you call me sister again? Jiang He asked, her face filled with anticipation. But Jiang He merely waved his hand. Let's talk about that later. Yes, indeed, I was too hasty. Jiang He quickly suppressed her emotions. It was a significant step that Jiang He was willing to forgive her, especially since he had just accepted her puppet. However, what she did not realize was that Jiang He now regarded her as nothing more than a stranger. That puppet, which had once held immense importance to him, was now merely an ordinary trinket. What does it matter to forgive a stranger? After all, he didn't care. If forgiveness was to be given, so be it. Chapter 42. High School Entrance? Sorry, no thanks. Seeing this, Jiang Huang also wished to say something to Jiang He, but was cut off. Let us eat first. Jiang He wanted to avoid any further disruptions from this group, preferring to finish the meal quickly, repay the Jiang family, and settle the score. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ru and Jiang Qin felt it best to refrain from further comments. Little He, how have you been these days? Lu Ru couldn't help but inquire. Having not seen Jiang He for several days, she had attempted to visit him at school, but was stopped by security. Moreover, after being expelled by the principal last time, security refused to allow her entry, no matter what she said. Quite well, sleeping soundly and eating heartily. Haven't you noticed I've put on some weight? In recent days, Jiang He has been enjoying a remarkable sense of comfort, free from the incessant torment of the Jiang family. Life has become exceedingly pleasant, and it would be even better if they did not intrude upon her tranquility. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ru and Jiang Qin found themselves in a somewhat awkward predicament. It was evident that Jiang He, having departed from the Jiang household, was faring far better than before. If word of this were spread, where would the dignity of the Jiang family reside? Even at such a moment, still preoccupied with the family's reputation, it was truly baffling what one could say. Observing the situation, Jiang Qin seized the opportunity to speak up. Ahem, Xiao He, after all, number 2 high school cannot compare to Haigao. In a few days, I shall arrange for you to transfer to Haigao. No sooner had Jiang Qin uttered these words than a loud crack echoed through the room. It was Jiang Li, who had inadvertently exerted too much force and broken his chopsticks. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom, he muttered hastily before leaving his seat. The reason for Jiang Li's exaggerated reaction was clear. Haigao is the preeminent high school in the entire high city, and he himself is a student there. It is worth noting that Jiang Qin had previously suggested transferring Jiang He to Haigao, as the disparity between number 2 high school and Haigao is not trivial. In terms of teaching resources, Haigao predominantly employs highly qualified special education teachers, while number 2 high school relies on ordinary educators. This alone is sufficient to create a significant divide. In terms of educational facilities, while number 2 high school still utilizes chalkboards, Haigao has already embraced electronic screens and even boasts exclusive laboratories, complemented by 3 dining halls. Furthermore, there's a stark contrast in student demographics. The majority of Haigao's students hail from affluent families or are exceptionally gifted individuals, emphasizing elite education. Gaining admission to Haigao is akin to stepping through the threshold of a prestigious university, not to mention the invaluable networking opportunities it provides. Having splashed water on his face and gazing at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, Jiang Li was unexpectedly gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear. He dreaded the possibility of Jiang He usurping his position. Previously, he had schemed to prevent Jiang He from entering Haigao by spreading malicious rumors about her associations with unsavory characters and falsely accusing her of intending to harm him. This treachery had led Jiang Qin to withhold her transfer, fearing that Jiang He might tarnish the family's reputation. Jiang He, if I could thwart your entrance once, I can assure you never set foot in Haigao for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang He unhesitatingly declined the offer. No, number 2 high school is quite satisfactory. In truth, when Jiang Qin had proposed a transfer, she had little desire to attend. She merely acquiesced to avoid displeasing him. Moreover, the principal and teachers at No. 2 high school had been quite kind to her, and she had a delightful group of classmates. Why would she wish to attend a high school in an unfamiliar environment? Her ability to gain admission to a reputable university depends solely on her personal efforts and determination. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as one strives diligently, rewards will surely follow. This is Jiang He's philosophy toward life. She would never emulate Jiang Li, becoming a parasitic creature that resorts to petty tricks and plays the victim. Disgusting. Jiang Qin sighed. Xiao He, the gap between number 2 high school and Haigao is not insignificant. Given your grades, I fear grades? You need not concern yourself with that, Jiang He replied dismissively. However, upon hearing about Jiang He's college entrance examination, Lu Ru could not help but interject once more. Xiao He, why not heed your father's advice? Your grades are in Lu Ru's mind. Jiang He's academic performance had always ranked at the bottom. Is it not your beloved son Jiang Li who claimed my grades were subpar? Jiang He discerned Lu Ru's thoughts immediately, recognizing that Jiang Li was behind this. Yet, one could hardly blame Jiang Li entirely. What parent would neglect their own child's academic performance? Why should others' opinions dictate their worth? They had previously shown no interest. Now, it seemed rather late to express concern. Xiaoli Lu Ru was momentarily at a loss for words, as she had always relied on Jiang Li's reports regarding Jiang He's grades. In my last mock exam, I placed among the top 200 in High City. I believe that I am not inferior to your son, Jiang Li, am I? Jiang He took a sip of water, recalling that while Jiang Li's grades were decent, they barely placed him around the 500 mark in the entire High City. This revelation startled Jiang Qin. How can that be possible? In truth, the gap between No. 2 high school and Haigao is considerable. Haigao essentially monopolizes the top rankings in the city. Jiang He, being among the top 20 in number 2 high school, could barely squeeze into the top 200. Only the top 10 from number 2 high school could hope to rank within the top 100, and even then, they would be situated toward the lower end. Xiao He, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin quickly realized he had misspoken. However, Jiang He remained unfazed, having long since become accustomed to such prejudices. If Jiang Li were to boast about being among the top 200 in High City, they would likely be throwing a grand celebration right now. That is not what I meant. I know what you mean. You think I am lying, don't you? Jiang He said nonchalantly. Just as everyone expected Jiang He to present some evidence, he simply shrugged his shoulders. Why should I feel compelled to convince you? Jiang He questioned. Who are you to me? Are we so familiar? Why should I prove anything to you? Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Zi promptly intervened to ease the tension. Since Xiaohe does not wish to attend Haigao, then let it be. Number 2 high school is also a fine choice. Indeed, let us eat first. With that, the previously tense atmosphere began to thaw. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded from outside the door. Everyone set down their chopsticks, and Jiang Qin rose to open the door, only to discover Jiang Li collapsed at the entrance. Xiaoli, Lu Ru exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Li unconscious, a large bruise forming on his forehead from the earlier impact. Quick, take him to the hospital. Jiang Qin hastily scooped Jiang Li up and rushed toward the exit. By the time Jiang Zi and Jiang Huang realized what was happening, the two had already vanished, leaving only Jiang He behind. Well, you two should hurry and follow. Otherwise, if your dear brother Jiang Li were to die, you wouldn't even have the chance for a final farewell. Jiang He maintained his indifferent demeanor, having long since relinquished any expectations of this group. As for Jiang Li, he had indeed been rather ruthless toward himself. Just thinking about that bruise made Jiang He wince. But what was the point? Did he not want him to return to the Jiang household? Yet, he had never intended to go back. Once dinner was over and he returned the money, he would simply leave. Why resort to such petty tactics? Jiang Zi and Jiang Huang wore expressions of remorse. Realizing they had not anticipated Lu Ru and Jiang Qin would abandon Jiang He so readily. Xiao He, Jiang Huang attempted to explain, but Jiang He interrupted her directly. You two go ahead. I can wait at your Jiang family villa, all right? The primary reason being that his belongings and the 30,000 yuan he owed still resided at the Jiang family villa. Upon hearing Jiang He intended to return to the Jiang household, Jiang Zi and Jiang Huang's faces lit up with joy. Then it is settled. Xiao He, you must wait for your sister to return. As the two girls departed, Jiang He lingered for a long while, watching their retreating figures. He remembered a time in his previous life when, under Jiang Li's earnest request, they had finally agreed to take him on a trip together. At that moment, he had been genuinely elated. He had never imagined that a boy who had spent 16 years as an orphan would have the opportunity to travel with his family. The 3 days could be described as the happiest moments Jiang He had experienced since arriving at the Jiang family. After all, it was a trip. Even though Jiang He remained largely unnoticed, no one would scold him. In fact, Lu Ru personally bought him a bottle of beverage. You heard me correctly, a mere bottle of drink. Yet because it was purchased by Lu Ru, he hesitated to take a sip for half a day. When one is at their most humble, even a single bottle of drink can be regarded as a treasure by Jiang He. It was only later that he realized Jiang Li's previous kindness was merely a means to toy with him. The situation mirrored today, as Jiang Li once again fainted. Consequently, all eyes returned to Jiang Li. When Jiang He regained his senses, he found himself alone. The scene played out again. Jiang He suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had no recollection of how he returned. He only knew that the staff at the scenic area had tried calling Jiang Qin and Lu Ru repeatedly, yet none answered. Out of fear of disturbing Jiang Li in the hospital, they had turned off their phones, completely forgetting about Jiang He. Ultimately, it was the local police station that returned Jiang He home. Why didn't he use his phone? Because it was still in their car. Isn't it laughable? How absurd Jiang He truly was. After a brief pause, he eventually summoned the resolve to hail a cab back to the Jiang family villa. No one knew what thoughts occupied Jiang He during that moment. Perhaps it was a sense of liberation, or perhaps relief, but most likely it was simply acceptance. Meanwhile, after Jiang Li was rushed to the emergency room, Lu Ru finally remembered Jiang He's existence. I must return to find Xiao He. In an instant, Lu Ru's complexion paled, having previously resolved to treat both fairly. How could she abandon Jiang He so easily? Fortunately, Jiang Huang and Jiang Zi arrived just in time. Upon learning that Jiang He had already returned to the Jiang family, Lu Ru let out a sigh of relief. I was too hasty earlier. I will surely make it up to Xiao He when I return. Simultaneously, a flicker of joy stirred within Lu Ru. Since Jiang He was willing to return to the Jiang family, it indicated that he wished to remain, allowing her to better compensate him. However, this time, she might be in for disappointment. Chapter 44. Lu Yu. I think I can manage again. What Jiang He was unaware of was that Lu Yu, who had been persistently harassing Jiang Xian, was in the next private room. At this moment, Lu Yu was red-faced and excessively inebriated. He had never anticipated that Jiang Xian would fancy a pretty boy, declaring that she preferred the youthful. Drink! Everyone drink! Lu Yu was flanked by two younger companions. Despite the Lu family's status being far inferior to the Jiang family, he was still a super-rich second generation. It was quite normal to have two younger brothers in this city. Yet, these two companions were also glancing at Lu Yu with apprehension. That night, Lu Yu had already consumed 18 cans of 500 milliliters beer, and they feared he might suffer a heart attack if he continued. Big brother, why don't we take a break first and eat something? The taller, thinner younger brother quickly grabbed Lu Yu's hand, trying to stop him from drinking. Truth be told, Lu Yu was generous to them. Had it not been for him, they might never have dared to indulge in such luxuries. Why, I don't want to. Why? Why abandon me? Upon hearing this, the two younger brothers exchanged bewildered glances. No way, a super-rich second generation like Lu Yu wouldn't be reduced to being a simp, would he? That is unacceptable. The brothers shared a knowing look and nodded. Big brother, can you share your thoughts with us? We would like to learn from you. Seeing his younger companions take the initiative to ask, and being inebriated, Lu Yu naturally spoke without reservation. She actually got involved with a pretty boy 6 years younger than her. What do I lack compared to that pretty boy? Upon uttering this, the chubby younger brother was taken aback. What do you mean, old cow eating tender grass? Big brother, is it possible that they are just pretending to be together? Unexpectedly, The tall, slender younger brother hit the nail on the head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Xin has a cleanliness obsession. How could she tolerate someone else eating her leftovers? Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, the dessert Jiang Xin had personally handed to Jiang He had been bitten by Lu Cece. Seeing their older brother begin to chug again, the two younger brothers had no choice but to drag Lu Yu out. What are you doing? Let go of me. I still want to drink. Wah! It wasn't tea until they reached the breezy overpass that Lu Yu regained some clarity. Big brother, we can't let that brat continue to act so arrogantly. We must come up with a plan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu scrambled to his feet, swaying slightly. Exactly. We must teach that brat a lesson. How dare he compete with me for women? He must be tired of living. Seeing Lu Yu's renewed fighting spirit, the two younger brothers felt relieved. Big brother, do you think that brat is still a student? Based on the slender younger brother's deduction, Jiang He was likely a current student, possibly even a high schooler. A student? Lu Yu pondered the situation carefully. Suddenly, it dawned on him. I remember now. He is a student at Jiang Xian's school. I've seen it before. With Lu Yu's loud exclamation, he attracted the attention of passers-by, yet he was far too intoxicated to care. He recalled that when he had gone to the school infirmary to find Jiang Xian, Jiang He had been by her side. No wonder Jiang Xian had consistently rejected him. It turned out she was already involved with someone else. So I was merely a fool. Wah! Big brother, pull yourself together. I have a plan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu instantly perked up. What plan? Speak quickly. Observing Lu Yu's excited demeanor, the slender younger brother slowly revealed his strategy. Big brother, think about it. Since Miss Jiang Xin is the school nurse and that brat is a student, do you think the school would condone such a relationship? Exactly. The school would never allow them to be together. The more Lu Yu listened, the more exhilarated he became. How had he not thought of this before? The slender younger brother continued, we should report them to the school. They will surely succumb to the pressure and separate, and when Miss Jiang Xin is heartbroken, won't that be your opportunity? One must admit, this slender younger brother was quite talented. However, Lu Yu had pursued Jiang Xin for so long without success. Though he was shameless and patient enough, he truly didn't know how to win Jiang Xin's favor. Big brother, have you heard of the hero saving the beauty trope? Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes. At that moment, I and Zhuang can pretend to be thugs to bully Miss Jiang Xin, and then you can appear and save her. This plan will surely succeed. After listening to the slender younger brother's explanation, Lu Yu was even more excited. Excellent. When we succeed, you both will be generously rewarded. Upon hearing this, the two younger brothers were thrilled. So now let us get to it. Lu Yu immediately called upon his connections in the city to help him find the principal's number at Jiang Xian's school. Without hesitation, he dialed the number on his phone. Hello, is this the principal of number 2 high school? I have a report to make. Chapter 45. Returning the puppet to its place. Reclaiming one's affection upon her return to the Jiang family villa, Jiang He found butler Lu already waiting at the entrance with an air of anticipation. However, upon seeing Jiang He arrive alone by taxi, a look of confusion crossed his face. Young master, why have you returned alone? Where are your parents? Butler Lu still held the belief that Jiang He would remain at the Jiang residence this time. After all, her devoted son, Jiang Li, was currently at the hospital attending to them. Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Butler Lu was taken aback. Today was the day Jiang He was expected home, and surely someone should have stayed behind to accompany him. Please wait here, young master. I shall prepare your room. But just as Butler Lu turned to leave, Jiang He grasped his arm gently. Grandpa Lu, there is no need for that. I want to be staying here. Jiang He shook his head. He was no longer the little master of the Jiang family. Young master, a moment of silence ensued between them, until Jiang He broke the stillness. Please take me inside. I will wait for them to return and clarify a few matters. As they entered the villa, Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, was busy tidying up the rooms. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight upon seeing Jiang He. Little master, you're back. Seeing Aunt Zhang, who frequently treated him to little snacks, stirred a bittersweet feeling within Jiang He. How have you been, Aunt Zhang? This household had provided him warmth, especially from those who were not intimately familiar with him. Though they may not have held high status, their kindness was deeply ingrained. I'm well, little master. Will you be staying this time? Her words cast a shadow of silence over them once more. It seemed Aunt Jiang began to understand. Little master, I'm just a worker, and I don't grasp grand philosophies, but I believe that a wonderful child like you will surely be blessed by the heavens. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Jiang He replied earnestly, nodding his head in appreciation. No need for thanks. These are for you. I've kept them for you all along. With that, Aunt Jiang reached into her pocket and produced a small white plastic bag filled with treats like candies and pastries. Despite Jiang Qin's earlier warning that she would lose her job if she continued to offer Jiang He snacks, he did not refuse, though his eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. Aunt Jiang, may I see my old room? Jiang He inquired, feeling an inexplicable urge to look. That cramped room was the very place where he had perished in a fire in his past life. As he opened the door, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Everything remained unchanged. Butler Lu tugged at Aunt Jiang's sleeve, signaling her to allow Jiang He some time alone. The room still contained the same simple bed, and the desk was adorned with familiar trinkets. However, to Jiang He's surprise, the potted plant once gifted to him by Jiang Huang was still lush and green, clearly well cared for. Could it have been Jiang Huang? Jiang He shook his head. It mattered little to him now. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a picture frame on the desk. Inside was the sole photograph taken during his return to the Jiang family. A group shot captured by Butler Lu's phone. They had intended to have a proper family portrait taken, but had postponed it repeatedly out of fear that Jiang Li would overthink things. Gently, he wiped the dust from the frame's surface and smiled faintly at the image of his former self. The Jiang He who longed for familial love had perished in that great fire of his past life. He carefully extracted the photo, which was somewhat blurred due to being taken with a phone. Jiang He tore away the edge that featured himself and placed the remainder back in the frame. Nodding with satisfaction at the image of the family, he thought to himself, without him, they would surely find happiness. This way, they would no longer intrude upon his life, remaining strangers henceforth. At that moment, Jiang He retrieved the puppet Jiang Zi had returned to him earlier. One arm had been broken by Jiang Li, and he had smashed it to pieces himself, so even though Jiang Zi had sincerely attempted to repair it, the puppet's scars remained evident. What was the point? Jiang He shook his head, recalling Jiang Zi's words. Jiang He, what are you being so irrational about? It's just a broken puppet. Jiang Li didn't do it on purpose. Indeed, Jiang Li had not acted with malice. He had merely been careless, too fond. So why should he return this puppet to him now? Perhaps, in the past, Jiang He had indeed cherished this puppet as if it were a treasure. But now, Jiang Zi's words rang true. It was merely a broken puppet. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the puppet upright on the table. You can stay here, he decided. Leaving it by his side would only serve to stir unnecessary emotions. It was better to leave it here, alongside the potted plants and the picture frame. From this point forward, Jiang He had completely severed any lingering attachments to the Jiang family. He could only wonder how Jiang Zi would react upon seeing it. Goodbye. Jiang He stood, casting one last glance before gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 46. Jiang He will no longer call her sister. It was until the early hours of the morning that the family finally returned from the hospital, and Jiang He had waited for nearly 2 hours. Upon entering, Lu Ru's first instinct was to rush forward and embrace Jiang He. Yet, as before, he deftly evaded her. I'm sorry, Xiao He. I was too anxious and forgot about you. Let me tidy your room now, shall I? With that, Lu Ru turned to ascend the stairs, ensuring that Jiang He would not be allowed to stay in the servant's quarters any longer. No need. I'll be leaving shortly. At his words, both Jiang Zi and Jiang Huang were taken aback, hastily stepping forward to grasp Jiang He's hands. Xiao He, didn't you say you would wait for us at the Jiang family home? Why are you leaving? Gently, Jiang He withdrew his hands from their grasp. Yes, I merely said I would wait for your return. I never stated I would reside in the Jiang home, did I? Lu Ru gazed at Jiang He with tear-filled eyes. Xiao He, I understand you still resent me, but your brother has nothing to do with Jiang Li. Jiang He waved his hand dismissively. The current situation was indeed largely a result of Jiang Li's actions, but had the Jiang family treated him fairly, Jiang He would not have found himself in this position. Prejudice was the blade that had severed Jiang He's ties. At that moment, Jiang Qin stepped forward to speak. Xiao He, it was your father who wronged you. If you wish to return, I will immediately announce to the public that you are the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin still believed that Jiang He had left due to a desire for such hollow titles. Mr. Jiang, don't you think these matters are something you should have addressed long ago? But how had the Jiang family acted? They had labeled him the child of a servant. Did the Jiang family's so-called reputation hold such significance? Jiang He now found himself wishing he truly were the child of a servant. Perhaps then the myriad of sufferings from his past life would not have befallen him. Jiang He, don't push your luck. Jiang Qin could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at Jiang He. How could this Jiang He still refer to him as Mr. Jiang? Did he truly wish to sever all ties with the family? Old Jiang, Lu Ru quickly stepped in to prevent the impending outburst from Jiang Qin. Look, it's clearly your fault, and now it feels as if I am the one to blame. Jiang He waved his hand dismissively, noting that even now, Jiang Qin still failed to recognize his own mistakes. What have I done wrong? Without the Jiang family, where would you little scoundrel, be now? Jiang Qin continued to question Jiang He with a fierce expression. Over the years, he had poured his heart and soul into the Jiang family, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish its reputation, not even himself. Really? Then how have I endured these past 16 years? Jiang He stood his ground, having already yielded enough. He was unwilling to back down any further. You! The word struck Jiang Qin speechless. In these 16 years, I have never relied on the Jiang family. Even during the year you brought me back, I did not lean on the Jiang family once. Jiang He spoke calmly about the past years, not lamenting or complaining, merely informing the Jiang family that his status as the young master was largely unknown. His departure would not inflict any loss upon them. Shouldn't you be pleased that I am leaving? Jiang He chuckled bitterly. Isn't this the best outcome? Xiao He, what are you saying? If you leave, how can we possibly be happy? Lu Ru's voice trembled, reflecting on what they had done to Jiang He all these years, which had led him to feel this way about them. If I leave, your good son, your good brother Jiang Li, will no longer have to worry about being cast aside by you, right? Xiao Li is not. Lu Ru attempted to interject, but was cut off by Jiang He. I know, Jiang Li is so kind. How could he worry about such things, right? That's not what I meant. In that moment, Lu Ru found herself at a loss for words. Here, this is the 30,000 you owe me. Do you want to count it? As Jiang He pulled out 30,000 from his bag and placed it before the Jiang family, they exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Jiang Huang was particularly shocked. Jiang He, where did you get this money? Jiang Huang feared that Jiang He had indeed been supported by that Jiang Xin. No, she had to confront Jiang Xin and clarify everything. Jiang He was still a student. How could Jiang Xin? Rest assured, it's all clean and above board. With that, Jiang He turned to leave, but Jiang Zi grasped his arm tightly. At that moment, Jiang Zi had lost all her previous arrogance, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Jiang He. Xiao He, didn't you say you forgave your sister? Please don't go. Seeing Jiang Zi's pitiful expression, Jiang He showed no intention of stopping, quietly withdrawing his hand. Yes, Miss Jiang, I have long since forgiven you, so I kindly ask you not to disturb me any further. Only then did Jiang Zi realize that Jiang He now regarded her as a stranger. Jiang He would no longer call her sister. Chapter 47. The proud often meet their downfall. After Jiang He departed, the Jiang family fell into a prolonged silence. Jiang Qin could hardly fathom that Jiang He truly did not care for the position of the young master of the Jiang family. Xiao He will come back, right? Lu Ru asked Jiang Qin, her voice imbued with a sense of disbelief. She understood that Jiang He was resolute in his decision to leave, but sought comfort in Jiang Qin's response. Mom, Xiao He really has left. Jiang Huang said this, and then numbly ascended the stairs. This time, Jiang He would no longer sweetly call her sister, nor would he bring her a steaming bowl of noodles during her late-night studies. Back in her room, Jiang Huang crouched in a corner, a tear trickling down her cheek. Why won't you give Xiao He justice? Jiang Huang could not comprehend why Jiang Qin and Lu Ru were unwilling to speak out about the injustice Jiang He had suffered, all for the sake of the Jiang family's ridiculous reputation. If they had given Jiang He justice, would he have stayed? But Jiang Huang knew that Jiang He had been deeply hurt by the Jiang family. I'm sorry, Xiao He, it's your sister who has wronged you, I'm sorry. Jiang Huang buried her head in her arms, weeping silently. If anyone were to see Jiang Huang in such a state, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. What could have transpired to transform this formidable businesswoman into such a sorrowful figure? Suddenly, Jiang Huang seemed to have an epiphany, her gaze sharpening. Jiang Xin, if Jiang Xin has truly harmed Jiang He, I will confront her with everything I have. Previously, she had vehemently slandered Jiang He in front of Jiang Xin, and now she was prepared to seek trouble with Jiang Xin for Jiang He. It was perplexing what she was truly thinking. Meanwhile, Jiang Zi was equally dazed. How did it come to this? Why? Why did Jiang He leave without hesitation? Don't you all understand? Suddenly, Jiang Zi seemed to recall something, frantically racing toward the maid's quarters where Jiang He had previously stayed. Deep down, she still harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps she had misunderstood, that Jiang He had not. But when she pushed open the door, she found the wooden puppet sitting on the table. Gazing at the puppet, Jiang Zi could no longer contain her tears, crying out, "Xiao He." As for the events transpiring within the Jiang family, Jiang He remained oblivious. Walking back to the orphanage, he felt an immense sense of relief. At last, he was free from any debts to the Jiang family. The evening breeze caressed his face. The summer night air was undeniably pleasant. Even at midnight, the barbecue stalls were still bustling with life. To be honest, Jiang He had long envied these people, living freely and unburdened by others' opinions. In other words, they were living for themselves. Now, Jiang He too would live for himself. Upon returning to the orphanage, he found a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Ruoli, he expected her to run away as she had before. Instead, this time she approached him. Suddenly, Lin Ruoli dashed forward and threw herself into Jiang He's embrace. Jiang He was taken aback, feeling the warmth enveloping him, and smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. "What is this? Why didn't you want to talk to me before?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ruoli pinched his waist fiercely. "Ouch! What was that for?" "Humph, just wanted to tease you a bit." "Is that a problem?" Lin Ruoli donned her usual proud demeanor, which made Jiang He feel as though the Lin Ruoli of before had returned. Yet the next moment, Lin Ruoli burst into tears. "Brother Jiang He, you're such a big fool, a silly goose, a complete idiot." The girl poured all her adolescent emotions onto Jiang He. But why couldn't Jiang He sense any of it? Seeing Lin Ruoli cry, Jiang He panicked and sought to console her. "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll go. It's you who bullied me." Lin Ruoli pointed at Jiang He, her tear-streaked face looking utterly pitiful, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. "Huh? How did I bully you?" Jiang He scratched his nose, puzzled. Had he really bullied this little girl? "Anyway, it was you. Why are you asking so many questions?" Lin Ruoli could never confess her feelings for Jiang He, especially knowing he had another girlfriend. Such an admission was utterly out of the question. If anything, it was Jiang He who should be the one to speak up. Indeed, history has shown that the proud often find themselves at a disadvantage. The realm of anime does not deceive me. "All right, I admit my fault. Is that satisfactory, my dear lady?" "Humph, that is more like it." This time, Lin Ruoli granted Jiang He a modicum of forgiveness, albeit just a smidgen. Subsequently, she embraced Jiang He once more, this time conversing with him in the manner of a younger sister. "Lu Cece is a good girl. You mustn't mistreat her. Do you understand?" With that, Lin Ruoli released Jiang He and turned to return to her room. Jiang He watched the retreating figure of the young girl, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Chapter 48. Principal. Have you become involved with Nurse Jiang? Early the next morning, as Jiang He arrived at school, he was unexpectedly summoned by the principal at the entrance. Jiang He wore a look of bewilderment. "What brings you here, principal?" The principal, casting a glance at Jiang He, harbored some disbelief regarding the claims made over the phone. Thus he intended to subtly probe Jiang He. If it turned out that Jiang He indeed had a romantic inclination, it would be prudent to extinguish it early. "What? Can't I come and check on you?" The principal, hands clasped behind his back, assumed a demeanor of calm authority. "Please don't take advantage of my youth," Jiang He retorted, fully aware that the principal's words were far from sincere. "All right, follow me to my office. I've already excused you from class." We need to discuss your recent decline in academic performance. The principal had always kept an eye on Jiang He's efforts. Yet he was puzzled by the student's consistent regression in grades over the past year, despite a recent upward trend. It was noteworthy that Jiang He had previously ranked among the top 10 in his grade, with aspirations for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. However, during the last joint examination, he had slipped to the top 20 and, at one point, even fell to the 200th position. Ahem, fine, Jiang He conceded, trailing behind the principal to the office. Please, have a seat while I prepare some tea. The principal attempted to rise, but was halted by Jiang He. How could I allow you to exert yourself, sir? I can manage. Why the sudden eagerness today? The principal noted with surprise, sensing a change in Jiang He's demeanor. Yet, he pondered, could this newfound diligence be linked to a budding relationship with Nurse Jiang? Is this your way of showing filial piety? Jiang He genuinely appreciated the principal's support, especially considering how his family had affected his academic standing, perhaps leading to the principal's disappointment in him. Even so, during Lu Ru's visit to the school, the principal had steadfastly believed in and protected him. At least you have some conscience, the principal remarked, taking a small sip from the teacup Jiang He offered. This tea is quite pleasant. Suddenly, the principal realized something was amiss. What kind of tea have you brewed? Just some from your cabinet, Jiang He replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it's rather good. You. The principal felt a surge of indignation. This was a rare and exquisite Hong Pao gifted by his old comrade, which he seldom indulged in. Yet this student had the audacity to use it liberally. Very well, having consumed my prized Hong Pao, you must now focus on your studies and cultivate yourself into a respectable individual. Understood? Jiang He nodded, comprehending that the principal had his best interests at heart. He was determined to study diligently and bring honor to this elderly gentleman. However, he couldn't help but think about how delightful the tea was and resolved to ask the principal for some before he departed. The principal jested. Shall I then consider it my fate to serve you? Suddenly, the principal's next statement took Jiang He by surprise. Jiang He, have you become romantically involved with Nurse Jiang? Upon hearing this, Jiang He sputtered tea everywhere. Cough. What did you just say, principal? Jiang He wiped the tea from his mouth, incredulous at what he had just heard. Don't jest with me, be honest. Why have you been visiting the infirmary every day after school? The principal's concerns were not born from disapproval, but rather from a knowledge that relationships between students and school nurses were generally frowned upon. The individual who had reported the situation had warned that if the principal did not investigate thoroughly, they would escalate the matter to the Education Bureau. The principal was well aware of Jiang He's formidable background. Should the issue be exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to Jiang He's expulsion. This was no trivial matter, and thus he pressed for the truth. Jiang He, regaining his composure, replied, Principal, you've misunderstood. My visits to the infirmary are merely to repay a debt after fainting previously, as I lack the funds to pay Nurse Jiang. And what of your comings and goings with her? What was that late-night incident when you escorted her back to school? The principal feared that Jiang He and Jiang Xin had crossed boundaries that would be difficult to explain. What? Principal, you truly have it wrong. Allow me to clarify. Jiang He recounted the events of the previous dinner where Jiang Xin had taken him along, with Lu Cici present as well. Cici? The principal glanced at Jiang He, who immediately sensed he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. I meant Lu Cici, a good friend of Nurse Jiang. After a moment of silence, the principal suggested, let us have you speak directly with Nurse Jiang to clear this up. I don't think that's necessary. Why? Are you afraid? The principal feared Jiang He's potential deception could lead to irreversible consequences. Not all. It's just, how do I explain it to Nurse Jiang? Jiang He felt a pang of anxiety, hoping that Jiang Xin would not misconstrue the situation. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Cici, who had come to deliver test papers, overheard their conversation and clenched her small hands tightly. That's impossible. How could my brother Jiang He be involved with Nurse Jiang? Chapter 49. An Inquiry from Jiang Huang. When Jiang He accompanied the principal to the infirmary, Jiang Xin was attending to a student in need. Lu Cici cautiously trailed behind Jiang He. I'll prescribe some cold capsules. Just keep warm and drink plenty of hot water. Once the student departed, the principal led Jiang He into the room. Principal? And Jiang He? What brings you both here? Jiang Xin was puzzled by their unexpected visit. Nurse Jiang, I've come to discuss a matter with you. The principal wasted no time and directly addressed the rumors of a romantic involvement between Jiang Xin and a student. Jiang Xin was taken aback. Who would be so petty? Suddenly, a name sprang to her mind. Lu Yu. Without a doubt, it was this little rascal who would engage in such juvenile antics. Thus, Jiang Xin explained the entire situation to the principal. That is good to hear. Since everything is clarified, I can rest easy. After listening to Jiang Xin and Jiang He's accounts, the principal felt reassured. As Lu Cc eavesdropped at the door, she felt a slight sense of relief. She was certain that Brother Jiang He would not. The moment she thought of how kind Dr. Jiang Xn had been to her, she felt a flush of embarrassment on her small face for having doubted her. Then we shall take our leave. Sorry to disturb Dr. Jiang. Just as the principal and Jiang He departed, a woman clad in an exquisite professional outfit and black high heels appeared at the infirmary door. At that moment, Jiang Xin was contemplating how to teach Lu Yu a lesson, making him realize that she, Jiang Xn, was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the infirmary door swung open again. Jiang Xin initially assumed it was a student seeking medical attention, but instead, an unfamiliar woman stepped inside. Who are you? Jiang Xin scrutinized the woman before her and suddenly recalled that she was the one who had introduced herself as Jiang He's sister at the previous banquet. However, Jiang Xin held no fondness for this individual. What brings you here? Are you here regarding the collaboration? What brings me here? You should be the one to answer for your actions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? What have I done? Seeing Jiang Xin's refusal to admit anything, Jiang Huang slammed her palm down on the table, glaring fiercely at Jiang Xin. What have you done to Jiang He? The mention of Jiang He made Jiang Xin feel a headache coming on. What was happening today? My relationship with Jiang He is none of your concern. Jiang Xin Vito defianti. Not only had she never crossed any boundaries with Jiang He, but even if she had, who was this woman to confront her? I am Jiang He's sister. Does that not matter? Oh, Jiang He's sister? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin regarded Jiang Huang with a scornful expression. How dare you call yourself Jiang He's sister? Don't you remember how you slandered Jiang He in front of me? Now you stand here claiming to be her sister? Jiang Xin's gaze turned piercingly sharp. Isn't that a bit shameless? Listening to Jiang Xin's words, Jiang Huang felt her previous bravado dissipate. She recalled the nonsensical thing she had said to secure a collaboration with Jiang Xin. I was just. Regardless, I am still Jiang He's sister. Jiang Huang hastily shook her head, almost swayed by Jiang Xin's words. Let us put that aside. Are you supporting Jiang He? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin nearly choked on her indignation. What did you say? Previously, someone had reported her relationship with Jiang He, and she thought that was absurd. Now, this woman was outright accusing her of keeping Jiang He? Do not think you can deceive me. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Huang's words elicited a cold snort from Jiang Xin. One after another, do you all think me easy to bully? Not to mention that I haven tea, even if I did support her. What could you do about it? With a loud thud, Jiang Huang shoved the chair behind her aside and grabbed Jiang Xin by the collar. What did you say? Observing Jiang Huang's furious demeanor, Jiang Xin remained unfazed, shaking off Jiang Huang's hand and adjusting her collar. Her voice now carried a chill. What? Do you wish to engage in a contest of strength with the Jiang family? We have never feared anyone. Jiang Xin adjusted her glasses, speaking with a nonchalant air. What do you have to question me? Just because you are Jiang He's sister? Where were you when Jiang He fainted due to low blood sugar? Where were you when she couldn't afford medical treatment? Now you come here to interrogate her? What did you say? Xiao He fainted before. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang was thrown into a state of panic. How did she not know about this? Of course, she wouldn't know. Jiang He had severed ties with the Jiang family. How dare you even ask? Jiang Xin retorted without reservation. Chapter 50. As long as you're willing to lend me the money, I will do anything. In any case, you better not have any designs on Xiao He. After saying this, Jiang Huang, realizing her weakness, could only turn and leave. She intended to wait until Jiang He got out of school to ask her in person. As Jiang Huang departed, Jiang Exine inwardly scoffed at her absurdity. It wasn't until the afternoon, when Jiang He came to help in the infirmary after school, that she learned of Jiang Huang's visit. Meanwhile, Lu Cece kept her head down, unable to meet Jiang X's gaze, still feeling ashamed for having doubted her earlier. Moreover, upon returning home, Jiang He had immediately shared this incident with her. By the way, Dr. Jiang, do you know who reported to the principal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xn furrowed her brows slightly. She ultimately chose not to voice her concerns to Jiang He. After all, Lu Yu was not someone Jiang He could handle. I'm not quite sure at the moment, but rest assured, I will take care of this. Sighing inwardly, she resolved to find her sister, Jiang Bai. However, the thought of the unpredictable Jiang Bai gave her a headache. Just then, Jiang He received a phone call. When she looked, it was from Zhou Ruyun, the girl from the ramen shop. On the other end, Zhou Ruyun stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Yet, Jiang He could detect a hint of sobbing in her voice. Something's not right. Don't worry, take your time to explain. Jiang He gently reassured her, setting the call to speaker mode to ease Lu Cece's concerns. Jiang He, my sister is sick and needs 50,000 yuan. Zhou Ruyun, on the other end, fought to suppress her tears, aware that borrowing money from someone she had only recently met would likely make her seem like a gold digger or even a scammer. But she had exhausted all her relatives, and they all knew her family was burdened with a gambling addict. As a recent graduate, who would be willing to lend her money? Even online loans had blacklisted her due to her father's debts. Ever since their mother passed away, it had just been her and her sister relying on each other. She had put in tremendous effort to face life head-on, transforming from a quiet girl into a fierce woman, and she no longer cared about the change. It was merely a means to protect herself and her sister. Jiang He's arrival had given her hope that things were beginning to improve. However, fate seemed to mock her. Her sister had been diagnosed with leukemia. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. The only piece of good news was that the hospital had found a matching bone marrow donor for her sister, and the surgery could happen at any time. But the bad news was that the operation would cost a staggering 200,000 yuan. Even if Zhou Ruyun sold everything she owned, including their tiny 40-square-meter home, she could barely scrape together 15,000. She had even contemplated selling her blood, only to be turned away due to health issues. She was even considering selling her shop, but no one wanted to take over, fearing association with her gambling father. She had exhausted every possible option, and in her desperation, she thought of Jiang He. I know this request is unreasonable, but I truly have no other choice. Zhou Ruyun bit her lip fiercely, so much so that blood trickled down. Yet she remained oblivious to it. Upon hearing her words, Jiang He cast a glance at Lu Cece. Cece, Dr. Jiang, what are your thoughts? Jiang He was no saint. It was unrealistic to expect him to offer unconditional support to someone he had only known for a few days. Adding to this was the 20,000 he had previously lent Zhou Ruyun, leaving him with a mere 50,000, his intended funds for improving the ramen shop. Jiang Xin and Lu Cece fell into a momentary silence. It was not that Jiang Xin was unable to provide the 50,000. Rather, she questioned why she should. She had no emotional ties to Zhou Ruyun and had even assisted her in the past, having already advanced Zhou Ruyun 100,000 as a businesswoman. She had to weigh the pros and cons, and she now harbored doubts about Zhou Ruyun's ability to repay her. Meanwhile, Jiang He remained silent on the other end of the line, which prompted Zhou Ruyun to speak impulsively. If you are willing to lend me the money, I will do anything. This declaration startled everyone present, including Jiang He, who furrowed his brow. I'm afraid, Miss Zhou, you are overestimating the situation. With that, Jiang He hung up the phone. Upon seeing him end the call, Zhou Ruyun could no longer hold back and slid down against the wall, weeping uncontrollably. I'm not. For her sister's sake, she was even prepared to sacrifice her dignity, yet she still could not grasp a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Lu Cece grasped Jiang He's hand, earnestly gazing into his eyes. Please lend to Miss Zhou. This statement took both Jiang He and Jiang Xin by surprise. Jiang Xin quickly interjected, Cece, it's all right. I believe in brother Jiang He and trust that Miss Zhou did not mean it that way. Lu Cece shook her head, understanding that Zhou Ruyun was simply too anxious. Cece, are you sure? Jiang He reiterated his question. For the 50,000 originally belonged to Lu Cece. Yes, I'm sure, Lu Cece affirmed with a nod, aware of the torment inflicted by illness. If she could assist Zhou Ruyan, why not? Seeing Lu Cece's agreement, Jiang He chose not to object, planning to visit the ramen shop later to provide Zhou Ruyan with the funds. Oh Cece, you're just too adorable. Jiang Xian stepped forward to ruffle Lu Cece's hair, charmed by the girl's sweet nature. As Jiang He finished his work and arrived at the school gate, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Huang, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon spotting Jiang He, Jiang Huang rushed over, attempting to block his path. Jiang He, seeing Jiang Huang in the crowd, felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't the Jiang family leave him alone? Hadn't they already clarified everything? Why must they disrupt his life? Grabbing Lu Cece's hand, Jiang He attempted to make a hasty exit. However, the school gate was crowded with parents picking up their children and students, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. Jiang Huang seized Jiang He's arm, only to be shaken off. Little He, can we talk? No need. If you have something to say, do it here. Jiang He firmly refused, questioning what there was to discuss. Noticing Jiang He's refusal, Jiang Huang shifted her gaze to Lu Cece. Young lady, you're Jiang He's classmate, right? I'm Jiang He's sister. Enough. Jiang He interrupted before Jiang Huang could finish, not wanting anyone to know of his connection to the Jiang family. But little he can, Jiang Huang was at a loss. She only wished to gain Jiang He's forgiveness and show concern for him. But was it not too late to care now? Let us go. Truth be told, this was the second time Lu Cece had witnessed Jiang He so angry. The first time had been when he confronted the knife-wielding youth for her sake. Moreover, she remembered Jiang He was an orphan. So who was this woman claiming to be his sister? Brother Jiang He, do you need me? Seeing Lu Cece's worried expression, Jiang He softened his demeanor, smiling to reassure her. It's all right. Just focus on enjoying the food later. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang, observing the closeness between Jiang He and Lu Cece, felt a twinge of envy. If she could foster a good relationship with Lu Cece, perhaps Jiang He would eventually forgive her. Upon arriving at a CEF, Jiang Huang had already reserved a window seat where few patrons lingered. Please, state your business swiftly. Jiang He was eager to leave. Little He, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Waiter, please bring over the items I ordered. Jiang Huang was aware of Jiang He's reluctance to converse with her, so she had prepared these arrangements to keep him there. With no other option, Jiang He suppressed his urge to leave. By the way, may I ask for your name? Lu Cece, caught off guard by Jiang Huang's inquiry, felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, as this was her first encounter with Jiang He's family. This was hardly Lu Cece's fault. After all, few were privy to Jiang He's connection with the Jiang family. I'm Lu Cece. Lu Cece? What a lovely name. I am Jiang He's sister, Jiang Huang. Yet, Jiang Huang's introduction was once again cut short by Jiang He's interruption. Enough. Just get to the point. Jiang He did not wish to involve Lu Cece, fearing it would only cause her worry. Jiang Huang glanced at Lu Cece before choosing to speak plainly. Little He, are you being financially supported by Jiang Xian? At these words, Lu Cece's eyes widened in shock. What was this woman implying? Jiang He was equally bewildered, as Jiang Xian had merely mentioned that Jiang Huang had sought her out without disclosing the purpose. What does that have to do with you? Jiang He's expression turned icy. Not only was he innocent of any wrongdoing with Jiang Xian, but even if he were being supported, what concern was it of hers? Little He, you mustn't compromise your integrity for money. Jiang Huang, sensing Jiang He's silence, grew anxious. Indeed, I am indeed doing it for money. I returned to the Jiang family for money. I stole your jewelry for money. Are you satisfied now? With that, Jiang He stood up, taking Lu Cece with him as he prepared to leave. Upon seeing him rise, Jiang Huang hurriedly followed. Little He, sister didn't mean it that way. I was only worried that you might be deceived. Hearing her words from behind, Jiang He halted momentarily. Sister? You haven't been my sister for a long time. Have you forgotten? With that, he turned away and did not look back. Jiang Huang stood frozen, stunned by Jiang He's declaration. After a long moment, she finally regained her composure. Why won't you forgive me? She thought, her heart aching with a piercing pain. It was absurd. She did not even possess the courage to clear her name. yet she foolishly believed Jiang He would forgive her. Chapter 52. Sister, I'm sorry. When Jiang He arrived at the ramen shop located in the bustling night market of Haishur, he found the door ajar, yet the place was devoid of any patrons. Where's Miss Zhou? Jiang He furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, in a factory located on the outskirts of the city, there existed a clandestine large underground chamber. At that moment, the basement was bustling with voices as a throng of gamblers crowded around numerous gaming tables. Can you even play? If you're broke, then scram. What? Are you cheating? How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Lend me some more. I swear I'll win it back. The cacophony of voices surged and receded, echoing into the ears of Zhou Riyun, who was experiencing such a scene for the first time. Anxiously, she tightened her grip on the dagger concealed at her waist. Let us move quickly, don't dawdle. To her astonishment, the one guiding Zhou Riyun was the burly man who had previously caused a ruckus at the noodle shop. They proceeded to the innermost room, where the man finally halted his steps. He then respectfully knocked on the door. Come in. A somewhat aged voice emanated from within, sending a chill down one's spine despite its brevity. You are Zhou Laogui's daughter? The boss scrutinized Zhou Riyun from head to toe, seemingly satisfied as he nodded. I have no ties to that old gambler. If it weren't for him, how could my mother have passed away from overwork at such an early age? How could our family of 3 be crammed into a mere 40-square-meter room? I am not interested in your sob story. I'll take your shop for 100,000. Upon hearing this, Zhou Riyun's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000? In that location. It's worth at least 600,000. Zhou Riyun was no fool. She had conducted her research before coming. Oh, you think you can sell it now? Your sister seems to be in dire need of money, doesn't she? The boss appeared to have Zhou Riyun thoroughly cornered, with them around. Who would dare purchase her shop? 20,000. It cannot be less. Zhou Riyun clenched her fists. This shop was her mother's only remaining wish. Yet now, she had no choice. The reason she needed 20,000 was to repay Jiang He the 120,000 she had previously borrowed. Fine. The boss then handed Zhou Riyun a contract, and to her surprise, he agreed so readily. She swiftly signed her name on the document. Is this sufficient? When will the money be transferred? Seeing Zhou Riyun complete the signature, the boss burst into laughter. Old Zhou come out. At his command, a small, slender man dressed in a tank top appeared before Zhou Riyun. Indeed, it was her gambling father, Zhou Wang. What are you doing? Suddenly, the burly man standing behind Zhou Riyun produced a handkerchief and swiftly covered her mouth and nose while she was caught off guard. By the time she realized something was amiss, it was too late. Even as she reached for the dagger at her waist, her strength faltered, and she could only watch helplessly as the weapon clattered to the ground alongside her. With a loud thud, the dagger fell, and both the burly man and the boss were momentarily taken aback. No one had anticipated that Zhou Riyun would carry a knife. Fortunately, she was now incapacitated. The handkerchief used by the burly man was soaked with a potent new drug that kept the victim conscious but utterly powerless to resist. Old Zhou, your daughter is quite impressive. Consider this a reward. With that, the boss tossed a bundle of cash to Zhou Wang, who eagerly caught it, showering the boss with gratitude. Indeed, for a mere 100,000, Zhou Wang was willing to sell his own flesh and blood. For gamblers, wives, daughters, and parents were mere commodities to be sacrificed at will. Those deeply ensnared in gambling could no longer be regarded as human. Tears of regret streamed down Zhou Riyun's cheeks. She should never have acted out of desperation, placing her trust in such unscrupulous individuals. Zhou Riyun desperately attempted to struggle to her feet and surprisingly managed to move slightly. She could not fall. This money was her sister's lifeline. The burly man and the boss were astonished by her resilience. It was known that this latest drug could reduce even a titan like Tyson to a mere teddy bear, yet this young girl was still capable of movement. Take her away, let the brothers have a taste, and remember to record it. The burly man nodded eagerly. He had long been intrigued by Zhou Riyun. Though she exhibited a fiery spirit and fierce demeanor, her beauty was undeniable. She was indeed a stunning woman. Now, in her vulnerable state, she appeared even more enticing. As Zhou Riyun felt her body being moved, she could no longer muster the strength to resist. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault, she thought, her eyes brimming with tears as she comprehended the impending fate that awaited her. No matter how strong she was ultimately just a girl who had recently graduated. If she were to be recorded and threatened with exposure, she would choose death over a life of humiliation. Chapter 53. The Frenzied Jiang He. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruiyun's gambling father, after pocketing the money, wasted no time returning to the gambling den. The boss watched Zhou Wang's retreating figure with a cold smile. He knew that old Zhou, having received the cash, would inevitably return to gamble, and soon enough, that money would find its way back into his hands. Such is the nature of gambling. One may win occasionally, but it only serves to tantalize with fleeting sweetness. Just as Zhou Wang was reveling in his gambling, a delicate, fair hand rested upon his shoulder. "Where is Zhou Ruiyun?" In an instant, Zhou Wang turned to see a young man behind him, who showed no intention of acknowledging him. "I'll ask you again, where is Zhou Ruiyun?" As the fingers tightened with force, Zhou Wang let out a painful howl, collapsing to the ground. "Who are you?" The question drew the attention of several gamblers nearby. Indeed, the newcomer was Jiang He. Moreover, she was not alone. At the entrance to the underground chamber stood a contingent of fully armed special police officers. Jiang He had descended alone to avoid alarming the enemy and to swiftly locate Zhou Ruiyun. You may wonder how Jiang He managed to find this place so quickly. It was all thanks to Jiang He. At that moment, Jiang He was conversing with her eccentric sister, Jiang He. Jiang He wore a look of helplessness. She truly did not wish to contact her mad sister, but there was no choice. Without Jiang Bai's assistance, finding this location would be exceedingly difficult. The fate of Zhou Ruiyun was uncertain. Meanwhile, the phone call with Jiang Bai was punctuated by the sound of her tinkling laughter. "Sister, you can never escape my grasp." Following her words came a series of anguished screams, clearly indicating that Jiang Bai was inflicting torment upon some unfortunate soul. This was her way of operating. If she wished to extract information from someone, she had her methods. "All right, thank you this time. I'm hanging up now." Jiang He quickly ended the call. Each conversation with Jiang Bai leaving her with a sense of trepidation, much like a lamb caught in the gaze of a ravenous tiger. Despite the fact that she was the elder sister, as Jiang He hung up, Jiang Bai licked her lips in excitement. Sister needs me. She's my sister." The manic expression on Jiang Bai's innocent face sent shivers down the spines of those around her, including the two burly bodyguards who could not help but break into a cold sweat. Wu, bound to a chair and subjected to unrelenting torment. The man now found himself utterly terrified by Jiang Bai, his eyes brimming with desperation. "Silence." Jiang Bai glared fiercely at the man before him. "I have thoroughly investigated your past misdeeds. Human trafficking, coercing women into prostitution, and running gambling dens." Jiang Bai spoke with an air of indifference. "In truth, I care little for those actions." Suddenly, Jiang Bai seized a baseball bat and brought it crashing down onto the man's thigh. A dull thud echoed through the air as the man's mouth, sealed with tape, emitted a muffled cry of excruciating pain. His leg had been shattered. Why, oh why, had he crossed paths with this lunatic? Who would come to his rescue? Yet, he never pondered the plight of the children and women he had trafficked. Who would save them? "But you should never have laid your hands on my sister." Another resounding crack followed as Jiang Bai shattered the man's other leg. It is well known that the human thigh bone is exceptionally sturdy, illustrating the immense strength Jiang Bai possessed. The metal bat had begun to bend under the force of his blows. Gazing at the unconscious man, Jiang Bai discarded the bat and, with a melodious yet chilling voice, uttered the most horrifying command: "Amputate his legs and send him to a psychiatric hospital." Do you understand? Yes. At this, two burly bodyguards immediately bowed their heads in acquiescence, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Meanwhile, Jiang He, losing patience as Zhou Wang stubbornly refused to divulge Zhou Ruiyun's whereabouts, felt the urgency grow. With every passing second, Zhou Ruiyun was plunged deeper into peril. "Let me go at once, or I shall call for help." Zhou Wang, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the seemingly frail young man, found himself at a loss. In that moment, Jiang He released Zhou Wang. Having spotted a familiar face, the burly man who had previously caused a ruckus at the noodle shop. The burly man, upon seeing Jiang He, sensed impending doom. He was about to report to his boss when Jiang He swiftly intercepted him. "Where is Zhou Ruoyan?" The question sent the burly man into a fleeting panic as he discreetly closed the door behind him. "What did you say?" "I don't know." He then adopted a fierce demeanor, glaring menacingly at Jiang He. "You don't belong here. Get out." Simultaneously, Zhou Ruoyan, in the adjacent room, seemed to hear some commotion. It sounded like Jiang He's voice. Desperately, she struggled to make noise, hoping to attract Jiang He's attention. But upon hearing his retreating footsteps, despair engulfed her once more. "Help me." Though hope was tantalizingly close, Zhou Ruoyan could only watch as it slipped away. Chapter 54. I must be utterly despicable, mustn't I? Action could commence. Jiang He signaled through the hidden intercom on his collar, then pivoted and delivered a swift kick to the burly man's groin. The unexpected blow caught the man off guard, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching himself in agony. Jiang He was no gentleman, adhering to notions of fairness. In the next instant, a multitude of SWAT officers surged into the casino, igniting chaos. "Everyone down. Don't move. Hands up." Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, having observed the unfolding events via surveillance, attempted to flee through the back exit, only to be apprehended by SWAT officers lying in wait. Jiang He kicked open the door, and indeed, there lay Zhou Ruoyan sprawled on the sofa. Zhou Ruoyan. Seeing her unresponsive state, Jiang He swiftly lifted her into his arms and dashed towards the ambulance that had been waiting outside. After ensuring Zhou Ruoyan was safely aboard, Jiang He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not been violated. It seemed she had merely been drugged. Once the dust settled, Jiang He, accompanied by Lu Cixi and Jiang Xin, visited the hospital to check on Zhou Ruoyan. Upon seeing Jiang He, Zhou Ruoyan immediately attempted to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Lu Cixi. "You need to rest first. We can discuss everything later." Overcome by emotion at Lu Cixi's caring demeanor, Zhou Ruoyan could no longer hold back her tears. "I'm sorry, Cixi, for the things I said about Jiang He. You must think I'm utterly despicable." Despite having known her for only a short time, Lu Cixi still chose to extend her help. Yet, Zhou Ruoyan had spoken ill of her boyfriend, Jiang He, for money. Seeing Zhou Ruoyan in such a state of distress, Lu Cixi tenderly stroked her head. "How could that be? I know all about your situation." Lu Cixi bore no resentment toward Zhou Ruoyan for her previous comments. She trusted Jiang He and believed he was not that kind of person. If Jiang He were truly a lecherous man, he would have taken advantage of her long ago, and she would not still be waiting to experience the thrill of a first kiss. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lu Cixi felt her cheeks flush and quickly shook her head to dispel the distractions. However, the notion lingered, prompting her imagination to wander. "Cixi, what's wrong?" Jiang He, concerned, inquired as he noticed her discomfort. "And no, I'm fine," Lu Cixi stammered, shaking her head to assure him of her well-being. At that moment, a female police officer knocked on the hospital room door. "Hello, is this Ms. Zhou Ruoyan? Your father wishes to see you." At that time, Zhou Wang had been apprehended by SWAT officers. He understood that if it were merely a gambling issue, he would soon be released. However, if Zhou Ruoyan were to disclose the matter of the 100,000 yuan, it would not be so simple. Therefore, he was desperate to see Zhou Ruoyan. After all, he was her father. If Zhou Ruoyan remained silent, he could swiftly regain his freedom and return to gambling. When Zhou Ruoyan, dragging her weakened body, approached Zhou Wang, he wore an expression of eager anticipation. "Little Ruoyan, Daddy knows he was wrong. You must not." With a sharp crack, Zhou Ruoyan slapped Zhou Wang across the face. Fury etched on her features, yet tears welled in her eyes. "Do you have any idea? My sister has leukemia. That 100,000 was her lifeline. Had it not been for Jiang He's intervention, Zhou Ruoyan could hardly bear to contemplate the future. She would have faced unending humiliation, while her sister, lacking funds for surgery, would be left to await death. The architect of this calamity was none other than the man before her biological father. Let us not dwell on that. Little Ruoyan, please explain things to the officers. It's best if you can get me out of here, once I'm free. I promise to mend my ways." Even at this juncture, Zhou Wang remained lost in his delusions. "Please, Little Ruoyan, trust your father this time. I beg you," Zhou Wang implored, attempting to kneel before her. However, halfway down, he noticed no one was stopping him and rose back to his feet. Kneel. Why don't you kneel? Zhou Riyun observed him coldly. Beast, I haven't even mentioned how you sold me for a mere 10,000 to those scoundrels. At her words, Jiang He and the others cast incredulous glances at Zhou Wang. Selling his daughter? They could hardly fathom that Zhou Wang had sunk to such depths of depravity. Little Royun, I implore you, don't say anything. Indeed, it is only in the face of calamity that one comprehends the true meaning of repentance. However, Zhou Riyun remained utterly silent, resolutely refusing to place her trust in Zhou Wang's deceitful words again. As she turned to leave, Zhou Wang, with a heart full of desperation, sank to his knees before her. Zhou Riyun, Father implores you. Zhou Wang was genuinely frightened. He could not fathom a life devoid of the gambling table. Yet, Zhou Riyun coldly uttered, this kneeling is what you owe to Mother. Go to prison and repent. With that, she did not look back. It was not until she completed her statement at the police station and stepped outside that Zhou Riyun solemnly bowed to Jiang He. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of an unsettling truth. She seemed to have genuinely developed feelings for Jiang He. The moment he had saved her was deeply embedded in her memory. A moment she would never forget. The man who appeared when she was engulfed in despair. Yet, she would never do anything to betray Lu Cece. She would eternally bury this matter deep within her heart. Chapter 55 Jiang Li. Indeed, this tactic remains effective. Jiang He was in no hurry to have Zhou Riyun reopen her establishment, given the gravity of recent events. It would be prudent to wait until her sister's surgery was completed before resuming operations. Upon returning to the orphanage, Jiang He noticed a figure loitering at the entrance. Jiang He? What are you doing here? Jiang, adorned with dark sunglasses, looked down at Jiang He with an air of entitlement, as if expecting to be owed something. Why shouldn't I be here? Step aside. You're obstructing my path. Jiang He thought herself unfortunate. Had she known the day would unfold this way, she might have consulted the almanac that morning. I refuse to let you pass. What can you do about it? She was determined to frustrate Jiang He, for he had previously abandoned her to the darkness. Suddenly, Jiang seemed to notice another orphanage not far away. Glancing at Jiang He as she inquired, do you live nearby? Her visit was motivated by a desire to locate the boy who had previously rescued her. However, this area was neither small nor large, and after several days of searching, she had uncovered no leads. The only certainty Jiang possessed was that the boy who had saved her was tall and slender. Yet, with the passage of years, she was uncertain how he had changed. Continuing this search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Feeling increasingly exasperated by Jiang's persistent obstruction, He finally snapped. Yes, I live here. Are you satisfied now? Noticing Jiang He's evident impatience, Jiang seized the opportunity. What kind of attitude is that? After all, I am your third sister. How dare you speak to me like this? Didn't you previously claim you wanted nothing to do with the Jiang family? Then why did Mom and Dad tell me you returned home and instructed me to go back? Jiang He, enough is enough. Don't push us to the brink of losing our patience. It's not worth the trouble. Despite Jiang's barrage of accusations, Jiang He remained unfazed. You are correct. I am indeed enamored with the life of the Jiang family, and I yearn to return. So can you now permit this stray dog to pass? Jiang He spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jiang was momentarily taken aback by Jiang He's words, momentarily speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure. Answer me a few questions first. Jiang seized the opportunity to inquire about useful information. Did you live here the entire time before returning to the Jiang family? Jiang surveyed the surroundings, noting that most buildings were single-story, with the orphanage being the only two-story structure. Most passers-by were workers from High City, drawn by the affordable rent. Yes, I live here now too. Jiang He waved dismissively. He felt no shame in the matter. Jiang was astonished that Jiang He had been living in such a place. For someone of her status, it was unimaginable. Do you remember if there was a tall, slender boy in the area? He should be about my age now. Upon hearing this, Jiang He was puzzled. Why do you want to find him? Jiang He felt a flicker of curiosity about what kind of person could warrant the attention of this young lady from the Jiang family. to the extent she would block his path. Of course, it is because of him. Just then, Zhang's phone rang abruptly. What? Their essay lead? I'm on my way. After hanging up, Jiang hurriedly left, leaving Jiang He bewildered. I truly do not understand, Jiang He muttered, shaking his head. Why were all the Jiang family members so peculiar? Suddenly, a figure appeared before Jiang He after Jiang had departed. To his surprise, it was Jiang Li. What brings you here? Jiang He frowned. Wasn't this boy supposed to be resting in the hospital? Jiang Li approached Jiang He without any hesitation. As long as I am here, you will never return to the Jiang family. Jiang Li's warning revealed a facet of himself that no one had ever witnessed. Perhaps this was his true nature. Aren't you done yet? Jiang He seized Jiang Li by the collar. Why would this boy just leave him alone? Had he not stated he would never return to the Jiang family? Why was he seeking him out again? Brother Jiang He, what are you doing? Let me go cough. Cough. Observing Jiang Li's exaggerated demeanor, Jiang He could only smile helplessly. Here we go again. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Ru and Jiang Qin appeared behind Jiang He. Xiao He, what are you doing? Let go of your brother. Upon hearing Lu Ru's words, Jiang He understood why Jiang Li had fled the hospital and why he had provoked him to take action. Everything had been meticulously planned. In truth, Jiang He felt a twinge of admiration for Jiang Li's cunning. If only he applied such scheming to his studies, he could certainly rank among the top 500 in the city. Chapter 56 was the former Jiang He someone you all favored? Xiao He, can you please release your brother? Lu Ru urged as she stepped forward to intervene. Jiang Li interjected, Mom, let Jiang He hit me. Brother Jiang He, as long as you are willing to come home, you can hit me however you like. Witnessing Jiang Li's tearful, pitiful expression, Lu Ru's heart ached. Xiao He, your brother just wants you to return home. Please don't make it difficult for him. Let's sit down and talk things over. Hearing this, Jiang He scoffed. Oh, really? Then I should extend my gratitude to my dear brother. With that, Jiang He swiftly slapped Jiang Li twice, ignoring the shocked expressions surrounding him. He leaned close to Jiang Li's ear and whispered, If you Haven-T remembered the lesson from last time, ensure you don't forget it this time. With that, Jiang He tossed Jiang Li aside and turned back toward the orphanage. The last time he had struck Jiang Li in front of Jiang, he had not been deterred. Now, Jiang Li was employing the same tactic. Jiang He was not inclined to show any leniency. If Jiang Li continued this charade, he would meet the same fate repeatedly, for he had never contemplated returning to the Jiang family. In simple terms, Jiang Li's strategy was ineffective against the current Jiang He. The reason it had worked previously was merely because Jiang He had once cared deeply for the Jiang family. After Jiang He departed, Jiang Li's small face turned pale, and she fainted once more. Lu Ru, who had initially intended to pursue Jiang He, had no choice but to take Jiang Li to the hospital first. When Jiang arrived at the hospital, she overheard Jiang Qin expressing his anger. No matter the circumstances, he should never have laid a hand on his brother. How is Xiao Li? Did that wretched Jiang He strike again? Upon seeing Jiang's arrival, Jiang Li mustered the strength to sit up. It's not brother Jiang He's fault. I was too anxious, which upset him. Observing Jiang Li's woeful expression only fueled Jiang's fury. I shall confront him. He must apologize to Xiao Li. With that declaration, she stormed off to find Jiang He, ignoring Lu Ru's pleas for her to return. Witnessing this, Jiang Li felt a glimmer of joy. The earlier call to Jiang, claiming he had found a lead, was indeed orchestrated by him, for he had discovered that the person who had truly saved Jiang was none other than Jiang He. He would not allow this truth to surface, otherwise, his standing within the Jiang family would be jeopardized once more. It was well known that previously, both Jiang Qin and Lu Ru, as well as his three sisters, had always stood steadfastly by his side. Now, due to Jiang He's departure, everything had shifted. Jiang Zi had even dared to question him over a trivial matter, and Jiang Huang's recent demeanor towards him had also been rather peculiar, with his gaze lacking the usual fondness. He could not permit Jiang He to return to the Jiang family. He needed to take the initiative to thoroughly subjugate Jiang He, making it clear that the Jiang family belonged to him. Jiang He, you have only yourself to blame for appearing in the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Jiang had arrived at the orphanage's entrance, and without hesitation, she pushed the door open. Jiang He, come out this instant. Faced with Jiang's wrath, Jiang He understood all too well the reason behind her visit. He knew she was there solely because of Jiang Li. As Jiang He emerged, Jiang quickly advanced, grabbing hold of his collar, her eyes ablaze with fury. What have you done to Xiaoli? Do you know she is in the hospital? Observing Jiang's expression, one would almost think that Jiang Li was her biological brother. I warned him before not to prance around in front of me. Jiang He replied coolly. If Jiang Li hadn't insisted on seeking trouble, I wouldn't have bothered. Jiang He, look at you, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. You are nothing short of an unreasonable brute. At this remark, Jiang He felt a flicker of interest. And how was I before? If I wasn't like this, I must have been quite to your liking, wouldn't I, dear sister? Jiang's disdain for his current state was, to him, utterly delightful. The Jiang He who would never retaliate or argue, the one who always sought to please the family, had perished in the flames of the past life. At that moment, Jiang found herself at a loss for words, provoked by Jiang He's comments. She was well aware of Jiang He's previous circumstances within the Jiang family, and it could be said that she played a significant role in shaping Jiang He into his current self. Regardless, you should never have harmed Xiaoli. Come with me to the hospital and apologize. Jiang was nearly frantic, knowing she was in the wrong, yet she chose to tread this dark path. Indeed, in her heart, Jiang He, her biological brother, could never compare to Jiang Li, even though Jiang Li was not of her blood. She had long regarded him as true family, especially since he had once saved her life. I will accompany you to apologize, but you must swear never to disturb me again. Jiang He regarded Jiang coldly. What do you mean by disturbing you? Am I not showing concern? Is this your idea of concern? Coming here in the dead of night to harass me? Forcing me to apologize to a little brat is your idea of caring? Jiang He shook off Jiang's grip and turned away, unable to tolerate her duplicity. Jiang He, if you refuse to apologize with me, you can forget about my consent to your return to the Jiang family for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Jiang He merely shook his head, genuinely believing she thought he was playing hard to get in order to return to the Jiang family. He had no desire for that. With that, Jiang He shut the door firmly, disregarding Jiang's pleas. Seeing that Jiang He truly would not acknowledge her any further, Jiang had no choice but to leave in a huff, her heart filled with curses for Jiang He's ingratitude, vowing that he would regret it when he returned. Begging her for help. At that moment, Jiang received a phone call from the private investigator she had hired. Miss Jiang, regarding the individual you asked us to investigate, we have utilized big data and conducted field surveys to narrow down a certain range. We can roughly ascertain that the boy who saved you back then still resides in the vicinity of the orphanage. Additionally, we have mobilized a substantial number of personnel for a large-scale search, visiting each household. Please rest assured, Miss Jiang, we will soon provide you with a satisfactory answer. It was primarily due to Jiang's generous compensation. Perhaps this was the power of wealth. Still in the vicinity of the orphanage? I see. Jiang hung up the phone, momentarily engulfed in confusion. Previously, the informant had mentioned that the boy who saved her had gone abroad and was now untraceable. But why did the private investigator claim he was still here, even near the orphanage? Regardless, having a lead was ultimately a good thing. I will certainly find you. A rare softness graced Jiang's features as she recalled the warmth of that boy from years past. She vowed that if she located him, she would repay him handsomely. The following afternoon, after school, Jiang He finished tidying up the infirmary and bid farewell to Jiang Xin before heading to Zhou Riyun's ramen shop with Lu Cixi. Upon seeing Jiang He and Lu Cixi, Zhou Riyun rushed over. Cixi. Zhou Riyun embraced Lu Cixi tightly, having missed her dearly during their time apart. Thus, the two radiant girls strolled back into the shop hand in hand, while Jiang He was, of course, overlooked. Jiang He rubbed his nose, noting that Zhou Riyun had regained her usual vivacity, which was indeed a positive development. He had feared that after the previous incident, his biological father might sell him out, leaving him despondent. However, it seemed he had worried needlessly. Cixi, thank you so much for before. I honestly didn't know what I would have done without you. Yet Lu Cixi waved her hands repeatedly. All the credit goes to brother Jiang He. I didn't really help much. Lu Cece felt quite embarrassed in the face of Zhou Ruyun's gratitude. Observing this, Zhou Ruyun suddenly leaped up and executed a perfect 90-degree bow to Jiang He. Mr. Jiang He, thank you very much. No need for such formality. Jiang He could only think of one word in response. Very spirited. Truly, Zhou Ruyun was reminiscent of a character from a passionate anime. It was during her time at the hospital accompanying her sister that Zhou Ruyun devised a strategy for confronting Jiang He. She was acutely aware of her genuine affection for Jiang He, yet she had previously vowed never to engage in any actions that could betray Lu Cece, even if only on a psychological level. However, she also recognized that the closer she drew to Jiang He, the more her heart would inevitably stir with restless ripples. Thus, when faced with Jiang He, she initially chose to disregard him. By ignoring Jiang He, she believed she could refrain from entertaining thoughts of him. If communication were absolutely necessary, she would muster all her energy, treating him as she would an elder. This approach could be succinctly termed the vibrant engagement strategy. She was convinced that Jiang, as a man, would harbor no feelings for a girl who merely shouted and displayed no tenderness. At that moment, a robust figure strode into the ramen shop. "Boss, 3 bowls of ramen, please." But in the next instant, this muscular silhouette was left dumbfounded. "Jiang He? Class leader Lu? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruyun also curiously glanced at the group. "Ahem, Zhang Yin, what brings you here?" Jiang He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than his brawny classmate, Zhang Yin. "This should be a question for me to ask you. Tell me, are you secretly seeing class leader Lu?" Zhang Yin advanced and playfully executed a strongman hold on Jiang He, preventing him from making a hasty escape. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece's face turned crimson. Their relationship was a secret, even from her close friend. Yet, deep down, Lu Cece yearned for others to know, but as a student, she understood the importance of discretion. "Indeed, Cece is now my girlfriend," Jiang He stated candidly, confident that Zhang Yin would keep the secret, especially since he could discern Lu Cece's subtle feelings. Lu Cece's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and excitement, unable to resist stealing glances at Jiang He. A small wave of joy surged within her, a quintessential sentiment of youth, where one fears discovery yet craves blessings and envy. Upon hearing Jiang He's admission, Zhang Yan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Truth be told, he had once harbored feelings for Lu Cece himself. After all, she was stunningly beautiful, academically gifted, and gentle as a class leader, qualities that endeared her to nearly every boy in their class. Yet now, his good friend had realized a dream shared by many. He was torn between feelings of happiness, sorrow, and jealousy. "You sly dog, how would you have kept this from me for so long?" Zhang Yin pulled Jiang He aside, whispering something secretive. "Ahem, could you impart some wisdom to your younger brother? I truly envy you." Jiang He observed Zhang Yin's impressive physique and robust build. "Young man, you must have faith in yourself." In truth, Jiang He was not reluctant to share insights. Rather, he simply lacked the knowledge. Were it not for Lu Cece's initiative, he would never have found the courage to speak up. He and Zhang Yin were merely 2 peas in a pod. "By the way, what brings you here today?" Jiang He recalled that this fellow often frequented the gym after school, as he was dedicated to a sports-oriented path and currently preparing for a bodybuilding competition. "Ugh, don't even get me started." Zhang Yin waved his hand in exasperation. The eateries around the gym serve nothing but greasy, salty food. After a workout, I have to trek all the way here for decent grub, or I have to bring my own, which goes cold after a while. "Boss, make it 3 bowls of ramen, just like before." "You got it." Zhou Ruyun responded enthusiastically, pleased to have her first returning customer, who happened to be Jiang He's classmate. "Huh, just like before?" Jiang He looked at Zhang Yin with confusion. "You mean less oil and salt?" "Yes, indeed. When I first came here, I was astounded by how light the ramen was. It's simply too thoughtful." Upon hearing this, Jiang He slapped his forehead. Was it less oil and salt? It was practically none at all. Only someone like Zhang Yin, a fitness fanatic, would perceive it that way. Suddenly, Jiang He seemed to have a thought and inquired of Zhang Yin, "Are there many people at your gym?" Absolutely. Our gym is the largest in the entire city. Jiang Yin replied proudly, thumping his chest, then teasingly poked Jiang He's slender frame. Are you thinking of working out too? I can take you along. You'll be satisfied. Jiang Yin assumed Jiang He was eager to join him in exercising. Ahem, that one TB necessary. How many people does your gym have, roughly? Hearing this, Jiang Yin, though unsure of Jiang He's intentions, pondered before responding, probably over 1,000, but that includes trainers and staff, as well as some who don't come often. To be honest, this figure exceeded Jiang He's expectations. So many. He assumed a typical gym would have a maximum of around 100, including trainers and staff. He never imagined that the largest gym in the city would have approximately 1,000 members. While they certainly wouldn't all be present at the same time, the online attendance would stabilize at around 100, essentially 1/10 of the total. With so many people and no stable, suitable dining options for fitness enthusiasts nearby, doesn't this present an opportunity? Jiang He pondered aloud. Could you do me a favor? Speak up. Why be polite with me? Jiang Yin thumped his chest once more, embodying the spirit of a man dedicated to helping others and bettering himself. Could you introduce me to the owner of your gym? I'd like to discuss some collaboration. At this, Jiang Yin regarded Jiang He with curiosity. Were they both just students? Or was Jiang He a hidden, affluent individual? Jiang He, tell me the truth. Are you a second-generation rich kid? Faced with Jiang Yin's inquisitive gaze, Jiang He found himself both amused and exasperated. I was once, but not anymore. Previously, as the heir of the Jiang family, he could indeed be considered a rich second generation, but now he was merely an ordinary student. You're not deceiving me, are you? How could I? Do I look like a rich second-generation kid to you? Lu Cece, observing the two, couldn't help but stifle a giggle, but suddenly, her heart jolted painfully, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Yet she remained silent, discreetly retrieving a pill and quietly swallowing it. She wished to avoid causing Jiang He any concern during their time together. As this unfolded, Jiang Xin was also preparing to step out. The reason being, Jiang Bai insisted on meeting her for an unknown purpose upon arriving in Haishu. With no choice, she felt compelled to comply, considering the help Jiang Bai had previously offered her. Meanwhile, not far from the second high school, 3 individuals were locked in an intense stare-down, awaiting something. Indeed, these 3 were Lu Yu and his 2 little companions. After waiting for so many days, why has Jiang Xin still not emerged? They had been lurking at the entrance of the second high school for several days, yet not a single trace of Jiang Xin had graced their eyes, let alone an opportunity to act. This shouldn't be the case, brother, logically speaking, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. How could Miss Jiang still be residing at school? The tall, slender younger brother scratched his head. Their previous plans had gone smoothly. So why had they hit a snag at this crucial juncture? Suddenly, a graceful figure materialized before them. Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed Jiang Xin. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, swiftly donning their masks. Action. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin remained blissfully unaware, merely glancing at her phone. Coming to pick me up? Already nearly here? A message from Jiang Bai popped up, causing Jiang Xin to facepalm. Hadn't they agreed that she would go alone? Why was he coming to fetch her again? However, since Jiang Bai had said so, she had no choice but to wait. As the group noticed Jiang Xin standing still, they realized that an opportunity had arrived. Lu Yu began to compose himself, preparing to play the hero and win Jiang Xin's heart. Hey there, all alone? The plump, tall younger brother spoke first, exuding a lewd demeanor that was hard to conceal even with a mask. One could say this young man was naturally suited for such a line of work. Jiang Xin regarded the 2 before her with a frown, showing no inclination to engage with them. The 2 brothers exchanged smirks. Oh, ignoring us? This little lady certainly has personality. We like that. As the slender young man reached out to grab Jiang Xin, she deftly sidestepped his advance. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. It had been years since anyone dared to treat her in such a manner. To her surprise, there were indeed those who were oblivious to their own folly. She was no fragile flower, having undergone rigorous training within her family and possessing extensive medical knowledge. She could inflict numerous wounds on these two, yet still classify them as minor injuries. Dealing with two ordinary individuals was hardly a challenge. Ha ha ha, come along with us. Little lady, we'll take you to a wonderful place where you'll feel ecstatic. The duo prepared to make their final move, creating the perfect moment for Lu Yu to play the hero. Lu Yu was ready to act, determined to show Jiang He what a true man was like. At that moment, Jiang He suddenly flashed a smile at the two. The brothers were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her expression. In the next second, two imposing figures loomed over them, and two enormous hands, akin to giant fans, gently rested on their heads. The touch of divinity might not guarantee longevity, but it could certainly shatter skulls. As the two sensed an overwhelming pressure, they trembled and slowly turned around. Two burly men in black suits, sporting sunglasses, stood silently before them. In their presence, the two young men felt as insignificant as mere cupcakes. Who might this be? Ah, it's my dear sister. Jiang Bai bounded over to Jiang He, curiosity lighting up her face. Sister, are even these lowly fish daring to tease you now? How pathetic. In response to Jiang Bai's provocation, Jiang He merely managed a strained smile, choosing silence. What would she do? After all, she was not currently a match for Jiang Bai. The Jiang family was effectively under Jiang Bai's control. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly innocent young girl was the true master of such a colossal entity. Meanwhile, the two young men continued to tremble in fear. The mere presence of the bodyguards was enough to instill terror within them. They dared not move, utterly paralyzed. As for Lu Yu, he was cowering in a corner, terrified. Jiang Bai. If one were to ask who the most feared person among the affluent youth of the capital was, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Bai. When she struck, she showed no mercy. She was a true force of nature. Years ago, after the untimely demise of their parents, the Jiang sisters were left to navigate a world filled with predators eager to devour their inheritance. Yet, no one anticipated that these sisters were far from defenseless. Jiang He had valiantly stabilized the Jiang family, while Jiang Bai wielded an iron fist to suppress all threats, ensuring that none who disobeyed remained standing, including Jiang He herself. Sister, how shall we deal with these two? Shall we burn them or sink them into the sea? Jiang Bai giggled, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Upon hearing this, the two young men nearly wet themselves, dropping to their knees before Jiang Bai. I'm just joking. Vigilante justice is illegal. Jiang Bai laughed heartily at their fearful expressions. Sister, you wouldn't want me to break the law, would you? All right, enough with the jokes. Let us take these two to the police station. Jiang Bai waved her hand, not wishing to appear too ruthless in front of Jiang He. What if her elder sister became frightened? Upon hearing that their lives were not in immediate danger, the two young men exhaled deeply, their bodies going limp, unable to move further. The two burly bodyguards exchanged glances and, like lifting chicks, tossed the two into the back of a business vehicle. Get in, my dear sister. I've done you a tremendous favor this time. How will you show your gratitude? Jiang Bai looked at Jiang He. Her curiosity piqued about her sister's thoughts toward her now. Speak up, as long as I can manage it. Oh, is that so? Then I shall think carefully. Suddenly, Jiang Bai's tone shifted. I've noticed you've been spending quite a bit of time with Jiang He lately. At this remark, Jiang He's expression darkened instantly as she seized Jiang Bai's collar, her voice low and fierce. You're spying on me. Seeing Jiang He in such a frantic state, Jiang Bai felt an unexpected thrill rather than fear. It had been a long time since she had seen Jiang He like this. Oh dear, is this how you treat your benefactor? Gradually, Jiang He released Jiang Bai's collar. However, upon witnessing Jiang Bai's nonchalant demeanor, she felt a headache coming on, realizing that in Jiang Bai's eyes, she posed no threat, or perhaps she lacked the ability to threaten Jiang Bai. I have already distanced myself from the core of the Jiang family. I have no desire to vie for the position of head. Even so, you still refuse to let me go? Jiang He gazed into Jiang Bai's eyes, bewildered as to how they had come to this point. Did Jiang Bai truly see her as someone power-hungry? If I were truly after that position, why would I leave the capital? Watching Jiang He futilely explain herself, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Jiang Xin's ire surged, fueled by Jiang Bai's expression, which only added to her frustration. Nothing. I simply find you to be quite navi to the point of being nauseating. With that, Jiang Bai gazed at Jiang Xin, her large eyes revealing a hint of innocence that sent shivers down Jiang Xin's spine. Come with me to find Jiang He, but I sincerely hope you will not let me discover any connection between you two. You are truly insane. Absolutely unreasonable, Jiang Xin exclaimed, forcefully shaking off Jiang Bai's grasp. She could not comprehend how the once clingy little crybaby had morphed into this wild lunatic. Oh, so you know I'm insane? Then you better not provoke the madman. With that, she strode purposefully toward Jiang He's location. Meanwhile, Jiang He, engrossed in discussions at the ramen shop regarding a potential collaboration with the gym, remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. A trial period of 1 week? Absolutely no problem, Jiang He said, negotiating with the gym owner through Zhang Yan's phone. The prospect of a week's worth of ramen delivery was enticing, and she would have agreed to a month without hesitation. The opportunity for this engagement was already a delightful surprise, as success often unfolds gradually. In reality, the fruition of this collaboration was largely thanks to Zhang Yan. No one had anticipated that his personal trainer would also be the proprietor of the largest gym in the city. Zhang Yan was held in high regard by the owner, which explained his participation in various competitions. Of course, credit was also due to Zhou Rian, whose exquisite clear broth ramen was simply remarkable. Miss Zhou, I'll leave the next steps to you. It would be wise to recruit another delivery person. Otherwise, I want to be able to manage during the day with classes. Jiang He said. Zhou Rian momentarily stared blankly at Jiang He before snapping back to reality. Understood. Indeed, there is a vibrant energy present. Jiang He felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Miss Zhou, there is no need to be so formal. We are merely conversing as friends. However, Jiang He could tolerate Zhou Riyun's exuberance, though the latter's voice might not be so accommodating. All right, energetic, Zhou Riyun responded enthusiastically, treating Jiang He's previous words as if they had never been spoken. At that moment, a brand-new Maybach came to a halt in front of the ramen shop, drawing the attention of the bustling crowd in the night market. Phones began to emerge as people captured images of the luxurious vehicle. A Jiang He license plate, and it's a consecutive number. Who is this top-tier tycoon? My goodness, this car must be worth at least $1 million. $1 million? That's the latest model of Maybach. You might have the money, but you probably can't even acquire one. Jiang Xin listened to the cacophony of voices outside with a sense of helplessness, while Jiang Bai excitedly exited the car, eager to discern the identity of Jiang He, the person so closely associated with her sister. At that moment, Jiang He noticed the commotion at the entrance and was about to step outside to investigate when two figures entered. Dr. Jiang? And who might this be? You must be Jiang He. I'm Jiang Xin's sister. Just call me Xiao Bai. Jiang Bai gently linked her arm with Jiang Xin's, her expression devoid of the madness from before, presenting herself as an utterly charming and innocent little sister. By the way, my sister mentioned that you two are quite close. Is that true? Observing Jiang Bai's seemingly harmless demeanor, Jiang He felt no need for caution, completely oblivious to the underlying danger. Dr. Jiang has been assisting me, and I am indeed very grateful to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai blinked her clear, sparkling eyes with curiosity directed at Jiang Xin. Sister, could you share a bit about that? However, Jiang Xin was not deceived by Jiang Bai's fade. She understood that if Jiang Bai were to learn about Jiang He's prior impersonation as her boyfriend, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Xin's cold voice reverberated through the shop, plunging everyone into an awkward silence. No one, including Jiang Bai, had anticipated such a response. Jiang Bai's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The more Jiang Xin concealed the truth, the more curious she became about Jiang He. Ahem, let us sit down and talk. I'll get you something to eat. Jiang He stepped forward to ease the tension, though she remained uncertain about the dynamics between Jiang Xin and her sister. Sounds good. I was just thinking of that. Yet before Jiang Bai could finish her sentence, Jiang Xin pulled her outside. In the alleyway, Jiang Xin glared coldly at Jiang Bai. I warn you, Do not set your sights on Jiang He. I have no connection to him. Do you understand? Why not? Jiang Bai chuckled lightly. What does my relationship with him have to do with you? Jiang Xin found Jiang Bai's current demeanor utterly intolerable. She was completely irrational. But you weren't always like this. Jiang Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang Xin paused, recalling the time she had indeed spoken similarly to Jiang Bai. Since their parents' passing, the Jiang family had been teetering on the brink of collapse, beset by external threats and the incessant encroachment of opportunistic relatives eager to claim their inheritance. In that dire time, Jiang Xin had vowed to persevere for Jiang Bai's sake. She could not afford to fail. But how had Jiang Bai treated her? Jiang Bai, how dare you speak like that? Have you lost your conscience? Jiang Xn's teeth clenched in frustration as she confronted her sister, who seemed to revel in the chaos. What have I done to you? You cast me out of the boardroom and forced me to leave Beijing. Aren't those all you're doing? Now that I've chosen to leave and live in Haishur, you still refuse to let me go. Jiang Xin realized she had misjudged her sister. She had seen Jiang Bai as her only family, while Jiang Bai appeared to regard her as something entirely different. So this is how you perceive me? Jiang Bai thought her actions were merely to protect Jiang Xin. After a rare moment of silence, Jiang Bai quickly reverted to her previous madness, refusing to seek understanding. Jiang Xin scoffed, feeling suffocated by Jiang Bai's demands. Everything had to revolve around her. Even the simplest outings required approval. With that, Jiang Xin turned on her heel and returned to the ramen shop, knowing that communication with Jiang Bai had become impossible. Jiang Bai, undeterred, resolved to start her game with Jiang He, eager to see whether he could withstand her temptations or reveal his true nature. Upon returning to the shop, Jiang He had already served 4 steaming bowls of her signature ramen. Jiang Bai wasted no time in seating herself next to Jiang He. Can I call you Brother Jiang He? At these words, Lu Cixi visibly jolted, and Jiang Xin slammed her chopsticks down on the table. Come here. Jiang Bai looked at Jiang Xin with a bewildered expression. Why? You. Jiang Xin was utterly exasperated. What was Jiang Bai plotting this time? Miss Jiang, why not sit beside me instead? Lu Cixi interjected, unable to restrain herself. Despite her typically good-natured disposition, she refused to allow anyone to make advances toward Jiang He in her presence. Oh, is this beautiful sister perhaps Jiang He's girlfriend? Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with mockery. Pretty sister, with such a weak disposition, you want to be able to keep Jiang He, you know? Instantly, the atmosphere turned awkward once more. And Jiang He furrowed his brow. Miss Jiang Bai, Cixi is my girlfriend. Even if you're Dr. Jiang's sister, I must kindly ask you to leave. Jiang He firmly asserted, unwilling to indulge Jiang Bai any further. Lu Cixi was exceedingly anxious, her small hands clenched tightly, turning pale without her even noticing. She understood her own frailty and felt utterly incapable of assisting Jiang He in any way. However, a warm hand soon enveloped hers, and Jiang He offered her a reassuring glance, conveying that he would take care of everything. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Sister Cixi, you aren't upset with me, are you? Observing their subtle interactions, Jiang Bai approached Lu Cixi with a cheerful demeanor, linking her arm with his. I apologize, Sister Cixi. I spoke out of turn just now. Will you forgive your younger sister? Jiang Bai blinked her innocent eyes, wearing an expression of contrition. Lu Cixi nodded in response. After all, she was Jiang Xion's sister, and since an apology had been offered, it would be ungracious to press further. Yet, she remained somewhat guarded against Jiang Bai in her heart. All right, Jiang Bai, let us return. Jiang Xin said wearily, disinterested in continuing the charade with Jiang Bai. Sure. Then goodbye, Sister Cixi, and goodbye, Brother Jiang He. With that, Jiang Bai took the initiative to leave the ramen shop, which relieved Jiang Xin greatly. I apologize. My sister is a bit simple-minded. I must take my leave now. Jiang Xin felt it unnecessary to elaborate, hoping that Jiang Bai would refrain from bothering Jiang He again. Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. After bidding farewell to the two, Jiang He too sighed in relief. Jiang Bai was quite perplexing, and he couldn't fathom her intentions. Cixi, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you home. The night had fully descended, and while Lu Cixi's parents did not oppose their companionship, Returning home too late would inevitably raise concerns. Yes, let us go. For reasons unknown, Lu Cixi appeared burdened with thoughts. Thus, Jiang He first bid farewell to Zhou Ruiyun before returning to Lu Cixi's side. They walked along the bustling streets, illuminated only by the orderly glow of the street lamps. To be candid, they hardly resembled a genuine couple. How could a couple walk side by side, without holding hands? Brother Jiang He, am I truly useless? Just now, when Miss Jiang made her remarks, I could not muster the courage to respond. Lu Cixi's voice was gentle, yet it carried a palpable tone of melancholy. I am not as vivacious as Ru Li, nor as carefree as Miss Zhou, and I lack Dr. John's composure. I even caused you to be hurt before. As she spoke, tears cascaded down Lu Cixi's cheeks, though she kept her head lowered, wishing to conceal her vulnerability from Jiang He. Each time Jiang He conferred with others, she longed ardently to assist him, even if only in a minor capacity. However, due to her health issues, everyone was constantly attending to her needs. Listening to Lu Cixi, Jiang He chose to remain silent initially, allowing her the space to open her heart. Brother Jiang He, what if we... Before Lu Cixi could finish her thought, Jiang He interjected, Are you going to abandon me too? No, that's not it. I merely think that. Lu Cixi hurried to clarify, believing that remaining by Jiang He's side would only be a burden to him. She had once possessed Jiang He's affections, and that alone sufficed. Cixi, I like you. Jiang He stepped directly in front of Lu Cixi, gazing intently at her. What? I like you. Jiang He tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of Lu Cixi's eyes, fully aware now that his feelings for her transcended mere brotherly concern. Since his rebirth, he had found it challenging to experience love, as his family had inflicted deep wounds upon him. Initially, Jiang He had only agreed to be with Lu Cixi out of pity, but through various experiences, he discovered that her presence brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. And he often reminisced about the gentle girl when she was not by his side. Love is never instant. It is only through the test of time that one can affirm and acknowledge it. Previously, you confessed your feelings for me. Now it is my turn. Jiang He knelt on one knee, gazing at the adorable girl who had been weeping. This lovely lady, will you be my girlfriend? Fireworks may fade and vanish in an instant, but true feelings endure. Why? In that moment, Lu Cixi's tears flowed more profusely, her breath hitching. She had never anticipated that Jiang He would take such a step, a scene she had only ever dreamt of. Jiang He found himself captivated by the glimmering tears in Lu Cixi's eyes, slowly leaning closer to her. Chapter 63. The Romantic Rampage of the Steam Locomotive. Just as Jiang He admired Lu Cixi's enticing pink lips, a familiar voice interrupted. Jiang He? And Lu Cixi? What are you two doing out so late? Jiang He turned rigidly at the sound of the voice. Principal, what brings you here at this hour? Internally, Jiang He felt a sense of despair. Why must this happen at such a crucial moment? Oh, you still remember I'm the principal? The figure approaching was none other than the principal of the second high school, who was rushing on a bicycle to the education bureau for an urgent matter and happened to stumble upon Jiang He. Continue your kiss. Why have you stopped? The principal glared at them, exuding frustration. Ahem, what do you mean, principal? Jiang He attempted to feign ignorance, but it was evident that his ruse had failed. All right, if you fail to place within the top 100 in the next joint examination, you will be in serious trouble. Do you understand? Understood. With no alternative, Jiang He could only acquiesce, realizing he would need to study until 3 in the morning from now on. The principal glanced at Lu Cixi, whose face was flushed and disoriented. At that moment, Lu Cixi pondered whether Jiang He intended to kiss her. Should she allow it? But this was her first kiss. If she surrendered it to Jiang He, would he consider her too frivolous? Conversely, if she refused, would Jiang He be upset? What to do? What to do? The girl's mind was nearly overwhelmed by the prospect of a kiss from Jiang He. All right, take care of Lu Cixi and head home early. Ultimately, the principal said nothing further, recognizing that Lu Cixi's situation was somewhat special and wishing to avoid causing her distress. If it were anyone else, he might have deliberated, but he felt secure with Jiang He. Understood. Goodbye, principal. Jiang He waved repeatedly until the principal had distanced himself, at which point he finally exhaled in relief. Goodness, that was in front of the principal. If Zhang Yin and the others learned of this, they would surely be astounded. Jiang He could vividly imagine their shocked expressions. Suddenly, he felt warmth on his cheeks. Jiang He looked at Lu Cece in surprise. Had she just kissed him? Jiang He, I don't know what I was doing. In that instant, Lu Cece nearly transformed into a steam locomotive, her face as crimson as a ripe apple, exuding an irresistible allure that made one long to taste her sweetness. Brother Jiang He, I truly like you so very much. Perhaps the heat of young love had rendered her mind befuddled, causing her to spill her heartfelt truths. Oh dear, what am I even saying? The girl realized too late, but it was already too late. Yes, I like you too. Jiang He gently took Lu Cece's small hand. Let's leave it at this for today. If we continue, I fear that Lu Cece might truly be unable to bear it. Really? Lu Cece blinked, her eyes still glimmering with traces of tears, as if seeking confirmation. Indeed, you're not deceiving me? Of course not. With their exchange of reassurances, their figures gradually faded from the bustling street. Meanwhile, Lu Yu faced a far less pleasant situation. He was acutely aware of Jiang Bai's methods. His two little brothers might not face serious consequences, perhaps only enduring a few days of hardship in confinement, as Jiang Bai typically refrained from employing excessive force against ordinary individuals. However, if Jiang Bai discovered that he was the mastermind behind it all, he would be doomed. Thus, Lu Yu hastily packed his belongings and prepared to board a flight out of Haisher. Attention passengers of Flight 3891. Please proceed promptly to the boarding gate for ticket inspection. Gazing at his ticket and the imminent departure, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the boarding gate. Jiang Xin, just wait. I will return. Lu Yu was not a man to give up easily. For the sake of the Lu family and his own ambitions, he was determined to win over Jiang Xin without fail. Just then, two burly men in black suits approached Lu Yu from behind, unhurriedly. Lu Yu, initially assuming they were other passengers, paid them no mind until he realized he could not budge his suitcase. What are you doing? Trying to rob me? Let go. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, attempting to reclaim his suitcase from their grasp, but remained steadfast, immovable beneath their strength. Do you know who I am? Lu Yu shot a haughty glance at the two men, for he was the young master of the Lu family in Jing City. In Haisher, apart from the esteemed Lin and Jiang families, who would dare to show him any disrespect? The two men in suits exchanged glances, as if amused by his bravado. Just then, a delicate figure appeared before Lu Yu. Release me, or do not blame me for calling upon Jiang Bai. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Lu Yu immediately fell to his knees, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Chapter 64. Jiang Bai's Imagination. The following afternoon, after school, Jiang He sought a day off from Jiang Xin, intending to have a serious discussion with the gym's owner. However, to his surprise, Jiang Bai was also present. Jiang Xin was equally troubled by this turn of events. No matter how hard she tried to send Jiang Bai away, Jiang Bai remained unfazed. In the end, Jiang Xin resorted to invoking the Jiang family to pressure her. Aren't you concerned that the Jiang family might face trouble if you do not return to Jing City? Yet Jiang Bai remained indifferent. This was all part of her plan. Despite the Jiang family's seemingly tranquil exterior, there were still numerous festering tumors within. She aimed to lure these tumors out by her departure. Only by eradicating these parasites clinging to the Jiang family's grand tree could she ensure a future free of worries. Moreover, she intended to use this time to help Jiang Xin see Jiang He's true nature. She did not believe that a man would draw near to her elder sister without ulterior motives. Perhaps Jiang He's previous fainting episode was also a ruse. Aimed solely at Jiang Xin, it must be said, Jiang Bai's imagination was quite remarkable. Brother Jiang He, why not take me along? I am quite capable. At last, Jiang Bai revealed her fangs to Jiang He. She wanted him to gradually understand her abilities and the forces behind her. When the time came, Jiang He would surely be ensnared, abandoning Lu Cece for her, thereby allowing Jiang Xin to see Jiang He's true colors. With her beauty and capabilities, no man could resist her. Absolutely. This does not require the assistance of Miss Jiang. Jiang He interrupted, shattering Jiang Bai's fantasies with bluntness. Based on Jiang Bai's remarks to Lu Cece the previous day, Jiang He's impression of her was far from favorable. Moreover, Jiang He was not one to be swayed by appearances. No matter how attractive or innocent Jiang Bai appeared, it mattered little to him. At this moment, Jiang Bai could barely contain her composure. Her lips twitched in irritation, clearly angered. Brother Jiang He, you may not know, but I'm the chief business consultant of the Jiang family in Jing City. Many seek my counsel. Then it is even less of a bother for Miss Jiang. Cece, let us go. With that, Jiang He grasped Lu Cece's small hand and departed, leaving Jiang Bai in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Jiang Xin observed Jiang Bai, stifling a laugh. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Bai so thoroughly thwarted. Jiang Bai was taken aback, never expecting a man to reject her so directly. Jiang He, very well. You have succeeded in capturing my attention. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin looked at Jiang Bai with exasperation and remarked, Is this how the plot of a domineering CEO falling in love with me unfolds? Truly captivating. I have already stated that Jiang He and I share a mere platonic friendship. I know exactly what kind of person Jiang He is, so do not harbor any illusions. However, before Jiang Xin could finish her sentence, Jiang Bai interrupted. Her interest piqued as she gazed at her elder sister. Sister, is there a scenario where a platonic friend pretends to be a boyfriend? I recall you having cleanliness issues. Would you allow a mere friend to eat from what you have bitten? At this point, Jiang Bai's mind was filled with suppressed rage and insanity, all of which she had extracted from Lu Yu's words. How do you know this? Jiang Xin was taken aback. Weren't these matters known only to her, Jiang He, and Lu Cece? How did Jiang Bai come to know of these details? Even the fact that Jiang He had eaten something she had bitten? But all of that had merely been a facade for Lu Yu. It was not something she had bitten. Jiang Bai, listen to me. No need to explain, sister. For now, I shall refrain from taking action against Jiang He. I will personally expose his true nature. And then you shall understand that all I have done is for the best. With that, Jiang Bai departed, intent on orchestrating a grand performance specifically aimed at Jiang He. Watching Jiang Bai's retreating figure, Jiang Xin could not help but pinch the bridge of her nose in frustration. What on earth was happening? She indeed harbored a slight fondness for Jiang He, but there was a 6-year age gap between them. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Lu Cece were already en route to the gym. Jiang He had also prearranged with Zhang Yin to await his arrival at the gym's entrance. Suddenly, Lu Cece, as if resolved, spoke up. Brother Jiang He, why not bring along Miss Jiang Bai? She may not be of much help, but I do not want her to hinder others from assisting. Are you not afraid I might be taken away by someone else? Jiang He chuckled, intending to tease the sweet and kind-hearted girl. How could that be? I believe in you, brother Jiang He. Upon hearing this, Lu Cece grew anxious. She would not allow anyone to take Jiang He away from her. Since you trust me, then you need not worry. I will handle everything. With Zhang Yan's assistance and his prior conversation with the gym's owner, success was practically assured. Lu Cece tightened her grip on Jiang He's hand, fully convinced that he would succeed. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Bai followed leisurely behind. Chapter 65. Is Jiang He about to be worked to death? When Jiang He arrived at the gym that Zhang Yin had previously mentioned, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the impressive structure before him. Who could have imagined that this gym would be a towering edifice of 5 stories high? And not just one, but multiple buildings. Even from the outside, through the windows, one could catch glimpses of the muscular men within, drenched in sweat and exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Of course, only the first floor was visible, clearly designed for promotional purposes, while the upper levels were shielded by one-way glass, rendering them invisible from the outside. At that moment, Zhang Yin spotted Jiang He and Lu Cece, waving enthusiastically to Jiang He. Allow me to introduce you. This is my coach and the proprietor of this establishment. You may call him Brother Lu. Lu Hui extended his hand towards Jiang He, visibly valuing this collaboration, showing no signs of underestimating the 2 students before him. Come on in. You seem a bit on the lean side. How about signing up for a membership first? This statement instantly transformed the previously tense atmosphere into one of ease and camaraderie. Sure, I was just thinking I needed to get in shape. I'll be counting on Brother Lu for some guidance, Jiang He remarked. His desire to train was merely one aspect. The primary motive was to foster a closer relationship with Lu Hui through the membership. Observing Jiang He's savvy approach, Lu Hui nodded to himself. reassured that Jiang He was no Na'vi rookie, which further solidified his confidence in the collaboration. Lu Hui led the group to the conference room on the top floor and instructed his secretary to prepare tea for Jiang He and the others. Jiang He, regarding the collaboration you mentioned earlier, I find it quite intriguing, but I have one condition. What is it, Brother Lu? I wish to engage in this partnership through equity investment. Lu Hui was no fool. He recognized the immense business potential and market possibilities inherent in this venture. Thus, he preferred to position himself not merely as a collaborator, but as a co-controller, ensuring he wouldn't be cast aside at any moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang He fell silent for a moment. He had contemplated this very issue prior to his arrival, yet the decision was not entirely his to make. It ultimately depended on Zhou Ruyun's consent. I'm sorry, Brother Lu, but I might need some time to provide you with a response. Jiang He spoke candidly, without any intention of concealing the truth. No problem. Take your time to consider. If you agree, I am willing to invest 1 million, but if you decline, we can still proceed with the collaboration as planned. Lu Hui was not insistent. He simply had high hopes for this industry and was willing to go with the flow. Thank you, Brother Lu. I assure you, the trial tomorrow will not disappoint you. The two reached a mutual understanding, and everything seemed to flow effortlessly, to the extent that Jiang He felt it was almost too smooth. By the way, Jiang He, weren't you considering a membership? I'll arrange for you to have a free trial for a year. While it was termed a trial, it essentially meant a lifetime of free access as long as the partnership continued, serving as a means to strengthen their connection. No need, Brother Lu. I'll pay for it myself. What nonsense is that? You are Zhang Yan's classmate and my partner. Asking you to pay is akin to slapping my own face. With no other option, Jiang He reluctantly accepted. Liu Duoya, come out quickly. As soon as Lu Hui's words fell, the office door swung open, revealing a tall, sun-kissed beauty holding dumbbells, radiating health and vigor. What's up, Dad? Lu Duoer glanced at the group with a hint of indifference. Teach this young man, Jiang He, and be mindful of your approach, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan looked at Lu Hui in surprise. Coach, is it really appropriate to have the senior sister do this? Zhang Yan genuinely feared for Jiang He, worried that his senior sister, Lu Duoer, might push him too hard. What's there to worry about? What is a young man afraid of? I was once like him. Seeing Lu Hui poised to recount his glorious past, Lu Duoer quickly took Jiang He and Lu Cixi away, knowing her father would ramble on indefinitely. She led Jiang He into a gym filled with people working out, both men and women, and Jiang He's slender frame certainly felt out of place. Try it out first, and I'll personally guide you in a bit. With that, Lu Duoer turned to fetch some water, showing little interest in Jiang He's delicate physique. Jiang He, somewhat amused, first helped Lu Cixi find a resting area. It was evident that this gym was truly professional, providing a designated area for friends and family of the fitness enthusiasts, stocked with various snacks and beverages. However, this resting area was predominantly occupied by young women, making it awkward for the brawny individuals to linger there. Cixi, just keep an eye on me here, and if anything happens, you must let me know. Jiang He even asked the other young ladies nearby to help look after Lu Cixi. It wasn't until he left that the young women began to converse with Lu Cixi. Your boyfriend is so considerate, but he's a bit too thin. Do you think he can protect you if something goes wrong? Chapter 66. This is the limit life has set for Jiang He. Lu Cixi gazed through the glass of the resting area, murmuring to herself, he can. Whether in the past or present, Jiang He had always been there to protect her. Meanwhile, Lu Duoer returned with 3 bottles of water, noticing Lu Cixi in the resting area, and tossed a bottle to Jiang He. You'll test your limits today. If you can't handle it, just speak up, understood? This was also to ensure Jiang He's safety. Let us start with the barbell front squat. Don't overexert yourself. All right? Lu Duoer promptly removed all the rubber plates from the barbell, leaving only the bar itself. This represented the minimum weight, which was 20 kilograms, the standard weight of a barbell. At that moment, several curious gym-goers gathered around, for it was rare to see a beginner like Jiang He being personally trained by their senior sister. It was well known that even those who had been training for a year and a half could hardly endure Lu Duoer's high-intensity regimen, let alone someone as slender as Jiang He. How much do you think this kid can lift? Hard to say. He might struggle with just the bar, I doubt he can manage it. He's too skinny. Many shook their heads, as Jiang He's physique was evident. Even Lu Cece looked on with concern for Jiang He, hoping he wouldn't get injured, regardless of whether he could lift it or not. However, the other young women in the resting area had a different perspective. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the somewhat frail young man, some even beginning to place bets. I bet this young man can't lift the bar. Don't be ridiculous. A normal person should be able to lift it. I bet 40 kilograms. I bet 30. I bet. Hey. What are you all doing? Don't you see his girlfriend is right here? Some, unable to bear the spectacle, intervened. But ultimately, their voices were drowned out by the majority. Right. What do you think your boyfriend can lift? A particularly curious one directly sought Lu Cece's opinion. In an instant, all eyes turned to her. To be honest, they were quite envious of Lu Cece's beauty and her handsome boyfriend. I guess 20. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of lamentation swept through the crowd. It was surprising to discover that even the girlfriend of the charming young man harbored such little faith in him. In the face of cold mockery, while others might wish for their boyfriends to lift more weight, Lu Cece merely hoped that Jiang He would remain unscathed. At this moment, Jiang He gazed at the barbell before him, torn between laughter and tears. Do you know what a bianshu is? What does that mean? Lu Duoer was somewhat perplexed, mistakenly believing that Jiang He was simply stalling out of embarrassment. However, she still hoped he would give it a try, so that she could devise a workout plan for him. It was akin to helping others carry heavy luggage or goods at train stations or shopping malls. Earning a modest sum of 5 to 10 yuan per trip, Lu Duoer, raised in affluence, was naturally unaware of such hardships. In truth, Jiang He also struggled to recall, having endured numerous menial and laborious tasks himself. He only remembered that Lin Ruoli, that little girl, had fallen ill, and the orphanage's subsidies had been delayed. Thus, he had to take on the role of A for a period, painstakingly earning 1,000 yuan to cover Lin Ruoli's medical expenses, 10 yuan or 5 yuan endeavor at a time. It was somewhat similar, though not as sophisticated, as it had the support of a frame. After saying this, Jiang He positioned himself beneath the barbell and effortlessly lifted it. Miss Lu, weren't you supposed to test my limits? Let's add 2 more plates to make it 40 kilograms. Since it was a test of limits, Jiang He decided to give it a shot. Lu Duer, however, furrowed her brow. She had initially assumed Jiang He was merely a pampered young master, condescendingly regarding him. Yet, from his earlier words, she began to realize that Jiang He had likely grown up enduring hardship. At this moment, the onlookers' gazes shifted subtly, all quietly watching Jiang He as he prepared for the test. Let's add 2 more. Observing the 6 weight plates on Jiang He's shoulders, Lu Duoer began to worry for him. Are you sure? If you can't handle it, you must speak up. Even several burly men in the crowd stepped forward to support Jiang He. It's fine. This weight is manageable. Jiang He had a premonition that his limit lay around 100 kilograms. Sure enough, as the last 2 plates were added, Jiang He began to tremble all over. Just when the crowd thought he was about to falter, the strong men nearby readied themselves to assist. Yet remarkably, Jiang He managed to steadily return the 100 kilograms of weight back to the rack. Instantly, the entire gym erupted into thunderous applause. Lu Duoer gazed at Jiang He in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a frail figure could lift such a heavy barbell. How much hardship must he have endured? In that moment, Lu Duoer couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Jiang He. Chapter 67. Lu Duoer woke in the middle of the night. I truly deserve this. Meanwhile, Lu Hui, the gym owner, observing Jiang He from above, nodded in approval. It seemed that this young man was indeed a person of potential, capable, well acquainted with the intricacies of human relations, and resilient. It would be wonderful if his precious daughter could take an interest in him. Just then, an anonymous call came through to Lu Hui's phone. Initially thinking it was a nuisance call, he intended to answer and promptly hang up. To his surprise, the voice on the other end caused him to furrow his brow. Lu Hui, owner of the Haisher Tongda Gym, with numerous construction companies under your command, worth over 100 million. Am I correct? The voice was evidently altered, making it impossible to discern the speaker's identity. We want. Spare me the roundabout talk. Lu Hui was no pushover, As a prominent businessman, he had encountered his fair share of threatening calls. Despite his courteous demeanor towards Jiang He and the others, he was not someone to be trifled with in Haishur. Mr. Liu, all you need to do is follow my instructions from now on, or else your companies, including this gym, may not remain intact. To validate this threat, Liu Hui received an internal call just moments later. This was a private line only accessible to his trusted confidants. Mr. Liu, we have a situation. Our stock prices. After hearing his subordinate's report, Liu Hui's frown deepened. Who exactly are you? To acquire such a substantial share of his company in such a short time speaks volumes about your power. Yet, the threat posed by this individual raised questions. What could they possibly want from him, or how might they compel him to comply? Who I am is of little importance. You only need to do as I say. Indeed, the person on the line was Jiang Bai. Only she possessed the strength to forcefully acquire shares in Haishur, a feat that even the formidable Jiang and Lin families could not accomplish so easily. Her intention was to compel the boss collaborating with Jiang He to elevate the terms of their partnership, thereby cornering Jiang He into seeking her assistance. No one can refuse me. The mere thought of Jiang He daring to dismiss her without hesitation filled Jiang Bai with a burning desire for retribution. She was determined to make him grovel for her help. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's demands, Liu Hui collapsed into his chair. The might of the individual on the other end was far beyond his capacity to resist. Indeed, he felt he lacked even the qualifications to contend with them. I'm sorry, young brother Jiang He, not only for his own sake, but also for his daughter's. He could not afford to provoke such a terrifying entity on Jiang He's behalf. Meanwhile, Jiang He remained blissfully unaware of these developments, continuing to train according to Liu Duoer's plan. Wow, your boyfriend is amazing. I really envy you. He is so handsome and gives such a sense of security. Sister, how about you let your boyfriend lend me for a couple of days? This group of young ladies engaged in conversation, unrestrainedly exchanging playful banter. Liu Cixi truly wished to check on Jiang He's well-being, but upon receiving a reassuring glance from him, she resigned herself to remain seated. Oh, the way you two look at each other is so cheesy. I can't take it anymore. My boyfriend is nothing like that. I swear I want to break up. Liu Cixi hadn't anticipated that her earlier actions would be witnessed, causing her face to flush crimson. Yet, her heart swelled with delight. Jiang He, could you share some of your past stories with me? Liu Duoer propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Jiang He as he ran on the treadmill. Jiang He's performance metrics far exceeded what would be expected for someone of his weight and stature, further piquing Liu Duoer's curiosity about him. She felt a profound sense of guilt for having looked down upon him earlier. Oh, you were an orphan. Liu Duoer's mouth fell agape in disbelief. But she quickly realized her faux pas and hurriedly apologized to Jiang He. I'm so sorry. I spoke too hastily. It's all right. I've long since moved past it. Jiang He smiled and shook his head, having grown indifferent to such matters. However, Liu Duoer remained overwhelmed with shame, her cheeks quickly tinged with crimson. How could she have looked down upon an orphan and spoken so thoughtlessly? She truly deserved to be reprimanded. Given Liu Duoer's temperament, she would likely rise in the middle of the night to chastise herself. At that moment, Liu Hui unexpectedly appeared, urging Jiang He to accompany him upstairs first. Chapter 68. Liu Duoer. Am I stealing someone else's boyfriend? What's the matter? Liu Duoer was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to help Jiang He with his training? This is none of your concern. Jiang He, come with me. Liu Hui insisted, wishing to keep this matter from Liu Duoer. Otherwise, with her fiery disposition, she would undoubtedly create a scene. I apologize, my dear daughter. Forgive your father's cowardice. He could disregard everything, but not Liu Duoer, even if it meant sacrificing his long-held pride. Jiang He sensed something amiss and followed Liu Hui upstairs alone, requesting Liu Duoer to watch over Liu Cixi, assuring her that he would return shortly. Liu Duoer nodded, uncertain of her father's intentions. Upon entering the office, Liu Hui quietly closed the door. Brother Liu, feel free to speak your mind. Jiang He broke the silence, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Brother Jiang, I've been considering this collaboration and believe we must proceed with caution. Liu Hui struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had never gone back on his word. But this time he felt he had no choice. Go on, Lu Gu, Jiang He encouraged, as he had an inkling of the unfolding situation, though he had not connected it to Jiang Bai. 1 million. If you could come up with 1 million, this collaboration is yours. No strings attached. Lu Hui finally confessed, revealing the dilemma left to Jiang He by Jiang Bai. She believed Jiang He would surely return to plead for her assistance regarding that sum. As for Jiang Xin, if Jiang Bai wished, she could freeze her bank account at any time. That was her prerogative as the head of the Jiang family. Liu Ye. May I inquire of someone? Jiang He began, but was interrupted by Lu Hui. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that. This interruption subtly conveyed to Jiang He the reason behind the situation, confirming his suspicions. Understood. Thank you, Lu Gu, Jiang He replied, preparing to leave when Lu Hui called out to him. Brother Jiang, allow me to address you informally as Xiao Jiang. As long as you navigate this crisis, Lu Hui, vow that your affairs will be mine as well. Once Jiang He departed, Lu Hui exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping Jiang He would successfully manage the impending challenges. As Jiang He descended the stairs, he noticed Lu Cece anxiously waiting at the foot of the staircase. Upon seeing him, she rushed forward. Brother Jiang, are you all right? Observing her concern, Jiang He smiled faintly. After all these years, he had encountered countless hardships, and this particular matter was insufficient to break him. Yet, he would not let Lu Cece worry. I'm fine. I was merely discussing some collaborative matters with Boss Lu. Turning to Lu Duo, he continued, Miss Lu, Cece and I shall take our leave now. We shall seek your guidance another time. Upon hearing this, Lu Duo furrowed her brow. What do you mean, seek guidance another time? Did my father give you a hard time? I'll go confront him. Lu Duo's straightforward nature compelled her to take action, and she started upstairs to find Lu Hui. Didn't we agree on this collaboration beforehand? How can he go back on his word? Jiang He could not stop her, nor was he given a chance to explain. With no other option, he took Lu Cece and left. Truthfully, he had no immediate solution for the million. Meanwhile, Lu Duo had stormed into Lu Hui's office, and upon seeing her, Lu Hui felt a pang of guilt. Ahem, what brings you here? Speak. Are you making things difficult for Jiang He? Upon uttering these words, Lu Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Curiosity etched on his face. Didn't you dislike that boy Jiang He? He recalled the disdain Lu Duo had often expressed towards him. What do you mean like? I'm merely standing up for him. Lu Duo irritated, exasperated. What on earth was her father thinking? Her feelings towards Jiang He were merely sympathy and a hint of guilt. Did Jiang He tell you about this? Lu Hui inquired. No, I inferred it. At her response, Lu Hui realized Jiang He was the type who bore his burdens alone, unlikely to report back to her. So you're questioning your father based on a mere assumption? Or is it that you have feelings for Jiang He? What are you talking about, Dad? How long have I even known him? Seeing Lu Duo genuinely lacked such feelings, Lu Hui felt somewhat reassured. He had indeed considered Jiang He a potential son-in-law, but the boy was already taken. Remember, the Lu family would never engage in stealing another's boyfriend. Understood? When have I ever attempted to steal someone else's boyfriend? Lu Duo was exasperated. What had happened to her once rational father? She had come to seek clarity about Jiang He, yet the conversation had veered entirely off course. Chapter 69, the rosy hue gracing the cheeks of the young girl, spoke volumes more than mere words. Seeing Lu Duo persist, Lu Hui had no choice but to reveal the prior situation. After listening, her face paled. Is there really someone you cannot contend with, father? Jiang He is an orphan. He has endured so much hardship. How could anyone wish him ill? Is that even human? Yet, more than anything, she felt a profound sense of guilt towards Jiang He. Alas, my dear daughter, it is your father who is inept. Lu Hui sighed, his words laden with helplessness. Meanwhile, as Jiang He walked home with Lu Cece, he took the initiative to grasp her small hand. Brother Jiang, is it? Lu Cece, perceptive and attuned to Jiang He's struggles, sought to reassure him. Do not worry. Everything will pass. Jiang He intended to dismiss her concerns, for now that Lu Cece was aware, it would only serve to heighten her anxiety. Yet, Lu Cece halted, fixing her gaze on him. Brother Jiang, I want to help. Just a little. A rare determination flickered across Lu Cece's face. If Jiang He refused, she would simply remain steadfast. Faced with the adorably earnest girl before him, Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, Brother Jiang? Silly girl. It's merely about the investment boss Lu is considering. We can discuss it with Ms. Zhou later. Jiang He's tone was light, betraying none of his earlier worries. Lu Cece was always eager to support Jiang He, yet he too harbored the same sentiment. Love is indeed wondrous, despite their mutual understanding. It is often accompanied by well-meaning deceptions. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Of course not. Do you not trust me? At his words, Lu Cece hastily shook her head. Of course I do. Seeing her reaction, Jiang He once more took her hand, leaning in closer when suddenly a car driver shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't block the road." At this moment, Jiang He realized that he and Lu Cece were standing in the very center of the crosswalk, and the green light was about to expire. Hurry up. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang He swiftly grasped Lu Cece's hand and urged her to move quickly. What Jiang He was unaware of, however, was that Lu Cece's delicate face had begun to flush with warmth. The rosy hue of the young girl's cheeks spoke volumes more than 1,000 words could convey. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai received a call from Lu Hui. Upon learning that her instructions had been carried out, she quietly awaited Jiang He's arrival. She could hardly believe that Jiang He would abandon this opportunity for collaboration. At this juncture, Jiang He's only options were to either beseech her or turn to Jiang Xian for assistance. Ultimately, regardless of whether he sought her out or Jiang Xian, the final decision rested firmly in her hands. Yet, as dawn broke the following day, Jiang Bai found herself still without a call from Jiang He. It then dawned on her that Jiang He seemingly did not possess her phone number at all. A miscalculation. Nevertheless, she resolved to take the initiative and deliver it to him personally. After tidying herself up, Jiang Bai set off from her newly acquired villa in Haishu towards Jiang He's school. Coincidentally, Jiang He had just finished his classes and was busy assisting Jiang Xian in transporting newly arrived medical supplies, while also removing expired medications. "Oh my, isn't that Jiang Ge?" exclaimed Jiang Bai, her innocent, sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang He. Jiang He, nearly startled by Jiang Bai's unexpected words, almost lost his grip on the box he was carrying. "Jiang Ge, don't you have anything to say to me now that you've seen me?" Jiang Bai persisted, her gaze unwavering, waiting for Jiang He to request her phone number first. "Jiang Bai, what on earth are you doing?" Jiang Xian could no longer contain her irritation. Having such a dim-witted sister was truly embarrassing. "Please hold your tongue, dear sister. Jiang Ge has something to say to me." Upon hearing this, Jiang He was utterly bewildered. "Miss Jiang Bai, I don't seem to have anything to say to you. If you're free, perhaps you could sit inside for a while." With that, Jiang He turned his back and continued to carry his boxes. You. Jiang Bai was infuriated by Jiang He's dismissive attitude, stamping her foot in frustration. How unappreciative could he be? Did she need to personally hand him her phone number? What exactly are you doing? Although Jiang Xian found Jiang Bai's intellect lacking, she was aware that Jiang Bai never acted without purpose. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Jiang Xian recognized her, dressed impeccably in an OL outfit, complemented by black high heels. Her perfect figure was perhaps rivaled only by Jiang Xian herself. The newcomer was none other than Jiang He's elder sister, Jiang Huang. "Where is Xiao He? He is here, isn't he?" As those words escaped her lips, Jiang Xian furrowed her brow. What was this woman doing here? Just as she was about to inform Jiang Huang that Jiang He was not present, she collided directly with Jiang He, who was carrying boxes. "Xiao He, why are you doing such laborious work?" "Jiang Xian, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Huang stepped forward, taking the box from Jiang He's arms. Surprised by its weight, as it was filled with medical equipment. "Come with your sister, Xiao He." And Jiang Xian, "I will not let this matter rest." With that, Jiang Huang attempted to drag Jiang He away, shocked to discover that during his time away from the Jiang family, he had been subjected to such menial labor at Jiang Xian's place. However, Jiang Xian was utterly speechless. Was this woman out of her mind? Regardless of Jiang Huang's forceful attempts, Jiang He remained steadfast, rooted in place. Faced with Jiang Huang's actions, Jiang He felt an overwhelming headache. "Miss Jiang, did we not clarify everything before? Why are you here to trouble me again?" At this, Jiang Huang's body quivered slightly. "Xiao He, how could your sister come to cause you trouble?" I merely saw you struggling with those heavy items. Is Jiang Xin bullying you? With this remark, Jiang Huang shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xin, who chose to ignore her. You need not concern yourself with that, Miss Jiang. Dr. Jiang treats me quite well. The items I previously carried were far heavier than these. Jiang He then picked up the box from the ground again, his movements so adept that they tugged at Jiang Huang's heartstrings. Xiao He, have you done such work before? As someone born with a silver spoon, Jiang Huang could hardly fathom Jiang He's past life or comprehend that someone would toil for a meager sum, enduring grueling tasks for an entire day, sometimes even facing unjust wage deductions. After all, Jiang He had not yet come of age, making him an easy target for bullying. You didn't know? I remember mentioning it to you before. Jiang He was reluctant to engage further. He had indeed told Jiang Huang about his circumstances, but she had shown no interest. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang's face flushed with shame. All right, Miss Jiang, if you have nothing further, you may take your leave. With that, Jiang He intended to continue loading the boxes onto the vehicle. Xiao He, wait. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Huang stepped forward, grasping Jiang He's sleeve. She had resolved to reveal the truth from years past, regardless of whether Jiang Li could handle it. It was time to confront the reality of what he had done. It was Jiang Li who framed you, Xiao He. Miss Jiang, if you have something to say, please do so here. Jiang He merely turned slightly, shaking off Jiang Huang's hand. Jiang Huang's hand lingered in the air for a few seconds before she awkwardly withdrew it. Xiao He, I now know the truth from back then. It was not you who stole the necklace, but Jiang Li, though she had resolved to speak. The last few words lingered uncomfortably on her tongue. Jiang Xin and Jiang Bai watched with curiosity, for indeed, no one could resist the allure of gossip. There is no need to elaborate. I am indifferent. Jiang He was well aware of what Jiang Huang was alluding to. His current life was satisfactory, and he had no interest in digging into the past or engaging in any charades with the Jiang family. If this matter were to draw the Jiang family back into his life, it would be a most unfortunate consequence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao He, just consider this a plea from your sister. Please come home with me. I will ensure Jiang Li apologizes to you. I promise I will not apologize. What good would that do? Jiang He laughed derisively, unable to contain his amusement. At this juncture, what could an apology possibly achieve? He had knelt in the rain as punishment for an entire night. Could a simple, insipid apology truly absolve everything? While Jiang He had moved on, it did not mean he would extend forgiveness. Yes, I misspoke. I will make Jiang Li at this moment. Jiang Huang was entirely flustered, completely devoid of her usual strong demeanor. Let him leave the Jiang family? Or make him kneel before me? Neither is feasible, is it? Enough, Miss Jiang. You should depart swiftly, otherwise it will soon rain. Gazing at the darkening sky, with clouds gathering ominously and a faint scent of moisture in the air, Jiang He sensed that rain was imminent. I will ensure Jiang Li leaves the Jiang family. Xiao He, please trust your sister. With a resolute determination, Jiang Huang cast one last glance at Jiang He before departing, his exquisitely styled hair scattered by the wind, yet he did not linger for even a moment. Jiang He, taken aback by Jiang Huang's words, furrowed his brows in confusion, pondering the situation. Wasn't Jiang Huang always the one who favored that little brat Jiang Li? Why would he say such things? Despite Jiang Li being expelled from the Jiang family, he would not return. He had never promised to go back because of this incident. He had declared that he would never return in this lifetime. Jiang Huang's actions were destined to be futile. Has it started to rain? Jiang He murmured to himself as he felt the cool, moist droplets falling onto his palm. Chapter 71, How about Jiang He comes to my house tonight? Jiang Xin suggested, urging Jiang He to return home first before moving his things later. Seeing the rain intensify, she insisted that Jiang He hurry back. It's fine. I can move quickly. He reassured her. Other items were manageable, but the medicines were particularly troublesome. Once wet, they would be rendered useless. Moreover, the rain was still light. If he hurried, he would make it back in time. What if he got a bit wet? Jiang Xin was about to say more when she noticed Lu Cece rushing towards Jiang He, holding her umbrella. Hurry back. It's just a little rain. Jiang He was indifferent, but if Lu Cece caught a cold, that would be a problem. Yet, Lu Cece shook her head at Jiang He, rare for her to show such resilience. I'm not made of clay. I'm not that easily broken. Oh, you silly girl. Jiang He sighed. He had no choice but to quicken his pace to finish his task before the rain poured down heavily. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin felt a pang of envy watching the scene unfold, one holding an umbrella while the other moved boxes. As for Jiang Bai, her intentions were even more evident. She wanted to rush over and snatch Lu Cece's umbrella for herself, but Jiang Xin blocked her without room for negotiation. Don't cause trouble. What do you mean cause trouble? I'm just trying to help. Jiang Bai protested. Jiang, he hasn't even asked for her phone number yet. By helping, I'm giving him an opportunity. In truth, she was afraid that if Jiang He didn't ask first, it would be too embarrassing for her to offer it. Fortunately, Jiang He soon finished moving all the boxes. He quickly pulled Lu Cece back to the infirmary. Feeling Lu Cece's slightly cold hands and her shivering frame, along with the droplets of water in her hair, Jiang He felt a stir of anger. You must listen to me next time, all right? He had never realized how stubborn this girl could be. Okay, I understand. Lu Cece replied with a smile, genuinely happy to have been able to help Jiang He. All right, once the rain lightens up, I'll call a cab for both of you to go home. Watching the two of them together, Jiang Xin felt an inexplicable restlessness. It was no wonder. As someone who had never been in a relationship, witnessing such a scene naturally stirred her emotions. After all, who hasn't dreamed of a love that endures? Before long, the rain indeed diminished significantly. Jiang Xin glanced at the weather forecast on her phone, her brows furrowing. We should leave now. It might rain harder later. And with strong winds, the cab has already arrived at the school gate. Just give them my phone number when the time comes. It wasn't entirely unexpected. As a coastal city, High City often experienced sudden storms, especially after several dry days. When Jiang Xin mentioned her phone number, Jiang Bai suddenly realized that Jiang He had yet to ask for it. If this continued, how would her plan unfold? Jiang He, did you forget something? Jiang Bai decided to take the initiative and reminded him. Upon hearing her words, Jiang He seemed to recall something. Oh right, go on. Jiang Bai urged eagerly, her face lighting up with anticipation. How many people in Jing City were vying for her phone number? Now if Jiang He would only ask. She could. I forgot to take the umbrella. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Bai. After saying this, Jiang He turned and left with Lu Cece. Not looking back as they hurried to the school gate while the weather remained calm. Jiang Bai stood frozen, stunned. Huh? Jiang He, you wait for me. Her furious shout made Jiang He in the distance sneeze unexpectedly. What's going on? Did I catch a cold? Jiang He shook his head. He had never been so easily sick. Are you all right, Jiang He? Lu Cece gently touched his cheek, relieved to find his temperature normal. How about you come to my house tonight, and I'll make you some ginger soup? As she uttered those words, her face flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple. I'm fine, just a sneeze, but the umbrella is hardly covering you. Jiang He observed as Lu Cece leaned most of the umbrella towards him to shield him from the rain. He then wrapped his arms around her, creating a barrier against the wind. Isn't this better? There's hardly anyone on the road now, and we needn't worry about running into teachers or the principal. It's fine to be a little reckless. Feeling the warmth radiating from Jiang He's chest, Lu Cece's already rosy cheeks felt as though they were on fire, nearly steaming. Thus, the two made their way to the school gate, where their ride was already waiting. Quick, get in the car. The rain is about to pour. Just as the driver finished his sentence, a gust of wind swept toward them. At that moment, Jiang He's phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was none other than the head of the orphanage. Chapter 72, though Jiang He was unsure why the head would be calling him. He sensed it must be something of great importance. What? Ruoli hasn't returned yet? He gazed out the car window at the raging storm, his brow furrowing deeper. Could she have gone to pay respects to her parents? Jiang He recalled that the coming days marked the anniversary of that little girl's parents' passing. Could it be that she truly, frustrated with himself, he mentally berated her, but he also understood Lin Ruoli's nature, regardless of circumstances. She would visit the cemetery on this day to honor her parents. After hanging up, Jiang He took a deep breath. Lu Cece, having overheard his conversation, tightened her grip on his hand. Ruoli won't be in any danger. Lu Cece understood that Jiang He genuinely regarded Lin Ruoli as a sister. so she felt no jealousy over such significant matters. Thank you, Cece. Lu Cece's words always managed to soothe his anxious heart, and Jiang He felt immensely grateful for her affection. Jiang He instructed the driver to drop Lu Cece off at her home, although she wished to accompany him. He could not agree. Driver, just let me off here. Without bothering to open the umbrella, Jiang He held it in his hand and hastily made his way toward the cemetery located on the outskirts of the city, where Lin Ruoli's parents were buried. Fortunately, the cemetery was not far from the orphanage, which eased his worry somewhat. Suddenly, a figure stumbled into Jiang He's path. The person who arrived was completely drenched, raindrops continuously dripping from her long hair, while her arms, marred by abrasions, oozed with beads of blood. Jiang He, take me to the orphanage. Jiang He gazed at the woman before her, struggling to reconcile this disheveled figure with the proud star she once knew. Indeed, the wretched woman before her was none other than Jiang He's third sister, Jiang. The current Jiang bore no resemblance to her former imperious self. Get out of my way. I have no time to waste on you. Jiang He was desperate to find Lin Ruoli and had no leisure to concern herself with Jiang. Jiang He, I beg you, it will be dark soon, and it's still raining. I'm truly terrified. I need to go to the orphanage to find someone very important. Please, I implore you. Tears welled in Jiang's eyes. She had just learned that the boy who had saved her was at the orphanage on the outskirts of the city. Thus, she had braved the torrential downpour, even abandoning her vehicle when it became waterlogged to reach this place. She had waited far too long for this day. Jiang, I beseech you, can't you just let me go? Yet no matter how Jiang He struggled, she could not break free from Jiang's grasp, who was now teetering on the edge of madness. Let go of me, you lunatic. Jiang He glanced at the dimming sky, fully aware that once night fell, Lin Ruoli would be in genuine peril. With no other option, Jiang He suppressed her inner turmoil and handed her umbrella to Jiang. Just keep walking straight. Cross a stone bridge, and after a while, you will reach the orphanage. Do you understand? The more urgent the situation, the more one must remain composed. Stay calm. Jiang He cared little for Jiang's fate, but he absolutely could not accept the idea of risking Lin Ruoli's safety because of her. Thank you. Truly thank you. Jiang trembled as she took the umbrella from Jiang He's hands, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely frightened. Now you know fear? Did you not feel it before when you treated Jiang He that way? Breaking free from Jiang's grip, Jiang He quickened her pace, determined to find Lin Ruoli before darkness enveloped them entirely. When Jiang He arrived at the cemetery, she was soaked to the bone, even her eyes stinging from the rain mixed with the storm's fury. Lin Ruoli. Relying on her memory, she searched fervently for Lin Ruoli's figure. However, after calling out for what seemed like an eternity, there was still no response. As the sky darkened, Jiang He's breathing grew more frantic, and her heart raced with dread. Lin Ruoli, where the hell are you? Suddenly, a figure clad in a white school uniform came into Jiang He's view. At that moment, Lin Ruoli had blood trickling down her forehead, her delicate ankles swollen and bruised, sitting helplessly upon a stone pedestal in the graveyard, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang He Gij. Upon seeing that Lin Ruoli had not suffered any serious harm, Jiang He felt as though a tightly strung bowstring had suddenly relaxed, nearly causing her to stumble. What on earth is wrong with you? Have you wasted all those years of education? In such heavy rain, do you wish to perish? Jiang He's voice trembled with anger, scolding Lin Ruoli for her lack of self-care. I'm so sorry, Jiang He Gij, I'm so sorry. The girl cried hoarsely, but deep down, she longed for her parents, missing them terribly. Jiang He offered no further words, allowing Lin Ruoli to vent her emotions. He understood her feelings. Chapter 73. Would Jiang He still care for her once he was married? The rain continued unabated, nature showing no mercy to Lin Ruoli's suffering. With no choice, Jiang He removed his drenched outer coat and draped it over Lin Ruoli. Although soaked, it still offered some protection against the relentless wind. Come, I'll carry you. Lin Ruoli's sprained ankle rendered her incapable of walking unaided. All right. Lin Ruoli obediently leaned against Jiang He's back, and this scene felt oddly reminiscent. Do you remember? Years ago, when you were bullied, I carried you back to the orphanage just like this." Facing the torrential rain, Jiang He held his chest high, as if transported back to that time when he was still Lin Ruoli's shield against the storm. "I'm so sorry, Jiang He Gij." Lin Ruoli buried her face in Jiang He's back, her hot tears mingling with the rain that fell. Sensing her warmth, Jiang He understood that the little girl was crying again, yet he still admonished her sternly. "If you know you're sorry, then don't do such foolish things again. Do you understand?" To be honest, since Lin Ruoli entered high school, she rarely called him Gij anymore. "Yes, I understand. If you absolutely must go, let me or the director know. I'll accompany you." As Lin Ruoli listened to the howling wind and rain, as well as Jiang He's voice, she involuntarily shivered. "All right, no more talking. We'll be there soon." Jiang He quickened his pace. This torrential rain showed no sign of letting up, and the drainage system on the outskirts was inadequate. If the roads flooded, it would be disastrous. Lin Ruoli pressed her warm face against Jiang He's back, murmuring softly in a voice he couldn't hear, "Why must it only be Gij? If one day Jiang He gets married, will he still care about me?" Every time she thought of this, her heart would clench painfully. Meanwhile, Jiang had followed Jiang He's directions and arrived at the orphanage on the outskirts of the city. When she knocked on the heavy door, footsteps approached. The elderly matron, expecting Jiang He's return, opened the door without hesitation. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar and disheveled woman, her murky eyes flickered with suspicion. "Is there something you need?" The matron did not invite Jiang inside, simply because of her pitiful appearance. Having lived many years, she remained vigilant against potential threats, especially with the recent rise in human trafficking, particularly involving young women like Jiang. "Hello, I'm here to find someone." Jiang gestured frantically, desperate to convey her purpose. Yet, the more anxious she became, the less coherent her explanations were. "He's a tall, slender boy about my age. He saved my life." After much effort, Jiang finally articulated her intentions. The matron seemed to recall someone, and without further ado, she invited Jiang inside. "The person you're looking for hasn't returned yet. Why don't you change into some dry clothes first?" The matron handed Jiang a few clean garments before returning to the courtyard to await Jiang He and Lin Ruoli's return. Jiang expressed her gratitude profusely. Though the clothes were not from a prestigious brand and were merely simple short sleeves and long pants, they were of excellent quality and felt comfortable, clearly sewn by the matron herself. Meanwhile, several little ones in the orphanage, having heard the commotion, peeked out from behind various pieces of furniture, curiously observing the stylish and beautiful woman. "Hello, everyone." Jiang greeted the children warmly, noticing that although they were dressed simply, they were clean and full of spirit, clearly a testament to the matron's dedication. The attire of Jiang stood in stark contrast to the simplicity of the orphanage. Many young girls gasped in astonishment upon catching a glimpse of her face, exclaiming in unison, "Is that really Jiang? The one we see on television all the time? Truly? Wow, she is even more beautiful in person." The young boys, however, displayed little surprise, still preferring their armored warriors. When Jiang emerged from her room clad in her new outfit, the once chattering girls scattered like startled birds, though they greatly admired Jiang. The initial encounter filled them with trepidation, causing them to steal glances rather than approach her directly. Sensing their fear, Jiang offered a warm smile and waved, encouraging them to come closer. Yet, the girls exchanged hesitant glances, too apprehensive to step forward. It wasn't until a third-year junior high girl bravely approached that they began to gather. "Do you know me?" Jiang asked, producing a candy from behind her back with a flourish. "I'm not a little kid," the girl replied, her eyes filled with a hint of exasperation. Jiang wondered if she had been scorned by a child. As the narrative unfolds, Jiang He found herself gasping for breath, her head throbbing with discomfort. Lin Ruoli, sensing something amiss, reached out to touch Jiang He's forehead. "You're burning up," she exclaimed, instinctively trying to dismount. "Don't move. We'll be there soon." Jiang He replied, her brow furrowed, teeth clenched. However, despite her determination, tremors coursed through her body, and her extremities grew cold. Finally, upon reaching the orphanage's entrance, Jiang He lacked the strength even to knock. "What's happening to me?" she began, but before she could finish, a wave of weakness overcame her, and she collapsed, hearing only Lin Ruoli's cries and sobs in the distance. Meanwhile, Jiang, who was inside the hall, heard the commotion and was about to rush out when the little girl from earlier tugged at her sleeve. "Don't forget your umbrella, silly sister." Jiang was taken aback, finding it somewhat amusing that she was being lectured by a junior high student. Nevertheless, she patted the girl's head, thanked her, and dashed outside with the umbrella. Upon seeing Lin Ruoli and the headmaster struggling to carry someone inside, Jiang hurried over to offer her assistance. However, her heart dropped as she recognized the person being dragged, Jiang He. What has happened to him? Startled by the sight of their struggle, Jiang did not hesitate to help, handing the umbrella to the headmaster and lifting Jiang He into her arms. The shock of his weight startled her. He was an imposing 6 feet tall, yet felt alarmingly light. It was evident that his recent living conditions had been far from adequate. "Jiang." Lin Ruoli attempted to follow Jiang into the bedroom, but was halted by the headmaster. "Change your clothes first." The headmaster regarded Lin Ruoli knowingly, confident she would soon realize her own folly. Lin Ruoli, clutching Jiang He's old jacket, felt as if her very essence was being drained, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jiang He, now dressed, lay in bed, his brow furrowed, cheeks flushed, and forehead burning with fever. Jiang sat beside him, her heart a tumult of anxiety and sorrow. Yet, she couldn't help but reflect that this predicament was of Jiang He's own making. Had he simply remained at Jiang's home and refrained from causing trouble, he would not have found himself back at the orphanage, enduring such hardship. All of this is your own doing. Xiaoli has always regarded you as a brother. Why can't you reciprocate? She imagined that if Jiang He could hear her, he would be infuriated. And why are you so thin? If the food was inadequate, why didn't you speak up? Must we discover it ourselves? Jiang glared at Jiang He, astonished by his frailness. But despite her indignation, she could not shake the gnawing sense of unease within her heart. This is all your fault. If only you had stayed at Jiang's home. You and T have to suffer here. At that moment, the headmaster entered with a bowl of ginger soup, prompting Jiang to cease her reproaches. "Drink this. It will ward off the chill," she said, surprised to find it was meant for her. She accepted it gratefully. "Has he taken his medicine?" the headmaster inquired. "Yes, but he still has a fever," Jiang responded, observing the headmaster's concerned touch on Jiang He's forehead, which remained alarmingly hot. "Let us wait a little longer. If the fever doesn't subside, we'll have to take him to the hospital." However, with the storm raging outside, it seemed impossible to find a taxi. The headmaster's only option was her rickety tricycle, yet her tone remained calm. If Jiang He could not endure much longer, she would carry him herself to the hospital. The children at the orphanage understood that the headmaster rarely spoke, but her love for each child was genuine. "By the way, aren't you looking for that tall, lanky boy around your age?" "That's him." The headmaster's words struck Jiang like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless. How could this be? Gazing at Jiang He, her breath caught in her throat. Could it truly be him? He lived nearby and matched the description perfectly, but why had he never mentioned it? "Jiang He, wake up. Sister has something to ask you." Panic overtook Jiang as she continued shaking him, oblivious to Lin Ruoli's appearance. "What are you doing?" Lin Ruoli's eyes widened in shock as she forcefully shoved Jiang away. "What are you doing to Jiang? Get out!" The furious shouts and the pain of crashing into the wall jolted Jiang back to reality. "What had you been doing? Get out!" Lin Ruoli shouted, her eyes ablaze with rage. Jiang, stunned and remorseful, hastily apologized and fled outside to collect herself. Once outside, amidst the tempest, she slapped herself in disbelief. She needed to wait for Jiang He to awaken. She longed for an answer she had awaited for years, even if it might plunge her into an abyss of guilt. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family villa, Jiang's parents, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru, anxiously awaited news. Where could Xiao Jiang have gone? Lu Ru lamented, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the storm outside. The phone was unreachable, and the outside world was fraught with danger. Even her agent was on the verge of a breakdown, fully aware of the significance of today's interview. should they fail to locate her. They were prepared to contact the authorities directly. Strength lies in numbers. They would scour the entire city, if necessary, to find Jiang. They found her. Jiang has been located. Jiang Huang swiftly handed the phone to Lu Ru. Jiang, where are you? Why aren't you answer your phone? I'm coming to get you right now. Yet, Jiang on the other end remained unexpectedly calm. I'm sorry, Mom, but I may need some time before I return. What? What did you say? Just as Lu Ru intended to respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. It's all right, Mom. Jiang might just be feeling down. As long as she is safe, that's what matters. Jiang Huang reassured the frantic Lu Ru. Simultaneously, Jiang received a call from her agent. Jiang, my little deity, where on earth are you? Do you realize what day it is? Do you understand what this interview means for you? The agent's urgency was palpable. Yet, Jiang remained remarkably composed. As the thing she once cherished dearly no longer stirred a single ripple in her heart. Hurry back. I'll cover for you. I'm not going. What? What do you mean? The agent was on the brink of collapse. Jiang, this is crucial for your Best Actress nomination this year. Do you have any idea how many people? It doesn't matter. Jiang, expressionless, hung up the phone, as if she were not the protagonist of this affair. He, sister is waiting for your answer. Jiang gazed at the door before her, and no one knew the turmoil brewing within her, only that it was profoundly painful. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang had finally managed to soothe Lu Ru and, glancing at Jiang Li's room, he seemed to resolve something within himself, addressing Jiang Qin and Lu Ru. Dad, Mom, let us send Li away. The moment those words left his lips, both Jiang Qin and Lu Ru were taken aback. Lu Ru clutched Jiang Huang's hand tightly. Why? Huanger, why would you say that? But Jiang Huang forcefully shook Lu Ru's hand away. Damn, Mom. Don't you think it's incredibly foolish to keep both an adopted son and a biological son in the Jiang family? It's evident to any discerning eye that a false young master has enjoyed the wealth and privilege of the true young master for so many years. How could they coexist peacefully? Yet, it was only Jiang Huang who stood up amidst the chaos that had escalated to this point. Why? Li. Mom, He has endured so much suffering for years, and he is still living in an orphanage. Why, I visited him before. Do you know what he was doing? Doing what? Lu Ru was momentarily stunned, her tone trembling. He was moving boxes for others. Every day, he has to do those filthy, laborious tasks. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed uncontrollably. Little He. Jiang Qin stood silently beside her, voiceless. Dad, we can give Li some money and buy a house in his name to ensure he won't suffer. Isn't that feasible? Jiang Huang's voice was filled with desperation. He had endured so much hardship over the years. Couldn't they at least do this for Li? Dad, stop talking. Our Jiang family just held Li's coming-of-age ceremony. Who in the city doesn't know? You want Li to leave now. And where will that leave our family's reputation? At this, Jiang Huang felt a jolt of despair. Was He really not worth more than that so-called reputation? Was maintaining appearances truly more important than anything else? Observing Jiang Qin's continued silence, Jiang Huang felt utterly disheartened. If that day I brought shame upon the Jiang family, then I too shall depart from it. With that, Jiang Huang lowered his gaze and lightly ascended the stairs back to his room. Chapter 76. Jiang stood outside the door, her resolve wavering. In truth, Jiang Huang had not noticed that upstairs, Jiang Li had heard everything. Upon realizing that his once-beloved elder sister was considering casting him out for He, a chilling sensation coursed through his veins, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood that dripped onto the carpet without him registering it. He, you brought this upon yourself. This time, he would ensure that He vanished completely. Meanwhile, within the orphanage, He, though still feverish, had improved significantly, at least no longer in imminent danger. This development allowed Lin Ruoli to breathe a sigh of relief. Gently, she used a warm towel to wipe He's palms, as it was said to help reduce fever. Watching him lie in bed, his brow furrowed, Lin Ruoli felt her heart shatter. She understood that all of this was due to her. It was her stubbornness that had led He to this state. I'm so sorry, brother He, truly. I am. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she whispered her apologies, fearful of disturbing him or that he might not hear her. Humans are such paradoxical beings. Yet this precisely reflects the essence of humanity. Do you truly understand your mistakes? A faint voice emerged, causing Lin Ruoli to startle, quickly regaining her composure. Jiang He, you're awake. How do you feel? I'll get you some water. Just as Lin Ruoli attempted to rise, Jiang He grasped her hand. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not thirsty. You should sit down first. Complying, Lin Ruoli obediently settled beside Jiang He's bed. Outside, the rain continued to pour mercilessly, the droplets pelting against the window in a cacophony. Weren't you just calling me brother? What happened to that once I woke up? Jiang He teased lightly, not intending to reproach her, but merely concerned for Lin Ruoli's well-being. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a protective father figure. Why? Why should I call you brother? Lin Ruoli suddenly rose to her feet. Jiang He was perplexed as to what he had said to offend her, as everything had seemed fine moments before. Jiang He, do you truly not understand why I want to call you brother? Her voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and despair, the rain amplifying her sense of grievance. She had loved him for so many years and waited for so long. Why couldn't Jiang He grasp this? Pride and arrogance ruin a lifetime? You wish to be my brother, but I refuse to be your sister. Do you understand? Upon her declaration, Jiang He fell into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Why? Didn't you say you would always be my sister? Jiang He recalled the days when Lin Ruoli, as a child, would cling to him, relying on him entirely. At that time, he had considered her a true family member, so why was it different now? In truth, Jiang He had misunderstood. He had never contemplated their relationship in a romantic context. Would one feel romantic feelings for a sister? Even if Lin Ruoli was not blood-related, in Jiang He's heart, she had become family. However, Lin Ruoli did not share this view. This was the reason they drifted further apart. Both harbored deep affection for one another. But the nature of their love diverged. One was familial love, the other romantic love. Love is indeed complex. Jiang He, you will come to understand in due time. For now, rest well. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall not act so foolishly again. At this juncture, Lin Ruoli suddenly regained her composure and resumed her place beside Jiang He, gently wiping his palms to cool him down. In that moment, it seemed as though Lin Ruoli had truly matured. She realized that if this tumult continued, it would only drive her further away from Jiang He. Moreover, he now had a girlfriend. Any action she took would be in vain. As she understood the essence of Jiang He, it would be wiser to bide her time, wouldn't it? What is this? I understand now. Jiang He promptly lay down, sensing something was amiss with Lin Ruoli, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, Jiang, who had been lingering at the doorway, upon hearing Jiang He stir, refrained from rushing in to unveil the truth of the past. She was uncertain how to confront Jiang He. If he were indeed the boy who had rescued her years ago, how could she face him? Ever since Jiang He returned to the Jiang family, she had harbored a disdain for him, even neglecting to respond to his greetings. Each time a conflict arose between Jiang He and Jiang Li, she consistently sided with Jiang Li in her reproaches against him. Even when Jiang He returned home last time and their parents urged her to visit him, she chose to ignore their pleas and did not return home at all. Could a sister like her ever hope for Jiang He's forgiveness? Perhaps. The answer to that question resided deep within her heart, but she was unwilling to accept it. Thus, Jiang stood outside the door, gripping the doorknob tightly. Even as the rain splattered against her from outside, she found it difficult to muster the resolve. Chapter 77. Her Atonement, a source of pain for Jiang He yet. Jiang finally steeled herself and opened the door that had suppressed her for so long. Upon seeing the figure at the threshold, Jiang He felt no surprise. After all, Jiang had previously insisted he disclose the location of the orphanage. Yet he could not fathom why Jiang was so intent on coming to the orphanage, even braving such inclement weather. It was evident she was not seeking him, which relieved Jiang He somewhat. As long as she was not there for him, it was a comfort. Get out. Lin Ruoli now regarded Jiang with palpable hostility, having witnessed how that deranged woman had treated the unconscious Jiang He. Little He, may I ask you a few questions? Upon hearing this, Jiang He was instantly engulfed in confusion. Little He, Sister? Are those words that can escape Jiang's lips? Are you unwell? Has your mind gone awry? Is she suffering from a fever like I did? Or could it be worse, that her brain has been fried? Perhaps her head got wet in the rain? This was troublesome. He would recommend a stay in a psychiatric hospital for treatment. As Jiang observed Jiang He's incredulous expression, her heart sank. She understood that she had wounded him deeply, and regardless of how much she transformed now, it would be arduous to alter Jiang He's perception of her. I'm fine. I just want to ask you a few questions, and then I'll leave, all right? Jiang knew some matters could not be rushed. They had to be approached gradually. Ask away, then. I have no secrets. If it helps you leave sooner, go ahead. Jiang He realized that his willingness to answer was merely a means to expedite her departure. At that moment, her voice involuntarily quavered, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, shimmering as they threatened to spill over. Come on, if you have questions, ask. If you need to cry, go outside. Jiang He was not one to indulge her. He hadn't shed a tear, so why should this woman? All right, I want to cry. Jiang quickly composed herself and proceeded to pose the questions that had lingered in her heart for so many years. Little He, do you remember saving someone a few years ago? At this, Jiang He was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it was Lu Cece. What's the matter? Why is she asking about this? I did indeed save Lu Cece, but what does it have to do with Jiang? No, it was a girl who fell into the water. Do you remember? Near the big river not far from here. Jiang grew increasingly agitated, her delicate hands trembling uncontrollably. A girl who fell into the water? Jiang He suddenly recalled, indeed, rescuing a girl from the river near the orphanage. After bringing her to safety and ensuring she was unharmed, he had called for help and then departed. However, what did this have to do with Jiang? Suddenly, it dawned on Jiang He why Jiang was so fervent. Had she? Seeing Jiang He remained silent, Jiang was beside herself with urgency. Little He, please speak. I mean no harm. I just want to understand. Lin Ruoli, too, seemed to recall something. She remembered that one time Jiang He returned to the orphanage drenched, claiming he had saved someone. Yet at that time, Lin Ruoli hadn't thought much of it, as Jiang He often rescued people without revealing his identity. Back then, she regarded him as a superhero. Now, it appeared he was merely a fool, deserving of a 500 yuan reward for his gallant deeds. Jiang He, I seem to remember you once. No, Jiang He interrupted Lin Ruoli vehemently. Miss Jiang, I have never saved any girl from drowning. Can you leave now? His refusal stemmed from the dread of Jiang clinging to him, disrupting the tranquility he had managed to establish in his life. However, Jiang had already heard Lin Ruoli's words and immediately stepped forward to grasp Lin Ruoli's wrist as if clutching a lifeline. Please tell me. Confronted with Jiang's frenzied gaze, Lin Ruoli was taken aback, but ultimately shook Jiang's hand off. If Jiang He did not wish to speak, it was certainly for reasons of his own. I understand. Jiang seemed to confirm something, her gaze towards Jiang He shifting. Little He, I'm begging you. Please don't keep anything from me. Jiang was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes filled with a desperate plea for Jiang He, yearning for even a single word or a phrase. What am I hiding from you? I told you it wasn't me. Can't you comprehend simple words? Now that you've finished questioning, you can leave. Jiang He coughed violently, nearly choking on his frustration, his harsh coughing alarming both Jiang and Lin Ruoli. All right. I'll leave now. Little He, please don't be angry. I'll go. Jiang knew Jiang He was still unwell, and she hastily exited. Yet, she had resolved to atone for her past actions through tangible deeds. However, her atonement might also serve as a form of harm to Jiang He. Chapter 78. Volunteer Caregiver Jiang. Late love, what significance remains? After enduring a night of torrential rain, even as it eased, a gentle drizzle continued to fall from the sky. Predictably, the roads on the outskirts of the city had been submerged, and despite the efforts of maintenance crews, restoration would require time. Fortunately, nearly all schools in the city had declared a day off, including the second high school. As Jiang He rose, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, and his throat felt as if it had been sliced by a knife. Having not fallen ill for quite some time, this sudden onset caught Jiang He off guard. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of Jiang Bai. "Hello, is this Brother Jiang He? Have you missed Xiao Bai?" Jiang Bai intentionally modulated her voice, infusing her words with a sweetness that was almost irresistible. "No," Jiang He retorted before abruptly hanging up, bewildered by the girl's audacity so early in the morning. Were they even that familiar? Yet, even uttering those two words sent a sharp pain through his throat. On the other end, Jiang Bai was nearly driven to madness. Her expensive iPhone 15, valued at nearly 10,000, hurled to the ground in frustration. The phone chimed. "Please activate the microphone to communicate." Why throw it just because a man hung up on you? "You wait, Jiang He. I shall see how long you can endure this." She was resolute that this 1 million would prove to be an insurmountable challenge for Jiang He. Who else could possibly assist him? "Bring me another phone. I will wait for Jiang He to personally call and apologize." From another phone came a voice. "Don't come over." It was hardly surprising that Jiang Bai expected an apology from Jiang He. After all, throughout the entire capital, no one dared to treat her this way. Even those of equal standing were overly polite, too wary to offend such a tempestuous personality. She had always been the one to hang up on others. As Jiang He prepared to rise, another call came through. Frowning, he assumed it was Jiang Bai once more. Just as he was about to disconnect, he realized it was Lu Cece calling. "Brother Jiang He, are you all right? How is sister really?" The moment he answered, a voice laced with urgency flowed through. Since the previous night, Lu Cece had been contemplating whether to call Jiang He, apprehensive about interrupting him, and had only drifted off to sleep at 2 in the morning after worrying. Upon awakening, her first thought was to check on Jiang He. "I'm fine, really. Really has returned as well. By the way, are you feeling unwell?" Despite Jiang He striving to keep his voice steady, it ultimately betrayed him. "Brother Jiang He, what happened to your voice? Are you ill? I'm coming over right now." Hearing this, Lu Cece could no longer remain seated and hurriedly began gathering her belongings to find Jiang He. "Don't come over. It's just a minor cold." As he attempted to explain further, the call was already disconnected. Meanwhile, Lu Cece's parents, upon witnessing their daughter's flustered demeanor, quickly deduced the situation must pertain to Jiang He. "I shall drive you, and we can check on that lad as well." This statement left Lu Cece momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Father, aren't you busy? It's a holiday today, Cece. Your father has no objections to you two being together, but I must meet him at least once, right?" Even though Jiang He had once saved Lu Cece, her father remained unconvinced, insisting on a personal assessment of Jiang He's character. "Yes, I often hear you speak of that young man, and I, too, wish to meet him." With both parents expressing such sentiments, Lu Cece could only nod in agreement. In truth, she was also eager to visit the orphanage and meet Jiang He's family. She wished to understand his world. "So, Jiang He, be prepared to receive the affection of your future in-laws." On the other hand, Jiang He had no choice but to muster the strength to rise and tidy up. However, upon opening his door, he was utterly taken aback. There stood Jiang, clad in the white uniform of an orphanage caretaker. Was I too hasty in rising? Jiang He scratched his head, utterly bewildered. "Little He, I spoke with the head of the orphanage yesterday. I will be volunteering here for a while, but don't worry. I won't disturb you." This revelation genuinely gave Jiang He a headache. He couldn't just dismiss the caretaker, could he? Why would you abandon your glamorous life as a star to do this? Didn't I tell you before? I haven't saved you. You can continue to dislike me, as you always have. The crux of the matter was whether this young lady was even capable of caring for others. "Little He, I don't dislike you. Trust me, I will prove it to you." Jiang's eyes shone with determination and earnestness, seeking Jiang He's forgiveness, even at the cost of her own stardom. But what worth did love hold when it arrived too late? Contrasting the calmness surrounding Jiang. The entertainment industry was in an uproar over the news of Jiang's alleged diva behavior, which had soared to the top of the trending charts. Netizens had viciously criticized her, accusing her of tax evasion and escaping abroad to indulge in luxury. Some reporters had even begun to track her whereabouts, preparing for an exclusive interview. As Jiang He grappled with the headache that Jiang had caused him, the door of the orphanage swung open. So soon? It couldn't be Lu Cece, could it? Hadn't He just hung up on her? However, The visitor was someone neither Jiang He nor Jiang had anticipated. Little He, it's been a while. Jiang He appeared in crisp, white athletic wear, carrying a large drawing board, meticulously wrapped in waterproof film to protect it from the rain. Sister, what brings you here? Jiang quickly ushered Jiang He inside, as the rain continued to fall outside. Third sister, what are you doing? Jiang He inquired. Her curiosity piqued at Jiang's attire. Well, I'm now a volunteer caretaker at this orphanage, and I might not return home for a while. This declaration plunged both into silence. Ultimately, Jiang He refrained from saying much. She perhaps understood all that Jiang had done. Observing the two, Jiang He felt overwhelmed. What on earth was going on with the Jiang family? Why were they all converging upon him lately? Especially Jiang, who seemed determined to stay. Little He, may I speak with you for a moment? Jiang He stepped before Jiang He, her tone lacking the urgency she usually displayed. She had come to terms with Jiang He's steadfast resolution to withhold her forgiveness. Even if he were to forgive, it would only be to regard them as strangers. Thus, she no longer harbored such hopes. She merely wished to converse with Jiang He once more before departing. Miss Jiang, my throat is sore, so I must excuse myself. Even had Jiang He felt fine, he would have preferred to avoid any interaction with the Jiang family. It's all right. Just listen to me, little He. As Jiang He attempted to leave, Jiang He gently grasped his sleeve, determined to voice her thoughts, regardless of his reluctance to forgive. This is a painting I created. Please accept it. With that, Jiang He unveiled the painting she had been holding, the very piece that had been exhibited. On the canvas lay a shattered puppet, eerily still on the ground. Yet under Jiang He's brush, it seemed to breathe with human emotion. This very artwork had made a significant impact within the art world, with numerous individuals willing to pay exorbitant sums for it, pushing its value to nearly $1 million. It is worth noting that a painting valued at $1 million is an exceedingly rare occurrence in contemporary art. As for those worth millions or even billions, they either hold profound significance or are mere trifles. Yet this particular piece, one that could catapult Jiang He to fame and even elevate her to the ranks of artistic masters, was chosen to be gifted to Jiang He. However, this decision was not misplaced. After all, the painting was originally crafted for Jiang He, without feelings of guilt or regret towards him, no matter how refined the technique. The puppets on the canvas remain lifeless. This realization led Jiang He to understand that artistic skill is not the sole measure of worth. Jiang He cast a glance at the painting, but showed no intention of accepting it. He had resolved never to accept anything from the Jiang family again, not even a simple painting. Jiang He remained silently patient, and as time passed without a response from Jiang He, an understanding settled within her heart. A sorrowful smile graced her lips, and a solitary tear glistened in the corner of her eye. Sister knows, I'm sorry, Xiao He. With those words, Jiang He turned to leave. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of the orphanage, she hesitated, casting one last glance back. Xiao He, can you truly not forgive your sister? This question had burdened Jiang He's heart for far too long. She dared not seek confirmation of an answer, yet could not resist probing that elusive hope. How desperately she yearned to hear Jiang He's response. Even a single word would suffice. But silence prevailed, for Jiang He remained mute. On the day he left the Jiang family, his heart had already perished. Yes, sister understands. As Jiang He turned away, her tears flowed unabated. The wind rose, and the gentle drizzle intensified. This time, she did not look back. Perhaps time would soften all wounds and lead Jiang He to reconsider his feelings for her. She would wait, whether it took 10 years or 20. As for the painting, after being rejected by Jiang He, it had lost all significance. She would sell it and donate the proceeds to those in need. Moreover, she would depart from the Jiang family. For too long, she had leaned on them, losing herself and her ability to discern right from wrong. She intended to travel the world, to meet diverse people and experiences, to immerse herself in a myriad of emotions, and to create truly soulful artwork. Simultaneously, she wished to convey to others the importance of cherishing love. Chapter 80, Jiang He, Crisis. The oppressive presence of Father Liu. Watching Jiang He's retreating figure, Jiang felt an indescribable sensation. As for Jiang He, he remained indifferent to these matters. Jiang He's fate and that of the Jiang family held no significance for him. He neither understood nor cared. After finishing his ablutions, Jiang He began preparing for his studies, for he had promised the principal to rank among the top 100 in the city. Just then, the orphanage's door swung open once more. This time, it was indeed Lu Cece who arrived, accompanied by her parents, father and mother Lu. Cece, has Jiang He been living here all along? Father and mother Lu stood before the orphanage, momentarily engulfed in silence. They had never anticipated that Jiang He was an orphan. All right, let us go inside. Father Lu felt a mix of emotions. It seemed Jiang He and Cece were both unfortunate children. Nevertheless, he needed to ascertain whether Jiang He harbored genuine feelings for Cece. After all, Cece's current circumstances could not tolerate any deception, nor did she have the time to accept it. He wished for Cece to experience as much love as possible in this brief time. This was the greatest wish of a father. Jiang He promptly made his way to the entrance, but upon noticing the two middle-aged individuals behind Lu Cece, a flicker of panic crossed his mind. Naturally, who would not feel alarmed at the sight of their partner as parents? Brother Jiang He, why are you up? You should be resting in bed if you're unwell. Lu Cece's indignant expression was undeniably adorable, lacking any intimidation. Cough, 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 it's nothing serious. This must be Uncle and Auntie, please come in. Jiang He stifled the pain in his throat, striving to maintain a normal tone. However, Father and Mother Lu could easily discern the truth. It was evident that despite his illness, Jiang He had come to welcome Cece, indicating his affection for her. They had not informed Jiang He of their visit in advance. Overall, Jiang He left a very favorable first impression on them. Xiao Jiang, Uncle and Annie would like to have a word with you. Do you have a moment? Upon hearing this, Lu Cece became noticeably anxious, gripping her small hands tightly. Father, Brother Jiang, he is still unwell. Perhaps we should wait a while. Yet, Jiang He readily agreed, understanding the concerns of Father and Mother Lu. Given Cece's unique circumstances, he would have acted the same way. Then let us be quick. Brother Jiang He is still sick. As she spoke, Lu Cece's cheeks flushed, for it took considerable courage to voice such sentiments in front of her parents. Father and Mother Lu patted the silly girl's head. They were not bad people. How quickly you've turned your allegiances. Upon hearing this, Jiang He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did this make him the villain? Simultaneously, Lin Ruoli, who had just risen to care for Jiang He, noticed Lu Cece's presence. Cece, what brings you here? It was just in time for the two to step aside, allowing Jiang He to converse with Father and Mother Lu. As they entered Jiang He's room, Father and Mother Lu nodded in approval. The space was clean and tidy. Though modest, it contained a wealth of books, revealing Jiang He's diligent nature. Uncle and Auntie, please take a seat. I'll get you some water. However, as Jiang He began to rise, Father Lu stopped him. You should lie down and cover yourself with a blanket. When unwell, you needn't fuss about these things. As a highly educated individual, Father Lu was not concerned with formalities. His only interest lay in whether Jiang He was sincere with Lu Cece. All right then. Jiang He had no choice but to comply, but it was evident that Father Lu was not an unreasonable man. He resembled a competent elder. First, my wife and I would like to express our gratitude to you for saving Cece all those years ago. With that, Father and Mother Lu stood to offer a long overdue bow, an act they felt was warranted as parents towards their daughter as savior. Jiang He hastily intervened. No, please don't. If you do this, Cece will surely scold me. With no other recourse, Jiang He had to invoke Lu Cece's name. Only then did they relent. But Father Lu swiftly changed the subject. Could you share how you and Cece came to be together? Upon hearing this, Jiang He understood Father Lu's intentions. He wished to ascertain Jiang He's true feelings for Cece. To be honest at first, I didn't have any feelings for Cece. I merely felt pity for her and treated her like a sister. The moment Jiang He finished speaking, Father Lu abruptly stood, furrowing his brow, his gaze icy. Oh, so, Jiang He, you're saying you don't like Cece, yet you've agreed to be her boyfriend out of pity. Is that correct? Visible veins bulged on Father Lu's wrist, Despite his scholarly demeanor and glasses, he had served in the military and could handle several ruffians with ease. Let alone Jiang He, who appeared as fragile as a wilting flower. Chapter 81. Jiang Z's departure, perhaps forever unreturnable cough, cough, cough. Uncle Lu, please don't be hasty. Jiang He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, Mother Lu hurriedly pulled Father Lu down. Once Jiang finished speaking, it was only upon hearing Mother Lu's words that Father Lu slowly took his seat, his gaze still sharp and penetrating. As a father, he could never accept anyone trifling with his daughter's emotions, not even a savior. In truth, how could Jiang He be oblivious to the consequences of his words? Yet, he wished to maintain complete transparency with Lu Cici's family, as this was his duty towards her. Thus, he recounted in detail the journey from their initial acquaintance to their deepening bond and, ultimately, their love for one another. Cici is a wonderful girl. I cherish her deeply. And I love her, Jiang He affirmed with unwavering conviction. After listening to Jiang He's narrative, Father Lu remained silent for a considerable time before eventually broaching the weighty subject. Since you are aware of Cici's situation, do not allow her to suffer. Strive to fulfill her wishes. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Understood? Moreover, we shall not constrain Cici. If she were to leave us one day, do not dwell on it. Yet, only a father can grasp the difficulty of uttering such words. I apologize, Uncle Lu. My heart is rather small. Perhaps in this lifetime, it can only accommodate Cici. Jiang He smiled as he spoke. At the moment he fully embraced Lu Cici, he had already found his answer. Having traversed the realm of life and death, he possessed a broader perspective on mortality. Upon hearing these words, Mother Lu could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Simultaneously, Jiang Zi had returned to the Jiang household. Xiao Zi, where have you been? Have you located your third sister? Seeing Lu Ru's anxious demeanor, Jiang Zi, for reasons unknown, felt no pang of emotion. Yes, I found her. But she said she won't be coming home for a while. You need not search for her any longer. Jiang Zi had no intention of disclosing Jiang Zhang's whereabouts to others. It was Jiang Zhang's choice. What? Why? Xiao Zi, speak up. What is going on? Lu Ru felt a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Huang was insisting on expelling Xiao Li, and Jiang Jiang refused to return home. What was happening to the Jiang family? All right, Mom. I need to leave for a while. You need not worry about me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru was instantly thrown into a panic, gripping Jiang Zi's arm tightly. Why? Wasn't your art exhibition going well? Why must you leave? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Li had also heard the commotion. Upon learning that Jiang Zi intended to leave, she rushed downstairs. Second sister, what is the reason for this? Is it because of brother Jiang He? Even at this juncture, Jiang Li did not miss the opportunity to cast aspersions on Jiang He. Jiang Zi regarded Jiang Li, the one she had once favored, and the brother she had loved dearly. Xiao Li, if you still acknowledge me as your second sister, please be honest with me. Did you deliberately break the puppet I gifted to Jiang He? This was her final opportunity for Jiang Li. Once these words were spoken, Jiang Li's expression shifted, her hand clenching involuntarily. Again with Jiang He. Sister, I merely wish to interact more with brother Jiang He. After all, he has always despised me. After saying this, Jiang Li lowered her head and squeezed out a few tears, making it seem as though she were the aggrieved party. Answer your sister's question. Was it intentional? Jiang Zi remained patient, merely wishing to ascertain whether Jiang Li was indeed as she suspected. Seeing that this tactic had no effect on Jiang Zi, Jiang Li felt a surge of panic. I did not. I truly just wanted to see it. It was an accident. Jiang Li raised her head to meet Jiang Zi's gaze. Her eyes reddened. Observing Jiang Li's stubbornness, Jiang Zi felt a profound disappointment. She had once considered that Jiang Li might have acted intentionally. Yet as long as Jiang Li was willing to change, she would not voice any complaints. But now, it seemed, Xiao Zi, it's just a puppet. If Xiao He likes it, can't we simply buy another one? Your brother is not. Lu Ru attempted to continue, but Jiang Zi interrupted her directly. I understand, Mom. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jiang Zi ascended the stairs to gather her belongings. She was beginning to grasp Jiang He's prior predicament. It turned out that favoritism and prejudice could render a person utterly desolate and helpless, and she had once been that very source of bias. Xiao Zi. Lu Ru hurried after her, desperate not to lose Jiang Zi again. Could you at least speak with your mother? Where are you going? For how long? Lu Ru was on the verge of tears, questioning what she had done wrong. Yet, Jiang Zi remained calm as she packed her things. I do not know. Perhaps I will return soon, or perhaps I may never return. Chapter 82. Jiang's fantasies. Lu Cixi followed Lin Ruoli into her room. Lin Ruoli's chamber bore a resemblance to Jiang He's, equally simple, with a modest desk piled with study materials. However, it was noticeably tidier than Jiang He's room, adorned with a brown teddy bear on the bed that added a touch of warmth. The clothes rack held only a few simple changes of clothing, which, for a young girl in her adolescence, was rather meager. Nonetheless, Lin Ruoli did not mind. Her innate beauty shone through, and even the simplest shirt could not conceal her radiance. Please have a seat. Would you prefer black tea or green tea? Lin Ruoli retrieved a box from beneath her bed, filled with various tea canisters. These were gifts from the matron, who knew of her affection for tea. However, these teas had also been gifted to the matron by the children who had previously left the orphanage during festive seasons. Black tea will suffice. To be honest, it was Jiang Cixi's first visit, and she felt a hint of nervousness. Cixi sister, Lin Ruoli began to speak, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. It's Jiang. May I come in? Jiang had resolved to seek Jiang He's forgiveness, starting with those close to him. It must be said that on this matter, Jiang and Jiang Huang were in accord. Jiang Huang had even begun planning a meeting with Lu Cixi. However, Jiang's primary target was undoubtedly Lin Ruoli. From Jiang He's demeanor the previous day, it was clear that Lin Ruoli held significant importance to him, and she had previously unwittingly offended Lin Ruoli. Thus, she came to see if she could mend their relationship. What do you want? Lin Ruoli's brows furrowed slightly. She was well aware of how Jiang had treated Jiang He before and was unlikely to greet her warmly. I merely wish to chat and extend my apologies. Jiang stood outside the door, feeling somewhat anxious, fearing Lin Ruoli might reject her. Come in. Ultimately, Lin Ruoli was not a heartless person and could not bear to leave Jiang standing outside. Thank you. By the way, who is this? Jiang inquired curiously about Lu Cixi's identity, as she did not seem familiar. I am Jiang He's girlfriend. You may call me Lu Cixi. Lu Cixi spoke up, as she had yet to meet Jiang. Thus far, the only member of the Jiang family she had encountered was Jiang Huang. Girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang was taken aback, yet a wave of joy surged within her. If she were to win the favor of both individuals, perhaps Jiang He would show her some leniency for their sake. It must be said that Jiang certainly has a vivid imagination. Who are you? Lu Cixi gazed at the woman before her, momentarily at a loss. Is there a problem? I am Xiao He's third sister, currently volunteering as a caregiver at the orphanage. You may call me Jiang or Sister Jiang, whichever you prefer. Jiang confidently seated herself between the two, rendering them both exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Ruoli silently criticized, wishing she had never allowed this woman to enter. If Jiang He had been treated well in the Jiang family this past year, or if they had shown him kindness, how could he possibly return to the orphanage? Truly, she has no sense of shame, calling herself Sister Jiang. How ridiculous. I remember that brother Jiang, he is an orphan. How can you claim to be his sister? To everyone's surprise, Lu Cixi boldly voiced the question. Now, it was Jiang who felt awkward. In truth, Lu Cixi had a general understanding of Jiang He's situation, based on Jiang He's previous attitude towards that woman who claimed to be her sister. It was clear that the Jiang family had treated him poorly. Otherwise, how could he possibly assert that he was an orphan? Ahem, this matter cannot be resolved quickly. By the way, Cixi and Ruoli, do you have any favorite items? Sister can buy them for you. As she spoke, Jiang pulled out her phone, eager to help the two select gifts. In her view, Lin Ruoli and Lu Cixi were still young girls. How could they refuse? How about cosmetics? This store. No need, Miss Jiang. I have no interest in such things. Lu Cixi directly shook her head in refusal, as she did not value these items. Oh, then how about I take you shopping? You can buy anything you want. Jiang became flustered, as she had not anticipated that these two young ladies would outright decline without a second thought. "Miss Jiang, if you have nothing pressing to attend to, perhaps you could step outside," Lin Ruoli suggested, curious about this woman's intentions. "All right then." Jiang wanted to say more, but ultimately held her tongue. As she watched Jiang's retreating figure, Lin Ruoli's furrowed brow finally began to relax. Jiang sighed as she gazed at the light rain outside. Had she erred again? As a young lady and a prominent star, one's arrogance is not easily altered. Chapter 83. Jiang Li's biological parents? Meanwhile, early in the morning, Jiang Li disregarded the rain and stealthily exited the Jiang residence. He was on his way to meet two people, his biological parents. Indeed, Jiang Li had long been aware of his biological parents' existence and had even met them several years prior, maintaining contact since then. Arriving at a modest neighborhood, Jiang Li knocked on the door of a certain household. Upon seeing him, the couple's faces instantly lit up with joy. "Xiaoli, what a surprise to see you here." They hastily ushered him inside. "This card contains 1 million. Ensure Jiang He disappears. Understood?" At these words, they were taken aback, but quickly donned a facade of servility. "Xiaoli, you see, your father has been a bit financially constrained lately, and this matter is rather perilous. Perhaps 1 million is too." Qin Shou rubbed his rough hands together, his face a mask of cunning, even in the presence of his own son. "Is it insufficient? This house, this car, aren't they all purchased with my money? And the 500,000 I gave you not long ago, have you spent it all?" Jiang Li was seething with anger. His money did not come from thin air. "Xiaoli, that's where you're mistaken. If we hadn't swapped you with the Jiang family, how could you enjoy the life of a young master now? It's merely 1 million. Can't you charm your adoptive parents for it?" Indeed, Jiang He had not been mistakenly swapped, but deliberately exchanged. The couple, being lazy and uncaring, had thought it better to place their child in a wealthy family where he could thrive. Under the cover of night, while the Jiang family's bodyguards were changing shifts, they had switched the two children and even cut the surveillance lines. As for Jiang He, they couldn't be bothered to raise their own son, instead casually abandoning him at the doorstep of an orphanage, indifferent to his fate. "What did you say?" Jiang Li stood up abruptly. "Simple? Just 1 million? Do you think the Jiang family is foolish?" During this time, Jiang Li had distinctly felt a shift in the Jiang family's attitude towards him. How could he possibly ask for money now? "Let me make this clear. If I fall, you won't have it easy either." At this declaration, the couple quickly began to apologize. "We're sorry. Xiaoli, it's your father and mother's fault. Please don't be angry." After all, they were thoroughly enjoying their current lifestyle, free from worry and with money to spend. Both emotionally and logically, they would never relinquish such a life. They merely sought to extract more money from Jiang Li. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Li's anger subsided somewhat. He then produced another card. "This contains 500,000. Handle this matter cleanly, and once it's done, go hide for a while, understood?" Upon seeing the second card, the man's eyes gleamed greedily, and he quickly tucked it away, as if afraid Jiang Li might change his mind. "Rest assured, the last time was a momentary lapse. I will ensure that boy can no longer disturb your life in the Jiang family." Once confirmed, Jiang Li felt a wave of relief and donned a hat and mask, hastily returning to the Jiang residence to avoid raising any suspicions. As for how they dealt with Jiang He, that was no longer his concern. As long as Jiang He could no longer affect his standing in the Jiang family, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, in the gym, Lu Duo stood before the transparent glass, silently observing the light rain outside. She still felt guilty towards Jiang He for the previous incident. Should she call him? After much deliberation, Lu Duo ultimately lacked the courage to make the call. Of course, the true instigator of this incident, Jiang Bai, was also awaiting a call from someone. "Miss, this is the 17th one. Enough chatter, give me another." The bodyguard dared not protest, complying without question. As Jiang Bai gazed at the remnants of phones scattered about, her rationality gradually returned. "Prepare the car. I'm going to find Jiang He." She could not believe that he would refuse her, this delicate and beautiful flower. Once she presented herself to him, at that point, a little charm would surely render him utterly captivated. Then, when Jiang He revealed his true nature and attempted to strike against her, she would control him, allowing her older sister to see this man's true colors. She was truly brilliant. Understood, miss. I will proceed at once. Wait, what about those old geezers in Jing City? Jiang Bai's gaze suddenly sharpened, an unmistakable aura of authority emanating from her. The bodyguard swallowed hard. They've already begun to stir, even brazenly amassing wealth. At this, Jiang Bai let out a cold laugh. These wretched old fools will soon regurgitate everything they've consumed. She was determined to bring the Jiang family completely under her control. At that moment, she would be able to be together with her sister forever. Chapter 84. Jiang Bai. Am I being scolded? Me? Scolded? Mr. and Mrs. Lu conversed with Jiang He for an extended period and came to understand that this seemingly youthful young man harbored an unwavering resolve within. They also firmly believed that Jiang He would certainly safeguard CC. CC, we shall take our leave now. Regardless of whether we return tonight, do ensure you call us to confirm your safety. Understood? This statement carried significant weight, for Mr. Lu was aware that if they truly intended to intervene, he would not be able to stop them. Instead of obstructing, it was better to communicate. After such a lengthy discussion and considering Jiang He's prior actions, he had grown more convinced of Jiang He's character. After finishing his words, Mr. Lu cast a glance at Jiang He and Lu Cc before departing with Mrs. Lu. After all, their presence might hinder the young couple's interaction, wouldn't it? Now it was truly just Jiang He and Lu Cc left together. For some inexplicable reason, when they locked eyes again, a sudden wave of shyness washed over them, akin to the awkwardness felt after parents meet. In truth, it was a manifestation of their feelings deepening, showcasing their growing familiarity and intimacy. Ahem, Cc, could you come here for a moment? As a man, Jiang He felt compelled to break the silence. Huh? All right. Strangely, the closer Lu Cc approached Jiang He, the more her heart raced. Observing her rosy, delicate face, Jiang He slightly lowered his head. With a resounding crash, the orphanage door was kicked open. Brother Jiang He, Xiao Bai has come to find you. Did you miss Xiao Bai? Jiang Bai's boisterous voice echoed throughout the orphanage, and a dozen curious little heads peeked out from the windows. Only Jiang He stood there, fists clenched, his teeth nearly grinding. Me? This damned idiot Jiang Bai. Why must she come at this moment of all times? Seeing Jiang He's flustered demeanor, Lu Cc squinted her eyes and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Yet, she soon leaned in to give Jiang He a gentle peck on the cheek. Although it was but a fleeting moment, it exhausted the entirety of that silly girl's courage. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Jiang He's anger dissipated entirely. Ugh! Lu Cc covered her face, not wanting Jiang He to see her bashful expression. How can my Cc be so adorable? I can hardly bear it. Jiang He felt as though his heart had taken 100 critical hits. He took Lu Cc's hand, determined to see what this Jiang Bai was truly up to. Brother Jiang He. Jiang Bai rushed towards Jiang He upon spotting him, her voice now even sweeter. Hey, don't come any closer. Jiang Bai, do you not understand the meaning of self-respect? Jiang He retreated several steps, pulling Lu Cc along to narrowly evade Jiang Bai's advance. This left Jiang He utterly exasperated. Was this truly Jiang Xin's sister? In Jiang He's mind, Jiang Xin epitomized elegance and wisdom, while Jiang Bai was nothing short of foolishness. However, Jiang Bai had a very different perspective. Dreadful Jiang He, how dare you play hard to get with me? I've seen through such tactics. Though she was not wrong, she had indeed encountered such maneuvers before. Jiang Bai, Brother Jiang He is my boyfriend, so please refrain from this behavior. Lu Cc stammered as she spoke to Jiang Bai, her eyes filled with determination. Though her tone remained polite, it was enough to catch Jiang He's attention. This indicated that Lu Cc had resolutely chosen Jiang He, rather than fearing that Jiang Bai would jeopardize him and being ready to leave. But Cc, if you truly care about Brother Jiang He, shouldn't you take the initiative to step back? Jiang Bai said with the most innocent expression, delivering her cruel words. Indeed, this was the reality Lu Cc had long sought to avoid. Jiang Bai, however, was inadvertently unaware of Lu Cc's situation. She simply believed herself superior. If she had known Lu Cc's circumstances and recalled her own words, Sensing Lu Cic's hand tightening around his, Jiang He realized that this silly girl was overthinking again. However, this was acceptable. Jiang He understood he could not eliminate Lu Cic's concerns in one fell swoop. He would gradually provide this silly girl with reassurance, affirming that his affections were singular. Jiang Bai, what exactly is your intention? Do not feign civility with me. Jiang He did not believe his charm was so potent that Jiang Bai would be so brazen. From their very first encounter, he had sensed something amiss. Brother Jiang He, how can you speak to Xiao Bai that way? Jiang Bai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke in a delicate tone. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, as if she had suffered some grievance. Little one, this is bound to ensnare Jiang He. Jiang Bai was already envisioning Jiang He abandoning Lu Cici to comfort her. Fool! Jiang He could no longer tolerate the situation and uttered this exclamation, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, including Jiang Bai. Was I just scolded? She, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and its de facto leader, was scolded? Chapter 85, Jiang Huang's Plan? Zhou Riyun's choice after scolding her. Jiang He promptly led Lu Cici back inside, leaving Jiang Bai standing there in a state of shock. When she finally processed what had occurred, her heart seethed with fury. In the entire capital, aside from Jiang Xen, no one dared to speak to her so boldly. Jiang Bai's gaze sharpened. Did they truly believe her to be a soft touch, thinking she would not retaliate? But suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she realized she had never been led by a man in such a manner. Could it be that Jiang He had done this intentionally? So, it was. Jiang He was indeed formidable. After a series of mental scenarios, Jiang Bai became more convinced that Jiang He had deliberately provoked her emotions. Jiang He wanted her to genuinely fall for him. A chill ran down her spine as she pondered this. If Jiang He were to hear Jiang Bai's inner monologue, he would undoubtedly add, dimwit. In truth, if any scheming man with intentions towards Jiang Bai were in the picture, she would have him wrapped around her finger. Yet, fate had it that it was Jiang He who encountered her. Thus, Jiang Bai opted for a temporary retreat, biding her time for the next opportunity. In her eyes, Jiang He was bound to reveal his true nature soon. When Jiang He saw Jiang Bai depart, he let out a sigh of relief. After such a scolding, this fool should not dare to approach him again, right? Meanwhile, Lu Cici looked at Jiang He with concern. Brother Jiang He, after all, Jiang Bai's doctor. Jiang Xin's sister. Was what we did just now truly appropriate? Though she harbored disdain for Jiang Bai, even a degree of dislike, Jiang Xin had treated her exceptionally well, treating her like a confidant. Then I shall be taken away by her, and you would so willingly push me towards her? Jiang He teased, ruffling Lu Cic's hair. This silly girl always tended to overthink. However, his previous comment felt somewhat ambiguous. Of course not. Brother Jiang, he is mine. Lu Cic's face flushed crimson, declaring that Jiang He belonged solely to her, and no one could take him away. Very well. That displays great spirit. Simultaneously, in a noodle shop, Zhou Riyun lay on the table, utterly unoccupied. The weather was dreary, and the entire street was nearly deserted, allowing her to relish the tranquility. However, at times, when lost in thought, Zhou Riyun would inevitably contemplate Jiang He. Oh dear, Zhou Riyun, what on earth are you doing? Jiang He belongs to Cici. How shameless can you be? Just then, a tall figure appeared before Zhou Riyun. Hello, are you Miss Zhou Riyun? The newcomer removed her expensive sunglasses, revealing a beautifully delicate face. It was Jiang Huang. And you are? Zhou Riyun hastily rose to her feet. To be honest, she had only encountered women of such poise on television, as if they were celebrities. After all, Jiang Huang was indeed an influential figure, and her grace was undeniable. I am Jiang He's sister. You may call me Jiang Huang. Ah, Jiang He's sister? Greetings. Upon hearing that Jiang Huang was Jiang He's sister, Zhou Riyun promptly invited her to sit down and went to pour her a cup of tea. Noticing Zhou Riyun's lack of hostility, Jiang Huang felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Zhou Riyun was not well informed about Jiang He's circumstances. This could very well serve as her opportunity. There's no need to trouble yourself. I merely wish to discuss a few matters. With that, Jiang Huang pulled out a bank card from her bag. This card contains 2 million, intended to assist Jiang He. Please do not inform him, if you would be so kind. Zhou Riyun was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Sensing Zhou Riyun's hesitation to accept, Jiang Huang felt a pang of anxiety. What's wrong? Miss Jiang, I believe you should take this back. Although I am unsure of your intentions. I cannot keep secrets from Jiang He. Jiang He was her benefactor. Zhou Riyun had not sunk to the depths of greed. No, Miss Zhou, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply... But before Jiang Huang could finish her sentence, Zhou Riyun's phone rang. Confused, she wondered who could be calling her. Hello, is this Jiang He? This is Lu Duoer. Lu Duoer, resolute in her decision, had dialed the number. Jiang He, I'm truly unable to manage that 1 million. What 1 million? Upon hearing a female voice on the line, Lu Duoer was momentarily startled. Wasn't this Jiang He's number? Indeed, Jiang He had provided her with the telephone number of the ramen shop. Zhou Riyun furrowed her brow. Why had Jiang He never mentioned anything about this 1 million? This matter stemmed from Jiang He himself. He could not drag Zhou Riyun into the quagmire. After listening to Lu Duoer's explanation, Zhou Riyun felt as if all the air had been sucked out of her. 1 million. Even if she mortgaged the shop, it would barely suffice. Yet this shop was the only legacy her mother had left her. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang listened intently, her heart swelling with excitement. Could it truly be that, even now, Zhou Riyun would refuse to accept this money? Jiang Huang regarded Zhou Riyun with a confident gaze, as though victory was assured. Zhou Riyun indeed hesitated. She could not mortgage her sole beacon of hope. Chapter 86. Forget her, carrying her hopes to experience the world. CC, how about I take you home? Jiang He began to rise, but was halted by Lu CC. Brother Jiang He, you're still unwell, and it's raining outside. Perhaps you should refrain. I want to be going home tonight. The moment those words left her mouth, Lu CC's small hands clenched tightly at the hem of her clothing. Just then, Lin Ruoli, who had burst through the door, overheard. Lin Ruoli's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with panic. Yes, yes. Sister CC should stay with me tonight. Lin Ruoli's mind raced. She simply could not accept that Jiang He was with another woman. Fine. I want to trouble you. Ruoli, I want to take care of brother Jiang He. Just as Jiang He intended to interject, Lu CC interrupted him, her own courage surprising her. Witnessing Lu CC's determination, Lin Ruoli slammed the door shut with a bang and hurriedly left. Ruoli. Lu CC reached out as if to retain her, but ultimately, her hand hung in the air. How could she not understand Lin Ruoli's feelings? Ahem, CC, are you certain you want to sleep with me? Aren't you afraid of catching my illness? Jiang He did not refuse. After all, he had no intentions of doing anything inappropriate with Lu CC. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoli, having dashed out of the room, collapsed on her bed, clutching her teddy bear and sobbing. Damn Jiang He, why didn't you refuse? You lecherous wolf. This was a misunderstanding of Jiang He. He truly had no intentions toward Lu CC. And as for Lu CC, well, yet, recalling that Lu CC was indeed Jiang He's girlfriend, it was only natural for them to share some intimacy, which only made Lin Ruoli cry even louder. I must go see. Lin Ruoli suddenly sprang up, wiping her tears, determined to sneak a glance at what Jiang He and Lu CC were up to. Thus, the eavesdropping Lin Ruoli made her appearance. CC, I still need to read for a while. Why don't you go to sleep first? In fact, Jiang He's bed could barely accommodate 2 people. Lu CC first helped Jiang He take his medicine before washing up and returned to the room. At that moment, upon seeing Lu CC leaving, Lin Ruoli quickly hid behind a pillar, waiting. Only when Lu CC returned to Jiang He's room did Lin Ruoli cautiously step out. In truth, Lin Ruoli was genuinely afraid of hearing something she did not wish to. Yet, even if she did hear it, what could she do? Lin Ruoli understood that she was, at present, nothing but a defeated hound. Brother Jiang He, I'm coming up. Lu CC's face was flushed, her small hands trembling uncontrollably. This was her first time sharing a bed with a boy. Hearing this from her hiding place, Lin Ruoli's heart sank, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She regretted being so proud towards Jiang He, lamenting why she hadn't expressed her feelings sooner. Yet, What good was regret? At that moment, Lin Ruoli felt like a soulless corpse, wandering aimlessly. You sleep inside. Jiang He, concerned that the little girl might fall out of bed in her sleep, made the suggestion. As for the earlier incident at the door, he remained blissfully unaware. Feeling the trembling of the girl beside him, Jiang He smiled gently, tenderly patting Lu Cc's head. Sleep now. Don't think too much. Lu Cc's voice was barely a whisper. Afraid to meet Jiang He's eyes. Merely feeling his warmth rendered her speechless. But in truth, despite Jiang He's calm exterior, his heart raced with anxiety. He possessed no experience in such matters. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate until, after a considerable time, Lu Cc finally spoke. Brother Jiang He, what do you intend to do in the future? Lu Cc was acutely aware that she might not be around to witness that future, so she wished to hear Jiang He's thoughts. Me? Let me think. Jiang He closed his exercise book. It seemed he had never pondered this question before. Perhaps a teacher, or a businessman, or a volunteer. In short, I wish to experience a wider array of lives. In 2 lifetimes, Jiang He has come to regard fame and fortune with far less importance. He yearns to experience the world within the confines of his finite existence. Is it not splendid? Lu Cc smiles, as this was once the future she envisioned for herself. Though it remains distant, it is nonetheless enchanting. Brother Jiang He, could you grant Cc a request? What is it? Jiang He senses a subtle shift in Lu Cc's tone. If there comes a day when Cc is no longer here, please forget about me. Lu Cc does not wish to become a shackle for Jiang He. She desires for him to carry her hopes and venture forth to explore this world in her stead. Upon uttering these words, a prolonged silence envelopes them. Do not overthink it. Let's rest for now. Jiang He consistently strives to evade this pressing matter, yet it encroaches upon him relentlessly, stifling his breath. I apologize, Brother Jiang He. I should not have spoken thus. Jiang He gently kisses the forehead of this foolish yet endearing girl, pulling her into his embrace. Regardless of what the future holds, he wishes to savor this moment and every subsequent moment with Lu Cc, allowing this delightfully naive young lady to experience love. The following day, Jiang He accompanies Lu Cc to school, having not seen Lin Ruoli again. It is only after school that he receives a notification from Lin Ruoli's homeroom teacher, informing him of a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for the next day. Coincidentally, Jiang He's school is also hosting a parent-teacher meeting on the same day. However, due to his unique circumstances, both the homeroom teacher and the principal have tacitly agreed that Jiang He's guardians need not attend. He is allowed to take a day off or study in one of the vacant classrooms. As for the Jiang family, they have consistently ignored him, so it is highly unlikely they would attend a parent-teacher meeting for him. Jiang He had previously broached the topic with the Jiang family, only to be outright rejected by Jiang Qin, who deemed it beneath their dignity to attend a meeting for someone perceived as a failure. In fact, Jiang He had attended Lin Ruoli's parent-teacher meetings since her middle school days, yet this would be his first time attending one for high school. He is uncertain about how she has fared in this new environment, but he is not concerned about her academic performance. Lin Ruoli has always been exceptionally bright, typically ranking first, and overall, she surpasses him. How about I accompany you tomorrow? Lu Cc suggests, clasping Jiang He's hand as they walk home. Jiang He had intended to assist in the infirmary, but Jiang Xin had informed him in advance that she had matters to attend to, leaving him with no choice but to abandon that plan. That sounds good, but you must inform Uncle and Aunt beforehand. They could simply tell them she is Lin Ruoli's sister-in-law and change in a slightly more mature attire. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, Jiang He discovers that Zhou Riyun has been waiting at the entrance for him. Cece and Mr. Jiang He. Zhou Riyun rushes forward upon seeing them. What's wrong? Miss Zhou? Is there an issue? If there were nothing amiss, she would not be waiting at the door. Indeed, something has arisen. Lu Duoer has been calling me. And how much longer do you intend to keep this from me, Mr. Jiang He? Zhou Ruiyun tilts her head, keenly aware that Jiang He has been withholding information regarding the substantial sum involved. Huh? What has happened to Brother Jiang He? Lu Cece's expression turns tense in an instant. Jiang He face-bombs, realizing he had forgotten about this matter. Ahem, perhaps we should. No way. Jiang He realizes he can no longer keep it a secret. The reason he hesitated to disclose the matter is that he knows the 1 million stems from him. Otherwise, he would have certainly discussed it with Zhou Ruyun. Mr. Jiang He, here is 1 million. Please accept it. Zhou Ruyun produces a brand new bank card from her pocket, extending it toward him. Jiang He is taken aback. Where did this young girl acquire such a sum? This is 1 million, not merely 100 cabbages. Oh, don't worry about that. Let's go inside and talk, Cece. As for the origin of this card, it traces back to when Jiang Huang approached her yesterday. Miss Zhou, you know you need this 1 million. Just accept it. Jiang He will never find out. With that, Jiang Huang nudges the card containing 200,000 yuan toward Zhou Ruyun. The card on the table seems to possess an almost hypnotic allure, tempting Zhou Ruyun to reach for it. However, in the next moment, to Jiang Huang's astonishment, Zhou Ruyun pushes the card back. Miss Zhou, what is this? Miss Jiang Huang, this card should be given to Jiang He by you. With that, Zhou Ruyun rises and returns to her kitchen, leaving Jiang Huang with no choice but to depart in disappointment. In the depths of her kitchen, Zhou Ruyun drags out a locked box, which contains the ownership certificate of the shop. That day, she gazes at the thin booklet for what seems like an eternity, as memories of her gentle yet indomitable mother flood back. I'm sorry, Mom. I truly am. Tears of the young girl, resolute yet sorrowful, fall to the ground without stirring a speck of dust. Without Jiang He, she and her sister might not survive. She cannot betray Jiang He, even if there is merely a 1 in 1,000 chance. Simultaneously, she believes in Jiang He, confident that one day she will reclaim this certificate, imbued with countless aspirations. From the bank, the next chapter begins with a query. What about Xiao He, while everyone else attends Jiang Li's parent-teacher meeting? Have you heard? Our classmate Lin Ruoli is actually an orphan. Really? That vixen deserves it. Perhaps her family perished because of her. Stop talking. She's here. Why should I be silent? I'm going to speak. As Lin Ruoli returns to her seat, a girl shouts even louder. Jealousy simmers as they resent Lin Ruoli's exceptional grades and beauty. Lin Ruoli, as an orphan, how do you survive? Do you resort to selling yourself? But before the girl can finish, a sharp sound echoes through the room as Lin Ruoli strikes her, leaving the girl stunned, clutching her reddened cheek in disbelief. Lin Ruoli, you vixen! How dare you hit me? I'll get you for this. However, Lin Ruoli is no longer the soft target she once was. Such sheltered blossoms are no match for her. Yet, she never anticipated encountering such triviality even in high school. Naturally, the consequences of Lin Ruoli's decisive action lead both girls to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher, a middle-aged woman, perceives their public altercation as a direct challenge to her authority, and without discerning right from wrong, she instructs them to bring their parents the following day, dismissing them from her office. In the hallway, the earlier girl revels in her perceived victory. You vixen, let us see how you, an orphan, manage to summon your parents. Maybe you can call your sugar daddy. However, before she can finish her taunt, she is frightened into silence by Lin Ruoli's raised hand, hastily retreating in fear. But is Lin Ruoli truly as composed as she appears? No one knew until the next day, when at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru were preparing to attend Jiang Li's parent-teacher conference together. At that moment, Jiang Huang descended the stairs slowly. You're all going to Jiang Li's conference. What about Xiao He? The moment those words were spoken, both were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ru suddenly recalled that she had never attended a parent-teacher conference for Jiang He, which explained why she had been asked to leave Jiang He's school last time. Then I shall go find Xiao He now. It was a careless oversight on the part of her mother. But was it truly a mere oversight? Only Jiang Qin had the authority to comment, for he had personally rejected Jiang He in the past. Jiang Qin, feeling slightly awkward, hurriedly decided to take Lu Ru to find Jiang He. However, he was stopped by Jiang Huang. You should go to Jiang Li's conference. I will attend to Xiao He. With that, Jiang Huang turned and exited the grand door of the Jiang residence, leaving Jiang Qin and Lu Ru behind. Lu Ru felt a profound ache in her heart, her eyes glistening with tears. Do you think Xiao Huang is blaming us for not bringing Xiao He back? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless, Xiao Li's coming-of-age ceremony was organized by us personally. He is recognized as a member of the upper-class Jiang family. If we were to cast him out, what would others say about the Jiang family? He comforted Lu Ru. In time, when Jiang He comes to understand, she will return. Do not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Lu Cece had donned more formal attire. However, no matter how they dressed, they still appear to be merely fresh university graduates. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. When Jiang He and Lu Cece arrived at Lin Ruoli's school, he realized he was unaware of Lin Ruoli's classroom location and promptly called her homeroom teacher. Is this Lin Ruoli's parent? Please come to my office first. Jiang He was taken aback by this request. What is the matter? Why must I go to the office? Has something happened to Lin Ruoli? Didn't Lin Ruoli tell you yesterday? She got into a fight at school. Hurry, come over. The other parents are waiting. Jiang He's brows furrowed tightly. He understood that Lin Ruoli would never engage in violence without provocation. With this thought, he could hardly contain his rising anger and immediately took Lu Cece to the homeroom teacher's office. However, before Jiang He could push the door open, he overheard a commotion inside. Teacher, look, this little wretch has beaten my Zihan. A middle-aged man had even rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Lin Ruoli. I told you, she provoked me first. The beating was well-deserved. Lin Ruoli remained undaunted, asserting her innocence. What did you say? If you hadn't been selling yourself. Why have said anything to you? You little vixen, you don't know how many men you've lured. Zihan, seeing her parents present, became even more audacious. The middle-aged homeroom teacher, facing such unreasonable parents, dared not speak a word. You hit my Zihan, and I will return the favor. With that, the middle-aged man was about to strike Lin Ruoli. In the next moment, Jiang He kicked open the office door with a resounding bang, startling the other teachers inside, who momentarily thought it was a terror attack. Who the hell do you think you are? Jiang He had intentionally left Lu Cece outside, rolling up his sleeves, resembling a young delinquent. Jiang He knew from previous encounters with such unreasonable individuals that they would not heed kind words. Who are you? I am here to seek justice for my daughter. Faced with Jiang He's intimidating demeanor, the middle-aged man, who had intended to strike Lin Ruoli, instantly wilted, even beginning to justify his actions. Isn't it amusing? Lin Ruoli turned her face away, unwilling to let Jiang He see her disheveled state. Justice? Your little wretch dared to insult my sister. Do you believe that once we leave the school, I want to make her disappear? Damn it, I spit on you. Regardless of the truth, harsh words must be spoken first to instill fear. They may not believe, but they certainly would not dare to gamble. Jiang He glared fiercely at the girl named Zihan, embodying the essence of a ruthless youth. Zihan, terrified, retreated repeatedly, hiding behind her mother, tears streaming down her face. Wasn't it said that Lin Ruoli is an orphan? She had thought that Lin Ruoli, having no one to protect her, was an easy target, but who knew that Jiang He would intervene? Indeed, Lin Ruoli's plight mirrors that of many orphans. Numerous cases like hers can be found online. You're an orphan, without parents. What does it matter if you suffer a little injustice? The prevailing attitude among schools and teachers is to placate matters, targeting those they deem easy to bully, showing no concern for fairness or justice, as long as they can quell the situation. What do you want? I warn you, this is illegal. The middle-aged man, flustered, stood in front of Jiang He, attempting to lecture him on the law, forgetting that his earlier intentions were also illegal. What do I care? I might as well spend a few years behind bars. Just as Jiang He was about to take action, the middle-aged female homeroom teacher, who had been silent until now, quickly intervened. Sir, please calm down. Let us discuss this matter peacefully. Jiang He turned his gaze to the homeroom teacher. You old witch, where were you when this old bastard was about to strike my Ruoli? If you dare utter another word, I'll knock your teeth out. Seeing that Jiang He was unyielding and ready to fight, even the principal was alerted, approaching with a conciliatory tone, inviting Jiang He to his office, only to be met with rejection. Jiang He was in no mood to consider anyone as authority. He understood that in this situation, the first to back down would be the one to suffer. It is indeed laughable. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of in this world. It is the good who suffer while the wicked roam free. Nonetheless, Jiang He believed that ultimately there are more good people in the world, but when faced with malevolence, one must be even more ruthless. Enough. Have that little wretch apologize to my Ruoli, and we will consider the matter settled. Jiang He offered a slight way out for the other party, for his aim was not to incite violence, but to seek justice for Lin Ruoli. All right, Zihan. Quickly apologized to Lin. Zihan's mother was intimidated by Jiang He's fierce demeanor, fearing that this lunatic would truly harm her precious daughter. The middle-aged man reluctantly nodded, aware that young people like Jiang He often act without considering the consequences. Just an apology. If we provoke this lunatic Jiang He, it would be a loss beyond measure. Yes, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Zihan trembled as she bowed to Lin Ruoli, genuinely frightened. Speak louder. If I hear you gossiping behind my back again, I'll rip your tongue out. Seeing the little wretch cry, Jiang He chose not to say more. He then turned his warning towards Lin Ruoli's homeroom teacher. Old pig dog, should I discover that you dare to make things difficult for my dear Ruoli, or undermine her in any way, I will personally pay you a visit to ascertain the number of members in your household, and whether it is sufficient for me to wield my knife. Do you understand? Very well. I assure you it shall not happen. This middle-aged woman, as the homeroom teacher, has always been treated with utmost respect by the parents. She has never encountered someone as fierce and unyielding as Jiang He, and thus she nods repeatedly in acknowledgement. All right, Ruoli, come with me. I shall convene a parent-teacher meeting for you. With that, Jiang He grasped Lin Ruoli's hand and exited the office. Jiang He could feel Lin Ruoli's body trembling slightly. They were orphans, and without that fierce exterior for protection, they would be utterly devoured by others. I'm sorry. Lin Ruoli finally managed to utter those words after a prolonged silence. She had always believed herself to be strong, yet it seemed she still fell short compared to Jiang He. Oh, so you still know how to say sorry? Jiang He scoffed coldly. Lu Cece hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, urging Jiang He not to remain angry. Chapter 90. I am an orphan, but Lin Ruoli is not. She has me to support her. What? Do you think you've grown up? That you can handle things on your own? To be honest, Jiang He was genuinely enraged. But he was also fearful of what would happen if she truly got beaten or bullied. Speak up. I'm sorry. Lin Ruoli lowered her head, tears cascading down onto the floor. She hadn't cried when others slandered her, nor when she was wronged, not even when she was nearly assaulted. Yet, facing Jiang He's reprimand felt like a dam bursting, her emotions flooding forth uncontrollably. All right, Ruoli has understood. Lu Cece quickly enveloped Lin Ruoli in her embrace, offering comfort. She knew Jiang He genuinely cared for Lin Ruoli, but after all, Lin Ruoli was still just a young girl. At this point, Jiang He's anger began to dissipate. Seeing Lin Ruoli in such distress made him realize that his words had been too harsh. I was too harsh just now. Take me to your classroom. I will hold a parent-teacher meeting for you. Lin Ruoli nestled against Lu Cece, nodding with a choked voice. When Jiang He entered the classroom, all eyes were drawn to Lin Ruoli, for everyone knew she was an orphan. Cece, you and Ruoli wait for me outside. Typically, students were not allowed into parent meetings. Each seat was reserved for a parent. Jiang He noticed that other parents had letters on their tables, while his was conspicuously absent, prompting an awkward scratch at his nose. In truth, Lin Ruoli had never anticipated Jiang He's arrival. After all, she hadn't mentioned this matter to him. Had it not been for the school's notification, Jiang He would have remained oblivious. However, Lin Ruoli had indeed excelled in her studies. Out of 9 subjects in high school, she ranked first in 3 and was among the top 3 overall, very close to the top spot. If she could maintain this performance, her chances of getting into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida were quite high. Of course, Jiang He would not interfere with her school choices then, but the premise was that this young girl could keep her composure. What if past events were to repeat themselves? That would undeniably have a significant impact on Lin Ruoli. Hence, Jiang He had made ample preparations for this meeting. As the parent-teacher meeting was nearing its conclusion, Jiang He made his way directly to the podium, instantly inciting whispers among the parents. Who is he? What's he doing up there? Isn't he the parent of that girl who ranked first? How enviable. I heard from my child that the top student is an orphan. Could he be your boyfriend? How shameful to date at such a young age. Even some students outside cast sidelong glances at Lin Ruoli. Since Lin Ruoli identified as an orphan, surely he must be her lover? He looks rather handsome. No wonder he could win over that sly vixen Lin Ruoli. Haven't you heard? These little ruffians are precisely what good students like Lin Ruoli are drawn to. TCH, a good student? I think she yes, just a flirt. Such words were akin to sharp daggers. Did they realize the harm their words could inflict on others? No, perhaps they were simply envious. Or perhaps it was a case of unrequited love, or even unintentional. They might just be seeking excitement. Lu Cece furrowed her brows, intent on leaving with Lin Ruoli. This crowd was utterly outrageous. But the next moment, Jiang He's voice resonated through the hall, reaching every ear present. I trust that everyone here is to some extent familiar with my dear Ruoli. Upon hearing this, whispers intensified, yet Jiang He remained unfazed. Indeed, my Ruoli is an orphan. Before Jiang He could finish his sentence, several students outside began to look at Lin Ruoli with bemused expressions, as if she were a source of amusement. Simultaneously, I am also an orphan. Jiang He spoke without hesitation, locking eyes with everyone in attendance. I understand that you may feel pity, derision, or even amusement, and perhaps you believe that as an orphan, I have no right to stand here on this podium. Each of you, including those students outside, listen closely. Jiang He's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. I am an orphan, but Lin Ruoli is not. She has an older brother, a sister-in-law, and people who support her. The notion of having support is an immensely precious concept for an orphan. If you believe it is inconsequential, then by all means, give it a try. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, an inappropriate snicker arose from the audience. Without hesitation, Jiang He strode forward and kicked over the table of the parent who had laughed. What are you laughing at? Seeing Jiang He's fierce demeanor, the room fell into an abrupt silence. I ask you again, what are you laughing at? Only then did they comprehend that this young man before them was truly unhinged and would not spare anyone's dignity. I'm sorry about earlier. Not waiting for trouble to find him, he remained utterly fearless. Jiang He chose not to say anything further and simply turned to leave the classroom. His fierce image had etched itself deeply into the minds of those present. Even as Jiang He exited, the students who had previously been indifferent scattered like birds, fearing they might attract his attention. Only one small girl, trembling under Jiang He's pressure, approached Lin Ruoli. Chapter 91. Jiang He's sister? Do you even deserve it? Ruoli, I'm also an orphan. May I study with you? This little girl was indeed timid. Merely passing by Jiang He had rendered her a quivering mess. Upon seeing the little girl's state, Lin Ruoli, despite her tear-filled eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, I will protect you, just like my brother Jiang He does. As Jiang He stepped out of the school gates, Lin Ruoli and the small girl waved goodbye to him. Head back now. Call me if anything comes up. With that, Jiang He felt reassured and turned to leave with Lu Cece. Cece, do you think I'm too violent? Walking back to school, Jiang He held Lu Cece's hand, secretly worried she might view him as a violent individual. Jiang He, you are indeed quite violent. First, he scolded the unreasonable parents and the homeroom teacher, then kicked over the table of the one who mocked him. At this moment, Jiang He, compared to his usual gentle self, could indeed be labeled as violent. However, Jiang He, your violence is to protect yourself and your loved ones, aimed at those evildoers. In Cece's eyes, it is quite admirable. As the final two words slipped from Lu Cece's lips, Jiang He felt the weight on his heart finally lift. He was acutely aware that resorting to violence was not a viable solution, yet it had become his sole weapon in the relentless battle to protect what he cherished. If he did not fight with all his might, he would merely be regarded as a laughingstock, a mere orphan who could be subject to ridicule at will. His life principle, self-improvement without end, was a lesson he yearned to impart to Lin Ruoli. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang had arrived at Jiang He's school and had successfully blended in. Upon reaching Jiang He's classroom, she discovered that he seemed to be absent. Hello, classmates. I am Jiang He's sister. May I inquire where he has gone? Upon hearing her words, the student scrutinized Jiang Huang from head to toe. You are Jiang He's sister? In these 3 years, I've never heard him mention having family. This revelation caused Jiang Huang to panic, for previously, They had forbidden Jiang He from acknowledging his ties to the Jiang family. Perhaps he simply forgot. I truly am his sister. My name is Jiang Huang. I am here to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Though the student remained skeptical of Jiang Huang's claims. Their limited familiarity with Jiang, he led them to take her to his desk. When Jiang Huang arrived at Jiang He's seat, she found herself in a situation reminiscent of Jiang He's parent-teacher meeting for Lin Ruoli, awkwardly holding a letter that every other parent had received. Jiang He's deskmate, Zhang Yan's mother, looked at the elegantly dressed woman beside her with confusion. She had visited several times without ever encountering Jiang He's family, and her son had mentioned that Jiang He was an orphan, urging her to care for him. Who then was this woman? As the homeroom teacher entered, they too cast a puzzled glance toward Jiang He's desk, which had always been empty. Surely, a parent must have mistakenly taken a seat. Now, let us invite the parents of outstanding students to share their educational experiences. When Jiang He's name was called, Jiang Huang panicked. How could Jiang He be mentioned? Wasn't his performance at the bottom of the class? In truth, the teacher had merely called Jiang He's name as part of the routine. However, when Jiang Huang took the stage, the teacher was momentarily taken aback. May I ask who you are? I am Jiang He's sister, she stammered. Upon hearing this, the teacher was further bewildered. When had Jiang He acquired a sister? Was she perhaps a cousin? Yet, Jiang Huang's subsequent comments only deepened the teacher's suspicions. The young lady spoke in vague terms, unable to articulate Jiang He's scores, his progress, or his ranking in the city. Miss, are you truly Jiang He's sister, or? Faced with the teacher's inquiry, Jiang Huang's face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps she herself had not realized how little she knew about Jiang He. She felt utterly unfit for the role of sister. I'm sorry, Jiang Huang could only manage before retreating from the stage. Below, the other parents whispered among themselves, some even suspecting Jiang Huang of being a human trafficker. Zhang Yan's mother, a formidable woman, showed no mercy towards Jiang Huang. Miss Jiang, how can you claim to be his sister when you know nothing about him? This remark shattered Jiang Huang's composure. Confronted by so many scrutinizing eyes, she felt she could not remain seated any longer. As she descended the stairs, tears streamed down her face. She wasn't truly his sister. But regardless of her thoughts, the truth was undeniable. She was unworthy of being Jiang He's sister. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru had just completed a parent-teacher meeting for Jiang Li. Jiang Qin was quite pleased with Jiang Li's ranking, which was within the top 800 in the city. If Jiang Li put in a little more effort, there was still a chance for admission to Qingbei University. That would certainly bring honor to the Jiang family. Yet, whether Jiang Li's intentions were genuine or merely aimed at sabotaging Jiang, he remained uncertain. However, Jiang He's position within the top 10 of his grade and the top 100 citywide was irrefutably commendable. Chapter 92. If you still have a conscience, hurry back. As Jiang He and Lu Cece prepared to return to school, they unexpectedly encountered the last people he wished to see. Jiang He silently cursed his luck. He never anticipated running into Jiang Qin and Lu Ru. Logically speaking, even if Jiang Li was to attend a parent-teacher meeting, it should not coincide with Jiang He's school. So why they crossed paths? Jiang He grasped Lu Cece's hand and turned to take a different route, but it was too late. Lu Ru had spotted them. Xiao He. In truth, Lu Ru and Jiang Qin were not on their way to school. They had come specifically to find Jiang He. However, Jiang He pretended not to hear, well aware that stopping would be foolish. Yet, as Jiang He approached the school gate, he bumped directly into Jiang Huang. Xiao He. Jiang Huang's eyes sparkled with surprise. She hadn't expected to encounter Jiang He just as she was about to leave. Jiang He thought to himself that he must have neglected to check the calendar before venturing out. What terrible luck it was to run into Jiang Qin and Lu Ru, only to be followed by Jiang Huang. Ignoring her, Jiang He continued toward the classroom with Lu Cece. Xiao He, wait. I just went to your parent-teacher meeting. Jiang He's footsteps faltered, nearly causing him to utter a curse. What are you, Jiang Huang, mentally ill? He simply could not fathom the Jiang family's behavior. Previously, when he had pleaded for their presence, they had all declined, fearing embarrassment. Now that he had severed ties with the Jiang family, they were arriving one after another. Was this not the height of absurdity? Xiao He, I know I haven't cared for you much over the years, but now I truly realize my mistakes. Please, Just give me a chance. Jiang Huang reached out to grasp Jiang He's arm, genuinely wishing for an opportunity to understand and care for him. This scene drew the attention of several passing parents and students, with many female students whispering to their friends, speculating whether someone was playing the role of a mistress. One could not help but marvel at the wild imaginations of these onlookers. As the situation escalated, Jiang He was unconcerned. However, if it implicated Lu Cece, that would be problematic. Given Jiang Huang's determination, it was clear she would not relent anytime soon. Cece, you head back to the classroom and help me gather my books. This was merely a pretext to send Lu Cece away. Lu Cece understood that her presence would only complicate matters. This was Jiang He's affair, and if he wished to confide in her, he would do so in his own time. All right, I'll wait for you in the infirmary. Once Lu Cece had distanced herself, Jiang He let out a sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Huang anticipated a chance to converse with him, Jiang He suddenly jerked away, breaking free from her grasp. How ridiculous! He had only been concerned for Lu Cece's presence. Now that she was gone, it would be foolish to remain. He had no desire to waste time with these members of the Jiang family. Xiao He, Jiang Huang was left stunned, standing frozen in place. Just as she contemplated pursuing him, she heard a loud crack. One of her high heels had shattered. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru arrived at the school gate just in time to witness Jiang Huang's predicament and rushed over. Xiao Huang, what happened? Yet, Jiang Huang was oblivious to her own condition, limping as she sought out Jiang He. I know where Xiao He is. I know. Jiang Huang recalled that Jiang He always worked in that infirmary after school. She's about to leave now. Meanwhile, Jiang He indeed arrived at the infirmary. Brother Jiang He, upon seeing him return so swiftly, Lu Cece hurriedly approached. However, Jiang Xin remained deeply troubled, oblivious to Jiang He's presence. The reason she had gone out yesterday was to discuss matters with Jiang Bai. Yet, Jiang Bai was utterly unresponsive to her concerns, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the conversation. Sigh, how has Jiang Bai transformed into this state? It cannot be solely blamed on her. Much like Jiang He, her madness and ruthlessness are merely her means of self-preservation and protection for her sister. In the absence of absolute safety, she cannot afford to drop her FAAD. Xiao He. When Jiang He heard the distant voice, he couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. What is wrong with these people? Can't they just leave him alone? Upon noticing that Jiang He had no intention of departing, Jiang Huang promptly removed her high heels and jogged to his side. Xiao He. All I want is a chance to understand and protect you. Witnessing Jiang Huang's earnest plea, Jiang He was left utterly speechless. There is really no need for this now. You had countless opportunities to understand me before, yet you chose not to seize them. Why create this scene now? Xiao He, you still blame your sister, don't you? I truly realize my mistakes. Seeing Jiang Huang on the verge of tears, Jiang Qin could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, glaring coldly at Jiang He. Look what has become of the Jiang family because of you. If you still possess any conscience, you should return immediately. Upon hearing these words, Jiang He's eyes widened in disbelief. All of this is because of me? Chapter 93. Seriously, you genuinely believe that? Because of me? Jiang He incredulously pointed at himself. Jiang Qin's voice remained harsh. If it weren't for your rebellious act of leaving home, would Xiao Zi have departed? And if not for you, how could Jiang have been insulted online? Just look at your elder sister in this state. She bears no resemblance to a corporate president. Isn't all of this due to you? The Jiang family was perfectly fine until you disrupted it. Jiang Qin's words echoed in the ears of everyone present, perhaps even convincing himself with this tirade. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, you are correct. Jiang He nodded, finding his perspective utterly agreeable. Then, Mr. Jiang, may you leave now? Just stay away from me, the so-called culprit, can't you? At these words, Jiang Qin's fury ignited further. What do you mean? If you acknowledge your mistakes, hurry back home with me. Come home now and have your second sister return as well. But before Jiang Qin could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang He. Seriously, you believe this nonsense? Jiang He was astonished that his father genuinely thought all of this was his fault. I haven't even sought out any member of the Jiang family until now. What does Jiang Zi's situation have to do with me? Did I force her to leave the Jiang family? I wasn't even aware of it. How can you lay the blame at my feet? You. Jiang He was momentarily rendered speechless by rage. What do you mean by you? Jiang Huang, did I ever seek you out? He continued, and as for Jiang, who knows what has possessed her to volunteer at my orphanage? Since leaving the Jiang family, have I ever reached out to any of you? Damn it. If you can't accept the truth, you really believe you're in the right. Jiang He unleashed the pent-up frustration he had endured from the Jiang family over the past few days. Generally mild-mannered and not overly talkative, the recent events, including Lin Ruoli's bullying, had left him boiling with suppressed anger. No, Xiao He, your father is just confused and angry. Please don't be upset. Lu Ru attempted to step forward and grasp Jiang He's hand, but he deftly evaded her. Jiang He, regardless of anything, I am still your father. Is this how you speak to your father? Seeing himself outmatched in argument, Jiang He invoked the title of father in a bid to regain some semblance of dignity. What father? Have we not severed ties long ago? Jiang He retorted with a cold laugh, unfazed by his father's attempts. Fine. Jiang He, you are truly obstinate. Once you step into society, you'll understand what being a Jiang family member entails. One day, you'll find yourself begging me. Jiang He remained unyielding, having already extended an olive branch to Jiang He. Ha. So the truth finally spills forth. In your eyes, the Jiang family is an unattainable entity for someone like me. Isn't it? Jiang He found amusement in this notion. If he truly coveted the Jiang family's wealth, would he have severed ties with them? Jiang He, remember this. I have no desire for the Jiang family, so stop seeking me out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru was overwhelmed with tears, never realizing that her own biases and favoritism would lead to such a rift within the Jiang family. Hey, Jiang He, I'm curious to see how long you can maintain this defiance. We're leaving. Jiang He was determined to see the repercussions of Jiang He's decisions, particularly regarding the tuition fees for his education. University expenses are hardly trivial. Furthermore, the orphanage where Jiang He resides is facing government cuts, and it is among those slated for reduction. This is why Jiang He was so confident that Jiang He would eventually return to the Jiang family without their assistance. The orphanage would inevitably disband. Very well, Jiang He, you have your pride, but what of the many orphans at the orphanage? He intended to make Jiang He understand that without the Jiang family, he was nothing. He sought to bring Jiang He to his knees, begging him as a father. He wanted Jiang He to acknowledge that every decision he made as a father was indeed correct. Jiang Huang, did you not hear my words? Leave. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Huang cast one last glance at Jiang He, a single tear gliding down her delicate face. Why? Why was Jiang He unwilling to give him a chance? Little did she know, Jiang He had once faced death. When he was trapped in a fiery inferno in his past life, no one had offered him an opportunity. Watching them depart, Jiang He exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet when he faced Lu Cece, who wore a worried expression, he ultimately managed to smile. Brother Jiang He, Cece wishes to know, to share in your past. I want to shoulder everything with you. Lu Cece summoned her courage, eager to face the future alongside Jiang He. Chapter 94, The Jiang Family Crisis. A stunned Jiang Bai was informed that Jiang He had covered $1 million. Is that so? Then allow me to elaborate slowly. Jiang He appeared relaxed. Since Lu Cece wished to know, he felt no need to conceal anything. Meanwhile, in the capital city, as the capital, the city was undeniably bustling. Even as twilight descended, the streets remained filled with pedestrians, tourists, couples, and students just released from school. The streetlights had long since illuminated, earning its title as a city that never sleeps. However, the Jiang family, one of the prominent families in the capital, appeared somewhat desolate. Lu Mu, Jiang Bai's personal secretary, donned a pristine traditional maid's outfit, sitting upright as she regarded several elderly gentlemen before her. Please note that the maid outfit here is not intended to pursue extravagance or aesthetic beauty. Rather, it is a traditional maid uniform designed solely for practicality and performing tasks. It bears minimal embellishments and resembles most work attire, perhaps distinguished only by an added touch of elegance. Xiaolu, with President Jiang currently absent, rumors abound that something has befallen him, and he may not return. Might you provide us with a clarification? Indeed, If President Jiang were present, we would certainly refrain from voicing our concerns. Yet now the entire corporation is rife with speculation. The older gentlemen among us, seasoned as they are adept at insinuation, hinting at whether Jiang Bai can still continue as the head of the Jiang family and the overseer of Jiang Corporation. I must say, you all leap to conclusions with such haste. President Jiang has merely stepped away for a few days. Are you not afraid of his return to settle the score? Lu Mu adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of grace and intellect, as if she were born to embody such poise. Her every movement appeared effortless, devoid of any discomfort. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman exchanged furtive glances. Had the unpredictable Jiang Bai been present, they would not have dared to act so brazenly. Instead, they would have silently feasted on the company's assets from the shadows. But the situation has changed. Jiang Bai has been unreachable for several days now, and the silence is ominous. This only leads to one conclusion. Jiang Bai has indeed encountered some misfortune, and the news has been deliberately suppressed. Realizing this, the elderly men straightened in their seats, emboldened. It must be said, these old foxes possess a certain audacity. After all, if they could oust Jiang Bai, they would no longer have to live in fear and could amass wealth without restraint. Enough, Lu Mu. You are merely a lapdog to Jiang Bai. Don't presume too much. Should we decide to cast you out of the corporation, you would become a mere stray. Yet Lu Mu remained undaunted. As Jiang Bai's chief secretary, she had weathered her share of storms. With a firm slap of her palm on the table, she rose to confront the elderly men directly. Do you think your actions go unnoticed? You are acutely aware of how much public funds you have misappropriated and the sentences you face. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Upon hearing her words, the old men were instantly consumed by indignation. They had believed their deeds were shrouded in secrecy. Yet this damned Lu Mu had uncovered their schemes. And what of it? In a few days, the shareholders' meeting will convene. If Jiang Bai fails to appear, the entire Jiang family will be ours. At that point, even the darkest dealings can be spun into the light. Who do you think you are? Previously, you had the backing of that madwoman, Jiang Bai. But now that she is absent, you are nothing. As their insults grew more fervent, Lu Mu clapped her hands, and instantly, 4 or 5 burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses filed into the room, standing resolutely before the old men. In that moment, the gentlemen wilted under the sudden pressure. They were fortunate to face Lu Mu. Had it been Jiang Bai, she might have personally disarmed them, and that is no exaggeration. Jiang Bai is indeed that unpredictable. It is no wonder so many fear her in the capital. Escort them out. With those words, the bodyguards reached out, ushering the old men towards the exit. Lu Mu, you will regret this. In a few days, you shall find yourself cast out like a homeless dog, and then we shall see how you survive. Seated once more in her chair, Lu Mu gazed at the empty office, unable to suppress the urge to remove her glasses and rub her temples. Where could you be? Jiang Bai? Lu Mu's eyes were filled with fatigue. The weight of the entire Jiang family and the Jiang Corporation rested solely on her shoulders. Yet, despite her formidable capabilities, she remained merely a young woman in her early 20s. This predicament could be blamed on Jiang Bai. In her fervor for the success of this plan, she had not even confided in her most trusted ally, Lu Mu. This illustrates the extent of Jiang Bai's commitment to ridding the Jiang family of its malignant elements. Miss, if I falter, please do not hold it against me. I shall personally descend to apologize to you. To Lu Mu, Jiang Bai represented her emotional anchor. Should Jiang Bai truly be gone, so too would Lu Mu follow. Meanwhile, far away in Haishur, Jiang Bai received a shocking revelation. What? 100,000 was provided by Jiang He. How could this possibly be? Jiang Bai was utterly bewildered. Chapter 95, Jiang Bai's Final Strike. An uninvited guest at the orphanage, you should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Jiang Bai furrowed her brow. How could Jiang He possibly gather such a sum in such a short span? Could it be that the gym owner was deceiving her? Think as you will. Since Jiang He has completed the task, if I, Lu Hui, were to renege, it would not reflect well on my character. What do you desire? I am prepared to accept any outcome. I wish to see if we can indeed reach a point of mutual destruction. With that, Lu Hui forcefully hung up the phone, having lived a life of integrity without fear of anyone. Now, as he reached middle age, he must consider his daughter. Yet now, having betrayed his promise, his daughter no longer views him as an idol. If he were to retract his decision, would he still be a man? Could he still serve as a role model for his daughter? At worst, he could take a chance. Having risen from nothing, he has faced countless storms. Even if he were to fail and lose everything, he could still rise again. Good luck, Jiang He. Lu Hui silently called for his daughter, Lu Duo. Go! Deliver this agreement to Jiang He. The profits from this collaboration shall not be claimed by our family. Upon hearing this, Lu Duo trembled slightly. Father, this time. No more excuses. When have you ever seen your father back down? Go quickly. Understood. In that moment, Lu Duo saw her father, once again embodying strength and integrity. This is the essence of passing on spirit, a robust physique paired with unwavering resolve. Lu Hui believed that even if he were no longer present one day, Lu Duo would continue to stand strong on her own. Conversely, Jiang Bai was not enjoying such comfort. Her latest model iPhone, having endured mere days, once again found itself intimately acquainted with the ground, its components shattered beyond recognition. You, Jiang He, though I did not grasp how you accomplished this. I shall surely unearth your deceit. A reckless plan solidified in Jiang Bai's mind. She would soon depart Haisher, for in her absence, Jiang Xian might very well fall under Jiang He's influence. After all, Jiang He's prowess was unlike anything she had ever encountered, and even in their brief interactions, she had developed a keen interest in him. This was the true danger of Jiang He. At that moment, as Jiang He accompanied Lu Cici to a noodle shop, they fortuitously encountered Lu Duo, who had just arrived. Upon seeing Jiang He for the first time, Lu Duo subtly clenched her hands, her mind racing with uncertainty about how to face him. After all, she had previously looked down on Jiang He and had violated her promise. Would Jiang He view her as a villain who bullied orphans? Yet she harbored no such intentions. What should she say to him? As Lu Duo's thoughts spiraled, frozen in place, Jiang He approached her, bewildered, along with Lu Cici. Miss Lu? Miss Lu? Jiang He called out twice, yet Lu Duo remained unresponsive, further perplexing him. What was happening with Lu Duo? Had she been rendered immobile? Miss Lu, what troubles you? At that moment, Lu Cici gently tugged at Lu Duo, prompting her to realize her surroundings. Jiang He, I am truly sorry. Lu Duo bowed deeply to Jiang He in the midst of the bustling crowd, rivaling the spirited Zhou Ruoyan. Instantly, countless curious gazes fell upon the group, as the spectacle of gossiping knows no age barriers. Ahem, Miss Lu. Perhaps we should discuss this inside, Jiang He suggested, slightly taken aback, as if a melodramatic scene were unfolding before him. Noticing the multitude of eyes upon her, Lu Duo's sun-kissed complexion flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly followed Jiang He into the ramen shop. Upon entering, Zhou Ruoyan approached to greet them, though her gaze flickered away whenever it met Jiang He's. This is the collaboration agreement my father sent me to deliver. Could you please review it for any discrepancies? Lu Duo pushed the document towards Jiang He, the flush on her face gradually fading back to its healthy hue. Jiang He examined the contract thoroughly. Although he was not well versed in legal matters, he could discern several glaring inconsistencies. However, this collaboration agreement was devoid of any hidden traps and was, in fact, extraordinarily favorable. Miss Lu, this stipulates no profit sharing, just a management fee. Is this genuine? Does this mean the gym is essentially providing services for your ramen shop? My father personally drafted it. There can be no error. Besides, he is not concerned with such trifles, so you need not worry. This was indeed the truth, as he was a tycoon with assets exceeding $1 billion, and this meager profit would barely amount to a few $100,000. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the orphanage. Chapter 96. This is the last thing she can do as the director. Good day. We are representatives from the High City Welfare Office. May I inquire if the director is available? 3 government officials, clad in crisp white shirts and tailored trousers, their briefcases in hand, knocked at the orphanage's heavy door. It was promptly opened by Lin Ruoli. What brings you here? Lin Ruoli scrutinized the trio with evident vigilance. Do not be alarmed, young lady. We are here to discuss matters with your director, they reassured her. The officials exchanged bemused glances at Lin Ruoli's cautious demeanor. But her wariness was understandable, given the recent surge in human trafficking incidents, prompting authorities to maintain heightened vigilance, albeit with limited success. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the director. Shortly thereafter, the director personally appeared at the door to welcome the guests inside. Please take a seat. The director appeared to sense that the visitors had ulterior motives for their visit. The officials produced several documents and placed them before her. Director, this time it seems. Upon hearing this, the director closed her eyes and remained silent for a moment. The officials were quick to clarify, Director, considering your age. Although the orphanage is not particularly dilapidated, it is located on the outskirts of the city, making it inconvenient for the children to commute to school, is it not? Moreover, relocating to the city. Before they could finish, the director interrupted, what conditions would need to be met to preserve the orphanage? The officials exchanged glances, finally letting out a sigh. A guarantee of $2 million in savings. For an orphanage with a modest number of children, annual expenses would undoubtedly exceed $200,000. In recent years, the government's welfare policies had gradually improved, leading to a decrease in the number of orphans. Consequently, the government sought to eliminate some orphanages and centralize management, thereby enhancing the benefits each orphan could receive. However, centralized management would mean an increased number of children, making it challenging for them to experience the love of adults. In the director's heart, each of those children was her own, deserving of familial affection. This love was the reason why the little ones at the orphanage were lively and full of character, nurtured by the director's care. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoli stood by, her small hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh in distress. If this orphanage were to be disbanded, she would no longer have the chance to see Jiang He, the director, or the mischievous yet endearing little ones. I understand. Is it possible to extend the deadline? The director's murky eyes gradually opened as she pondered the situation. I apologize, director, but perhaps. How about 2 months? That is the maximum extension we can offer. Upon hearing this, the director nodded. Even in 2 months, depleting her savings might not suffice. Nevertheless, she resolved to earn as much as she could during that time. In the end, let us divide what we can among the children. Perhaps it will not be substantial, but having some funds will provide a sense of security and strength in the face of adversity. This was all the director could do in her position. Meanwhile, Jiang He happened to encounter the trio emerging from the orphanage. He was puzzled, as it was uncommon for visitors to frequent the orphanage. Xiao He, you're back. Jiang rushed to Jiang He's side, eager to assist him with his belongings, only to have him evade her grasp. What were those people discussing? Huh? I don't know. I was in the kitchen, Jiang replied, having indeed been busy preparing dinner. To be honest, her presence made things even more hectic, though her progress was undeniable. Miss Jiang, perhaps you should just leave. What can you accomplish by staying here? Jiang He was perplexed by Jiang's behavior. Why? As a young lady and a star, was she choosing to endure such public humiliation online? He had long severed ties with the Jiang family, and her persistence was futile. Yet, Jiang's gaze remained steady, her expression uncharacteristically calm. Xiao He, I merely seek an opportunity for your forgiveness. As for the outcome, whether or not you choose to forgive me, I accept it. Since discovering that Jiang He was the boy who had previously rescued her, and reflecting on her prior attitude towards him, Jiang had found it impossible to sleep for several days. She longed for his forgiveness, even if only a little. But upon learning that Jiang Zi had left the Jiang family, she understood that the wounds inflicted upon Jiang He ran deep. Perhaps this opportunity would forever remain beyond her reach. Chapter 97. Xiao He, Mother merely wishes for your return. Enough, think as you will. Jiang He waved his hand dismissively. He was indifferent to Jiang's feelings. However, upon entering the hall, he discovered Lin Ruoli in tears. Upon seeing Jiang He, she hurriedly wiped her face, attempting to conceal her distress. Yet, how could she possibly hide it from him? Speak, what has transpired? Jiang He stepped forward, blocking her path. You promised me that you would share everything. As Jiang He remained persistent, Lin Ruoli found herself with no choice but to recount the earlier events once more. Brother Jiang He, you cannot forget me. Observing the girl's tearful demeanor, Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping her on the head. What was that for? Lin Ruoli protested, irritation flickering in her eyes as she felt the slight sting. Just laughing at your foolishness. Leave this matter to me, Jiang He replied, his expression relaxed. Seemingly unfazed by the daunting sum of 200,000. Lin Ruoli was evidently taken aback by Jiang He's nonchalance. This is illegal and criminal. Yet before she could finish, Jiang He playfully tapped her head again. At this moment, he wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't he the one engaging in unlawful acts? All right, let's hurry back inside. This matter is not for you to worry about. However, deep within, was Jiang He's calm demeanor truly reflective of his inner thoughts? 2 months. 200,000. What a despairing figure. For a moment, Jiang He found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, upon receiving the notice of the impending closure of the orphanage, Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. He was acutely aware of Jiang He's deep, emotional ties to the orphanage. He would never stand idly by as it vanished. Yet, even if Jiang He possessed the means to return 30,000 to the Jiang family, how would he acquire the 200,000? Asking Jiang He, an ordinary student, how he could possibly come up with such a sum would only lead to him begging his father for assistance. Jiang He, you're still too naive. Society is not that simple. As for Lu Ru, she was also privy to this situation. However, she tacitly accepted Jiang Qin's actions, believing that if Jiang He were to return, she would treat him well, and he would surely forgive her as his mother. Xiao He, mother only wishes for your return. Lu Ru was deluding herself. How absurd. Simultaneously, in the infirmary of No. 2 High School, the lights blazed brightly. Jiang Xin observed her sister Jiang Bai, who appeared somewhat off-kilter and couldn't suppress her unease. After all, her unpredictable sister was capable of anything. Sister dear, tell me the truth. Are you interested in Jiang He? At that moment, Jiang Bai's gaze, illuminated by the harsh fluorescent light, took on an unsettling intensity, devoid of her usual innocent charm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin's brows furrowed. She had reiterated numerous times that she held no romantic feelings for Jiang He. Why could Jiang Bai not accept this and let it go? The crux of the matter lay in Jiang Bai's overwhelming fear of Jiang Xin being hurt, her protective instincts bordering on the pathological. So what if I like Jiang He? Who do you think you are? I am your sister. Do you really think you can dictate my feelings? Jiang Xin, pressed to her limits, spoke without thinking, wishing for Jiang Bai to leave her be. In truth, she harbored no such feelings for Jiang He, at most. She occasionally felt a twinge of jealousy watching him with Lu Cece. Sister dear, you finally spoke the truth. Jiang Bai rushed forward, fixating on Jiang Xin's eyes, an unsettling fervor brewing within her gaze. Oh, now you believe me? Jiang Xin retorted with a cold laugh, recalling how Jiang Bai had previously dismissed her words. Yet, Jiang Bai seemed oblivious to her sister's sarcasm. Since you've admitted it, I shall help you see through Jiang He's true nature. In the next moment, Jiang Xin felt the world spin around her. What have you done? Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the half-full cup of lukewarm water on the table, water that Jiang Bai had poured for her moments ago. Initially, Jiang Xin had thought her sister was finally coming around, but now it seemed otherwise. Before long, Jiang Xin collapsed into Jiang Bai's arms, slipping into a deep slumber. Jiang Bai had completely lost her grip on reality. She could not bear to see her sister fall into Jiang He's trap. Sister dear, once you awaken, all will be well. Jiang Bai then retrieved a brand new phone, complete with a fresh SIM card, to prevent Jiang He from contacting the authorities and tracing her location. Hello, is this Jiang He? Jiang Xin is in my custody. If you wish to keep her safe, you will do as I say. Jiang Bai's voice was altered by a voice modulator, leaving no trace of her identity. Chapter 98. For reasons unknown, humanity seems perpetually oblivious to how to cherish love. After hanging up, Jiang Bai switched off the phone and discarded it into the trash can. This was the first test. If Jiang He did not come, everything would naturally come to an end. Jiang He, will you come? Jiang Bai mused to herself, not believing that he would risk his safety to save Jiang Xin. People reveal their true nature only when faced with danger. Jiang He had once trusted friends, but after being betrayed, she realized that the only one she could rely on was herself. Gazing at Jiang He in her arms, Jiang He gently combed through her sister's disheveled hair. "Sister dear, you used to protect me. Now it is my turn. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Not a single soul." Jiang He's eyes grew increasingly frenzied. The dangerous aura she exuded causing even the mice in the corner to freeze in fear. Meanwhile, Jiang He, having hung up the phone, rubbed his temples. He had surmised that this was likely Jiang He's doing. Yet, he was unwilling to gamble. Even the slightest chance of putting Jiang He's life at risk was unacceptable. At the same time, Jiang Li's biological parents were plotting to take action against Jiang He the following day. It was an uncanny coincidence, but remained uncertain which party would succeed first. "Darling, are we really going to?" Jiang Li's mother, once a rebellious youth, would never have abandoned her child to others if she hadn't been so reckless. Yet, the thought of personally committing murder was beyond her courage. Jiang Li's father, though uneducated, was certainly more astute than Jiang Li's mother. "Are you foolish? Murder is a grave offense. It could cost us our heads. Are we really willing to risk our lives for 150,000? In his eyes, his biological son was merely a cash cow. He would never stake his life for Jiang He. Moreover, in this information age, should a murder occur, escaping would be nearly impossible. But Xiao Li said we must ensure Jiang He disappears forever. Jiang Li's mother cautiously probed, fearful of displeasing her husband. In her eyes, he was akin to a deity. Once, she had defied her family to drop out of school and follow him, even ignoring her mother, who had fallen ill from worry. Disappearing doesn't necessitate murder. I've already contacted Brother Zhang, the smuggler. We can simply kidnap that boy and sell him to a remote area to toil for the rest of his life, Jiang Li's father declared, believing himself clever. He thought that even if they were caught, the worst they would face would be a few years in prison, having been incarcerated multiple times before. Just then, Jiang Li's mother's phone rang unexpectedly. "What? Mother is on the brink?" "Aye." However, before Mother Li could finish her words, Father Li seized the phone. "Hello? This is Qin Shou. Do you remember me? Back in the day, you vehemently opposed us. Now, look at us. We reside in a grand house and have plenty of money. I suppose you're after our wealth, right? Well, let me tell you, not a single cent will you receive." With that, Father Li abruptly hung up the phone. He was no longer the idle wastrel he once was. He possessed ample riches now. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the brother of Mother Li, witnessing their ailing mother on the hospital bed, could not help but shed tears. "Mother, my little sister is doing well, so rest assured." His tone was light, yet one could discern the underlying sorrow. However, his heart brimmed with an overwhelming resentment towards Mother Li, despite the family's unwavering support for her in the past. Even when he, an exemplary student, selflessly chose to work and relinquish the sole opportunity for education to her. She had run off to be with a delinquent and even bore his child. When the family urged her to terminate the pregnancy, she brought the delinquent home, causing their mother to fall gravely ill from distress. Such a wretch seemed to be favored by fate. How could that be justified? Is that so? Then I shall find solace in that. The voice, faint yet resonant, echoed the concern a mother held for her daughter. For some inexplicable reason, it seems that people often fail to cherish love when it is present. Jiang He once yearned desperately for familial affection, yet to Mother Li, it was a trifling matter to be discarded. Lu Ru could have completely received Jiang He's love, yet she was utterly indifferent, even harboring disdain for Jiang He. However, when she sought to reclaim it, she discovered it was far too late. Love is not a renewable resource if it is not cherished. Even the most abundant love will ultimately be extinguished. Chapter 99. Jiang He's despair. Self-inflicted. It was not until the following afternoon that Jiang He first sent Lu Cixi away. Upon arriving at the designated location mentioned by the previous individual, she was abruptly abducted by two burly men in black. This startled both Father and Mother Li, who had been closely following Jiang He. What is happening? Could it be that Brother Zhang acted prematurely? After much contemplation, Father Li resolved to meet Brother Zhang to understand the situation better. Meanwhile, the police and special forces of Haishu, in conjunction with local armed police, were preparing to launch a comprehensive and covert operation against the human traffickers entrenched in Haishu. This operation was highly confidential, with many only receiving their specific combat assignments just before departure, all to ensure that no criminal would escape justice. When Jiang He finally regained consciousness, she found herself face to face with Jiang Xin, whose hands were bound and mouth sealed with tape. Upon seeing Jiang He, Jiang Xin's eyes widened in shock, desperately attempting to convey something, but only managed to emit muffled whimpers. At that moment, Jiang Xin mentally cursed Jiang Bai from head to toe. This madman was indeed capable of anything. She had been drugged. It was utterly deranged. Yet now, Jiang Xin could only watch helplessly as Jiang He, a mere orphan, was already pitiable enough. All she wished was for that lunatic Jiang Bai not to harm Jiang He. Otherwise, she would carry guilt for a lifetime. At that moment, a masked giant appeared before Jiang He, a precaution taken by Jiang Bai to prevent her from recognizing him, sending his bodyguard in her stead. "You must be Jiang He?" Upon hearing this, Jiang He calmly nodded. However, her inner turmoil belied her calm exterior as she scanned her surroundings for any opportunity to rescue Jiang Xin. "Jiang Xin's sister has absconded with our money and is now unreachable. How do you propose we settle this account?" The burly man lunged forward, delivering a brutal punch to Jiang He's abdomen. Ugh! Jiang He felt a sharp pain in her gut, nearly doubling over. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's ruthlessness, Jiang Xin struggled more fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. She could hardly believe that Jiang Bai had descended into such madness. Having lurked in the shadows, Jiang Bai observed Jiang He's agony with a furrowed brow. Yet, upon seeing her sister's fervent emotion for Jiang He, madness once again overpowered reason. Only when confronted with suffering and death does a person's true nature emerge. "Jiang He, it is time to reveal your disgrace before my sister's eyes, so she understands that in this world, the one who truly cares for her is only me." As Jiang He slowly rose from the ground, she took a few deep breaths to regain her composure. "Kid, I'll give you two choices, you decide." With that, the burly man moved behind Jiang Xin, positioning her face towards Jiang He. "Either you hand over 20 million to me, or I will extract your girlfriend's organs and sell them. I assure you." But before he could finish, Jiang He's furious roar interrupted him. "Jiang Bai, how long are you going to make this farce?" The words echoed in Jiang Bai's mind like a thunderclap. What was he saying? Jiang Bai momentarily panicked. How could this be possible? At such a moment, Jiang He could not possibly still believe she was behind this. Was Jiang He merely trying to deceive her? Indeed, that must be it. But the next words completely shattered Jiang Bai's delusions. "Jiang Bai, if I were your sister Jiang Xin, I would hate you for a lifetime." Jiang He had finally realized that this fool had always thought he had feelings for Jiang Xin. No wonder he had been acting so strangely. He was merely trying to trouble her. With this revelation, Jiang Bai was thrown into utter disarray. She could accept anyone's hatred, but not that of her sister. Not her beloved sister. "No, Jiang He, you must be silent." Jiang Bai could no longer contain herself and stepped out from the shadows, rushing to embrace the bound Jiang Xin tightly. "Sister, you wouldn't hate me, would you?" Jiang Bai trembled as she tore the tape from Jiang Xin's mouth. At that moment, Jiang Bai was completely panicked. She had not considered Jiang Xin's feelings before undertaking this action. She only loved Jiang Xin too much. She just didn't want her sister to be harmed. What was her fault? "Jiang Bai, from this moment onward, we're no longer sisters." Jiang Xin's words were soft, yet resonated like a heavy blow to Jiang Bai's heart. "Sister, you must be joking, right? You love me so much. How could you?" "I'm not joking." Jiang Xin's gaze was devoid of emotion. Her words were unequivocal. The sister she had once cherished had, in her heart, already perished. Chapter 100. Don't be afraid. I will take you home. "Hello. Is this Miss Jiang Bai? Finally, you are willing to answer my call." On the other end, Lu Mu, Jiang Bai's secretary, was on the verge of tears. I'm fine. Jiang Bai sat dazed on the steps of the door, repeating those words from sunset until darkness fell completely. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin and Jiang He had long since departed. "Miss Jiang Bai, what is wrong with you?" Lumu listened to the helpless and pitiful voice on the other end, wishing he could fly over at that moment to comfort Jiangbai. I'm fine. Iem me fine. Jiangbai incessantly repeated these words, her heart feeling as though it had been mercilessly torn asunder, with even the act of breathing becoming a laborious endeavor. Yet, was she not the architect of her own suffering? Had she not allowed her own madness to ensnare Jiang He, thus paving the way for Jiang Xian's utter disillusionment with her? This calamity was merely the result of her own folly. Miss Jiangbai, you must find the strength to rise again. The Jiang family is in dire need of you. Do you not wish to protect Miss Jiang Xian? Will you merely stand by and watch as the Jiang family falls into the hands of others? Lu Mu, well acquainted with Jiangbai, understood that at this juncture, invoking Jiang Xian was imperative. Consider this. If the Jiang family ceases to exist, how will you safeguard Jiang Xian from harm? These words struck a chord deep within Jiangbai's heart. Instantly, she rose to her feet, a wild intensity shimmering in her eyes, as she vowed to eradicate every potential threat to Jiang Xian. What if Jiang Xian failed to comprehend her? I shall return immediately to prepare the necessary materials. You understand my intentions. Observing Jiangbai's revival of spirit, Lu Mu on the other end of the line heaved a sigh of relief. Jiangbai cast one last glance at the brightly lit metropolis, a solitary tear trailing down her cheek. I will always protect you. At that moment, she realized that her affection, though profound, weighed heavily upon Jiang Xian, transforming into an inadvertent source of pain. I'm sorry. With no further words, Jiangbai turned and departed, determined to obliterate the parasites infesting the Jiang family, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, not long prior, Father Li and Mother Li had arrived at Brother Zhang's territory in Haishu. At that moment, Zhang was busy loading abducted children into a vehicle, the youngest barely 7 years of age and the eldest around 12. Brother Zhang. Zhang Long frowned at the sight of the empty-handed couple. Where are the people you mentioned? Why did you not bring them? The question momentarily stunned Father Li and Mother Li. ISNT this you're doing? Who else could it be? Who took Jiang He? Damn it. What do you mean? Are you jesting with me? As Zhang Long's temper began to flare, Father Li hastily produced a stack of cash and thrust it into his arms. My apologies. It seems we may have made an error. Please, Brother Zhang. Calm down. Seeing the money in his hands, Zhang Long casually discarded his cigarette, but choosing to say nothing further. A fool who turns away money is a fool indeed. Just give me the cash. Father Li and Mother Li, seizing the moment, quickly departed, content as long as Jiang He remained missing, avoiding any need for their own intervention. Father Li promptly called Jiang Li, hoping to procure more funds. As the head of the snake, Zhang Long watched the couple leave, saying nothing, well aware of their character. They would never dare report him, lest they wished to be ensnared in the same fate. Lighting another cigarette, he chuckled at the sight of the tightly bound little girl. Be careful, these are bars of gold. If you damage them, you could forget about your fingers. After all, a child could fetch a price of 300,000 to 400,000, or even more. But do you suppose these children, once sold, will lead normal lives? Those fortunate enough may find themselves sold to remote villages. Life may be harsh, but at least they would survive. Yet, those with appealing appearances are likely to be purchased by perverse individuals at exorbitant prices, confronting a true hell in the process. This is precisely why the crackdown on human trafficking is so severe, yet individuals still gamble with fate. While the profit chain persists, it shall never vanish. Please, uncle, let me go. My mother is still waiting for me to return home. The little girl's tender, trembling voice elicited not an ounce of compassion from the beasts surrounding her. Instead, they erupted in laughter. One of the brutes even reached out with his filthy hands toward the girl. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Hands on your heads. Do not resist. Dozens of armed special police burst into the scene, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Don't be afraid. I'm here to take you home. Perhaps this moment would forever be etched in the memories of those children. A flicker of hope, unquenchable. Chapter 101. Could her love truly be irreparable? When Jiang Xian supported Jiang He back to the orphanage, Jiang had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Seeing Jiang He being assisted back, she was momentarily taken aback. Xiao He, what happened to you? Jiang rushed forward to aid Jiang He, but halfway through, she withdrew her hand. Jiang He would surely shy away. How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Jiang Xin helped Jiang He into the room, hurriedly covering her with a blanket. As she spoke, Jiang Xin could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I never anticipated Jiangbai would act so drastically. To Jiang Xin, Jiangbai had always been the most significant presence in her life, and the words severing their bond pierced her to the core. The sensation was akin to a knife slicing through her heart, rendering her breathless. I'm fine. I should be all right by tomorrow. Jiang He sensed that the bodyguard who had struck him was highly skilled. The blow was painful, but not injurious. Nevertheless, this heightened his sense of vulnerability. It seemed necessary to seek Lu Duoer for guidance. Is that so? Then you should rest. I will fetch you some water. With that, Jiang Xin exited to get hot water for Jiang He. However, as soon as she stepped outside, Jiang shoved her against the wall. Tell me, what on earth happened to Xiao He? What did you do to him? Jiang gripped Jiang Xin's collar, glaring fiercely at the unfamiliar woman before her. In truth, Jiang Xin possessed the strength to easily subdue Jiang, but in her current state of panic, she allowed Jiang to dominate her. I'm sorry. I truly didn't foresee this. I'm not interested in your apologies. Jiang was solely focused on why Jiang He had been harmed. I had no choice, Jiang Xin replied, reluctantly recounting the events to Jiang. Upon hearing her account, Jiang slowly released her grip. Regardless of the circumstances, you are inextricably linked to this matter. You must leave at once. Even if Jiang Xin was not to blame, the situation had arisen from her actions. I wish to stay and care for Jiang He. I am a doctor, and I can be of assistance. Jiang Xin pleaded, holding on to Jiang's hand desperately, unwilling to depart. Please. Tears welled up in Jiang Xin's eyes, a stark contrast to her previously composed and elegant demeanor as a physician. Jiang sighed, conceding that having a doctor present was indeed beneficial. Xiao He, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Jiang sat at the edge of Jiang He's bed, her eyes filled with concern. It has nothing to do with you. Could you please leave? Jiang He frowned. Jiang's relentless insistence was increasingly intolerable. Having her stay in the orphanage as a caregiver was already pushing Jiang He's limits. Xiao He, I only wish to leave. Jiang He's voice rose with urgency, and the pressure elicited another wave of pain. All right, I shall depart. There was no alternative. Jiang could only cast one last glance at Jiang He before choosing to depart. As she stepped outside, her eyes were cast downwards, and a soft sigh escaped her lips. Was it true that her love could never be mended? It was not that love was incapable of being restored. Love resembled a rubber band. The deeper the wounds, the more it stretches and tightens. When the hurt becomes too profound, that taut rubber band may eventually snap. How could a severed band be repaired? Love, too, follows the same fate. At that moment, Jiang's phone rang, displaying the name of her manager. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she ultimately decided to disconnect the call. Meanwhile, her manager was growing increasingly anxious. My dear young lady, my esteemed aunt, why did you hang up on me? The internet is rife with insults directed at you, and professional paparazzi are claiming to have located your whereabouts, threatening to go live and confront you soon. This was the root of the manager's urgency. At that time, Jiang Xin was handing a cup of warm water to Jiang He, just about to assist him in drinking, when he swiftly took the cup for himself. I can manage. All right. Jiang Xin recognized that her involvement in this matter was not entirely appropriate, given that Jiang He was Lu Cici's boyfriend. Dr. Jiang, it's getting late. You should head home. Jiang He bore no ill will towards Jiang Xin. After all, she was not at fault, if blame were to be assigned. It should be directed towards Jiang Bai, that foolish girl who insisted on stirring up trouble. Can I stay a little longer? Jiang Xin was genuinely concerned about Jiang He's well-being and wished to accompany him for a while more. Jiang He merely nodded, sending a message to Lu Cici to inform her that Jiang Xin was with him, hoping to ease Lu Cici's worries. My sister Jiang Bai wasn't always like this. Jiang Xian's tone carried a hint of sorrow. The reason for the transformation remained a mystery. Chapter 102. Jiang He. Does your behavior justify my trust? In their childhood, Jiang Bai always trailed closely behind her, following her wherever she went. Perhaps having suppressed her emotions for too long, Jiang Xian revealed these memories in a torrent. Then, their family faced upheaval, with both parents departing from this world. From that point onward, Jiang Bai became increasingly dependent on her. To the point of obsession, whenever she sensed Jiang Xian growing closer to others, she would become unhinged. Such a significant loss is unbearable for most. It was during this tumultuous time that Jiang Bai developed a perverse affection for Jiang Xian. However, she held herself accountable as well, for she had been preoccupied with managing the company and sorting out the Jiang family affairs, allowing Jiang Bai's behavior to spiral unchecked. Had she noticed sooner? As she spoke, Jiang Xian was overcome with emotion, her sobs rendering her nearly incoherent. Jiang Bai had once been her dearest family member. The anguish of losing someone so beloved was unfathomable. Jiang Xian continued to weep into the night, with only Jiang He's room still illuminated within the orphanage. As her tears flowed, she eventually succumbed to exhaustion, resting her head against Jiang He's bedside. Observing the tear-streaked face of Jiang Xian, Jiang He sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that beneath Jiang Xian's outwardly mature and resilient facade lay such profound emotional scars. Perhaps everyone harbors their own sorrow, buried deep within their hearts. Jiang He rose from his bed, carrying Jiang Xian to Lin Ruoli's room, knowing that even though he had informed Lu Cece, it was inappropriate for the two of them to spend the night together. Lin Ruoli, upon being awakened, merely displayed mild annoyance at the disturbance. The following morning, Jiang Xian jolted awake, only to be shocked to find that her coat seemed to be missing. In an instant, her mind went blank. Had Jiang He? It must be a misunderstanding, she reassured herself. Jiang He was not that kind of person. Surely, it was just her overthinking. As she carefully reached out to feel beside her, she fervently prayed not to encounter anyone. Yet, the warmth she felt caused her to shiver, her blood running cold. Jiang He, how could you? Jiang Xian covered her face, feeling utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, Jiang He, who was about to call Jiang Xian to wake her, stood outside the door, puzzled by the commotion. Jiang He, does your behavior justify my trust? What about Cece? I truly misjudged you. But the next moment, Jiang He appeared before Jiang Xian, directly asking, Dr. Jiang, have I done something to offend you or Cece? Jiang He was genuinely bewildered. Had he lost his memory, or was there some misunderstanding? Jiang Xian stood there, stunned. You are Jiang He, and that in bed is. Suddenly, Lin Ruoli let out a soft whimper, having been disturbed from her slumber. So tired. Lin Ruoli rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Good morning, Dr. Jiang and Brother Jiang He. Upon realizing that Lin Ruoli was beside her, Jiang Xian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, recalling her earlier thoughts about Jiang He. Good morning. I must head to school. Jiang Xian hastily dressed and dashed out of the orphanage. What is wrong with Dr. Jiang? Jiang He felt a sense of helplessness, puzzled by her cryptic behavior. However, he did not dwell on it, attributing it to the emotional toll of Jiang Bai's situation. Had Jiang He known what Jiang Xian had just been thinking, he might have reacted differently. Simultaneously, Li father and Li mother were taken aback when they came across the news of the arrest of the snakehead, Zhang Ge. Thankfully, they had managed to escape in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. At that moment, Li father recalled that he needed to call Jiang Li to provide an update. After all, Jiang He had already been taken. Whoever was responsible for it was beyond his control, as long as Jiang He remained missing. Hello, is this Xiaoli? Meanwhile, Jiang Li, who was dining with Jiang father and Jiang mother, was startled by the sudden ringing of his phone. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing in irritation. Damn it, didn't I tell those two idiots not to call unless absolutely necessary? Noticing Jiang Li's delay in answering, Lu Ru chimed in, Xiaoli, answer the phone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li looked at the two individuals before him, feeling a surge of anxiety. Yet, to avoid raising suspicion with Jiang Qin and Lu Ru, he ultimately decided to pick up the call. As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, is this Xiaoli? The task you mentioned previously has. Chapter 103. Is Jiang about to be live-streamed? The nature of humanity is such. Enough. I've already understood. With that, Jiang Li abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Li's father nearly erupted in anger. This kid didn't treat him like a father at all. Moreover, he didn't even ask for more money yet. After hanging up, Jiang Li sighed in relief. What is wrong, Xiaoli? Is something the matter? You look pale. Lu Ru harbored no suspicions towards Jiang Li. Instead, she tenderly served him a cup of freshly heated milk. How would Lu Ru feel if she were to discover that this wretched creature had just made a call aimed at her biological son? The irony is stark. Her adopted son plotting the demise of her flesh and blood, while she remains obliviously concerned for his well-being. At the same time, two paparazzi, one tasked with filming and the other with commentary, stealthily approached Jiang's location. Brother, do you think what we're doing is appropriate? The plumper paparazzo, burdened with the camera, hesitated as they neared their destination. The leaner one, responsible for commentary, responded with a swift kick. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by inappropriate? Is money not good? Is fame not desirable? The leaner paparazzo was incredulous, pondering what thoughts occupied the mind of his heavier counterpart. Tell me, what are we? He asked pointedly. Paparazzi? Came the reply, prompting a fierce reprimand from the leaner one. At least you acknowledge that we are paparazzi. After the exchange, the leaner one calmed down slightly. All right, turn on the live stream. With that, he donned a black mask. In their line of work, revealing one's identity was the gravest sin. Should they be recognized by the fervent fans of those they stalk, they would face harassment, rendering them unable to step outside without being thoroughly concealed. Meanwhile, Jiang's agent learned that her whereabouts had been discovered and that she was about to be live-streamed. No matter how many times she called, Jiang remained unresponsive. Good heavens, what on earth are you thinking? The door to the agent's office was flung open with a bang. The intruder was the CEO of Qixing Entertainment, who had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Jiang. Previously, he had refrained from voicing his concerns due to Jiang's formidable connections with the Jiang family. He had tolerated her behavior with one eye closed, but now, the fact that he could not reach her was intolerable. As Jiang's agent, Lu Yin, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties. Upon hearing this, Lu's colleagues lowered their heads and whispered amongst themselves. It's about time. She should have been fired ages ago. Exactly. How could she have risen to the position of a top agent without the support of Jiang? They relished the thought of Lu Yan's downfall, eager to witness her plummet from grace and suffer underfoot. Such is human nature. When one is in favor, they're fawned over, but when they fall, the same people will hastily distance themselves and deliver a few kicks while they're down. Listening to the scornful murmurs around her, Lu Yin could only sigh and prepare for a final struggle. Her continued presence in this position was solely due to Jiang's aid. Should Jiang truly fall, there would be no reason for her to remain. Boss, I believe Jiang would not disappear without reason. There must be a rationale behind her actions. The boss scoffed in response. Fine, if Jiang's reputation reverses in the online sphere, I will not pursue this further and will support her wholeheartedly. But if not, prepare to be dismissed. With that, he turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Instantly, a cacophony of mockery, insults, and unflattering remarks flooded Lu Yan's ears. People can be so cruel. Lu Yan outwardly reassured herself that everything would be fine, yet inwardly, she was distraught. Returning to her workstation, the harsh sounds continued to assault her eardrums. She gently wiped the photograph of herself and Jiang from her desk. Had it not been for Jiang, she would still be subject to the relentless bullying from her seniors. Regardless of the outcome for Jiang, she accepted her fate. Even if it meant being expelled from the company, she would have no regrets. Chapter 104. Jiang's illegitimate child? Or two. Unbeknownst to Jiang, everything transpiring was beyond her knowledge, including the imminent live stream. At that moment, she was busy preparing meals for the children returning from school. Most elementary schools did not provide lunch, so Jiang would personally fetch the children later. Fortunately, the government-subsidized school was not far from the orphanage, making the task manageable. Before Jiang's arrival, These responsibilities fell solely to the elderly matron of the orphanage, with occasional help from Jiang He during her breaks. It must be noted that Jiang had been improving remarkably, from her initial struggles with cooking to now executing the tasks with ease. She had completely transformed from a pampered young lady into a capable caregiver. However, the matron recognized that Jiang was not meant to stay at the orphanage, which is why she never pressured her to do anything. She understood that one day, Jiang would come to this realization, at which point broader horizons would await her. "Matron, I'm off to pick up the children," Jiang announced, unaware that the moment she stepped outside, a camera was trained on her. Instantly, as Jiang appeared in the live stream, the number of viewers surged exponentially. It was a staggering increase. Even the plump and lean paparazzi brothers were taken aback. Within moments, the viewer count soared past 50,000. It is worth noting that achieving 50,000 viewers in such a short span is a feat even the most prominent streamers struggle to attain. And the numbers continue to rise. 100,000? What are you waiting for? Get on it. The lean paparazzo was practically bursting with excitement. This could be his big break. In truth, this phenomenon was not entirely surprising. After all, the controversy surrounding Jiang's absence from the press conference had stirred considerable uproar, dominating the trending topics for several days. A prime candidate for Best Actress had missed the most crucial press event, no matter how talented Jiang was. Even her dual prowess in film and music could not withstand the public's outcry. Simultaneously, Jiang's name surged back to the top of the trending list after several days. This undoubtedly fueled the excitement surrounding the live stream even further. In an instant, the stream featuring Jiang was prominently showcased on the homepages of major websites. Any user clicking in would immediately see her. 500,000! The plump paparazzo's hands trembled with disbelief. 500,000 viewers. The view count had surpassed 3 million. Remarkably, this was achieved in less than 10 minutes, a feat most super streamers could only dream of. Certainly, all of this is intertwined with Jiang's fan base, as she is, after all, a prominent star. Once the number of viewers in the live stream swells, a cacophony of opinions emerges. Is this not the same Jiang who brazenly acted like a diva at the press conference, leaving everyone hanging? How dare she show her face again? What does it mean to act like a diva? She has already explained that she had pressing matters to attend to, which is why she couldn't be present. However, this comment was swiftly met with ridicule. Who would have thought such a celebrity has brain-dead fans? It's utterly hilarious. Still defending her? How shameless. What significant matters could a tarnished artist like Jiang possibly have? She must be off gallivanting with her sugar daddy. Brain-dead fans. Hurry up and scram. Numerous fans who spoke in Jiang's defense faced varying degrees of backlash. In truth, these netizens were not entirely incorrect. Jiang indeed chose to be absent. However, it was not out of arrogance, but rather indifference. In other words, she no longer cared about being an award-winning actress. Her sole concern now was whether she could earn Jiang He's forgiveness, whether Jiang He would once again call her sister. Where is Jiang headed? The paparazzi, too, found themselves puzzled. Logically, why would a superstar like Jiang reside in such a remote suburb? For someone of her stature, a villa in the city center should be easily affordable. Keep up. The viewership in the live stream continued to skyrocket, nearing the 1 million mark. Yet, in stark contrast to the online clamor and chaos, Jiang's demeanor appeared remarkably tranquil. Stripped of her glamorous attire, she exuded a more natural grace. Even the trolls hurling insults could not help but admire her beauty. What on earth is Jiang up to? Why is she at the school gate? Goodness, could she possibly be there for an illegitimate child? As this thought crossed the viewers' minds, the barrage of comments in the live stream skyrocketed. The trending topic of Jiang picking up her illegitimate child from school surged to the top, further heightening the live stream's popularity. After all, indulging in gossip is a human instinct. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Qixing Entertainment, those agents who mocked her and wished for Lu Yan's swift demise were glued to the live stream, occasionally throwing in their jibes. Here she comes, here she comes. Suddenly, a little girl dashed to Jiang's side. This scene nearly overwhelmed the live stream. The comments flooded the screen, obscuring the visuals. And then, an even more explosive moment occurred as yet another child approached Jiang, two illegitimate children. Chapter 105. The Disheartened Jiang Huang. Little He, what must I do to earn your forgiveness? By the time the third child appeared, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. Could it be that Jiang is capable of such prolificacy? Yet, more children continued to gather around her. It dawned on the audience. Were these children? The location where Jiang had set off from seemed to be an orphanage on the outskirts of the city. So, all this time Jiang had actually. In an instant, the comments in the live stream fell into a stunned silence. Those who were poised to disparage Jiang paused their typing. Even the paparazzi stood frozen in place. Over the years, they had captured countless celebrities in compromising situations. Regardless of their status, those stars always appeared flawed and vulnerable before their lenses. This led many to subconsciously believe that celebrities ought to indulge in hedonism and defy the law. And indeed, that was often the case. Yet, the Jiang before them interacted with these children with such sincerity and kindness that it stirred something within them, causing the viewers in the live stream to feel a tremor of emotion. Stay close to your sister and don't wander off. Jiang attentively confirmed the names of each child, realizing that through this experience, she had become more patient and capable of genuinely understanding those around her. Sister Jiang, you didn't cook today's lunch, did you? Upon hearing this, Jiang merely pursed her lips. What are you saying? My cooking skills have greatly improved recently. It's absolutely no problem. Only when Jiang began to lead the children away did the paparazzi finally react, hastily following her. As Jiang returned to the gate of the orphanage with the children, the lean paparazzo abruptly shut off the live stream. Dude, the chubby paparazzo looked in surprise at the man beside him, knowing this man would go to any lengths for views. Years ago, he had even gone undercover to a cruise ship to expose a celebrity scandal, aware that a single misstep could spell disaster. Yet now, he had the audacity to turn off the live stream so abruptly. All right, let us go back. The lean paparazzo kicked the chubby one before turning to leave. To be honest, Jiang had genuinely left him astounded. Since entering the industry, he had witnessed an overwhelming amount of filth, so much so that it had nearly caused him to lose himself, questioning why he should uphold any moral standards if everyone else indulged in wrongdoing. But now, it appeared that even those who tread the murky waters of celebrity culture have their own code of ethics. Jiang, however, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the buzz surrounding the incident did not wane with the closure of the live stream. Jiang's reputation experienced a swift turnaround. Naturally, she remained oblivious to it all, while her manager, Lu Yin, sat at her desk, overwhelmed with tears. It wasn't until the afternoon that Jiang He brought Lu Cici to the ramen shop. Yet, it was unclear what had transpired with Jiang Xian earlier, as she hadn't uttered a single word to him. This was, of course, because Jiang Xian genuinely believed Jiang He had wronged her, leaving her at a loss for how to face him now. How did today's collaboration go? Jiang He observed the worried expression on Zhou Ruyun's face and knew that the collaboration might not have gone smoothly. I'm sorry. We succeeded. In an instant, Zhou Ruyun embraced Lu Cici, bursting with excitement and even shedding tears of joy. Cici, Mr. Jiang He, thank you so much. Whoa. She had been so frightened. If this collaboration had failed, her shop would likely have been seized by the bank. Fortunately, everything had gone exceedingly well, with the day's revenue surpassing 10,000. Mind you, this was merely the initial phase. All right, isn't this something to celebrate? Miss Zhou, please don't cry. Lu Cici gently consoled Zhou Ruyun, who appeared utterly exhausted. I won't cry anymore. Zhou Ruyun quickly dried her tears, regaining her composure. She was determined to work harder and swiftly reclaim her ramen shop from the bank. At that point, the 100,000 deposit could also be retrieved from the gym. However, unbeknownst to Jiang He, Jiang Huang was quietly observing him from a distance. She had initially intended to wait for Jiang He to fail so she could step in to assist him. After all, in her eyes, a small ramen shop and Jiang He, merely a student, could hardly achieve success so easily. Yet, it seemed she had misjudged the situation. Little He, What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Jiang Huang found himself engulfed in an extended period of confusion. Perhaps only by expelling Jiang Li could he regain clarity. Chapter 106. The Tale of Jiang He. Farewell, Xiao He. What on earth is happening? Why is Jiang He still here? Jiang Li, hidden in the restroom of his own room, quietly interrogated Father Li on the other end of the line. He had specifically visited Jiang He's school today to ascertain whether she had truly vanished. To his astonishment, Jiang He appeared before him, completely intact. I'll give you 150,000. Is this how you conduct your affairs? I'll grant you 3 days. If you cannot resolve the Jiang He issue, never expect to take another penny from me. With that, Jiang Li furiously ended the call. Jiang He, how is it that your life is so resilient? Twice now, she had evaded him. Jiang Li could sense the entire Jiang family slipping away from him. First, it was Jiang Zi's inquiries. Then Jiang Huang's insistence on expelling him. And now, even Jiang was absent. It was reminiscent of the recent family gathering, where none of his 3 sisters had appeared. Previously, no matter how busy they would carve out time to be with him. But now, damn Jiang He, do not force my hand. If it weren't for Jiang He, how could the Jiang family have descended into this state? It is all Jiang He's fault. A mere pest that dares to resent its original master, truly shameless. Meanwhile, Jiang He, having departed from the Jiang household, embarked on a journey uniquely her own. Equipped with her sketchpad, in recent days, she encountered many intriguing individuals and captivating stories. The most memorable, without a doubt, was a pair of siblings in Dolly. The siblings hailed from a blended family, yet both parents tragically perished in an accident. Each time she painted on the stone bridge in Dolly, the sister would sit quietly on a nearby stone pillar, observing her intently, sometimes for an entire afternoon. Initially, Jiang He paid little attention until the brother appeared. The boy, looking around 11 or 12, bore a sunny demeanor, yet dragged a deformed right leg, requiring a crutch to walk independently. What time is it? Why aren't you back yet? Do you wish for me to starve? The boy's words caused Jiang He to furrow her brow. His tone was brash, laced with impatience. However, to Jiang He's surprise, the sister did not exhibit anger. Instead, she gently approached to assist her brother home. Go away. Do you want me to be mocked by others? The boy continued to reject her help, directing blame toward his sister. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang He set her brush aside and approached, intending to educate the boy. Yet, the sister waved her off with a smile. Confused, Jiang He watched as the sister pointed to the boy's trembling hand. It was then that Jiang He realized the boy's actions were likely a deliberate attempt to make his sister despise him, so she wouldn't feel burdened by him. The sister warmly invited Jiang He to her home, and she accepted, though the boy persisted in his clumsy performance. Upon arriving at what the sister termed her home, Jiang He was taken aback by the sight. A bare shell, truly a house devoid of comforts. Only once inside did the boy finally drop his faade, shyly offering Jiang He a cup of water. Big sister, how long will you be staying here? The sister tilted her head, her exquisite features glowing under the dim white light. Perhaps a few more days. Jiang He preferred not to linger too long in one place. She yearned to traverse the mountains and rivers, to witness diverse splendors, pouring a unique soul into each of her paintings. Is that so? Might the big sister teach me a little? But then the sister's expression dimmed, as if a thought had crossed her mind. I'm sorry, big sister. I have no money, let us forget it. Jiang He smiled gently. How could she accept payment? Meanwhile, the boy, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself and began to cry, shouting at his sister. Sister, why must you take care of me? If you just left me behind, you could go to school, you could pursue your dreams. What on earth are you thinking? Watching the boy tremble with tears, the sister merely comforted him softly. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. On the day Jiang He was to leave Dolly, the sister shared her story with her. Since he calls me sister, I must protect him. That day, Jiang He witnessed the sister's tears fall upon her delicate cheeks. Time, space, and all worldly matters could not hinder love. At that moment, Jiang He began to comprehend what Jiang He had been pursuing all along. Farewell, Dolly. Farewell, Xiao He. Chapter 107. The Lantern Festival and Encounters. As time passed, The college entrance examination approached swiftly. Jiang He had stabilized his ranking within the top 10, occasionally even breaching the top 5. Lu Cece, while performing commendably, lagged slightly behind Jiang He, maintaining her position within the top 20. In recent days, the Jiang family had ceased their harassment, allowing Jiang He to focus on his studies and solidify his knowledge. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang He, Jiang Qin and Lu Ru awaited the day the orphanage would be disbanded, certain he would come seeking their aid. As for Jiang Huang, to numb himself, he buried himself in endless work, often returning home late due to overtime. When the school bell rang, Jiang He instinctively packed his bag, preparing to accompany Lu Cece to the infirmary. However, he suddenly remembered he no longer needed to go. Cece, how about we go shopping later? As they walked, Jiang He naturally took Lu Cece's small hand, believing that a balance of work and leisure was essential for optimal learning. Sure. By the way, brother Jiang He, I remember their essay lantern festival today. Upon hearing this, Jiang He recalled his past visits to the lantern festival with the Jiang family. Yet, those memories belong to a distant past, best left unspoken. Meanwhile, at work, Jiang Huang received a call from Lu Ru. What is up, Mom? Is something the matter? Jiang Huang's eyes appeared quite fatigued, yet she dared not pause. She feared that if she stopped, she would think of Jiang He, of the truths of the past, and of her own cowardice. Huang, can you accompany your mother to the Lantern Festival today? You haven't been home in so many days. I miss you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huang felt a lump in her throat. Indeed, it had been many days since she returned home. Okay, I understand. Suddenly, Jiang Huang inquired of Lu Ru. Is Jiang Li going? Lu Ru was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Jiang Huang asked. Typically, the family would attend the Lantern Festival together. However, it seemed Jiang Zi and Jiang Jiang were unlikely to come. The silver lining was that Jiang Mo had returned from Beijing for the holidays, as middle school breaks came much earlier than high school ones. Xiaoli is also here. Is something wrong? As soon as those words were spoken, Jiang Huang instinctively wanted to refuse outright, for it was difficult for her to accept that her beloved younger brother, even if he were later revealed not to be her biological sibling, Jiang Li, could ever commit such an act. However, Lu Ru's subsequent remarks rendered Jiang Huang's voice of denial trapped in her throat. Xiao Mo has also returned today. She's been eager to meet you. Faced with this, Jiang Huang found herself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. Thus, the two groups set off almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Jiang He was gently holding Lu Cece's small hand, slowly making their way toward the Lantern Festival. In recent days, the ramen shop had been thriving, and it was evident that Zhou Riyun could not manage alone. So she hired a few diligent young women seeking part-time work and even recruited a delivery person specifically to bring meals to the gym. It was believed that it would not be long before the bank debts were settled and the orphanage safeguarded. Brother Jiang He, look at this, Lu Cece exclaimed, crouching in front of a stall displaying an array of flower lanterns, reminiscent of hairbands adorned with luminous embellishments. Many young people around were sporting various styles of these flower lanterns. Do you like it? Then let us buy one, Jiang He replied with a smile, genuinely relishing this moment. The feeling of being with his beloved was intoxicating, making it hard to part even for a moment. In that instant, the pain and suffering inflicted upon him by the Jiang family in both his past and present life seemed to fade away. All right, but you must wear one too, Brother Jiang He, Lu Cece declared as she carefully placed a flower-adorned lantern upon his head. Oh my, Brother Jiang He looked so adorable. Unable to contain herself, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Although she felt a tinge of shyness in front of so many onlookers, she had improved significantly compared to before. In the past, she would have been flustered to the point of her head, feeling like it might burst into flames. After all, she was like a train on a romantic rampage. Ahem, really? Let me see, Jiang He said, clearing his throat before pulling out his phone to check. The sight was comically trivial, yet exuded a certain elegance. Undeniably charming in its own right. Well, it is quite ugly, but in Lu Cece's eyes, Jiang He would likely be the best no matter what form he took. Simultaneously, the Jiang family arrived at the Lantern Festival. As it was an annual grand event, describing it as a sea of people would not be an exaggeration. However, Jiang Huang had little inclination to observe, as memories of how she had treated Jiang He at the festival years ago resurfaced. Big sister, what's wrong? Jiang Montak, the fifth sister of the Jiang family, donned in a simple white gown, gently tugged at Jiang Huang's hand. Realizing her emotions, Jiang Huang quickly wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. It's nothing. The wind merely caught my eyes, she replied. Jiang Mo said nothing further, merely walking quietly behind her. Are you thinking of brother Jiang He? Jiang Mo asked, though her time with Jiang He had been brief. During that period, the entire Jiang family had shunned him, and she had not dared to approach him. Huh? How do you know, little sister? Jiang Huang was taken aback. For Jiang Mo had been studying in the capital all along. I know a little about the past, and besides, brother Jiang He hasn't appeared until now. Upon her words, a silence enveloped the two. I've never understood what wrong brother Jiang He did. Jiang Mo gazed at the myriad of colorful lanterns around her. Perplexed that Jiang He was the one who should have been cherished. She could return home to her parents often, basking in the warmth of familial love. Yet even so, she frequently found herself longing for home during the late hours of the night. While Jiang He had spent 16 years living alone, she could hardly fathom how one could endure such a solitary existence. In that moment, Jiang Huang found the words she wished to express lodged in her throat. She was uncertain how to explain to Jiang Mo, or perhaps she was incapable of explaining at all. I also feel quite remorseful towards brother Jiang He, Jiang Mo said, halting in her steps as she regarded Jiang Huang. She had known full well of Jiang He's plight within the Jiang family. Yet her cowardice had led her to remain silent for fear of provoking Jiang Qin. Big sister, do you think if I'd been braver back then, brother Jiang He would not have left? At that moment, Jiang Huang could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face, falling to the ground without causing a ripple. Indeed, if she had treated Jiang He a little better back then, perhaps he would not have chosen to depart. But alas, in this world, where do such what-ifs come from? Meanwhile, at the center of the Lantern Festival, brilliant fireworks erupted, instantly captivating the attention of the majority of the attendees. Jiang He and Lu Cece were no exceptions. Brother Jiang He, let us go over there. I heard there will be a bonfire at the end. Lu Cece's face was alight with excitement, and Jiang He had no reason to decline. In truth, Lu Cece harbored a personal desire. It was said that couples who held hands and made wishes by the bonfire at the Lantern Festival would be together forever. Lu Cece understood that, given her circumstances, it might be impossible to remain with Jiang He eternally. Yet, even a fleeting moment of beauty was enough to leave her yearning. As Jiang He reached the central area, he found a long line formed in front of a booth for drawing numbers. This was another activity where those whose numbers were drawn by the officials would have the opportunity to interact on stage and receive mysterious prizes. However, Jiang He held little hope, knowing the odds of being selected among such a crowd were exceedingly slim. Still, since he was with Lu Cece, he felt it necessary to participate. What number did you get, brother Jiang He? Lu Cece asked, revealing the number 8 on her ball, which also contained a few candies to comfort those who were not chosen. Jiang He opened his own ball, revealing the number 75. Let us hurry. The performance is about to begin, he urged, glancing only briefly before taking Lu Cece's hand and leading her toward the center of the venue. Mindful that if they arrived late, they might not secure a good spot, and being crowded at the back might obscure their view entirely. As for whether they would be selected, Jiang He was indifferent. Unbeknownst to them, the Jiang family was not far behind in the same queue. Yet neither party was aware of the other's presence. Sister, if Shally gets picked, he'll give you his number, Jiang Li said with a smile, hoping to draw closer to Jiang Huang through this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru affectionately ruffled Jiang Li's hair while casting hopeful glances at Jiang Huang, wishing for her to respond favorably to him. However, Jiang Huang's words doused Jiang Li's hopes with cold water. No need, keep it for yourself. Her tone betrayed no emotion. And in that instant, Jiang Li's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Sister, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I will change, he pleaded. Yet this time, Jiang Huang did not soothe him as he had anticipated. Instead, she turned away from the queue, choosing to wander alone. Jiang Huang, come back. Even the lowly reprimand from Jiang Qin could not persuade Jiang Huang to turn back. Chapter 109 Brother Jiang He. Would you come home with me and Xiao Mo? I'm going to find my elder sister. Having spoken, Jiang Mo left the group, sprinting toward Jiang Huang's retreating figure. Observing this, Lu Ru chose to remain silent, merely offering words of comfort to Jiang Li, suggesting that Jiang Huang was likely preoccupied with his numerous responsibilities. Jiang Li, understanding and mature, nodded in agreement. Yet deep within, he harbored a growing resentment towards Jiang Huang, despite the latter's previous kindness. The underlying reason for his animosity was Jiang Huang's elevated status within the Jiang family. Thus, Jiang Li felt compelled to ingratiate himself to him. He mused that once he took over the family business, he would swiftly oust Jiang Huang from his position. Yet, he pondered whether such a beautiful dream could ever come to fruition. This was also one of the motivations behind Jiang Li's efforts to drive Jiang He away. Jiang Huang sat alone on a bench by the roadside, quietly observing the bustling crowd, relishing a rare moment of tranquility. "Elder sister, are you well?" Jiang Mo approached, jogging to Jiang Huang's side. "What brings you here?" Jiang Huang asked with a wry smile, grappling with her inability to confront Jiang Li, unsure of Jiang Mo's intent in coming over. "I want to—" However, before Jiang Mo could finish her thought, she was struck silent, noticing her sudden stillness. Jiang Huang looked at her with curiosity. "Brother Jiang He, it's Brother Jiang He." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Huang was taken aback, following Jiang Mo's gaze, and indeed spotted Jiang He alongside Lu Cece. "Wait a moment, little sister." Just as Jiang Huang intended to grasp Jiang Mo's arm and advise her against disturbing Jiang He, it was already too late. Jiang Mo had hurriedly trotted over to Jiang He's side. Left with no choice, Jiang Huang followed suit. As they reached Jiang He, Jiang Mo's eyes welled with tears. Truthfully, she found herself at a loss on how to face him. In the past, during their time at the Jiang household, Jiang He had treated her with utmost kindness, often taking her to various places for fun. Once, when Jiang Xin caught them, Jiang He bore the entire blame alone, enduring punishment without uttering a word. Yet here she was, lacking even the courage to stand up and speak a word of justice for him. "Brother Jiang He." Jiang Mo's voice quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks. Such burdens were indeed heavy for a middle school student to bear. Jiang He seemed to have heard a familiar sound. He turned and momentarily froze. "Jiang Montak, are you on break?" Lu Cece looked at Jiang Mo with curiosity, having previously heard Jiang He recount their stories and was thus familiar with her presence. Yes. Jiang Mo suddenly dashed forward, enveloping Jiang He in a tight embrace, her body trembling. "Brother Jiang He, I'm so sorry. Xiao Mo is such a coward. I truly apologize." Memories of their time together flooded her mind, amplifying her feelings of guilt towards Jiang He. Seeing the little girl on the brink of tears, Jiang He spoke soothingly. "It's all right, I've never blamed you. Please don't cry." This was indeed the truth. Jiang He had never held Jiang Mo accountable. After all, she was still young, and it was natural for her to lack the courage to speak up for him. "Really? Brother Jiang He, you truly haven't blamed me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo released Jiang He, her voice gradually regaining its steadiness, no longer choked with emotion. "Of course, why have I ever deceived you?" Jiang He replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Huang stood silently to the side, observing the poignant exchange unfold before her. In that moment, Jiang Huang felt a twinge of envy towards Jiang Mo, envying the warmth of Jiang He's demeanor towards her. Yet what right did she have to feel such envy? The turmoil she faced was entirely of her own making. "Brother Jiang He, would you come home with me?" Jiang Mo gazed at Jiang He with tear-filled eyes, unaware of how Jiang He had fared in recent days. But certain it had been arduous. As soon as the words left her mouth, an oppressive silence enveloped the group. Even Jiang Huang looked anxiously at Jiang He, her heart stirring with a flicker of hope. She began to envision a scenario where Jiang He might return to the Jiang household because of Jiang Mo. "I'm sorry, Xiao Mo, but I cannot return. The Jiang family does not need me, and I have no place there." Jiang He's tone was flat, devoid of the sorrow it once held. He truly believed that the Jiang family should not welcome him back, having offered him hope only to extinguish it, ultimately trampling upon it. "Xiao He, how would the Jiang family not need you?" Jiang Huang could no longer contain herself and rushed to stand before Jiang He. Xiao He, please come back. The Jiang family truly cannot do without you. Observing Jiang Huang's anxious expression, Jiang He remained largely unfazed. Do you not feel any shame in saying such words? That they cannot do without me? He vividly recalled the disdainful attitudes of the Jiang family towards him, their contemptuous gazes that seemed to wish for his demise. Yet now, they dared to utter such sentiments. Was it not laughable?